Chapter 1, The Twins. Chapter Text. Harry stared at the devastation that graced his eyes. All around him earth was crumbling from within. Not once had he imagined he would bear witness to the destruction of his home planet. At the precipice of the final chapter of his life, he thought of the long-lost past and everything that led to this moment. After he had defeated Voldemort at Hogwarts, he had tried to return the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's grave. On the seventh day, he found the Elder Wand in his room at Grimmauld Place. Even the Resurrection Stone had magically appeared beside the Elder Wand. The presence of 2 Hallows made him concerned. One day, he took all 3 Hallows and was about to bury them in Ignotus Peveril's grave, but just before he could do so, the Hallows dissolved into his body. The resulting magical backlash, courtesy of the unexpected phenomena, had knocked out the entire flow network of magical Britain. After that debacle, he found he could perform magic without his wand. Magic came to him as easily as breathing, and he could feel no exhaustion or resistance from the magic coursing through his body. He kept what happened with the Hallows to himself. He didn't even mention this to Hermione and Ron. Instead, he conjured a piece of wood in the likeness of the Elder Wand and placed it inside Dumbledore's grave. With all the chaos that was going on in the wizarding world, his decision to keep his new status as the Master of Death a secret was a wise move. The wizarding world of Britain was in shambles. The entire ministry apparatus of magical Britain had fallen to Voldemort, and in the wake of his demise, everything fell apart. The victors of Hogwarts had the daunting task of rounding up all the Death Eaters. There was also the part where the ministry had to be rebuilt from scratch. Harry would have liked to leave all the rebuilding business to Kingsley Shacklebolt, but he was reminded of the past when the Death Eaters got free through bribes. So, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped to the forefront of dismantling the whole Blood Purist faction. The first thing that he did was to storm Azkaban with the help of the Order and release all Muggleborn and Half-Blood prisoners. Many of them readily joined his side to bring an end to all the pure blood bullshit once and for all. After a few weeks of recuperation, they attacked the ministry and put everyone there in prison. Many of them protested, but Harry was having none of it, especially after he saw and heard from the Muggleborns that were sentenced to Azkaban. Many of their families were killed or tortured. Most of the women were raped by these so-called pure bloods. He spoke personally with each victim, and he was adamant about bringing the full might of justice upon those responsible. Every wizard and witch who worked in the ministry was questioned under veritaserum. Those who were found guilty of colluding with Death Eaters were transferred to ministry holding cells pending further trial. The Death Eaters that were being slowly weeded out were sentenced to Azkaban, and their assets seized to reimburse their victims for the ordeal they went through. The goblins tried to protest, but one visit from Harry saw to it that the little buggers bowed before his orders. While this was going on, many pure-blood families banded together to push their agenda to disrupt the remodeling of the wizarding world. He put a stop to that by arresting every single one of them, as he was ruthless against his enemies. Their family manners were put under siege by the new aura force that Harry had built up. The aura force was filled with Muggleborns and Half-Bloods, with a few pure-bloods in between. With overwhelming force, he subjugated families like Knott, Carrows, McNair, Bulstrode, Rockwood, etc. He did not stop at merely arresting them. He had their entire family homes looted and forced the goblins to turn over their fortunes to the ministry. The extra flush of gold was a godsend, and he used it to reform the ministry and provide assistance to the victims of the war. It took him 2 long years to bring a semblance of normalcy to magical Britain. It was no easy task, but he managed to reform the Wisengamot into a more balanced governing body. He received aid in that venture from a most unlikely group. A group of pure-blood houses had banded together and stayed neutral throughout the war. They were led by Damien Greengrass, and the good news was that the guy was willing to work with Harry in refueling the ministry, but only for a price. The price was a marriage alliance. Damien wanted his eldest daughter, Daphne Greengrass, to become the wife of the new leader of magical Britain. Not to mention, the man wanted explicit influence in the way educational reforms ought to be implemented. According to Damien, the wizarding culture was under attack by the Muggleborns, who were piling up, and their lack of integration into the world was causing fissures in their society. While Harry was skeptical of Damien's objectives, they talked in detail about many of his concerns. Harry personally disagreed with many of Damien's policies. Having said that, he felt the man offered him a fresh perspective on a segment of the pure blood cause. Damien was not that much interested in blood purity. Rather, he was focused on preserving the culture and traditions of the British wizarding world. He was all too happy and insistent on having Muggleborns and Half-Bloods be part of the culture rather than being excluded from society. The last 2 years after the war of Harry's stay in the wizarding world jaded him. He was no longer the naive Gryffindor that jumped at the slightest provocation. He knew that he needed to secure peace and stability in Britain as fast as possible. He agreed to Damien's proposal and made Daphne his wife. While the marriage was on a political basis, both of them committed themselves to working out their relationship. Of course, many were not happy with what he did, and chief among them were the Weasleys. For the next 10 years, Harry ruled Britain with an iron fist. He smashed the corrupt beast of the previous administration and established a system of meritocracy to build the ministry. In his 1-decade rule, he expanded the wards around magical Britain as he had a feeling that something was brewing right around the corner. Unfortunately, this bad feeling just remained a feeling throughout his tenure as Minister for Magic. After spending a decade of his life in the halls of power of magical Britain, he retired to civilian life, preferring the company of his wife and 2 daughters. He was the youngest wizard and the longest-serving wizard to hold that office. His father-in-law tried to persuade him to stay in the office, but Daphne managed to talk her father out of that, as she preferred to have Harry home now that they had children to raise. She had become enamored with the Potter charm after a decade of married life. Now that he was voluntarily returning, she preferred to have Harry all for herself and her children. With his retirement, he concentrated on completing his newts, which he had abandoned in his pursuit of rebuilding magical Britain. He didn't attend Hogwarts again but rather took the exam independently. With that part of his education over, he was planning to write a book on defense against the dark arts but he was offered a position in the Department of Mysteries. Daphne was the one who insisted that he join the department as he could further his magical knowledge. Seeing the idea had its merit, he accepted the offer. These were the best years of his life as he researched obscure magic in the DOM and returned to the warm embrace of his family. Sadly, these good days were not to last. Just as his instincts implied, something really bad happened in the Muggle world. The Muggles with the aid of advanced technology managed to find the hidden magical enclaves all across the world. The Muggle governments at first tried to keep the news from leaking out into the public. But, this was a wasted effort. By the year 2017, almost all Muggle governments acknowledged the presence of magical enclaves in the world. There was quite a bit of fear and equal amounts of curiosity among the Muggle population of the world. The Muggle governments of many great democracies had successfully implemented the separation of church from state. So no more witch burnings and honor killings were favored by any world governments. Owing to the rather benign reaction despite the exposure, the ICW passed a resolution to make overtures to the Muggle public. This decision led to the Free Terra Pact that guaranteed fundamental rights to Muggles and Magicals in either world. Slowly, the magical world began to open itself up to the Muggles. The ICW and the UN framed the basic laws and norms that framed the basis for coexistence. The magical lands were far minuscule compared to the vast lands controlled by Muggles. Some more laws and frameworks had to be implemented for safe coexistence, but Harry was pleasantly surprised that Western civilization easily accepted the existence of a new species. It was not to say there were elements of concern, but the dilution of Greek influence in Christianity certainly helped matters. The Christianity of the Dark Ages was not the Christianity of the millennium. If anything, the discovery of a new species seems to have dissolved the hold of religion in the world in egalitarian societies. Unfortunately, this was not a common phenomenon. Large tracts of Western Europe remained largely not bothered by the discovery of magical kind. But, religion and bigotry held much larger sway in Eastern Europe, the Middle East and the Americas. The ICW came to the decision that individual magical enclaves have the right to determine whether they choose to engage with their Muggle counterparts. The magical communities of the Americas, Middle East, Asia and Western Europe closed down their borders with harsh wards. Western Europe, on the other hand, increased collaboration between their different communities. From these political differences, Harry found himself unable to age like others. At first, it was not much of an issue, as wizards and witches age far more slowly than Muggles. But it eventually reached a point where his body remained in a permanent state as if he were in his 20s. Even as his wife and children aged, he remained young and strong. He had to depend on some wide use of glamour charms to alleviate suspicion. He even had to fake his death after Daphne passed away. After making sure his children and grandchildren remained safe after his demise, he went along on a journey. He traveled the known world and already he could see Muggles were destroying nature in their bid to dominate the planet. They bred like rats, exhausting and polluting the resources of the planet. It came to a point where the world nations began to fight for basic resources like water. It is not that water began to suddenly disappear from the planet altogether. It is just that, as the number of cities began to increase, water began to disappear from the urban areas. It didn't help the coastal areas were no longer safe to live in as the sea level rose steadily over the years. Gigantic storms began decimating the cities, and yet the Muggles never learned. The Muggles refused to give up their polluting ways and began demanding the Wizarding World fix the planet. It was a demand the Wizarding World was quite adamant to ignore. Then war broke out in Western Europe over resources, and for the first time, the magical world decided to do away with the Muggles. The war was first fought between Ukraine and Russia, but it devolved into Muggles versus Wizards in the span of a few months. Harry personally partook in the war under a different identity. It did not take too long for other nations to get involved. Within a year, the world was at war, spurred on by a lack of resources, politics, racism, and the need for a new world order. With essential resources becoming scarce, the war only made the situation worse for the inhabitants of Terra. The World War destabilized the planet in ways that Harry never thought possible. The use of nuclear weapons triggered more disasters and consumed large parts of the planet in nuclear winter. Other natural disasters only accelerated the near-total annihilation of the planet. Even magic began to disappear from the world altogether, but Harry managed to sustain his magic. The years he had lived had only accelerated his power and healing abilities. The reason he had joined the war in the first place was so that he could die in the field of battle. He didn't have it in him to commit suicide, but a warrior's death was preferable. Unfortunately, a bullet to his head or heart no longer ensured him the gift of death. With the world on the brink of a cataclysmic disaster, he was no close to finding a solution to his death. It was at this point he decided to try the Veil of Death. All the research on the archway in the Department of Mysteries had let him learn the archway was a portal. A portal to where remained a mystery. But it was a portal unlike any other. The only thing he knew for sure is that anything that enters the archway never comes back. With his world's destruction inevitable, he decided to take his chances on the Veil. On September 1st of the year 2075, Harry stepped into the Veil of Death, disappearing from the world altogether. Eddard Stark was tired. Oh, so tired. He was tired of war. He never imagined all that would happen in the last 2 years. It all started with that god-forsaken tourney of Harrenhal. In the beginning, it was a tourney like any other. He was not so fond of tourneys, but Robert was so fond of tourneys. Besides, Lord Arryn was going to the tourney, and his father, along with his siblings, was also expected to be present. He went to Harrenhal, and at that time, he never knew it'd be the last time he would interact with his family jovially. Rhaegar Targaryen, the crown prince of the Targaryen dynasty, won the tourney and crowned his little sister as his queen of love and beauty over the prince's own wife. It was a pivotal moment, and the prince later absconded with Lyanna. Eddard's elder brother Brandon Stark and many of his friends rode into the Red Keep, demanding Rhaegar's head for kidnapping Lyanna. The Mad King responded by throwing his brother into the black cells. The Mad King executed many of those who accompanied Brandon. Eddard's father, Rickard Stark, travelled to King's Landing and appealed to the mercy of King Aerys Targaryen. His father's pleas fell on deaf ears, prompting Lord Rickard to ask for a trial for Brandon. For this reason, the Mad King had his father burned to death while Brandon choked himself to death trying to save his father. The Mad King then sent ravens to the Eyrie, ordering Lord Jon Arryn to deliver Robert's and Eddard's heads. An order the Honourable Lord of House Arryn refused to comply. Instead, Lord Arryn raised his banners in rebellion to unseat the tyrant who styles himself as the Master of Westeros. The banners of falcons, dire wolves, stags, and trouts were raised in rebellion. Together, they crowned Robert Baratheon the King of Westeros, and the war began. A war that lasted 2 years, the War of Usurper, the Targaryen loyalists would call it. Eddard preferred Robert's rebellion, or maybe he sometimes preferred that it had not taken place at all. A war that was fought for nothing in the end, it'd seem. A sigh escaped him as he rode inside the walls of Riverrun with his sister's body in tow. The war was won and Robert stood victorious over Rhaegar at the Trident. Roberto was even crowned king at the Great September of Baelor, but Eddard felt no happiness. He only felt loss, for his sister had passed away at the Tower of Joy. He had to sacrifice many of his friends to even gain access to his sister at the tower because a bunch of men remained stubborn. He was tired of war, tired of death. He seemed the warm halls of Winterfell where he would bury his sister beside the remains of his father and brother. Lord Hoster and his lady wife Catelyn approached him to greet him. Eddard, I'm glad you finished your journey safe and sound. Please accept my condolences for your dearly departed sister. We held 7 days of prayers for her soul after we learned of her fate, said Lord Hoster, holding Eddard's shoulder and squeezing to comfort him. Thank you, my lord. Eddard didn't know what else to say as he was numb to the empty platitudes he had been receiving from the many lords of the realm. My daughter has been waiting for you, Eddard. And you have ample cause to be merry, said Lord Hoster as he gave way for his daughter to approach Eddard. Eddard watched 2 servants accompany his lady wife with 2 bundles in their hands. Catelyn Tully was a beauty, there was no doubt. A beautiful bride, but one he felt he did not deserve. It was Brandon who should have married Catelyn. It was Brandon who would have become the Lord of Winterfell. Edward felt as if he was stealing his brother's position. My lord husband. Catelyn curtsied and looked at him with her blue eyes alight with happiness and pride. Her red, silken mane drifted to the silent tune of the wind. My lady. He acknowledged her with a nod and pressed a caste kiss to her rosy cheek. My lord. Meet your sons, said Catelyn, taking one of the bundles from the servants and presenting the baby to his eyes. Eddard couldn't help but smile as he greeted his first child, a child with quite vivid red hair and blue eyes, who looked eerily similar to his Tully wife. He is the eldest. I thought to name him only if my lord gives me the honor, said Catelyn. Eddard nodded as it was such a simple request. Then how about Robb as his name? Named after your friend, the king. Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell. Eddard smiled and nodded. A good name, my lady. Catelyn handed young Robb to a servant while taking the second child into her hands. This time, when Eddard looked at the child, it was all Stark. With hair as black as night and eyes as grey as those of many of Eddard's ancestors. Would not think to say they are twins at first glance. Born a few seconds younger than Robb. What shall we name him, my lord? asked Catelyn. Eddard guided his fingers through the black tuft of hair on his second son's head. Harrion. His name will be Harrion Stark. Chapter 2, Drums of War. Chapter text. All around her she saw snow. To the east, west, south and north she saw snow. It has been 6 years since she became the Lady of Winterfell. Despite her long stay, she remained unaccustomed to the cold winds of the north. Catelyn had known she would become the Lady of Winterfell one day. After all, her father had prepared her for this eventuality when Lord Rickard Stark agreed to the betrothal. She was supposed to marry Brandon Stark, but her betrothed was cruelly murdered by the Mad King. Catelyn was horrified when word reached Riverrun of the cruel end her betrothed met. She had prepared herself to be the wife of the rough Northman. Brandon was headstrong and far more temperamental than anyone she had met. She had prepared herself to be a dutiful wife to her lord husband. Yet, it was the will of the Seven that she marry the younger Stark. She married Eddard Stark after the rebels smashed the royalist army in the Battle of Bells. She had never seen the younger Stark brother before her wedding day. Eddard Stark had remained a ward of Lord Arryn the few times Brandon had visited Riverrun. Hence, she had never met the younger Stark brother. Even so, she married the man her father found for her like a dutiful daughter. Their marriage brought the Riverlands and the North to an alliance. With her dear sister Lisa marrying Lord Arryn, House Tully became the linchpin of their grand new alliance. It was an alliance strong enough to overthrow the yoke of Targaryen rule over Westeros. She cared not for the games of High Lords. At least, she didn't care for that all too much ever since she came to Winterfell. In Riverrun, she had to act properly and be courteous every heartbeat lest she offends someone. In the North, it was the opposite. The ladies of the North were not so welcoming towards her and graced her with distant politeness. She remembered the aloofness and disinterest shining in Lady Barbri's eyes. The lords of the North on the other hand treated her as if she was the queen. Her husband was held in great regard by the lords of the North. The Stark name held power in the North far beyond the Tully name could garner in the Riverlands. Perhaps, this was how all the former royal houses of the old kingdoms were received. It was a change she struggled to accommodate. Ever so slowly she was becoming far more of a child of the North than a child of the South. Before she departed from Riverrun, her uncle had warned her the people of the North were gruff in looks but hold their hearts on their sleeves. It was as her uncle said, and it was refreshing in its own way. In the North, there were no plots to usurp positions of power. The servants of the castle were not spies for rival lords. There were no rival lords, to begin with. The Starks were loved and respected in the North. The only house of concern were the Boltons owing to the actions of their ancestors. For centuries, the Boltons have remained loyal to the Starks. Even the former Red Kings have become staunch allies as seen in the rebellion. The Vale, Riverlands and Stormlands all had houses that rebelled against their liege lords. In the North, this was not to be. When her husband called the banners, the whole North marched under the dire wolf banners. The entire North marched in one pace under one leader to cast down the tyranny of dragons. The people of the North were simple people. It is hard to earn their trust as an outsider, but once the trust is established you become one of them. This was something she loved about the North. She may have left her family home for that of her husband, but she never felt Winterfell alien to her. Well, except for the Godswood. She could never feel welcome in the Godswood of Winterfell. She had tried to do so much to Septa Mordane's charging. Not that she held any notion of abandoning the Seven and convert to the worship of old gods. It's just that she tried to see the Seven in the weirwood trees. In Riverlands, this was the norm as many houses hosted weirwood trees and considered them a part of their culture. They were planted close to small septs and considered to be a part of the Seven with the faces of the Seven etched on the woods. It was a long tradition dating back to the coming of Andals. Although, it was a tradition not universally followed. The Starry September never acknowledged such fallacies. Most Riverland houses don't consider the Starry September as an authority in spiritual matters, especially after Aegon the Dragon liberated her people from the cruel rule of the Ironborn. This schism in the faith had led Riverlands to develop different traditions. Catelyn touched her belly and sighed. She was carrying the fourth child of her dear husband. It was only 2 years ago she delivered her first daughter Sansa. Her first daughter was named after a famed lady of House Stark who was set to inherit Winterfell during the conquest of Dorne. While her twin sons were born out of duty, Sansa was born from love. Her daughter was the apple of her lord husband's eye. Even at the young age of 2, her daughter managed to subjugate her husband to her will. Not a night had passed without her husband caring for Sansa before she went to sleep. Catelyn was immensely happy watching her daughter and husband sleep. Sometimes Ned would sleep with their daughter sleeping on his chest. Catelyn never imagined she would fall in love with her husband. From an early age, she had learned love was scarce in the world when her mother passed away. As the eldest, it has been her duty to care for her siblings in the absence of her mother. She considered herself blessed for she had found love even if she married for duty. That doesn't mean her marriage was without ups and downs. While she loved her husband dearly, her only complaint would be of the bastard's presence in Winterfell. She could understand men, especially those who go out for war, cannot be expected to remain faithful to their wives. They faced death frequently on the battlefield. Her septa had taught her that men fall to wicked ways because war was never meant to be of man's nature. Wars should be fought for the divine, and that was the sole just war. When men fight for material gain, they shall often fall prey to sin. Catelyn could understand why her husband lay with another woman. She had learned of her husband's bastard even at River Run, and she had forgiven him long before he even reached her home after the war. What she could not forgive was the fact that Jon Snow was set up in Winterfell long before she even set foot in the castle. She fiercely fought for the bastard to be removed from Winterfell, but her lord husband always dismissed her concerns. Did Ned love the woman who birthed Jon Snow that much to have the bastard grow with his true-born children? This was the question that burned in her mind, not to mention the threat the bastard posed against her children. Surely, Ned should know bastards are dangerous. Surely her lord husband knows of the Blackfyre rebellions and understands the threat posed by Jon Snow to her Robb. It seemed despite her lord husband growing up under Lord Arryn's roof, he had yet to gain the wise teachings of the seven. Children born from sin will only thrive in sin. If her husband refused to see the danger posed by the bastard, she decided she would not let her sons remain ignorant. To that end, she decided to teach her two sons the wisdom of keeping adherence to the tenets of the seven. It was at this point, she realized the colossal mistake she made when discarding that the North held different views about bastards. It took her 5-year-old son to teach her this lesson. Catelyn had charged Septa Mordain to teach Robb and Haryon of morality. The first 2 days of their teachings remained about topics like justice, honor, chivalry, kindness, etc. On the third day, Septa Mordain taught her sons about sins and the punishment the seven dealt upon those who sin. It was there the Septa explained to her two sons about the sins of bastards. Robb dutifully listened, but Haryon, her fiercely intelligent Haryon, immediately asked a question that attacked the foundation of her faith. If someone sins, then shouldn't the fruits or punishment of that sin be held over those who sin rather than those who could not take part in the sin? That question had stumped Septa Mordain, who spluttered and quoted the 7-point star. The word of the seven is unquestionable, dear Harry. The gods themselves have spoken their will. The response that came from her son was something neither she nor Septa Mordain expected from a 5-year-old. If your God tells you that someone has sinned just because of the circumstances of their birth, which they had no control over, then that God is evil. Those who believe such nonsense are ill in their minds, and people like them are those who commit the worst of sins. The sin of willful ignorance and blind hatred. Septa Mordain had once again tried to correct her little Harry to no effect. The Septa had even asked her to discipline her children, but she was reluctant to do so. Despite Haryon challenging her religious beliefs, Catelyn was struck by her son's reasoning. Can I truly believe a child is inherently evil? Any mother who loved her children could not bear thinking of children as a source of evil. The mere fact that she thought of her husband's bastard as a source of sin was influenced by her own hatred of her husband's unfaithfulness. It was there she understood that her anxieties regarding Jon Snow are birthed from hatred within her mind. She had tried not to hate her husband's bastard, but it was oh so difficult. It was difficult to let go of her fear towards bastards, and very difficult to not worry on her behalf. Would Ned set me aside for Jon Snow's mother if he could? This was a thought that burned in her mind. Could it be that the love that blossomed between her and her husband was an illusion? Does Ned love the mother of his bastard more than her? All these worries inhibit her from seeing Jon Snow as just a child. She could not let these worries go from her mind that easily. To make matters worse, her Haryon was too close to Jon Snow for her comfort. No matter how much she tried to, she could not change Haryon's mind. She had subtlety tried to remove her children from playing with the bastard. She had tried to have the bastard take his meals from the kitchen just like the servants, but Haryon would take his meals from the kitchen as well with his bastard brother. Catelyn tried to persuade and even physically force Haryon away from doing so, but her son would refuse to take any food. This had caused her husband to be cross with her, and she eventually allowed the bastard to take his meals with the rest of her family. Although, she would never allow the bastard a seat at the table. Again, this posed a problem, as Haryon would not take his meals if Jon was not allowed the same privilege. Haryon would join Jon Snow and take his meals on the floor. All these events created rifts between herself and her second son. She had even fought with Ned over the issue, but her husband would not chastise Haryon. There was one time Ned had done so, and that was on behalf of Septa Mordain, who complained Haryon rejected the teachings of gods. Catelyn still remembered the fiery argument her son made that disarmed even Ned at that time. If I'm to believe in the tenets of the 7-pointed star, then I'd have to believe the vast majority of the North is filled with heathens that ought to be put to death. I also have to consider anyone born in Essos will be going to hell simply because they were born in the wrong culture. If this is the book I'm to get morality from, then I respectfully decline those teachings. I don't need my morality to be based on ramblings of fanatics and genocidal barbarians of antiquity. What turned out to be a supposed chastisement resulted in Ned ordering Septa Mordain to not teach Robb or Haryon of the seven. Since then, Ned took the boys to the Godswood to teach them of the old gods. My lady. Her musings were cut short as Maester Luwin called for her attention. Master Luwin. My lady, a raven has arrived from King's Landing. From King's Landing? She asked in surprise. The capital has been silent for a long time. I'm afraid so, my lady. Where is Lord Stark? In the Godswood with the children. She answered before a worry settled in her mind. Has something untoward happened in the capital? My lady. War is coming to Westeros once more. Balon Greyjoy has declared himself king of the Iron Islands. The Lannister fleet anchored at Lannisport has been attacked by the Ironborn fleet. The king has called the banners. Eddard felt the gentle rustle of the leaves. The chirping of sparrows gave the Godswood normalcy that soothed his mind. It was funny to think this is how he found peace in his life. If Brandon or Lyanna was to see him like this they would have teased him endlessly. Sadly his brother and sister passed away. Or maybe, he thought, as he looked at the face carved on the heart tree. Maybe they are watching him from beyond, he thought. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the trunk of the tree, breathing in deep from the misty northern air. If you are watching, Lya, I kept the promise. Your son is safe by my side, and so long as I breathe he will live. Opening his eyes he glanced at the 3 children sitting on a large branch of the heart tree. The branch was not so high, so he had no reason to fear for the children to fall down. He smiled at his sons chatting away excitedly over the new story he told them of the old Stark kings. Sitting in the middle was Harrion, who has an uncanny attention span and an inquisitive mind when it came to knowledge. Maester Luwin had repeatedly informed him of the sheer intelligence exhibited by Harrion. From a young age, Harrion remained inquisitive of his surroundings. Growing up, his son only seems to have expanded on this trait. At first, Eddard had doubted Maester Luwin's observation about how alert young Harrion was. As Harrion grew to the age of 3 he also began to note how calm Harrion was compared to Robb or Jon. Harrion also learned to walk and talk far early than his other 2 sons, who only managed to gurgle out sounds. It was also noted by Maester Luwin how quick Harrion was to learn his letters and numbers. By the time Robb and Jon began learning the letters and numbers, Harrion was already reading books from Winterfell's library. If all of the above hadn't convinced him, the incident with Septa Mordain convinced him of how much sharp Harrion was compared to normal children. At first, Eddard had thought Harrion to have a specific problem against the faith of the 7. It turns out, he was wrong, and instead his son decided that he was not going to believe in any gods. Belief without evidence brings less clarity to the truth. Those who do not seek truth will court ignorance. Those who do not recognize their ignorance will become a disaster to themselves and those around them. These were the words Harrion said to him when he had asked the reason for his son's skepticism in gods. His son apparently decided to coin the idea that there is no god. Eddard felt that was the truth, but an inconvenient truth regardless. If there was any god, wouldn't they have stopped wars from happening in the world? Wouldn't gods would have stepped in and lent the righteous people aid? These were queries Harrion raised on different occasions to which he had no answer. Even a well-learned man like Maester Luwin has struggled before Harrion's questions. Despite Harrion's skepticism of the divine, his son found no discomfort in visiting the Godswood. Like him, Harrion preferred the peaceful air of the Godswood. He took notice Harrion had increased his visits to the Godswood recently. Eddard took that as a good sign. My love. Eddard looked up from his musings to see his lady wife approaching him with a parchment in her hand. His lady wife is a beautiful woman, and the baby bump in her belly only increased her beauty tenfold. Her beauty only grows as years go by, Eddard thought. Have you come to join us, my lady? He asked with a smile. He amusedly watched as Robb jumped down from the branch he was sitting on to jump into Catelyn's arms. Robb has always been far closer to his mother than Harrion. I'm afraid not, my love. The somber tone in his wife's tone clued him to an unsavory event. Robb, Harrion, Jon. Please take your leave. After the children left the Godswood, he turned to his wife with a raised eyebrow. King Robert has called his banners my love. The Ironborn have rebelled. His wife's words were a knife to his heart. Gods, he had prayed and hoped he would not have to fight another war in his lifetime. He could see why Harrion chose to believe there are no gods. But, he could not refuse the call to arms put forth by his king. You could stay, my love. The king will be sending the fleet to combat the Ironborn. Surely, the North lack a fleet, and you will be needed to defend the shores of the North. Catelyn said, hoping to keep her husband with her family. I shall serve where the king commands me to serve. Knowing Robert, he will ask for me to stay by his side. It won't do to reject a king's command, said Eddard as he led his visibly disappointed wife towards the castle. War was coming to Westeros once more, and like last time he would fight as is his duty. He just hoped his children would not fight in wars. If peace could be achieved in the time of his children, he would fight 1,000 wars to do so. Chapter 3, Marching Off to War. Chapter Text. Long has it been since Harry knew of love. Ever since he found out he was an immortal, he had tried to live the life he had with Daphne and his daughters Stephanie and Gwyneth in full. He knew he would live to see his children and grandchildren grow old, yet he lived by their side as happy as one could be. He made the best of the time he had with his family before quietly fading away into anonymity, lest seekers of immortality and power target his family as a means to capture him. The only one with whom he confided his woes was his wife. Daphne was the one who concocted the plan and made him swear to live out the rest of his life. It was her advice that gave him the strength to plow on and live the time he was gifted. She was the one who taught him how precious life was, and as she said on her deathbed, all life has a purpose. But, purpose does not appear in an instant. We create a purpose in life. After I'm gone I want you to find another purpose. When Daphne closed her eyes never to open them again, he followed her advice to the letter. He found a new purpose, one that ensured he would be detached from emotional attachments. His new purpose was knowledge. After making sure his daughters stood on their own legs, he began his journey around the world. It was a changed world he stepped into as the existence of the wizarding world became public knowledge. Despite some rising tensions, he began his quest to acquire more knowledge. Muggle or magical knowledge didn't make a difference to Harry. He studied everything worth studying regardless of their origin. He traveled the world learning different languages, experiencing different cultures, adopting new cuisine. Those travels even helped him cope with his existence as he observed the troubles that bothered other people. His woes were trivial in comparison. Then, the war happened. It was inevitable in his opinion. Anyone who was intimately aware of human behavior could have predicted war was inevitable. Despite stringent progress within wizarding communities across the globe, they failed to realize how destructive Muggles and their ability to wage war can be. The Muggles were not a single tribe, just as the people of the wizarding world. They were more than ready to destroy themselves so long as their perceived enemies were destroyed. Not to mention the political leaders of Muggles were mad lunatics believing in an all-powerful god who demanded an apocalypse to cleanse the unworthy from Earth. Seriously. One would hope people have enough sense not to worship genocidal maniacs. Nope. People were perfectly happy to trash the world so long as they were allowed in their heaven, a concept cooked up by Bronze Age barbarians. Well, if one needs to get to heaven they've got to die first. Of course, this led to all religious nutjobs in the world to wage a holy crusade in the name of their god. What started as a war for resources later turned into a stupid genocidal war based on humanity's imaginary friend in the sky. Growing up, Harry cared not a single whit about religion. It was only when he saw how religion became a mental sickness to vast proportions of people did he realize the dangers it held. This is why he felt a deep aversion to any of the new religions of the world he found himself in. Despite coming to care for his new family, he didn't like their beliefs, especially his mother's religion. The faith of the Seven gave him too many vibes of another religion that employed some sick child molesting weirdos as priests. It felt like he was living in a cheap imitation of a medieval version of his Earth. It was a strange world, and in an even more strange way, he arrived here. Harry knew he was most likely walking to his death when he walked into the Vale, but never had he imagined he would be reborn as a newborn. Sure, there were theories that the Vale was a doorway to another world, but those were theories. Either way, he was reborn into this new world as a Stark of Winterfell. Harry, and they named him, and he grew alongside his twin brother and half-brother in the castle of Winterfell. It was mentally exhausting for him to bear the early years of his infancy. He retained little control over the motor functions of his body. And when he finally managed to regain a semblance of control, he was constrained by the weakness of his young body. Even his magic had suffered quite a blow, but surely he was growing more powerful each day. At the age of 3, he could barely make a stone lift a few inches from the ground. Now, he could cast the hovering charm easily, all thanks to the Elder Wand which returned to his hand on his 5th birthday. So far, the Resurrection Stone and the Cloak of Invisibility was nowhere to be seen. Despite his less than wobbly magical power, his access to Elder Wand gave him a certain advantage. An advantage he was going to use for the benefit of House Stark in the north. War has been declared in the Seven Kingdoms. The land of his new family was going to war with the Ironborn, who he was fascinated to note was a far worse version of ancient Vikings. While he had nothing against some bunch of barbarians on an island far away, he was not prepared to have his father and the people of the north suffer needlessly in this war. It was this decision that led him to the armory of Winterfell. Harry felt the familiar weight of Elder Wand settle in his right-hand palm. Rows upon rows of swords, shields, armor and spears lined the armory. More was being made by the smiths of Winterfell and Wintertown. Taking a deep breath, he began his work in earnest. It took him a while, but he managed to cover enough tools of war with spells that ought to give Northerners an edge in the coming battles. Applying the unbreakable and repelling charms on chainmail, armors, and other weapons, he was sure there will be a far less death rate. He had already repeated this feat with his father's set of armor and shield last night. With the deed done, he quietly extracted himself from the armory. The armory of Winterfell was placed right at the center of the inner walls near the courtyard. So, Harry had to walk through the courtyard to the library where he was supposed to attend the daily lessons with Maester Luwin. On the way to the library, he slowed down his pace to watch the men train in the courtyard. With his father calling the banners of the north, Winterfell was gathering men to fight the Ironborn. More and more levies were being drawn up from the lands under Stark rule. A lot of lords from the east and north side of Winterfell were also arriving one by one. Last he knew, there were quite a few clansmen of the northern mountains being welcomed in the Great Hall by his father. The library tower was one of the largest structures in the castle. Winterfell, being one of the oldest castles in the Seven Kingdoms, boasted a great repertory of books in the library. It was one of Harry's favorite places in the castle, other than the underground hot springs, crypts, and God's Wood. Standing at the base of the tower, he felt like the tower was too high to climb. Well, his young legs could race all the way to the top of the tower without much strain. That was not the case for Maester Lewin, who was old. Yet, the old Maester retained his stellar health while climbing the steps of this tower on a daily basis. "The old Maester has been a skin for ya, little lord," said Brown Wendell, one of the guards that usually was on guard duty at the tower. "Is he cross with me, Wendell?" Harry asked. "Saw him lookin' all over the courtyard a moment ago. He didn't look happy to me," said Brown Wendell with a shrug. "Are you going to fight the Ironborn?" "Maybe, if Lord Stark would allow me, that is. The squids ave kept away from northern shores from what I heard. Good sense if ya ask me, cause we ain't like the southerners." Harry laughed before entering the tower and began to climb the stone stairs. The tower somewhat reminded him of the towers of Hogwarts, especially the Ollery. While the ravens of Winterfell were kept in the Maester's tower, a few of them usually hung back at the top of this tower. This made him remember his trips to Hogwarts Ollery, where Hedwig would be waiting for him. As he climbed the stairs, he could hear the sound of Maester Lewin teaching Rob and John. "A black battle axe on a field of silver. Which house's banner is that, Rob?" asked Maester Lewin. "House Dustin," Rob answered hesitantly. "Wrong. John, what is the banner of House Dustin?" asked Maester Lewin. A black crown between two crossed long axes on a field of yellow," answered John after taking some time to think it over. It was at that time Harry stepped into the room with Maester Lewin eyeing him in a dissatisfied manner. "Harrian might be able to remind us the banner of House Irwin," said Maester Lewin with a pointed look. Harry rolled his eyes as Rob looked at him with a cross look. He knew that look. His twin oftentimes was too clingy, always wanting to join him in one of his escapades. John, on the other hand, waved at him enthusiastically and moved a bit to the side to give him a seat between Rob and the black-haired boy. "A black double-headed battle axe in a silver field," Harry answered, and looked at the offered seat on the small wooden bench pointedly. "You may take the seat if you can answer this question." "What are the words of House Irwin and the name of their castle?" asked Maester Lewin. "Honed and ready are their words. House Irwin's seat is called Castle Irwin," Harry answered and took the seat he was offered with Maester Lewin's permission. "Where were you this time, Harry?" asked Maester Lewin, leaning over the large book he was holding. "Just here and there," he answered evasively. "How many times have I told you to be on time for your lessons?" "Many times, Maester Lewin. I shall endeavour to be on time from now on." "This is what you said yesterday when I had to drag you out of the crypts." "But, I heard a sound that led me deep into the crypts. I swear it was the builder," Harry said with an exaggerated whisper at the name of their famed ancestor. Rob was now looking excited while John looked scared. It has been his bit of entertainment to tell ghost stories to John, who was scared of ghosts. Rob, on the other hand, was excited and wanted to see the ghosts his twin kept talking about. "There are no such things as ghosts, Harry," said Maester Lewin, who eyed him with a warning look as he patted John on his head. "John, your brother is only trying to scare you. There are no ghosts in the crypts of Winterfell. I know what I saw. Only those with Stark blood can see the builder." "Is he strong? Did he teach you his magic?" asked Rob, all but jumping in his seat with excitement. "I'm learning, but I'm just a novice compared to the builder. When I'm grown, I'll build a wall twice as big as the one we have right now," said Harry with a smirk. "Yes. But one with steel this time. And it should be around Winterfell. Bad men won't be able to attack Winterfell that way," said Rob. Harry had to admit his twin had some weird ideas floating in his head. But, he got to admit, the kid sure has a vivid imagination. "Harry, how many times have I told you?" Maester Lewin trailed off as they all listened to a horn being blown in the distance. "It's from the north gate," said John. Rob and John raced towards the window side and began to pull a chair near the window. They began to climb over the chair and onto the window to see what was happening. Harry also joined in on the fun, but he was given assistance by Maester Lewin, who gave him a lift. Harry saw his two brothers' eyes shine with excitement as they saw men marching in lines behind long lines of horses, and on the far back, they could see carts being drawn by bulls. "Who are they?" asked Rob excitedly. Winterfell, getting filled with banners, had turned his two brothers into excitable little hell raisers. "A white sun on a field of black are their banners. Surely they must be of House Karstark," said Harry. "Right you are, young Harry. It seems we will have to cut our lessons short," said Maester Lewin. The excited yell let out by John and Rob was amusing to watch for Harry, who was reminded of his two children. At the same time, his smile disappeared as he trained his eyes on the marching men. He held no notion that most of these men were going to return alive or even whole. War always took some toll, be it life, injury, or the mind itself. He just hoped his enchantments would help save as many lives of the Northmen as possible. Chapter 4, The Blacksmith. Chapter text. Harry frowned at the work being done inside the smithy. The smiths of Winterfell were busy using their hammers, chisels, and files to make tools for warfare. The tools of the blacksmiths were pounding away, and if one had the necessary allure to the profession they could listen and recognize the music hidden within. The ringing of steel as hammers pound away to shape the fine contours of the weapon being made. The chisels that help in etching engravings or even chip away slags. The files that remove the rust and keep the edge as sharp as it needs to be. These tools were indeed musical instruments. Perhaps not of the same proclivity as regular musical instruments, but certainly they were instruments of fine arts. The music they brought forth gave birth to weapons that sung the song of steel across the world. The weapons these tools made carried the song of death, and yet they also brought salvation. In his travels around the world, he came to love the craft of a blacksmith. There was something primeval to that profession that called him to this ancient art. His curiosity had led him all the way to Sri Lanka and southern India, where the origins of Damascus steel lay waiting for someone with the right resources to claim. The original techniques were lost in time, but that wasn't going to constrain someone like Harry. He, after all, commanded the ability to summon spirits of long past. The only thing that inhibited his ability was the knowledge of those ancient souls. It was for this knowledge he traveled to these places to trace the lost arts of these ancient civilizations, and his trip was not in vain. He managed to succeed in accessing several old archives, and through them he managed to summon the relevant spirits to the world of the living. From them, he cracked several methods of constructing Damascus steel. It was no easy task, but with the aid of magic, he could ease the efforts put into the making and even improve upon the quality of the steel. He had tried to access the secrets of goblin steel or even the mythical metal mithril. Sadly, he knew not how those were constructed. The secrets of mithril eluded Harry, as any information on the old metal was lost to the ages. No records survived about that metal, and if there was such a record they were heavily shielded under a veil of anonymity. Goblin steel, on the other hand, was available to be studied. The sword of Gryffindor was more than enough of a specimen for Harry to study. The goblins were a tough bunch, as even the long-dead spirits were not willing to share their knowledge with anyone outside their race. So, he went the old-fashioned way to recreate the properties of goblin steel. Trial and error was the norm he used, and to his surprise, it worked. The key to constructing a strong magical sword was spell forging. He trained for 6 months to properly use spell forging techniques by casting bronze swords. Then he went to steel casting after he became familiar with casting spells to bind layers upon layers of metal within a sword. While goblins found a way to bind spells within layers with their unique style of magic, Harry had to be more innovative. He used spells to bind the layers at the moment of casting, but also included runes to maintain the spell's everlasting nature. He suspected the goblins found a way to inscribe runes into the layers inside a sword. It was an art he was sadly unfamiliar with. But, he knew to use the runes over the metallic surface. To preserve the aesthetics of a sword, he could keep the runic inscriptions invisible to the naked eyes. The combination of spell forging and the secrets of metallurgy behind Damascus steel led him to create an entirely new form of steel. What got his attention, however, was the new world he was born into already housed a similar version of such steel called the Valyrian steel. The Valyrians who inhabited the Valyrian Peninsula had managed to produce this metallurgical and magical marvel. They named it Valyrian steel. Rumors claim Valyrian steel was made from dragon flames. Harry knew that to be untrue. Well, maybe the Valyrians used the flames of dragons to melt the steel and keep the temperature as high as possible, but magic was the backbone of Valyrian steel. He knew that for sure when he studied the ancestral Valyrian sword of House Stark, Ice. In Westeros and Essos, a Valyrian steel sword was priceless. A mountain of gold could be acquired by selling a Valyrian steel blade. Owning a blade was also a mark of prestige, as no more Valyrian steel blades were being made. But, that was not why Harry was in the smithy of Winterfell making his first attempt in making a sword and armor in this world. He had found out another bit of problem in his plan of charming the weapons and armors of Northmen with protective spells. His spells were not lasting more than a week. It seemed despite using the Elder Wand his magic was not strong enough to properly use the abilities of the Death Stick. Usually, a spell cast by the Elder Wand would not easily weaken with time. Unfortunately, that's what's happening right now. Harry had found the spells he used inside on his father's armor and shield had disappeared after a week. He didn't know why, but he was curious to find out why magic was being drained. Meanwhile, he came up with a short-term solution of spell forging a new armor and shield for his father. While he was at it, he decided to spell forge 2 swords as well. Harry was not so worried by the underperformance of Elder Wand, nor was he worried about the absence of the other 2 Hallows. His research into ancient Norse rituals in Norway and Egypt made him learn of his quite accidental involvement in an old ritual. The Hallows were not gifts from death as the tales of Beetle the Bard would have one believe. The Hallows were linchpins to an old ritual. A ritual that had Nordic origins. The 3 Hallows were powerful objects, but they were assembled by assigning them an epithet of 3 powerful ideas. The Elder Wand was tied to the idea of power, the stone tied to the idea of spirit, and lastly the cloak tied to the concept of invisibility. The ritual succeeded in making their objects phenomenally powerful, but his studies over the ancient runes and glyphs used on the 3 Hallows led him to conclude the ritual was never completed. The Hallows changed hands over the years through different wizards assimilating their power, character, and magic throughout the years. But, like all cups, there is a limit to which it can be filled. Fortunately or unfortunately depending on the situation, when Harry came to possess the 3 Hallows, he unwittingly managed to fulfill the thirst of the 3 Hallows. Being an unwilling Horcrux to Voldemort also did not help, and he came to possess the Elder Wand after surviving a killing curse from Voldemort. The remnants of these 2 unnatural magical energies became a catalyst for absorbing the 3 aspects of power, spirit, and invisibility into his soul. Power made his body endure time, invisibility gave his body a kind of invulnerability that allowed him to survive mortal wounds. For a long time, he had wondered what the aspect of spirit has given him. He had explored soul magic to its extremes, but he never came to a solid conclusion. Well, his present situation gave him an idea of what the aspect of spirit gave him. It seemed he obtained the ability to reincarnate with his identity intact. In a way, the concept of spirit is synonymous with the identity of a person. He came to this conclusion based on the simple fact that he remembered everything that pertains to his identity as Harry Potter. The Elder Wand was indeed as powerful as it could be. The only problem was that the world he lived in seems to suck out any shred of magic unless it was tethered by runic inscriptions. He had noted runic magic to function adequately, as Valyrian steel blades have not suffered any drain of magic. Harry looked at the melting pot sitting inside the raging magical fire he had created. The blacksmiths were looking at him as if he was a god. The Northerners were pagan worshippers even if they don't identify themselves as such. At least, he considered them pagans. Anyone who worshipped the forces of nature without devolving into organized religion was pagan in his eyes. The old gods of the forest sounded more and more like a disorganized pagan religion which only asked 2 things from their followers. Say no incest and slavery. Both of those ideas he could easily get behind. He also loved the fact that the Northerners worship trees and sees them as the divine embodiment of gods. He couldn't find a better way to instill nature preservation in a bunch of muggles. Harry noted the crucible steel ingots he prepared had turned into a fluid state inside the melting pot. Without his spells, it would have been nigh impossible to use this method and cast steel swords or armor. Pour it into the mold, Master Wegner. The local smith nodded and took the mold out of the fire Harry provided and poured it into the mold. Harry would have done the deed, but his arms were not strong enough to bear the weight, nor were they steady enough. As Master Wegner poured the molten metal into the mold, Harry began chanting in Latin. He began casting a long chain of spells that would shape, bound, and link the layers of metal with magic. As Master Wegner finished pouring the last drop into the mold, Harry finished his chants. Then a helper of Master Greg took the clay mold and placed it in a bucket of water. The water hissed as it rushed into the metal and began to quench it. Harry immediately cast a spell that removed the clay mold from the sword and began carving out runes all over the blade's periphery with his wand. The runes have to be drawn before the blade loses its heat, so he supplemented the runes with heat-preserving charms. When all was said and done, the sword was complete, and with a small swish of his wand he made the runes flare up with magic before disappearing altogether. Then he removed the heat-preserving charms and allowed the blade to cool down. Harry looked over the sharpness of the blade and the distinct ripples over the surface. It looked exactly like Valyrian steel, and now he could focus on other works. Harry looked around and saw his twin and John looking wide-eyed at the sword he produced. The other blacksmiths were not faring any better. So, there really is a ghost of the builder in the crypts, whispered John, turning pale white. Harry barely suppressed his laughter. Oh, it was one of his best ideas to claim he was interacting with the ghost of Brandon the Builder. Now, he has got a plausible explanation for all of his miracle works and magic. Let's start again, Master Wegner. This time with more steel. After all, a single sword alone would not do the trick. XXXXXX. Ned, I'm concerned about Harry. Surely, you see his obsession with the Smiths and his far-fetched claims are not healthy, complained Catelyn. Eddard frowned but otherwise remained unreceptive of his wife's concerns. It was not that he didn't understand Catelyn's concerns regarding their son. It was just that he didn't find much trouble with Harry's interests. He remembered a time when all he could think of was swords and horses. He had also been fascinated with how swords were made, and he had itched to use one in his youth. Eddard vividly remembered the first time he held a wyrd in his hand. It was no wooden sword but a castle-forged sword. Brandon was the one who helped him get access to the sword. He was so grateful to his brother for doing that. His father, on the other hand, was not so pleased to learn about the incident. If he was to pretend to be cross with Harry, he'd be a hypocrite. It seemed his son inherited a lot more than just his looks. As for Harry's claims of ghosts and whatnot, he was somewhat concerned. The crypts of Winterfell is a dark place, especially if one goes deep enough. Even Eddard dared not travel too far into the depths of the crypts. In part, this was because of Lyanna's attempts at scaring him in his childhood. Though elder to his sister, he remained vulnerable to her mastery of scaring people to their death. Harrion is a child cat. It is only normal for young children to find swords, horses, and soldiers fascinating. It is only natural for him to be scared of the crypts. Remember what Maester Luwin said. A child's mind is creative and comes up with most silly explanations to those which they do not understand. But Ned. Harry claims he saw a ghost. Not just any ghost, but the ghost of your famed ancestor. Catelyn argued most fiercely. Eddard loved it when his wife became all flustered and angry. A fish in hot water, his wife was, when she became all angry and protective. Not to mention her cheeks would turn red synonymous to her fiery hair. That is most likely because of old stories he loves so much to read. Harry has been learning even the old tongue to read some of the old scrolls in the library. Ned, he claims the ghosts talk to him and teaches him things. Are you not concerned? Catelyn asked with her nostrils flaring. Now, he became concerned. Not because Harry made up some story to scare Rob and John. But because of his wife's rising ire. Even he knew he should not let her fall too hard into anger as she was pregnant with their fourth child. So he petted her hair and tried to calm her down. I'll talk to him, Cat. You worry too much, my love. Eddard whispered into her hair as he pressed a chaste kiss on her head. Thankfully, that drained the anger out of his wife. Now he understood why his father always said his mother was beyond his understanding. Women were difficult to deal with. Sometimes later he sat in the Great Hall entertaining the guests he held under his roof. Much of the north was still mustering up the troops. The northern army won't be sailing from the shores of the north. For one, there was not much of navy to speak of to accomplish such an undertaking. Eddard hoped to raise 20,000 men or at least close to that number. Then he'd march that army south and help Riverlands in throwing the Ironborn to the seas. From there he and his men could board the ships of the Royal Fleet and eventually attack the Iron Islands. There were quite a number of northern ships in the Sunset Sea. But, they'd be tasked to protect the shores of the north. Looking at the Great Hall, he took note of Karstark, Bolton, Manderley, Lake, Tallheart, and Glover men. There were other notable houses like Forrester, Whitehill, Locke, and many more. The lords were all gathering in Winterfell for their long march to Riverlands. At the moment, many houses have yet to arrive like Umbers and Mormonts. Strangely enough, Lord Orbertstein of Skagos decided to answer the call. The man and the rest of Skagosi had arrived together with the Karstarks. Lord Orbert even gifted him unicorn horn, which was a rare item in itself. After Aegon's conquest, the Skagosi have never answered the call of Starks of Winterfell unless it was to defend the north against wildlings. It was for this reason the Starks before him never bothered the Skagosi. Then again, the oaths houses Stain, Crowell, and Magner swore was to raise their banners in support to defend the wall or to protect the north from southern invaders. Lord Manderley seems to be in a good mood, said Lord Ricard Karstark as the Lord of Karhold approached him. The Karstarks were Starks in all but name. Lord Ricard had more similarity to him than anyone else in the hall. For a stranger, Lord Ricard would look like an older brother or an uncle to him. Lord Karstark. A raven from Kong's Landing arrived informing the Ironborn has attacked Shield Islands. Anything that sets back the Reach is a cause of celebration for Lord Wyman. Eddard said with a somewhat amused smile. Ha! The man always says the story of Manderley's arrival to the north to his guests. I'd wager he is obsessed with the Starks, said Lord Ricard, shaking with laughter. Don't forget you are a Stark as well, my lord. I'm a Karstark. Is there that much difference? Asked Eddard. I suppose when you put it like that, my Lord Stark. I noticed you named your second son Harrion. My eldest son is also named Harrion. I named him after the builder's son, said Eddard. You Starks have a penchant for naming your children after men of the past. Lord Ricard just grumbled good-naturedly. A trait that is common among Karstarks as well. Eddard reminded his kin. The doors to the hall opened, snatching Eddard's attention. It was the local blacksmith who was accompanied by Rob, Harrion, and John. Some of the Stark men were even pulling in a small wooden cart with its top covered with a cloth. What is this, Master Wegner? Eddard asked with a frown, as he did not remember asking the man's presence, least of all in the Great Hall in the presence of other lords. Apologies for the intrusion, my lord. But, this could not wait. A most extraordinary event has occurred, my lord. Your son managed to forge Valyrian steel. Eddard's mouth hung open and the whole hall became silent for a moment. Eddard stared at the blacksmith confusedly, wondering if the man lost his mind. He was not the only one who was thinking along those lines. What kind of foolishness are you talking about, you fool? You dare to lie in the presence of a Stark at the heart of the north? Thundered Lord Ricard. But, my Lord Karstark. I'm not lying. Look for yourself. The blacksmith then removed the cloth from the cart to show a shiny new set of armor, greaves, and a helmet. It was a full plate armor painted pitch black in color. But that was not the detail that took the collective breath out of the hall. What surprised many was the shining rippling pattern that surrounded the armor. The paint may have covered the whole armor, but the distinct ripple pattern was there if one looked close enough. If you still don't believe me, look at this, said Master Wegner, after which, the blacksmith picked up a sheathed sword from the cart. With a flourish, the blacksmith drew the sword, and the steel singing was all too familiar for Eddard, who was intimately familiar with ice. Old gods, give me strength, Eddard heard Lord Ricard say with utter surprise. He was not far away from saying something along the lines, but he tried to keep a smooth face. Instead of saying anything, he turned to his three sons, who were sporting different expressions on their faces. Rob was positively thrumming with glee. John looked happy and yet a bit more concerned at all the attention they were garnering. Harrion on the other hand looked at him with an innocent smile. Told you Harry could speak with the ghost of Bran the Builder. Everybody made fun of me then. What say you now, hey? Eddard palmed his face at his eldest son's outburst. It did not help at all and the inhabitants of the hall began excitedly whispering with each other. He could make out whispers like Stark blood being strong, wolf blood, blessed by the old gods. What have you done now, Harry? Or maybe could his son truly speak with Bran the Builder? Eddard wondered. Looking at the Valyrian steel blade which was now in Lord Ricard's hand he could believe his son's claim. Or maybe, could it be that his son is the second coming of the Builder? Eddard eyed his son as if seeing Harrion for the first time. Chapter 5, Crypts of Winterfell. Chapter text. The Northern Army had marched off to Riverlands to relieve them of the reaving Ironborn. Last Harry heard from Maester Luwin, the Northern Army was near Moat Cailin. The army would then cross into Riverlands through the perilous path of the Neck. Then they would march for Sigurd and relieve House Mallister along with the entire western Riverlands from the Ironborn invasion. At least, that was the general plan. In war, plans may not necessarily survive in contact with the enemy. Harry has personal experience to attest that. You'd think having magic gives you an advantage over the muggles. The muggles of his world proved that magic, while certainly a powerful tool, was not all-powerful and it had its weaknesses. The muggles were masters in biowarfare and they used their subtle weapons to unleash terrible diseases and viruses to cripple the wizarding army. At one point, the muggles even managed to cripple magic as well. There was a time when Harry would have scoffed if anyone told him muggles have the ability to cripple magic in the world. The muggles of his world proved him wrong and the muggles of this world once again repeated that feat. He had thought they could not have advanced that far enough to cripple the magic of the entire world. Well, he was not sure magic was crippled all over the world but it was crippled in Winterfell. The only smudge of magic he could feel in Winterfell was from the crypts, the hot springs underneath the castle and the weirwood trees of the God's Wood. When Harry realized he could not bind magic outside his body indefinitely he started searching for the cause. Something was draining magic from Winterfell and perhaps even the North or West Eros for that matter. His failure to enchant weapons and armament of Winterfell's armory certainly led him to this conclusion. Thus, he began his search and he was no closer to find the reason. The first place he looked for was inside Winterfell. Winterfell is the ancestral seat of House Stark and was the capital of the North before Aegon's conquest. According to Maester Luwin, Winterfell is among one of the oldest castles in West Eros and one of the largest. While legends claim the castle was built by Brandon the Builder with the aid of giants 8,000 years ago, Maester Luwin dismissed such claims. Harry agreed with the Maester. Winterfell was burnt down twice before Endels invaded West Eros by the Red Kings of Dreadfort. So, the claim of Winterfell being 8,000 years old falls flat. The outer walls stand 80 feet high while the inner gate stands 100 feet high. If legends are to be believed, these two walls were built by giants. An obvious lie that could be easily dismissed. The oldest structure in Winterfell was the first keep and that has been rebuilt before the Andal invasions. So, the claim of the walls being built by giants is just superficial claims. Now, there was indeed a portion of the first keep that remained unblemished by time and that was the crypts. The ancient crypts remained untouched by the happenings of the outside world. Well, not entirely untouched as there were portions of the crypts that were decaying or are under the process of deterioration. However, for Harry's keen senses he could feel the ancient magic woven around the crypts and its 2x2 pillars along its length. It was one of the reasons why he spent so much time in the crypts. From his limited probing, he learned there was an ever-expanding charm woven into the structure of the crypts. However, it was not a charm simply woven into the bricks by some wizard. The charm was somehow a self-charging runic work that seems to charge occasionally by absorbing magic from the God's Wood. And try as he might, Harry could not find any runic inscriptions inside the crypts. He was still looking but his search has so far turned up with no success. He also theorized there is a preservation charm woven into the structure. For whatever reason, that piece of magic is not functioning everywhere. Perhaps, the runic inscriptions were shoddily done or a portion of the inscriptions are damaged. Whatever the case, he couldn't confirm his suspicions because he had yet to find the runic scripts. As if that was not enough, the fabled hot springs of Winterfell was another magical marvel. Magic was positively thrumming in the hot springs. His senses would go haywire whenever he could sneak into the hot springs. It was a perilous journey to reach the very bottom of the first keep. The hot springs lie far beneath the first keep immersed in total darkness. This was also another place that made no sense if there was no magic involved. For all the talk of hot springs, none in the castle had seen the fabled hot springs with their own eyes. That's mostly because of a common misconception. It is believed that the Great Keep is built around the natural hot springs. Nothing could be farther from the truth. If this was indeed the case, then there was no need for servants to make warm water for baths. They could have just taken the warm water from the hot springs. The reason the servants could not do that was that the hot springs were not at all beneath the Great Keep. The hot springs lie beneath the first keep, and to access it one needs to evade some of the wreckage and find the ironwood door far down the dungeons of the old structure. Harry found it only by using the point me spell. While the hot springs was indeed a natural one, there was no way it was keeping the whole castle warm by its sheer existence alone. No. Magic was once again involved. The water from the hot springs flows over to the pipes that are spread out across the castle. Water cannot simply flow through the pipes without something priming the movement. Natural flow has its limits, and what he saw in Winterfell cannot be possible with the natural flow of water. So, something was forcing the water from the hot springs and circulating it through the different buildings within the castle walls. The obvious culprit was magic, as he was sure the first men were not tech-savvy to invent a rotary pump when they were not even aware of steel. Now, the third and last place of magical consecration was in the God's Wood. He had some experience in dealing with magical trees in the Amazon forest, and that experience warned him to bide his time. He didn't want to poke at the heart tree without certain precautions. So, this left him with two options. He could investigate either the hot springs underneath the first keep, or he could look into the crypt. The hot springs would need to be examined by physically slipping into the water. With his present physical age, that was suicide even with magic. It'd only take a small mistake for him to slip into a watery grave. So, exploring the crypts became the safer option. If only it was so bloody simple, he thought as he stepped around another cluster of broken stones. The deeper one goes into the crypt, damages could be seen at a progressive rate. Yet, he could not find the runic scripts anywhere. The point me spell and all known scanning spells in his repertory were ineffective in this endeavor. For some reason, even his natural sensing skills which he had honed over the years were failing him. Harry. It was Maester Luwin seeking him out once again. Letting out a disappointed sigh, he looked around the stone faces of the Winter Kings of old. All of them were holding onto rusted swords while sitting on a throne. Only very few Starks had sculptures who were not kings or lords of Winterfell that remained in the crypts. Their towering statues seemed to mock his inability to find their secrets. But, Harry was not going to give up that easily. There was still one more method left to try out in his arsenal. Harryan. You have archery lessons to attend. If I've to come down, I'm going to ask Lady Stark to confine you to your room for a week. Harry stopped at that threat and decided to cut his search short. It seemed he'd have to find alternative ways to find the runic scripts. I'm coming. He shouted back lest Maester Luwin decides to step in. Picking up the oil lamp, he made his way out of the dark halls of his ancestors. His footsteps echoed throughout the otherwise silent chamber as he made his way out. It took him some time, but he finally managed to arrive near the spiraling stone stair and began his climb. He was far below and searching in the older sections of the crypts, which means he had quite a number of steps to climb. At the very top, he found Maester Luwin with an oil lamp of his own, looking none too pleased. How many times have I told you not to wander into the crypts? Maester Luwin asked him once he managed to climb out of the stairs. The builder called me, and I can't say no to the builder cause he is the builder. Harry squeaked out with wide eyes. If someone ever doubted his acting skills, this particular piece would have shut them up. It turns out the trick to act like a child is to make as much trouble as possible and give the most ridiculous reasons for said trouble. He also took it as a credit when he saw Maester Luwin refuse to correct him on his ghost claims, unlike the last few times. His ability to spell forge swords has put doubt into the mind of Maester Luwin. Eyeing the Valyrian steel link on Maester Luwin's neck, he was not so surprised by the Maester's easy acceptance of his usage of magic. Harry was pleasantly surprised to know, while the Citadel disapproved of magic and its studies, they still hold a long tradition of exploring higher mysteries. That doesn't mean the Maester was wholly supportive of his magic, nor does it mean the man had anything to contribute to his specific craft. Despite Maester Luwin's studies in regards to higher mysteries, it remained theoretical studies. The Maesters of Citadel believes magic died with the death of the last of Targaryen dragons. Harry found this view interesting. He knew for fact magic was not dead, as he could feel it in the air around him. Nonetheless, magic was in serious peril. It was diminished in some sense due to reasons unknown, yet pockets of magic remained. He was curious how the dragons supposedly fit into everything. But, that could wait, cause first he had to grow up to a suitable age and then journey out of Winterfell to have his answers. Harry noticed the strange and sometimes worshipping eyes of the castle's inhabitants following him. His apparent ability to cast Valyrian steel sword had elevated him to something of an elite among the elite status. According to Septa Mordain, he was supposedly blessed by the smith. The old god's followers believe he was blessed by the old gods of the forest with magic. Some believe his story wholeheartedly, that he was communicating with Brandon the Builder. Another group believed he is the reincarnation of the Builder. Harry had openly laughed at Septa Mordain's face when she had made the ridiculous claim of his magic being a gift of the smith. So, you are saying I am blessed by your imaginary god, which I don't believe in? This god of yours sure seems to be out of touch with reality for blessing heretics with powers. That was his response to the Septa's ridiculous claims. But, he had to give it to the woman. She was one stubborn woman who took his retort without rising to the bait. Instead, the Septa muttered a hasty goodbye to his mother and himself before retreating to Winterfell's September. Since then, he heard no tales of the Septa's whereabouts which he found very pleasant. Now, the old gods are another matter entirely. Since he credited his ability to spell forge on the ghost of Brandon the Builder, he had to keep his silence on the claims of old gods' followers. The claim was also politically safe considering he was living at the heart of First Men culture. Despite his recent rise in popularity and literally being worshipped by the people of Winterfell, there were some who didn't give a damn. One such person was Silos Poole. The man was thin like a chopstick and shorter than most men with sandy brown hair and black eyes. While a distant cousin of Vayan Poole, Silos was their archery and horse riding trainer. Harry eyed his brothers who were practicing with a bow. Owing to their young body they were only required to learn the basics of archery, which was boring as hell. Look who decided to turn up. Thought you could escape training again, didn't ye? Growled Silos before dragging Harry by his hand towards the archery range. I wasn't trying to escape. Harry growled back as he rubbed his arm while Silos picked up a practice bow. You weren't? Then you wouldn't mind to show me the pose we practiced yesterday, wouldn't ye? Challenged Silos, looking expectantly at Harry with his black beady eyes. Harry took the bow into his hand and tried to remember the exact pose. He kept his right foot behind his left foot while raising the bow with his left hand. With his right hand, he drew the string back and looked quizzically at Silos. Give a bend to those knees and keep them at least shoulder width apart. Harry followed the instructions and allowed himself to move into the position. Good. Silos muttered while circling Harry looking for any more defects. Keep the drawn portion of the string just underneath your jaw or keep it close to your nose. Harry stole a glance at his brothers and they were now out of their stances relaxing their arms. A slap to the back of his head broke him away from observing his brothers. Eyes front Harryan. An archer does not know anything else but his target. Silos growled. With a scowl, he focused on the boring task of holding a bow properly. It was going to be a long day. It was a strange journey from Winterfell to the Neck. The last time Eddard had led the Northern Army was to save Lyanna and seek justice for his brother and father. He was inexperienced then and he had struggled to control the Lords of the North. They were a rowdy bunch and it took all his patience to have them follow his orders. This time around he found them far more malleable under his command. You are more at ease now, my lord. Command suits you. Eddard glanced at his fellow lord and friend Howland Reed. Originally, the Lord of Greywater Watch was his sister's friend. He still remembered the tale Howland told him before they embarked on their journey to Dorne. Howland had felt guilty that it was because of him, Lyanna came under Rhaegar's line of sight. Only I know how alienable it feels to be the Lord of Winterfell when it should have been Brandon. I was supposed to inherit Moat Cailin by my father's schemes. It was his wish to restore the castle to its former glory. Said Eddard, shaking his head ever so slightly to shake away memories that forced old wounds to reopen. That might be the case. Howland agreed curtly. But, you are doing well. The Lords of the North respect you. Eddard let out a grim chuckle. Not all of them. Lady Barbary surely holds a grudge. She sent as less number of men as possible. No one in a position of power will be loved by everyone, my lord. Your lord father was respected by the Lords of the North. That doesn't mean everyone loved him. There were quite a few who disagreed with many of his decisions and perhaps even disliked him for it. Yet, when a grave injustice was visited upon Lord Ricard, the whole North rose to avenge him. Edward nodded thoughtfully before patting the Lord of Greywater Watch on his shoulder. You are right, Howland. We find our true friends on the battlefield. I certainly did. If you consider me a friend, then I should be by your side. Said Howland, making Eddard sigh. In truth, Eddard would have loved to have Howland by his side. The last time he survived the war was because of Howland. If Howland was not present at the tower, then he would have most likely perished at the end of Arthur Dane's sword. Even now, thinking about Arthur Dane caused him equal amounts of misery and hatred. The man had kept Lyanna locked up in the tower just because some rapist prince ordered him so. The man also had the guts to prohibit him to see his sister. At that moment, it felt right to slay all the three King's Guard. On the other hand, he knew the three knights were just doing their duty. They swore vows before the gods to serve their king. They served the Targaryens to their last breath, and for that, they have his respect. Arthur Dane was the most skilled swordsman he ever crossed blades with, and if it wasn't for Howland stabbing the Sword of the Morning from the back, he wouldn't be alive. No matter how dishonorable the act was, Howland saved him and brought him a few moments with his sister before she passed away. For that alone, Howland deserved his humble gratitude. The man had given him a chance to say goodbye and console his sister before she passed away. It was a debt that he could never repay. I'd rather you stay here in your home and watch your children grow, Howland. War is a grim affair, and I know your son is ill. Greywater fever, was it? A most common fever in the Neck. He will survive, my lord. Said Howland. I will pray to the gods old and new for his recovery. But your son needs his father more than anything else. Go and be with your family. The gods know that's what I prefer instead of this war. Eddard muttered, looking at the long lines of caravans tumbling along the King's Road escorted by loyal men of the North. Speaking of your family, How fares young Rob, Harrion, and John? Asked Howland curiously. A smile came to Eddard's face at the thought of his children. They are doing well. Rob is the most excitable one, Harrion could give lessons to Lina on how to make trouble and John tends to be the responsible one. That's strange. I'd have expected John to be the troublemaker. Commented Howland, and together they shared a laugh in the memory of Lina. For a moment, they stayed silent, reminiscing of the past, forgetting the troubles of the present. While Greywater watches far away from Winterfell, we have heard rumors of Harrion's feat. Is it true that he forged Valyrian steel swords in a full suit of armor? Asked Howland. Eddard frowned as he didn't know what to feel about the whole mystery surrounding his second son. He didn't know whether to believe Harrion's claim of being taught by the ghost of Brandon the Builder to forge Valyrian steel of all things. Despite his misgivings, he felt the gods have blessed his son with a great gift, but a dangerous one. Many would kill to own a Valyrian sword. So it stands to reason that his son, who is now shown to have the knowledge to forge Valyrian steel, would be coveted by dangerous people once word of his accomplishment spreads. It was one of the reasons why he had increased Winterfell's guards before he left his home. The rumors are true. Eddard admitted with some reluctance. I don't know exactly how, but Harrion can forge Valyrian steel. He claims he learned the art from the ghost of Brandon the Builder, which doesn't make any sense. That's very intriguing, said Howland before looking incredulously at Eddard. The ghost of Brandon the Builder taught him. I know. It doesn't make any sense, but that's what Harrion claims. I see. Howland mumbled while looking thoughtful. What are you thinking? Eddard asked, seeing the ponderous look on Howland's face. Have you considered Harrion might be a green seer? Asked Howland. A green seer? Surely, you jest, my lord. Don't be so easily dismissive, Lord Stark. Howland warned. You do have the blood of Warg King running through your veins. How do you think your ancestors defeated the Marsh King? I know not, my lord. Talks of magic and myths are not my strong suits. Eddard admitted. If anything, he'd have to ask Benyon, who was far more informed in the myths and magic. For reasons beyond my understanding, my son has a unique gift. I just hope that gift serves him well and bring good fortune. If your son's gift involves forging Valyrian steel, then I think he will bring great fortune. I suspect offers will flow in from four corners of the world once his gifts are known. Claimed Howland. Speaking of which, are you going to show me your son's work? I gave the Valyrian steel sword Harrion gave me to Sir Roderick. The other one Harrion gifted it to Jory Castle and charged him to protect me with the sword. As for the suit of armor, I have that in my tent. Said Eddard. Then let's go to your tent, my lord. I'd have an eyeful of the craft of the second builder in House Stark. Chapter 6, A Wolf at Sigurd. Chapter text. Sir Satin Mudd's arms shook as he gripped the sword fastened to his waist. He prayed to the gods old and new to protect him this day so that he may return to the warm embrace of his wife. His wife was expecting, and she may give birth any day now. Instead of being there for her, he was at the forefront of the war. Satin cursed the Ironborn for starting this whole mess. If it wasn't for them, he'd be in his modest holdfast instead of hiding amongst the trees on this sunny day. He'd have been most likely collecting taxes from the villages for Lord Mullister. Since the burning of the Lannister fleet, Sigurd has been preparing for an Ironborn attack. Lord Mullister had readied his meager fleet and had brought the coasts as much time to properly face the Ironborn threat head-on. The Mullister fleet now lay broken beneath the waves, but those brave men certainly brought the Riverlands time to raise enough men to defend their lands. They were still recovering from the fires of the rebellion. Even so, there were brave men ready to take up arms just as the generation before had done so. Satin's own father had fought in the rebellion only to lose his life at the Trident. He had been forbidden to join his father as he had yet to earn his knighthood. 6 years later this was no longer the case. Satin served Lord Jason Mullister most dutifully, just as his ancestors have done in the past. His vaunted ancestor was just a common soldier from the north. Just a mere mounted soldier sworn to House Dustin who was blessed by the gods old and new. Barrow was the name of his ancestor. Satin's ancestor was part of the northern army that crossed into the Riverlands under Cregan Stark for the Black Queen during the Dance of Dragons. In a twist of fate, his ancestor saved the life of Desmond Mallister's second son in a battle. For this, his ancestor was given a knighthood, a plot of land and Lord Desmond's natural-born daughter as wife. This was how House Mudd was born, and since then the Knights of House Mudd had served the Lords of Sigurd in protecting the coasts from Ironborn reavers, bandits, and other miscreants looking to break the peace. Sir Satin, longships are approaching. A scout precipitously called out to their company. There were 50 men under his command, and a better part of them was quite tired from riding along the coasts in rotating patrols. Ever since the war began, they have been riding all across the land to keep peace and evacuating the villages nearby to the coasts. It has been tiresome work, but Satin was proud to say he worked with good men. They had carried out Lord Jason's command and probably saved the lives of many innocent small folk. The Riverlands could ill afford to lose more hard-working small folk, lest there would be hardly any hands to work the fields. Oftentimes, it is the innocent that suffers in the war, and far too many had fallen when they deposed the mad dragon and his rapist heir from the Iron Throne. Are there any small folk living near the shores? He asked the scout. No, Ser. Are you sure, lad? The small folk can be stubborn and may have refused to move from their homes. These Ironborn won't be as considerate as our men. They will rape the woman and spirit them off to their barren rocks to serve as glorified slaves. No, sir. I'm sure we had all the people moved to safer locations. Satin nodded at the scout. Now that he knew for sure there were no innocents in his way, he could spring the trap on those raving lunatics without worry. You hear that, men? It looks like we will be wetting the sands of our coasts with Ironborn blood. Let's go kill those rapist thugs. That was more than enough words to rile up the to a frenzy. No one here was ignorant of the Ironborn and their reputation. Failure meant the desolation of their homeland, and most of the men Satin was leading had families to protect. They could ill afford to let these Ironborn establish a foothold in these lands. Satin led the men towards the beach, still under the cover of trees. In the distance, they could make out the Ironborn longships as well as the small rafts carrying readers abound for the shores. I count 4 longships in the distance, Ser. Said the scout. Aye. If we wait too long, more Ironborn will take positions. He mused, looking at the disembarking enemy. Satin led his men out from the trees. He only had 8 mounted men, including himself. The rest were all peasant soldiers, and among them only 10 archers. Most of the men were in Sigurd, fending off the attack from Greyjoys. Got to work with what I have rather than what I'd prefer, he thought grimly. He rode at the front, leading the men. He had the archers stay back and pin down the Ironborn with arrows from higher ground. It also meant he'd have the advantage in the initial bout. And he was proven right when his men cut through the disorganized enemy who was running around trying to avoid arrows. Satin took the life of an Ironborn, cleaving the head off with his sword. It was his first kill in this war, and soon he was in the thick of the battle. An axe-wielding maniac tried to bring him down from his horse, but he smashed that fool's head with the flat of his sword. It was completely unintentional, as he was aiming to cut the man's neck. Satin's mistake notwithstanding, the Ironborn remained disoriented, and his horse, it seemed, didn't like the Ironborn one bit. His horse surged ahead and kicked the Ironborn with his hind legs. The distant crack of bones and the scream the Ironborn let out made him aware that his horse had done his work for him. Good boy. Now, let's kill the rest of them. He whispered to his horse, and so continued the carnage. Despite being a small battle, Satin took in the smell of blood, piss, and shit. Men were screaming in pain or in fear. Some were screaming for no reason at all and was just hacking away at long dead enemies in a frenzy. Despite the lack of quality of his men, Satin stood victorious on the beach. When the last Ironborn died, he let out a victorious cry that was taken up by his men. At that moment, he felt like he could fight 100 battles and win all of them. Despite the euphoria that was filling his body, he took note that the longships were lowering more rafts filled to the brim with more Ironborn. We need more archers. Archers. He called out, and to his surprise, 2 horns blew from the east as if answering his call. The tree lines rumbled, and from them emerged a large army. Men poured in from the tree lines carrying the dire wolf banner. Rows and rows of horses, archers, and simple soldiers poured out in droves. Leading them was a black armored figure on a black steed that seemed to suck out the very light itself. A large number of archers poured into the beach and began raining death on the Ironborn. Satin noted that very few rafts survived the Northmen's assault. Those that survived had the good sense to turn around and take their leave. Those that tried to brave the arrows were now probably with their drowned god. The black armored figure removed his helmet, and Satin immediately knew this was the Quiet Wolf. He had only met the Lord of Winterfell once, and that was when Lady Catelyn wed the Northern Lord at Riverrun. He wouldn't forget the face of Eddard Stark, as it was also the last day he spoke to his father. The Lord of Winterfell hadn't changed much in the years since the wedding. The man still sported a thick beard, and he felt a primal fear by looking into those judging grey eyes. It felt like he was being studied, and the feeling did not sit well with him. Lord Stark. I'm Sir Satin Mudd, a knight sworn to Lord Jason Mallister. Well met, sir. Any word from Sigurd? Asked the Lord of Winterfell. The voice, in contrast to the looks of the Northern Lord, was far softer. Perhaps, that's why men call the man the Quiet Wolf. The last I had word, Lord Mallister was pinned down in his castle with repeated attacks from the Greyjoy fleet. He reported. Far be it from him to show disrespect to a Lord Paramount, especially when said Lord commanded a large army. In that case, we would help Lord Jason. Will you join us, sir? Satin perked up at the offer. He thought the Northerners would just leave them here. I would be happy to accompany you, my lord. But the Ironborn? I will leave some of my men to guard the shores. We would appreciate someone more knowledgeable of the shoreline. It ease my men to traverse these lands. Of course, my lord. I'd be happy to help. With his admittance into the Northmen's army, he was a bit happy. He knew the real fight was not going to be on some unknown beach. The real fight was going to be where the High Lords of Westeros would gather. And that's where Satin preferred to be, so that he may earn favors for his family. It also helped to be in the company of a large army. The chances for him to return to his wife was looking up for the moment. As Lord Stark began barking out orders to his troops, Satin noted a peculiar detail. The black armor the Lord of Winterfell was wearing looked so smooth and shiny. He felt self-conscious wearing his less than stellar armor, but it was to be expected, he supposed. He was just a no-name knight in a backwater place while Lord Stark ruled an entire kingdom and was the lord of one of the largest castles in Westeros. There was bound to be differences in the quality of steel between them. Even so, he didn't feel like it was the trick of the light, but he was sure he took note of the rippling pattern etched on the armor plate. Shaking away such thoughts, he instead began concentrating on gathering his own men and having the wounded treated by some of the healers the Northerners brought. XXXXXXXXX. Jason Mallister felt the weight of the last few days on his bones. He was so tired and felt like he would keel over any moment. 4 days and nights, he had toiled without rest to keep Sigurd out of the hands of those barbarians from the Iron Islands. At long last, after weeks of resisting the Ironborn attacks, he had managed to finally expel the Ironborn with the aid of his brave men. A great toll has been extracted from him in this war. He lost many of his family. He lost uncles and nephews in this war, but it was a price worth paying as he had managed to keep the Ironborn from gaining a steady footing. If they had done so, he shuddered to think what would have happened. There was no Aegon the Conqueror to teach these filth fear. The dragons have all died when Robert Baratheon caved in the last dragon's chest at the Trident. The Lannister fleet burning at Lannisport was the first sign of the kingdom's unraveling at the seams. If Robert Baratheon fails to crush this rebellion, he was sure the Targaryen loyalists will become a problem. Dorne was also going to intervene as they are hungry to shed the blood of those who took part in the butchering of their princess. This was one of the reasons why Lord Tully has pulled some of the lords to concentrate on gathering at Harrenhal. There was a strong chance the Targaryen loyalists might rebel in the absence of King Robert and the royal fleet. If that was the case, it was better to be prepared, as southern Riverlands would be the first to act. Similarly, the Gulltown fleet has been charged to guard the narrow seas. Jason could see an uncomfortable tension gripping Westeros. It looks like the kingdoms were once again looking into the abyss of war and destruction. If King Robert failed to crush this rebellion, his tenuous hold on the throne might weaken. And that was a situation Jason was not looking forward to. Hence, receiving this particular guest had to be done despite his personal tragedies or exhaustion. Announcing Lord Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell. The herald proclaimed, and in came the Lord of Winterfell, striding in with a powerful presence. Gone was the young boy who was new to the position of lordship 6 years past. In his stead, there was a true Stark of Winterfell. Jason could feel the confidence with which the Lord of Winterfell carried himself. Lord Stark. Please accept the hospitality of House Mallister. Jason opened with the pleasantries, offering bread and salt. Lord Mallister. It'd be my pleasure. As the guest rites were given, Jason took note of the gleaming armor the Lord of Winterfell was wearing. Rumors had reached even his ears of the Valyrian steel armor the Lord of Winterfell possessed. He had considered them rumors and talk of misguided small folk. But, giving a closer look, he confirmed the validity of those rumors. The Starks have always been held in great regard in Sigurd since the Dance of Dragons. Your late brother Brandon Stark, bless his soul, was a friend of House Mallister. My family bled for him under the unjust heels of the Mad King, said Jason as he shook hands with Lord Stark. Many good men died under the Mad King, honorable men. Lord Eddard said grimly. It seems we are to go to war once again, my lord. Jason could hear the exhaustion in Lord Stark's tone, and he doubted it was solely because of the journey. Any word from King's Landing? Lord Eddard asked as Jason led the Northern Lord to better lodgings while his sworn lords and knights welcomed other Northern lords. Lord Jonaran holds the city together. The Knights of the Vale will be riding out of the Bloody Gate to strengthen the capital. The Gulltown fleet guards the narrow sea just in case any dragon loyalists decide to break the king's peace. Jason told what he knew, which was not much. Lord Hoster and Lord Arryn were keeping everything suppressed in the Crownlands. If there was a rebellion, the two had ensured it will be snuffed out in quick order. What about Robert? Asked Lord Eddard. The king has ridden straight to Casterly Rock while Lord Stannis has sailed the royal fleet around Dorne. It is hoped the royal fleet will join the Redwyne fleet and together they'd drive the Iron Fleet back to their dreary islands. You have certainly done exceedingly well in defending the Riverlands, my lord. We missed the battle by a few days, it seems. Jason grimly chuckled. We Riverlanders know what it means to be under the yoke of Ironborn. We fought to the last man and the Ironborn were tough, but when I slew Roderick Greyjoy they fled instead of continuing the fight. Well, that is a surprise. We could hope Balon sees the error of his ways with one of his son's death. Jason snorted. I doubt that, my lord. Balon is a stubborn fool with delusions of restoring the old ways of reaving and raping, said Jason, eyeing the armor Eddard Stark was wearing with great interest. I was not aware House Stark holds a Valyrian steel suit of armor. We didn't. It is a recent addition, said Lord Eddard, sparking Jason's curiosity. Not even the Targaryens possessed a full suit of armor made out of Valyrian steel. There are rumors that the purebloods of Volantis possess such relics, but he doubted their claim. If one of the 40 Dragonlord families does not possess such expensive relics of the freehold, then he doubted some bunch of merchants possess these precious relics. Ever since the Doom, there have been no new Valyrian steel objects in the world. To his knowledge, only the smiths of Qohor possess the ability to rework Valyrian steel. Seeing as most surviving Valyrian steel relics are swords and daggers, he found it odd that House Stark possessed a full suit of armor. He knew the Starks possessed a Valyrian steel greatsword named Ice. Maybe the Starks had more Valyrian steel lying around in their ancient castle than that was led to believe. I've heard rumors that there are 2 more Valyrian steel swords as well. Please do indulge my curiosity, my lord. With bleak days ahead of us, your new Valyrian steel collection is something of a strange event that distracts me from darker thoughts and deeds. Perhaps it was his heartfelt plea for something else to bother his mind rather than the grim realities of war that made Lord Stark spill the source of his Valyrian steel. Either way, he could only see truth shining in the man's eyes as the Lord of Winterfell spoke of his gifted second son. If it was anyone else, he'd have thought them a charlatan for claiming their children could produce Valyrian steel. But, this was Eddard Stark, and the man did possess a lot of Valyrian steel. He didn't know what to think at this point. On one hand, he felt the urge to see this lad who unearthed the secrets of a lost art. But, questions surfaced in his curious mind of how a boy of 6 namesdays managed to replicate the greatest work of a long-lost people. The boy didn't even possess a smudge of Valyrian blood in his veins. So, how come a Stark of all people managed to reproduce Valyria's greatest secret technique when those of Valyrian blood had fallen short all these years? It was a query he was sure might remain unanswered for a time. But that doesn't mean he was going to waste such an opportunity to pass. He was going to meet this lad and perhaps even commission a sword for himself as soon as he secured the funds for such a purchase. Jason wasn't quite aware, but his maester was within hearing distance. Not just the maester but many servants as well. By noon, rumors began to wildly circulate from Sigurd. Even a raven took flight to the deep south, where those who claim dominance over Verity sat assured in their wisdom and accumulated knowledge. And so spun the wheel of fate that governed the chaos of mortal life with utter disregard to the consequences that'd emerge in the near future. Chapter 7, The Old Lion. Chapter text. Catelyn worried for her husband. It has been months, and word of Ironborn rebellion was hard to come by, as most of the battles were now fought in the sea. Not to mention, all news has to travel through the neck and make it all the way to Winterfell. She had of course kept in touch with her father, and he had kept her appraised of what was going on in the south. Usually, her father would not have done so, but circumstances have changed. She was not the one to start their correspondence through ravens. It was her father who took the first step, and it was evident why very quickly. Her father's inquiries were almost always focused on her Harrion. Her second son's gift in forging Valyrian steel has lit a fire among many nobles of the south. Not a day goes by where Winterfell was not hounded by ravens carrying offers of betrothals for her son. Of course, she was proud as any mother would. She was keenly aware of just how gifted her son was, but she was also aware of just how much danger her son was in. She knew that all the attention her son was garnering would spell doom. The lords of Westeros were easily offended, and it'd only take a simple misunderstanding to offend someone. That offense would later transition into enmity. And she could ill afford the enmity of southern lords while her husband was away fighting a war in the south. Therefore, a better part of her day was spent carefully answering ravens from lords across the 7 kingdoms. It didn't help that she was always tired and angry with a babe growing in her belly. Maester Luwin was a great help, but the old maester was already busy, as it is burdened with many duties. As if that was not enough, she had to worry about Winterfell's security as well. Harrion's magical powers have attracted northerners from all over the land to flock towards Winterfell. She had to increase the security of the castle and have men regularly patrol all entrances so that nothing bad happens. She would have rested easy if it wasn't for her son's stubborn wanderings around the castle. No matter how much she tried, she could not keep Harrion confined to his room. The boy would always find a way to escape the room and wander around the castle, especially near the First Keep and the Godswood. For some reason, her son had taken to visit the Godswood regularly. She doubted this happened because Harrion suddenly became an old gods devotee. It was something else, but she didn't have the courage to investigate the matter. The Godswood always gave her ill feelings, and so she remained ignorant of her son's newfound interest. Harrion had so far not informed her of his interest when she asked, which made her drop the matter for now. When Ned returned, she'd ask him to keep an eye on Harrion's activities in the Godswood. The last thing she'd need is for Harrion to do something with the Godswood and attract the ire of faithful northerners. Letting out a sigh, Catelyn brought her attention back to writing a response to her father's latest raven. Her father wanted Harrion to squire for Ed Muir. While she loved her father and brother dearly, she was not ready to let go of one of her babies. So, her answer was a resounding no. She'd have screamed that answer on her father's face if he was physically present. Did he think her so stupid that she'd fail to discern her father's true intentions? Over her dead body would she let anyone make a puppet out of her children? She'd have some words with her uncle if her father was going to persist in attempting to foster Harrion in Riverrun. If there was someone she could trust to truly care for her son and teach him all that is to be a knight, then her uncle Brendan would be the man she'd choose. She dearly loved Ed Muir, but he was hardly someone of knightly renown. Either way, the final decision would be with Ned. Perhaps, Ned also had some plans for her children that he had not shared with her. As someone who fostered at the Vale under Jonner, Ned would know more about the matter than she ever could. So, she'd defer to her husband on this matter. A knock on the door to her chamber shook her out of her thoughts. "Come in." The door was pushed open and Catelyn nearly screamed when she saw the person. "My lady, it is I, Septa Mordain." Catelyn had the urge to call the guards, but seeing as 2 guards were standing behind the supposed Septa Mordain, she was somewhat mollified. But, that doesn't mean she was going to allow this abomination to enter her chambers. "Stay where you are." "Guards, what is the meaning of this? Who is this woman?" Catelyn shouted at the guards standing behind the creature. And what a wild creature this was! With red horns protruding from its bald head with skin the color of blood. "My lady, this is Septa Mordain," one of the guards accompanying the creature claimed. "What trickery is this? This is not Septa Mordain." Catelyn screamed at the guards, wondering why they were behaving like simpletons. Couldn't they see the creature with their eyes? She thought, eyeing the creature with apprehension. "My lady, I'm Septa Mordain," the creature claimed. Seeing the earnest look on the faces of the guards, she took a closer look at the creature. It was then she noticed several similarities. If the red skin and large bullish horns could be kept aside, the creature looked remarkably similar to Septa Mordain. "What happened? How is this possible?" "It's all because of your son," Septa Mordain claimed, bursting into tears. As the Septa began narrating what happened, Catelyn felt pain flaring across her forehead. "Oh, Harrion! What have you done?" Catelyn walked through the great keep with purposeful long strides, with Septa Mordain right behind her. As she strode out of the keep, she could feel many eyes follow her, and she unconsciously tucked in her woolen cloak around her body for comfort. The sun was nearly out of the sky, which had placed the castle under the cover of a long shadow. Avoiding all the curious looks, she aimed straight for the courtyard, where she found her children surrounded by many of the guards and servants of the castle. Just as she reached her destination, bright balls of light flew high into the air before bursting apart in a shower of sparks. The gathered crowd burst into applause and excited chatter. Once again, several more bright globes of light began to spring up and burst apart in the sky. Getting over the shock at the spectacle, she found her children as the guards made way for her. Right at the center of the crowd were Harrion, Robb and Sansa. Jon Snow was also there, but she paid no attention to the boy. Just as Septa Mordain warned her, there were 4 stones glowing with symbols carved all around its surface. Everything that she meant to do and was prepared to do fled the moment she took in the excited and happy eyes of other children. Not just her children, but all the others standing around her children. Little Sansa was clapping away, her eyes firmly trained on the sky as multiple colors sprout up in the sky. Robb was looking far too proud and happy, jumping around in excitement whenever the stones on the ground would spit out bright globes of light. Even her husband's bastard looked quite happy, not to mention all the adults were looking to the sky with radiant smiles. She had lived long enough among the Northerners to know how rare they smiled. The North is a harsh place, and the people living here always had far rough conditions to live in compared to the South. So, she knew just how rare it was for a Northerner to smile. Even her husband looked cold and disinterested most of the time, and he was the lord of all the North. "Look at this, my lady. Your child is being possessed by a demon. This is witchcraft, and Harrion is possessed by a demonic spirit from the depths of 7 hells. Something must be done." The Septa whispered into her ears, startling Catelyn. She looked at her Harrion, catching his eyes. Her eyes locked into his grey eyes, so similar to her husband who was far away fighting on a distant battlefield. Out of her 3 children, only Harrion retained the stark look. In a way, Harrion remained a living monument of her marriage, more so than Robb or Sansa. Looking into her second son's bright grey eyes, she could see curiosity shining in them. At that moment she realized her son was waiting patiently to see how she'd react. She was reminded of Maester Luwin's words that Harrion was far too intelligent for his age. Her son could deduce what was happening, and he obviously knew she was here because of the altercation between him and the Septa. The Septa had tried to intervene to prevent Harrion from teaching Sansa and Robb magic. According to the Septa, she claimed Harrion was teaching her other children to draw runes, the magical language Harrion was using to perform magic. The Septa had tried to drag away Sansa, but Harrion had stepped in. This had caused the Septa to accuse Harrion of committing a sin in the eyes of the 7. The guards accompanying the Septa had so far corroborated the story. The next bit was where the guards and the Septa's explanation left her flummoxed. Harrion had somehow conjured up a stick from thin air and supposedly jabbed in the Septa's direction. Whatever the case, the end result was the Septa's changed demonic appearance. She didn't understand how that happened, but it has happened somehow. The only plausible explanation before her was magic. "My lady, your other children will have to be kept away from the demon's influence. It cannot be allowed to live with your children, else it will corrupt their souls." The Septa whispered into her ears, and once again Catelyn found herself observing Harrion, who had yet to look away from her eyes. When their gazes locked, she was suddenly reminded of a conversation they had not too long ago. If your god tells you that someone has sinned just because of the circumstances of their birth, which they had no control over, then that god is evil. Those who believe such nonsense are ill in their minds, and people like them are those who commit the worst of sins. The sin of willful ignorance and blind hatred. Those words were spoken by her son, and those words echoed inside her mind. My lady, you must order the guards to take away the demon. Catelyn surged forward and struck the scepter right across her face with all the strength she could muster. You dare call my son a demon? Know your place, you shriveled old coot. Lady Stark. You cannot, how dare you? The septa mumbled incoherently on the ground, nursing her swollen cheek. You dare order me to lock up my son? Take this filth into the dungeons. Come morning she will be hung for daring to slander and plot treachery against House Stark. Catelyn's order was met with actual cheers and approving comments from the gathered crowd. She was truly stumped on how the crowd reacted. She had thought many would oppose her or at least request her to reconsider, not this outright happiness. This goes to show just how much the people of Winterfell despised the septa and how ignorant she was to the whole matter. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say. That hypocrite was strutting around the castle like she had the key to the secrets of the world. That comment came from none other than her son Haryon. You troublemaker. Catelyn rounded on her son and caught his earlobe between her fingers. Just what is it that you are doing? Why are you always getting into trouble? Let me see whether I can't instill some discipline into you. Catelyn dragged her son away after the guards dragged a screaming Septa Mordain from the courtyard. She just hoped her husband would return as soon as possible. She needed to have some word with her husband about Haryon's future. XXXXXX. Work was progressing at a fast pace, but not fast enough in Tywin's opinion. The Ironborn attack has crippled Lanny Sport. His fleet lay broken and burnt at the bottom of the sea. He had invested a lot of gold in building up a strong fleet, and all that work was gone in a moment because of the Greyjoys. He had built the fleet with the Reach and Dorne in mind. The Iron Islands was also an enemy he hoped to crush in the near future, but before his fleet could achieve the necessary strength it was burnt down. If it wasn't for the fact that most of the sailors and captains perished with the fleet, he'd have hanged them for being criminally negligent. As it is, he lost a lot of gold in building up the fleet, and he intends to reclaim what was owed by the Ironborn at the end of this war. To that effect, work was afoot on restoring the ports of Lanny Sport. With the Ironborn beaten back to the sea by the concentrated efforts of the Lannister army and some enthusiastic help from the combined Stormland and Crownland armies, the need for a functioning port became all the more relevant. This war was not going to end with just beating back the Ironborn. An invasion of the Iron Islands was imminent. The invasion of the Iron Islands required a large fleet, and thankfully the Red Wine Fleet, as well as the Royal Fleet, was sailing towards Lanny Sport. But, to facilitate their troops to board those ships, the wreckage surrounding the waters of Lanny Sport has to be removed. Not to mention the damages done to the ports have to be reversed in a speedy manner. The good news was that work was progressing and the Ironborn were being beaten back on almost all fronts. The Westerlands has almost completely thrown off the Ironborn to the seas, and the same goes for the Riverlands. Thanks to the timely arrival of those sturdy northerners, the River Lords were quickly able to throw off the Ironborn without incurring many losses. Standing atop a hill overlooking the city of Lanny Sport, his eyes couldn't help but trace the long line of tents rising up on the outskirts of the city. At the very center, he could make out the grey direwolf banners of House Stark. So, Lord Stark refused to take up your offer to stay in the Rock? Asked Geryon. Tywin could feel a hint of mocking tone from his younger brother, but he chose to ignore that. It has always been Geryon's purview to make a joke or tease him from time to time. He dealt with that by totally ignoring those attempts and instead focused on the important matters. Among his 4 siblings, Geryon was the wildest and free-spirited. Anything he could say to reprimand his younger brother would only embolden the fool. We extended the courtesy to house him in the Rock. It is not our fault the man preferred to stay with his fellow lords, said Kevin, defending his brother. I heard the king has been spending much of his time with the Warden of the North. Should we be worried? Asked Tyjit, gruffly. It is only natural. Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon were fostered at the Vale. With this rebellion threatening to split the kingdoms, the old alliances have to be strengthened lest the Targaryen loyalists think us weak, said Kevin. I wouldn't worry too much. Hoster Tully and Jonaran are prepared to knock down any Targaryen loyalists. I'm rather interested in rumors about Lord Stark's suit of armor made of Valyrian steel, said Geryon, looking keenly towards the Stark camp. For once, Tywin agreed with his younger brother's assessment. Not even the famed pureborn of Volantis could claim to own a full suit of armor made of Valyrian steel. Even the Targaryens never owned anything like that, and they were one of the 40 ruling families of the Valyrian freehold. Rumor has it Lord Stark's second son forged the armor and 2 swords with Valyrian steel, said Kevin, eyeing Tywin's firm gaze on the northern camp. Probably these are lies made up by superstitious small folk. Tyjit dismissed his 2 brothers with a negligent wave of his hand. There is no smoke without fire. What do you think, Tywin? Asked Kevin. We are one of the richest houses in Westeros and yet we do not possess a Valyrian steel sword. Even dirt poor houses like Mormonts possess a Valyrian steel blade. This cannot stand," said Tywin before turning on Geryon. "I'm assigning you to oversee the needs of the Northmen. While you treat with our guests you shall learn of the truth behind these rumors. How do you propose I do that? Lord Stark is not exactly fond of our family," said Geryon, frowning at Tywin. "You do what you do best. Just as you befriended the king through wine, do the same with those rowdy northerners. Their tongues will be loose once their belly is filled with the finest wines," said Tywin, directing his gaze back to the northern camp. He had no idea whether there was any truth to these rumors. If there was some truth, then he would ensure House Lannister benefit in some way. It was frankly a ridiculous rumor, to begin with. House Stark could not claim any descent from Valyrians, so he doubted their claim. Even so, there have been several rumors behind House Stark and they were an old house dating back thousands of years. He'd not believe such rumors without proper inquiries. After all, the game always threw in some wild pieces from time to time. Last time, it was Lyanna Stark who ended up dismantling the entire Targaryen dynasty. He was curious to see whether another Stark could become a centerpiece in the game. Chapter 8, Earthsingers. Chapter text. Robert guffawed as he watched Geryon Lannister get punched by Maege Mormont square on his jaw. His wife's uncle had boldly put his hand where it was not welcome and got a bloody nose for his trouble. "Take that, you bloody southern. Next time you try something like that I'll have you swallow your balls after I cut them off." Robert could hear the she-bear threaten the youngest sibling of Tywin fucking Lannister, and that made him laugh hard. He was not the only one. The strong and sturdy Greyjon was also roaring out his approval. He always found it fascinating that the Mormonts were allowed to do as they do in the north. As far as he knows, the Mormonts are the only house that allows their women the freedom to pursue a martial lifestyle in the Seven Kingdoms except for Dorne. Those desert dwellers must have gone mad with living in scorching heat for so long. Maybe, this was the case for the Northerners as well, seeing as they have been living in bone-chilling cold for centuries. For whatever reason, only the Bear Islands seems to be comfortable with sending their women into war. It seems the northern bears are more ferocious than the lions of the west. Robert said amusedly as Geryon Lannister sat back down rubbing his reddening nose. "She's just unfamiliar with us lions," said Geryon, waving away the servants trying to treat his nose. Robert liked the man. Out of all the Lannisters, he thought Geryon Lannister is the only one with a likable personality. The rest of them were greedy lickspittles looking to hoard power and influence in his court. "Here, drink this." Robert offered a chalice full of wine to his wife's uncle. "It is a strong batch of Dornish red. It should dull your pain and your embarrassment." Robert smirked and laughed uproaringly as Geryon drained the chalice in one go rather than the usual uppity style these blonde-haired cunts portray. Case in point, his wife was a marvel when it comes to drinking wine in a sophisticated way. That was the only time his wife managed to excite him a bit. Most of the time her stellar personality drained him of any feelings for that shrew of a woman. Cersei, when she opens her mouth, always demands something from him. She also thinks that she and her family is the Seven's gift to the world and everyone should treat them as such, which made his skin crawl. At least, there are a few good apples in the colossal tree that is House Lannister, Robert thought, eyeing Geryon Lannister. A man who can hold his ground while filling half his belly with one of the strongest wines is trustworthy in Robert's eyes. "Don't you think you have drunk enough, your grace?" asked Eddard, disapproval shining out from the Warden of the North's grey eyes. "Ha! You know me, Ned. I'm only 3 pitchers in and I can go further," said Robert, draining a cup full of wine. "Besides, there is nothing to do here until Stannis arrives with my fleet. Come join us, Lord Stark. In this world you've got to enjoy life as much as you can, cause happiness is fleeting," said Geryon Lannister. "What he said," said Robert, raising his wine cup in salute. "Come sit by my side and stop calling me your grace all the time. We are no longer little boys running around the Eyrie pretending to be knights, Robert. You are the king," Eddard reminded. Even so, he took a seat to Robert's right. "Don't you remind me of that, Ned. If I had my way I'd be travelling across Essos cracking skulls rather than sitting on that pointy chair all day long listening to whiny courtiers." Robert growled, thinking of the shit-stained capital and his bitchy wife. Thinking about that made him drink 2 more cups of wine. In quick succession. Robert considered himself a simple man. He has very few likes and was mostly happy with his lot. He loved to drink wine and fuck any wenches he could get his hands on. There was also his recent hobby of crushing skulls of men underneath his warmer. He would have balked at killing a few years back, but ever since the rebellion he loved killing people. Each time he swung his hammer he thought of that rapist inbred Ponce's chest caving in. This had let him sleep soundly at night no matter how many lives he took. Killing, fucking and drinking was also the only way to alleviate the guilt and loss he felt. He had fought a war that ravaged the Seven Kingdoms to save his one true love, Lyanna Stark. At the end of the war, all that was left of her were bones and a few fond memories. Those inbred shits took his heart from him and he would never forgive anyone with the Targaryen name. Perhaps, he'd have forgiven Rilla Targaryen's remaining 2 spawns if Lyanna had survived. But now, he lived to see the last seeds of the dragons be wiped away from this world. Then he could rest easy and hand over the ruling of the kingdoms to Jon till his son came of age. Till then he'd have to sit on that stupid chair. Robert, remember your duty. If not for you the entirety of 7 kingdoms will fall into a constant state of warfare. Eddard cautioned. Pa. You are like Jon. Always talking about duty and honor. Robert waves away his friend's concerns. Jon is wise. Said Eddard. On that, we can agree. This is why I left him in charge at the capital. Said Robert. Enough talk about politics. What is this I hear about your son making Valyrian steel swords? Yes, Lord Stark. Word is that your son made a full set of Valyrian steel armor and 2 swords in a single day. Is there any truth to such rumors? Asked Jaerion Lannister. I could speak all day on that issue but I think it's better if I show you. Said Eddard. A few moments later Robert was marveling at the work of art before his eyes. He was standing inside Ned's tent where the suit of armor made of Valyrian steel was on full display. The craftsmanship on the armor was beyond compare. Although the armor remained pitch black he could see intricate patterns of wolf heads etched on the surface. The customary ripple pattern was also present authenticating that the armor was indeed made of Valyrian steel. It has always been his dream to own a Valyrian steel sword. He preferred using a warmer but he knew there was none to be found. The only way he could get a Valyrian steel warmer was by refurbishing Valyrian steel swords and daggers. He was no good in finances but even he knew it'd be horrendously expensive to melt down Valyrian steel swords and daggers to make a full metal warmer. Truth be told he was incredibly jealous of Ned cause he got to wield a Valyrian steel greatsword. But now, there is an opportunity before him to get a magnificent warmer made of Valyrian steel. The good part is there will be no incest-ridden dragon spawn involved in making the Valyrian steel. The fact that a Stark of all people had unlocked the secrets behind Valyrian steel felt like another snub against those sister fuckers. For Robert, it felt like the gods old and new were finally in agreement to snub those dragon spawns by gifting the secrets of Valyrian steel to his friend's second son. But he was not the only one to be impressed by the work of art sitting inconspicuously before his eyes. Not since the fires of doom devoured Valyria has there ever been a new Valyrian steel artifact been made. This is a wondrous accomplishment, Lord Stark. Said Jaerion Lannister, never taking his eyes off the armor. I had always wondered how the Valyrians managed to create Valyrian steel. The maesters say there was magic and dragon flame involved. Obviously, they were wrong, or is there a hidden dragon in Winterfell, Lord Stark? Robert noticed the fearful look on his friend's face. Oh, come on Ned. You don't have to fear those giant fire-breathing monsters. They are all dead. Said Robert, shaking his head at how easily scared his friend was when dragons were involved. Robert knew his friend had a fear of fire ever since the Mad King had Rickard Stark murdered with wildfire. Perhaps that's why Ned looked frozen with fear. So, he decided to cheer up the man away from darker memories. Tell you what, I find myself curious how your son accomplished this historic feat. After we crush these squids I'll travel to Winterfell and see your son's work with my own eyes. Maybe I'll even have your son make me a weapon. Robert suggested. A wonderful idea, Your Grace. I've been planning to travel the 7 kingdoms. The North would be an exemplar place to start seeing as it hosts one of the oldest cultures in the known world, not to mention the Wall. Said Jaerion. There you have it. Robert happily crowed. Once these iron-born bastards are beaten back and I have Balon Greyjoy kneeling before me we all go to Winterfell. Robert could feel giddy at the prospect of visiting Winterfell. There was no Jon Arryn to hold him back and he could disappear into the wildlands of the frigid north without worrying about some random trouble surfacing in that shit-filled capital. He'd also be far away from his nagging wife, which is also something he looked forward to. In the past few days, despite being surrounded by members of his wife's family, he found himself enjoying being far away from his wife's reach. Robert, I don't think. Oh, shut up Ned. I'm your king and I'm ordering you to prepare for my arrival in Winterfell. Robert ordered. It was one of his brightest moments to pull his position as king over his friend. He didn't like to lord over his position but sometimes it helped he was the king of the 7 kingdoms. The reluctant acquiescence from Ned was proof of this simple truth. It was good to be king. XXXXXXXX. Winds howled as it blew across the snow-covered landscape carrying sleet and bone-chilling cold. Harry could feel the chill in his bones despite his fervent attempts to use his magic to ward off this horrible cold. Yet, his attempts were in vain. His magic remained unresponsive and fear settled deep in his mind. Looking around he was confused to note nothing remained in his line of sight except for the snow. The high walls of Winterfell were nowhere to be seen. Even the bustling courtyard or the dark alleys of Wintertown were beyond his line of sight for some odd reason. As he waded through knee-deep snow he was confused and angry. Outside of seeing an occasional tree covered in snow, the whole world looked like it got painted in white. Even the clouds were stark white. His arms were shaking uncontrollably while his legs felt like they weighed a few tons. He was struggling to drag himself in this frozen hell he found himself. After long hours of trek, he finally found a cliff. To get a better lay of the land he waddled over towards the cliff while wrapping his cloak tighter. The closer he got to the cliff the worse the cold became. At one point, he nearly fell over when his legs refused to budge, frozen by the cold. Somehow he managed to put himself in a position where he could look down the cliff. Snow was everywhere and the blizzard kept visibility very low. Harry suddenly frowned when he noticed something moving in the distance. He strained his eyes to get a better view and all of a sudden the blizzard dwindled, clearing up obstructions to his vision. Harry nearly stumbled back as he looked at the large army of what seemed to be inferi gathered down below. All of them stopped moving all of a sudden and turned their crystal blue eyes towards his direction. For the first in a long time, he felt fear settling inside him. He tried so hard to use his magic out but it refused to budge. Without his magic, he felt like he was crippled. Wah! What is this? He muttered in horror as he looked beyond the assembled inferi. In the far distance, he could see a sea of inferi marching down from a hill. There were thousands upon thousands of inferi, but that was not the worst part. There were giants, bears, lions, wolves, leopards and many other creatures, all of them with matching blue eyes. All of a sudden a raven flew towards him which made him stumble back. The raven settled on a boulder and began crying, "Dead! Dead! Dead! Dead!" Strangely enough, the raven had 3 eyes instead of 2. When he stared curiously into the raven's third eye on its forehead, everything went black. With a gasp, Harry jerked awake from his slumber with sweat rolling off his forehead. Letting out a breath of relief, he calmed down while eyeing the book on his bedside table. He had fallen asleep last night heavily engrossed in the tales of the long night. No wonder he was dreaming about inferi, or as the first men called them, whites. "You were not dreaming, Harry Stark." The childlike voice shocked him and he blanched when a small creature sitting in his open window came into his view. It had chestnut-colored skin, clawed hands with only 3 fingers and a thumb. The large yellow slitted eyes of the creature glowed ominously in the dark. While overall the creature had an ominous look, the flowers decorating its black hair gave it a sifter appearance. Not to mention it was dressed in tree leaves and vines. "The children of forest," he whispered. "That's what your ancestors called us, but we are far older than mankind could ever perceive. Men, they are the children. Not us," the creature claimed as it jumped down from the window into his room's floor. "Our name in the true tongue means those who sing the song of the earth. For 10,000 years we have sung the song of nature while your kind ravaged this world with cruelty, greed, and conflict." "Earthsingers," Harry muttered, frowning in thought. He had come across their kind in the Amazon forests of Earth in his travels. "What's your name? Why are you here?" he asked, stepping out of his bed while discreetly summoning the Elder Wand into his hand. "You can speak the true tongue?" The druid sounded impressed. "I speak the tongue of noble serpents," he hissed back. Voldemort may have been one right prick, but he was indebted to the Dark Lord for passing down the ability of Parcel Tongue on that fateful night. The ability had come in very handy in his travels across the world. The creature seemed to straighten up and gave him a waist-length bow. "Greetings, speaker. My name is Spring. I've come here to aid you, Harry Stark. The 3-eyed raven believes you to be the key to destroy the others." Harry rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and shook his head. 3-eyed who? Chapter 9, Spring Sickness. Chapter text. Lena remembered her daughter to be a spry little girl. She was always running around the streets of Wintertown obsessed with flowers. Her daughter Mina was the light of her life. Her husband was a drunkard who brought little earnings to their family, and thus she raised her daughter solely on her earnings from working in the kitchens of Winterfell. Working for the Starks was not a bad thing, all things considered. She earned a steady sum of silver every month because of her position. And thanks to her earnings, her daughter had known only full bellies all her life. She was even allowed to bring her daughter inside the safety of Winterfell thanks to Lord Stark's kindnesses. For Mina, who lost her father to the rebellion and mother to a harsh winter, life was not so bad. Now that Lord Stark had marched the Northern Army south once more, her husband marched with the army, and that left Lena and her daughter all alone. While her husband Ben was a hopeless drunk, there were times Lena would wish his presence. This was one of those times, cause her daughter has fallen ill. It was not just her daughter though. A whole lot of other people in Wintertown has also fallen ill, and the numbers continued to steadily rise day by day. All of this started with the arrival of foreign merchants into their lands. Supposedly, these strange-looking foreigners were Bravasi merchants traveling from White Harbor with Lord Manderley. Foreigners rarely visited Winterfell, and it seemed this time these strange SSC have brought death and disease with them. The Maester promised her dear Mina will recover, but she was not so sure. This was why she was carefully sneaking through the corridors leading to the only person whom she felt could save her daughter's life. Standing before the black-painted oak doors, Lena took a deep breath before knocking twice. The door swung open after a moment, and she was immediately on her knees before Lord Stark's blessed son. She aired her grievances and wetted the boots of the little lord with her tears. It was a miracle that the guards never noticed what was happening, but she begged his help all the same. If the blessed Stark could not help her, she feared her dear Mina would never open her eyes. If that happens, there was no reason for her to remain amongst the living. So, she earnestly begged the Stark, who was blessed by the old gods, to save her daughter. XXXXXXXX. The spring sickness, many called it. Harry would have just called it the flu, mostly because there was no spring in the north. At least, it was not spring season when the sickness began to spread among the small folk of Wintertown. It was still snowing outside, so he was baffled why anyone would coin the term spring sickness. Strange names aside, it was undeniable that people were falling sick. Thankfully, the mortality rate seems to be keeping a low bar for the time being. The elderly were the most affected, as Wintertown was for the moment mostly inhabited by old men, women, and children. Many of the able-bodied men were away fighting the war. That doesn't mean there were younger victims falling prey to the spring sickness. The daughter of one of Winterfell's cooks falling ill is an example. Now, according to Maester Luwin, the spring sickness had once wreaked havoc in Westeros during the reign of Durin II. The Great Spring Sickness, the Maesters called it. Mostly it was a plague that struck almost all the major cities of Westeros. The worst affected was the capital city itself, King's Landing, where the Targaryen kings reigned. Despite strenuous efforts from the learned men of the Citadel, no cure was discovered to tackle the plague. The only good news is, the spring sickness gripping Wintertown is far less dangerous than the Great Spring Sickness of 209 AC. While the sickness had quickly spread amongst the small folk, it is not dangerous enough to kill people in one day. Although, there are some cases of quick deaths, but Maester Luwin is of the opinion those people were far from healthy, to begin with. Harry suspected Maester Luwin was keeping the veracity of details surrounding the sickness and its danger from his mother. After all, she was expecting to deliver his sibling any day now. The last thing the Maester or anyone would want was to trouble the Lady of Winterfell with ill news. And this was also a reason for Harry to find a sure cure that can eradicate the infectious disease from spreading. He considered Lily Potter to be his birth mother, and yet he felt more emotionally attached to Catelyn Stark. Perhaps it was because Lily Potter has always been an idea for him. He never experienced or knew the person that was Lily Potter. He only knew her from accounts of others and hence never experienced the relationship that ought to have blossomed between a son and mother. But now, things were different. His birth mother was heavily pregnant and she is surrounded by the threat of a dangerous disease. It could either kill his mother or the babe she was carrying in her belly. Not to mention, his other 3 siblings were also in danger. And the sad thing was he knew no sure way to eradicate this disease. Harry was no professional healer and his meager potion skills were of no use because of a lack of specific ingredients. It's not as if the north was teeming with magical plants and magical creatures. All of a sudden his eyes widened at the thought of magical creatures. Harry rushed out of his room towards the gift room with all the speed his small legs could churn out. The gift room was an old chamber where all the gifts the lords of Winterfell and Winter Kings of old received were safely stored. Chandeliers, purple-dyed drapes, ruby-encrusted weaponry and stuffed heads of animals adorned the chamber. Not to mention dusty old chests possibly holding many more expensive and exotic items. The guards stationed outside the chamber were reluctant to let him pass, but a simple conf undo did the trick and he was inside. Oxio Unicorn Horn. The white-colored horn that was gifted to his father by Skagosi flew into his waiting hand. It didn't have the silvery shine that he was familiar with, but the horn belonged to a unicorn nonetheless. Harry placed the Elder Wand on the unicorn horn and closed his eyes. A small stream of magic trickled down from his wand into the horn while he waited patiently. 2 minutes passed before he felt a dull echo from within the horn. The echo proved the horn was magical in nature and it could hold magic if channeled into it properly. Harry was not so surprised by the fact that the horn was drained of almost all residual magic. He was more than sure the weirwood trees were sucking magic dry from anything that is living for some odd reason. He had an idea why that was happening, but he thought he'd confirm his suspicions with spring. But then, the spring sickness blindsided him and the castle was in lockdown for days under the orders of Maester Luwin. The old master only deemed the castle safe once every nook and cranny of Winterfell was smoked using some medicinal herb. But even now, some preventive measures were in place. All inhabitants of the castle were only allowed to drink boiled water. The floors, cloths, and other utensils were daily washed with boiled water and everyone was required to wash their hands from time to time. The restrictions around his mother's chambers were far more strenuous. However, now that he was holding a unicorn horn, Harry's mind swam with ideas. But first, he needed more information. Tucking the unicorn horn safely under his arm, Harry stepped out of the chamber ready to seek out Maester Luwin. XXXXXXXX. I'm so sorry, Maester. If only I had known those merchants were carrying this sickness, I'd have had them booted out of the north. Luwin fought the urge to rub his forehead and pondered a way to get rid of the overly apologetic Lord of White Harbor from his chambers. The man has been apologizing for days and still, Lord Manderley was not satisfied with his long string of apologies. In the first few days of the outbreak, it was understandable as Lord Manderley was in a precarious position. The Lord of White Harbor has unwittingly put the heavily pregnant wife and children of his liege lord at risk by bringing sick Bravasi merchants to Winterfell. The merchants were wooed by the promise of Valyrian steel and they were willing to buy it at an exorbitant price. If everything had gone as planned, Lewin imagined the Starks would have been some million gold richer. Instead, the whole castle was now being scrubbed floor to floor and the town below remained under the grip of the spring sickness. I couldn't easily say no to those merchants, you know. They were representing some of the wealthiest families in Bravos. White Harbor can ill afford to alienate the oligarchs of Bravos, said Wyman Manderley, his pale blue eyes shining earnestly as if to convey his precarious position. I understand, Lord Wyman. Nobody is blaming you, said Lewin for the umpteenth time. That's good to know. How is Lady Catelyn? Asked Lord Wyman. Lady Stark is in good health, my lord. She has been isolated to a wing of the castle where she will be kept away from any chance of infection, Lewin said, eyeing the portly Northman. Oh, that's good to know. Mayhaps, you would like the assistance of my maester. It would be no trouble at all to have Maester Loren give his aid in these troubling times, Lord Wyman offered earnestly. My lord, there is a small-scale spread of this sickness in White Harbor as well. It'd not be wise for Maester Loren to abandon his post, Lewin pointed out patiently. Of course, you are right, Maester Lewin. I forgot, but if there is anything you need, anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. Lewin smiled and nodded. He understood the Lord of White Harbor was going out of his way to ensure nothing bad happens, but Lewin had everything under control. The moment he treated the Bravasi merchants who fell ill, he had the whole castle in lockdown. The symptoms exhibited by those Bravasi were remarkably similar to the symptoms reported during the Great Spring Sickness. Blistering skin, nausea, dry cough, vomiting and red eyes were some of the well-known symptoms. The only consolation was that those who fell ill didn't die within a day. Some had managed to even partially recover, like the Bravasi merchants under his care. The Great Spring Sickness was far more dangerous than this one, and he thanked the gods old and new for this small mercy. There is no known cure known to him or the Citadel for this sickness. The only thing he could do is to prevent the spread of the sickness and thereby eradicate it. Healthy food and water should maintain the body's health condition, and the only form of medicine he knew to combat this disease involved using the lemon leaves. Archmaester Orsman was the one to find medicinal uses for lemon leaves during the Great Spring Sickness. Lemon leaves, either fresh or dried, are dipped in hot water inside a closed vessel for 10 minutes. Once the leaves are soaked well in the hot water, the medicine will be ready to drink. The medicine thus produced should be taken 3 times a day, and it was shown to increase the chances of survival among people. Another valid way of treating this disease is to use lemon juice, but lemons are far more expensive and hard to obtain in large quantities. So, he was limited in his abilities to chase the disease away from Wintertown. This put him in a uniquely disturbing position. The longer this sickness lingers in Wintertown, the greater are the odds for the sickness to spread into the castle. His musings were cut short when Harrion decided to barge into his chamber, surprising not just him but Lord Wyman as well. And as usual, Harrion held another unimaginable claim to share. Maester Lewin, I can cure the spring sickness. Of course, you can, Harrion. Why would it be any other way? Lewin thought, palming his face at the thought of the strange trajectory his life has been taking with each passing day. XXXXXX. Harry was no potion master, but he is an expert in runes. He had to become one to learn the secrets behind the deathly Hallows. He may have failed to reverse the effects of the Hallows, but his journey to the goal did leave him with a better understanding of runes and rituals. Ancient runes were the foundation upon which modern wizarding magic was built upon. Even potions were developed with the aid of runes and basic arithmancy. There is a reason why runes are strenuously used in rituals instead of just using a specific spell to fire up the ritual. Runes provided a platform for more complex components to work in tandem with the required effects expected from a ritual. As rituals usually pull chaotic magic from the world, it is quite common to use runes that induce vitality in the recipient. This was done to ensure the recipient to not only avoid getting overwhelmed by the chaotic magic but also to cleanse any unforeseen defects in the body that may tamper with the ritual. Usually, the script used for this purpose is the Ouroboros script that represents renewal or the cycle of life and death. The unicorn horn Harry took was nowhere magically strong enough to heal the sick. Mostly because there was little magic left in the horn, to begin with. But, a few combinations of the Ouroboros script and some Magici Effusio scripts etched on the horn would ensure the healing properties of the horn to climb high. It was by no means anywhere close to the effects of a full-fledged unicorn horn, but it should be close enough to tackle this non-magical sickness. Etching the runic scripts or even making the medicine is not the hard part. The hardest part is to impugn the horn with enough magic to kickstart its medicinal properties. Being the unfortunate owner of an underage body, Harry was not developed enough to imbue magic into a dense magical construct without drawbacks. The unicorn horn adorned with runic scripts specifically set for absorbing magic would be a catastrophe for Harry, who was only developing his magical powers. So, only one other person could imbue the horn with magic in Winterfell. Are you sure you will be able to gather enough magic in one day? Harry asked, watching Spring arrange small rocks in a circle on the ground before the heart tree, with the unicorn horn sitting conspicuously at the very center of the circle. Weirwood trees are saturated with ancient magic, Harry and Stark. The heart tree, on the other hand, holds magic as old as this world. It holds a portion of the magic of all those who have bonded to its life thread. Green seers and children have imbued the heart trees with their magic for thousands of years. If it is your goal to imbue this horn with as much magic as quickly as possible, this is the way," said Spring, her melodious voice flowing like a gentle stream. "Can't you directly imbue magic into the horn?" he asked. "I can, but I prefer this method. If it is healing the sick among your people that you seek, then this will be the best way. The ancestors in the heart tree will judge your intent and bless you with their magic," said Spring. Setting the whole arrangement, Spring climbed back into the heart tree while Harry observed everything from the ground. "The horn will be ready by sunrise tomorrow," said Spring, after settling into a thick enough branch. "How do you intend to use it?" "I'll show you if you come into the castle tomorrow," Harry offered, but as always Spring declined his offer. "It is better for my presence to remain a secret." "It will be better if you come out in the open," said Harry. "My people once lived peacefully amongst mankind. We got slaughtered and chased out of our lands by your kind. If it wasn't for the danger lurking beyond the wall, I wouldn't have visited these lands," said Spring, before disappearing behind the cover of blood-red leaves of the weirwood trees in the God's Wood. Even if the druid, he was not calling a highly intelligent and old-race children, hid herself among the thick leaves, he knew she was observing him. "So, we never spoke about the three-eyed raven and what he wants with me," Harry said as he leaned back against the heart tree. "The three-eyed raven is a powerful green seer who is gifted by the old gods to have watched the beginning and the end." Harry's eyebrows were raised all the way to his hairline hearing Spring's claim. He could feel the end of the world vibes coming from the druid. "Good for him, I suppose. So, what's that got to do with me?" he asked. "The cold winds are rising, Harry, and Stark, and the dead rises with it. You are the only one blessed with strong magic south of the wall. The three-eyed raven would like to teach you to control your gift and use it when the realms of men face their great enemy." "What great enemy?" Harry asked, struggling not to roll his eyes. This was getting too dramatic for his tastes. "Death, Harry and Stark. For what else is the enemy of life?" asked Spring. "I could think of other enemies far worse than death. Death is a release from the bonds of life. Without death there is no meaning for life," said Harry, closing his eyes, feeling the weight of the years he have lived for a brief moment. "Only if the death you are talking about is not subverted from its natural course, Harry and Stark. The White Walkers serve a terrible entity that intends to consume the spirit plane. They kill and absorb the souls of their victims to power this terrible entity so that it may eradicate all light from this world," said Spring, making Harry frown. "That sounds an awful lot like a super dementor or something," Harry thought, involuntarily letting out a shiver at the very thought. "What's this entity's name, if you don't mind me asking?" "We don't know, Harry and Stark. It came during the Age of Dawn to this continent, fleeing from the east. It slumbered far away in the coldest part of West Eros, surrounded by darkness and frost. My people knew nothing of war, and so we never bothered the creature. Little did we know that it would rouse from slumber once the Green King set foot in our lands." "Green King? Who's that?" he asked, enthralled by the story. "Another time, Harry and Stark. The cover of darkness is near and I need to meditate," said Spring, before falling silent. Harry scowled, looking up, but he could only see the red leaves of the heart tree. Disappointed that he was not getting a cool story out of Spring, he decided to call it a day. Tomorrow, he'd pull the story out of Spring. With that consoling thought, Harry took his leave from the God's Wood. Chapter 10, The Crowned Stag. Chapter text. It was a wonderful morning with bright rays of sunlight streaming through the blue sky. The snow finally stopped dropping and it looked like warmth was once again returning to the north. It was a joyous occasion. Winter represented stagnation, cold, and struggle. Oftentimes it was the unfortunate reality of life, but summer meant joy, prosperity, and rejuvenation. And it seems winter was dying down in favor of summer. It was at a great timing too, in Harry's opinion. He eyed the unicorn horn sitting inside a clay pot with runes shining eerily in bright green color. The water inside the pot slowly turned into a thick viscous green liquid in a matter of minutes. When the process was complete, Maester Lewin picked the horn out of the pot using a set of tongs before placing it in another pot filled to the brim with hot water. It was truly a marvelous piece of magic, and the funny thing was he never intended to create this green concoction. The runes Harry had carved into the unicorn horn was supposed to absorb magic at an incredible rate, and then when the horn was dipped in water it was supposed to impugn the water with healing properties. Yet, the water changed into a green concoction that exhibits all the properties that he imagined and then some. Turns out, the green concoction not only acts as a drinkable healing potion but also as a salve capable of eradicating any skin diseases. Maester Lewin applied the green paste on the blistering skin of the two Bravacy merchants just to see whether there were any healing effects. It only took 5 minutes for the skin to absorb the green paste, and left in its wake was clear dark skin with no sign of blisters. The two Bravacy were considerably interested and quite grateful to be free from the grip of spring sickness. In short, the two merchants were guinea pigs for his healing potion. Maester Lewin has so far kept that little detail quiet from the two SSC merchants. Once it was proven that the potion was quite effective, Maester Lewin was quick to distribute it to all the residents of the castle. Obviously, this was cause for celebration as a deadly disease was about to get eradicated within a short span of time. However, this was not the only cause for celebration. The little bundle of silk and fur hiding the newborn baby in Maester Lewin's hand was enough reason for Winterfell to be in a celebrating mood. "Maester Lewin, please let me touch my sister," Robb begged. "I'm afraid not, young Robb. Your sister must rest easy for the coming days and away from unnecessary contacts. The spring sickness remain at large and it's not safe for the baby," said Maester Lewin with warning in his eyes. "But, have you made the green water that makes everyone happy?" "Everyone says so," Sansa said, training her large blue eyes on the maester confusedly. Harry's hands twitched to pinch his sister's chubby face at the expression on her face. Sansa reminded him of his eldest daughter Stephanie, whom he loved so dearly and was too cute for her own good. All it took for her was to shine her puppy eyes at him and he would fold to whatever whims that took her fancy. "Yes, little Sansa. But, the baby may fall ill. In time, you can touch the baby, but for now, let your sister rest safe," Maester Lewin cautioned. The maester showed off their new sibling for a bit more time before walking back into their mother's chamber with the baby in hand. Since the sickness was still at large, it was deemed dangerous for their mother to step out of her assigned chambers. Not to mention, she had only just given birth and the dangers of winter were still in play. The weather was improving, but that doesn't mean it was all perfect. This meant their mother would remain confined to her chambers for many days to come. This was not taken well by Robb or Sansa. No one felt the absence of their mother more so than Sansa. It didn't help that Septa Mordain was no longer among the living, standing ready to organize fake tea parties for his little sister. Harry would have felt responsible if not for the fact that the zealot Septa dug her own grave by whispering nonsense and hatred in his mother's ears. In his opinion, it was a terrible misjudgment on the Septa's part to underestimate the love a mother holds for her children. After all, Harry is the living proof that a mother's love can transcend even death. So, he was not all that surprised to see the Septa hang on a rope for all of Winterfell to see. What surprised him the most was how little this bothered the inhabitants of the castle. But, that all changed with the arrival of the Braversea merchants and the subsequent spread of spring sickness. Some people, including Maester Lewin and his mother, were afraid that the new gods were punishing them for hanging the Septa. It was a legitimate fear for the ignorant masses and the timing did not help at all. However, that bit of bad business could be put behind them now, seeing as the cure was available and it was quite effective. Of course, there was the matter of distributing the cure and he had no idea how that'd work. Despite Harry's showing of far-fetched skills, he was still treated as a boy of his age. Maester Lewin was reluctant to divulge any details on how the medicine would be used. Frustrating as that is, he understood the maester. That doesn't mean he didn't leave some listening charms on the maester's chain links. It was one of the reasons why he decided to break away from his siblings and shut himself inside the confines of the library. There he could listen keenly to what was going on, and it was an important conversation as well. Mostly it was surrounding the updates from the war front. Apparently, Stannis Baratheon, the Lord of Dragonstone, managed to break the Iron Fleet near Fair Isle. The good news didn't end there. Jaime Lannister managed to lead the Lannister armies into victory by reliving the Crag and Banefort castles from the raiding Ironborn. The defeat in the sea pushed the Iron Fleet back to the shores of the Iron Islands. With the western shores free from Ironborn raids, the king, as well as his armies, sailed for Pike with the Royal Fleet and Redwyne Fleet. While this was happening, Sir Barry Stan of the Kingsguard and Lord Stannis was sieging Old Wick and Great Wick respectively. With the Iron Fleet reduced to a handful of longships and the king laying siege to Pike itself, it was hoped the war would come to a speedy conclusion. No one was doubtful of the war's inevitable conclusion. The Greyjoys were about to lose the war they started, and King Robert was assured of another victory cementing his rule. Harry could hear the audible sound of relief from his mother when the maester unraveled the affairs of the south. He listened for a few more minutes before he grew bored of eavesdropping and decided to spend some time hunting for some information. Chief among them was more details about the Age of Heroes. To ensure no one disturbed him in his research, he set up a muggle-repelling ward around the library. After which, he dove headfirst into the dusty old tomes of Winterfell's library. The good thing about having a library as old as one in Winterfell is that there is quite a large anthology of manuscripts and books. But, the sad part is quite a good portion of that collection was decaying and being lost to the wheel of time. The only saving grace is that a wave of the Elder Wand can restore those decaying books and scrolls in a jiffy. But, Harry could not cast a wide area charm, rather he was forced to selectively use the charm owing to his diminished magical power. And so, his quest for knowledge continued unabated, if only held back by some small factors. The history of this world fascinated him to no end. Chiefly, the stagnation suffered by Westeros and Essos for that matter astounded him. His family, the Starks, claimed descendants from Brandon the Builder, a mythical hero who lived in the Age of Heroes. The book that he was reading at present, True History, written by Maesters Quincy and Satyr, claims the wall was put up around 8,000 years ago. There was no substantial proof, but merely it is a claim made by the two Maesters based on their research into northern myths and stories. Even if this claim is false, the next claim by some maesters put the time to 6,000 years. The Andal invasion is also a contentious issue among the learned men of the Citadel. The true history claims the Andals came 4,000 years ago. Some maesters like Dean Stan claim it's only 2,000 years since Andals sailed to Westeros. Either way, the point stands that the human race of this world remained terribly stagnant. It is not clear exactly when the first men began using bronze weapons and tools, but it took them nearly 2,000 years to start using steel. The Andals had learned the steel-making process from the Rhoynar far earlier than the first men. Yet, they were content in their knowledge and never made any significant progress for almost 6,000 years. The most advanced civilizations supposedly lay in the Far East, beyond the Jade Sea. And this information came from rumors and hearsay, so he was reluctant to believe anything of the sort until he lay his eyes on those famed cities. The Valyrians were also a civilization of interest purely because they managed to subjugate dragons to their will. That was a feat not even seen in the wizarding world. The dragons of his world were fiercely independent and would never allow any other creature to dictate its destiny. There were rumors that Merlin had a pet dragon, but rumors often held not a drop of truth. Even the most esteemed and powerful of wizards never managed to tame a dragon as the Valyrians had supposedly done. While he found the Valyrians interesting owing to their incredible magic, he was more interested in the first men. For the North, everything and anything started with Brandon Stark, or Bran the Builder as he is called among the North folk. It is said Brandon Stark was the first king of winter and learned his craft from the children. Supposedly, he learned magic from the children and raised the wall to keep the others from threatening the realms of men. There were even stories of other petty kings of the North like the Barrow Kings, Red Kings, the Glovers, and 1,000 other petty kings and kingdoms. But, try as he might, he could not find a peep about the Green King Spring was talking about. Maybe, I should explore the historical and mythical figures outside the North. Harry thought before he flipped the pages of true history and started from the Riverlands. So lost in his search he didn't feel the time pass away at all. It was only when the door to the library slid open did he look up from the large tome. To his surprise, it was Maester Luwin, and somehow the old maester managed to penetrate the wards Harry set up. How did that happen? Harry wondered in the confines of his mind even as he stood up from his seat to greet the maester. Maester Luwin, what a surprise! His greeting was waved away by the old maester, who proceeded to sag into a nearby chair. The chain that signified the knowledge of a learned maester of Citadel clinked away like no tomorrow. And among those links, Harry eyed the brightest one that supposedly represented the mastery of the occult, or higher mysteries as Maester Luwin called it. That link was supposed to be made of Valyrian steel, but it was nothing of that sort. After all, Harry had checked by comparing the magical enchantments with those he found on ice. He could say with confidence that the link did not contain an ounce of Valyrian steel. This made Harry wonder why the lords of Westeros never suspected the sham the Citadel was pulling. If maesters surely knew to make Valyrian steel, then surely the Citadel would have been spawning out weapons made out of the coveted steel and making a mountain full of gold. He suspected no one bothered to ask the right questions to find out the truth simply because the lords of Westeros were simpletons. Or maybe, they knew and they were just turning a blind eye to what some old geezers in grey robes were claiming. I suppose you have no idea how much time has passed, do you? Asked Maester Luwin with disappointment shining in his eyes. I'm sorry, Maester. I was looking for something. Maester Luwin eyed him suspiciously. Looking for what? I was looking for someone called the Green King. Do you know someone like that in the North, Maester? For a moment Maester Luwin eyed him silently. You should be out there with children your age and play rather than chase grandiloquent tales of ages past. If I was like every other child, then I wouldn't be me. That seems to take back Maester Luwin somewhat. I suppose you are right. Maester Luwin muttered reluctantly. Now, why are you interested in this Green King? I have to know, Maester Luwin. Do you by any chance know of any first men mythical figures by this name? The Green King, hey. Master Luwin pondered with a frown adorning his aging face. The creases on his temples stood pronounced. There is no first man called Green King, certainly not in the North. Although. What is it? Harry leaned forward eagerly. You could call Garth Greenhand the Green King. Some stories describe him as the High King of First Men, but of course, the Northerners do not believe that story, and the same goes for Maesters of the Citadel. Said Maester Luwin. Who is Garth Greenhand? And why have I not heard anything about him? The Northerners don't like the stories surrounding Garth the Gardener, especially the Starks. The Gardeners were once the kings of the Reach before Aegon's conquest. According to legends, Garth led the first men to the continent of Westeros. He was of green skin and had antlers protruding from his temples. So, he was like the Green Men? Harry asked, remembering the nighttime tales spun by old Nan. Green Men are not real, Harryan. They are just stories passed down from ages past. We Maesters believe Garth to be just like any other man, except maybe he was the leader of his tribe. The ancient first men were tribal, and most likely Garth was the leader of one of the largest tribes to settle in the Reach. Said Maester Luwin. Tell me more. Harry said eagerly. Not now, and perhaps never. The Starks dislike this legend. Why? Because, the northern houses and most importantly House Stark derive their right to rule the whole north from the first king, the king of all first men that came to Westeros. Garth Greenhand is a rival to that claim and the Starks of old have repeatedly refuted the claims made by Gardeners most fiercely. Master Luwin explained, shaking his head. Now, enough of these old tales and myths. There is something else I want to talk to you about. Oh, I'm all ears, Maester, said Harry, setting aside the Green King for the moment. I've received a raven from your father. He asks whether you will be ready to forge another Valyrian steel weapon. If anything, this news was surprising. He'd have never imagined his father would ask him to do such a thing. Harry got the impression that his father was troubled by his ability to wield magic. But, that concern was somehow swept away if his father was asking for another Valyrian steel weapon. Perhaps, I may have misjudged Eddard Stark. Harry thought. So, another sword then. I can do that. Harry said, nodding to himself. Oh, no Harryan. It's not a sword but rather a warhammer. You'll be having the honor of making a weapon for King Robert Baratheon, said Maester Luwin. Oh. Despite all the serious business of the day, when night came, Winterfell was lit up by colors courtesy of his runic firecrackers. The night sky lit up with 1,000 lights celebrating the arrival of the medicine. The coming days certainly gave them all hope to be free from the grip of spring sickness and a return to normalcy. XXXXXXXXX. Robert's booming laughter prevailed over the chaos of the battlefield. The more ironborn that came at the King of the Seven Kingdoms, stronger the swings of his warhammer became. And on every swing, the eldest Baratheon proved that he was every bit of a descendant of the Storm Kings of old. Ours the fury indeed. Eddard thought, as he cleaved the head of an overzealous ironborn who tried to one-up him in this dance of steel. After facing down into the jaws of death at the tip of Sir Arthur Dayne's sword, some foolish ironborn with subpar skills was child's play for him. The same could be said of Robert, who faced down Rhaegar at the trident. His friend had crushed not just Rhaegar but the Dragon Prince's lackeys on that fateful day. 6 years later, Eddard was once again witnessing the demon of the trident take the field. Another group of ironborn charged towards his position, but Sir Roderick and Jory Castle flanking him on the sides dispatched them with ease, leaving a lone ironborn as his opponent. Eddard didn't even entertain the fool and merely swatted away the man's axe before smashing his shield on his enemy's head. The ironborn fell with a cracked skull, never to rise again. The rocky terrain upon which the castle of Pike sat was difficult to traverse for a large army. Yet, by the grace of gods, they were steadily gaining ground. Eddard was quite disheartened to see the ironborn were fighting to the last man. He'd have gathered Balon Greyjoy would see sense and surrender. It seem old Balon has more pride than sense, your grace. Eddard shouted as he swatted a sword that came too close to Jory's side, allowing the captain of his personal guards the upper hand in his duel. All the more fun for me, Ned. Robert boomed with laughter. For a moment, Eddard wondered whether the sound was Robert's laughter or the cracking of skull. It could be either of those, but Eddard was hard-pressed to wonder about such trivial matters when he was pressing in into the castle. Sieging the castle of Pike was no easy task. The seat of Seastone chair sat on a barren rock surrounded by barren islands made of grey-black stone. The same stone which was used to build the ancient seat of House Hoare. On these barren rocks, numerous towers sat interconnected by bridges to defend the Great Keep. To access the main castle they had to take Lordsport and anchor their ships there. From there, the royal army fought for every inch of land. One by one, the towers surrounding the castle fell to the might of their swords, and yet the Ironborn were quite ready to spill their blood for a doomed cause. If nothing else, he commended the loyalty these people held for Balon Greyjoy. The fighting ensued without end and the rocky islands were wet with the blood of Ironborn. Time passed and their army pushed further and further, felling many Ironborn warriors. The Greyjoy guards wearing black iron breastplates were most ferocious in defending the Isles. For all their valor, the Ironborn were no match against the combined armies of Stormlands, Westerlands, and the North. Lord Stark, I might be wrong, but I think I see a stone bridge not too far away. Geryon Lannister shouted over the Song of Steel. Eddard generally distrusted any Lannisters after his encounter with Jaime Lannister and Tywin Lannister in the Red Keep. But, he found Geryon Lannister to be someone with a sense of honor. The man has been nothing but courteous during the whole campaign, preferring to dine with fellow soldiers rather than seeking comforts and extravagance afforded to his station. He could respect someone like that. He remembered a lesson his father imparted before he was sent off to the Vale. Judge a man not by how he treats his equals but by how he treats his inferiors. Eddard considered himself a simple man owing to his position as the second son. He was not brought up to rule from Winterfell, and he learned early on to not covet glory or power. Those were assigned to his elder brother as the gods willed it. And yet the gods were cruel to take his brother away, leaving him with far greater responsibility and power than he ever imagined. He could easily see some parts of what he would have been in Geryon Lannister. It was one of the reasons why he took a liking to the youngest brother of Tywin Lannister. It helped the man was also a good storyteller. Unlike the songs would have you believe, army camps are terribly dull. It is often the storytellers and bards who alleviate the cold grip of death over a soldier's neck. Look, Ned! We are near the stone bridge! Robert shouted. Sure enough, he could see the stone bridge bonding the bloody keep to the great keep. The stone bridge led to the sea stone chair. This war is nearly over. Eddard thought with some relief. He missed his wife and his children. He was eager to see them, but first, he had a kraken to crush for his king. How about this, Robert? Let's see who can first reach the sea stone chair. The sturdy Northman by my side or the bold Stormlanders by your side? Ha! I thought you'd never ask. Robert roared, smashing a poor sod with his warhammer, spilling blood and bone in a single strike. Some enthusiastic fighting later. Eddard stood beside Robert in the throne room of Pike. He eyed the sea stone chair made of a rock so black it seemed to suck out the light. The whole hall was dreary looking. It was no different from the rest of the Isles. The words of House Greyjoy are, "We do not sow." It seemed these Isles were enshrining those words by the looks of it. If these people were living on barren rocks all their lives, he could see why they considered it normal to steal from others. The Ironborn are a bunch of thieves, but they are far worse than the average bandits. Eddard thought, eyeing the thralls inside the castle. So, you are the Lord Reaper, Ed. You don't look like you can stand a strong wind, old man. I hope you realize the folly of rebelling against your king. Robert mocked. Rebel? I did not rebel against anyone, said Balon Greyjoy, in a rasping voice that made Eddard liken the sound to grinding rocks. You rebelled against your rightful king, Lord Greyjoy. Have you forgotten the oaths you and yours swore? Eddard reminded the would-be king. Oaths, Lord Stark? I have not sworn any oaths to a Baratheon. No Ironborn has ever sworn any oaths to any Baratheon. To the dragons we bowed, and the last dragon is dead. Your king is no dragon for my oaths to bind. Balon growled. Eddard thought the man just have a death wish to bring up the Targaryens in the presence of Robert. He could already see his childhood friend was ready to crush Balon's skull with his hammer. Robert. He cautioned his friend, and that seems to work as Robert took a deep breath and let go of his rage. Very well then, Greyjoy. Have it your way. Robert surged forward and sat on the sea stone chair before all the assembled lords and knights. Someone bring me my crown. Robert shouted, and a boy quickly brought a steel crown with antlers. Wearing the crown, Robert sat as regally as he could on the sea stone chair. Eddard gathered that the current throne must be a world of difference compared to the Iron Throne, as he could see Robert hum appreciatively. You say you have not sworn any oaths to me, Greyjoy. I shall correct this travesty. Bend your knee, swear your fealty to me and my heirs. Do this and you may live and rule Pike as your ancestors have. Robert demanded. Eddard let out a sigh of relief when Balon Greyjoy bent his knee and swore his oaths. That was not hard now, was it? Now comes the matter of reparations for this costly war. I will be taking all your stolen wealth and distributing it to those who were affected by your attacks. And I suppose, there ought to be hostages to ensure your good behavior. I am told you have a son still breathing. Robert guffawed, breaking into laughter while calling for wine to celebrate his victory. Eddard shook his head at his friend's antics in hopes he'd stop needlessly antagonizing a beaten enemy. Either way, he was happy that the whole war has come to an end. He could finally go home and be surrounded by the warmth of his family. The Greyjoy Rebellion, as the maesters were calling it, was finally over. Chapter 11, The Pentagram. Chapter text. The room was dark save for the golden runes blinking away like no tomorrow. Robb, Jon, and Sansa were looking at the glow with wide bright eyes. Old Nan and her great-grandson Hodder watched the runes with worship in their eyes. Old Nan was even whispering a prayer to the old gods in the old tongue, the ancient language of the First Men, which was fast disappearing even at the heart of First Men culture. It was a crude language, primal even. Perhaps that's why the old tongue resonated well with raw magic. Harry stayed focused on the task despite the audience. He had tried to do this discreetly, but Jon came across what he was doing. From Jon, Robb learned of what was happening. Unfortunately, Robb was staying with Sansa, and that's how she came here. On the way, Sansa let old Nan know what was transpiring, and so old Nan came over to watch the spectacle. He had no idea how Hodder wandered in, but he was sure there was a reasonable explanation. Anyway, the runes glowing eerily on his hands were carefully crafted over the course of hours and perhaps even days if the time it took to make the ritual knife is to be counted. The ritual knife in his hands looked like it was made of pure gold. It was not pure good, but it was gold all the same. It took some creative maneuvering for him to possess that much gold, but being the son of a lord of Winterfell has its perks. The ritual knife shined brightly as he carefully carved the runes in small circles around each of his fingers. It's a dangerous task, but this remained the only way he could think of to hold greater amounts of magic within his body for the time being. The runes were of Nordic origin, just as most runic magic involved with the raw magic of the planet is concerned. The First Men runes were not suited for what he intended, as the First Men rarely used to store magic in their body. The same could be said for the Children of Forest. They consecrated their hard-earned magic on weirwood trees or the stone idols that they bury around the heart tree. There were some strange customs even among the druids of this world. Sometimes, even he struggled to fathom the intricate customs Spring talks about, and he thought he had seen it all. Anyway, Harry found an effective solution to his magic drain problem. Since it became clear that rune-enforced objects can hold magic in considerable amounts in this world, he decided to carve runes on his body. Not just any runes. These were runes carefully constructed over weeks of intense brainstorming designed to restrict the drain of magic from his body. For an average wizard, 3 specific parts of the body are capable of releasing and absorbing magic in large quantities. Among the 3, the first place goes to the hands. It is well known that wrists are capable of releasing large quantities of magical energy. It's one of the reasons why wizards use wands, staffs, and rings as conduits. The second place goes to the eyes, followed by the legs. Magic performed through a visual medium is often dangerous. Usually, it leads to wide-area spells that stretches the limits of a wizard. Often, this mode of magic is performed under extreme duress. Then there are the legs, which are the weakest of the 3 in the case of wizards. Anyway, the idea Harry was pushing through was to restrict the flow of magic from his wrists. Usually, creating blocks like these are not exactly healthy, but in his case, it remained the only solution. If he is to conserve his magic and ensure he had the magic at his beck and call, then this was the only way. Else, he might just become magically impotent by the time he reaches 16, when his soul stabilizes in his body. After carving the last piece of runes on his right pinky finger, he looked at the handiwork. All 10 fingers now sported blood-red runes which looked like illegible scribbles to the untrained eye. "Does it hurt?" asked Rob, concern shining in his eyes. "I used a numbing charm on my hands. Someone could cut my hands off and I wouldn't feel a thing," said Harry, preparing to start the next step of the ritual, missing the squeamish look on the faces of his audience. Summoning the Elder Wand into his right hand, Harry began drawing runes on the floor along with the pentagram. Rituals that involved any living beings required the use of pentagram. The 5 tips of the pentagram represented the basic forces of nature like earth, wind, water, fire, and lightning. It's not just about the forces of nature but also about the congruence of the feminine and masculine within oneself. After completing the ritual circle, Harry began placing 6 cups in specific places in the circle. 5 cups were placed along a circular axis tracing a pentagon shape, while the 6th was placed at the very center of the pentagram. He filled 3 cups with mud, water, fire, and the 4th he left it empty to signify the realm of wind or space. The 5th cup was a bit tricky, but he drew the rune for power in place of lightning. Now, only the 6th cup remained. After dismissing the Elder Wand, he took out the ritual knife once more. With the sharp edge pressing into the palm of his left hand, he squeezed hard, letting his blood fill up the 6th cup. When the cup was half filled with his blood, Harry took the knife away from his palm. Kneeling down, Harry placed all 10 of his fingers on the ground. He leaned down so that his face was hovering over the 6th cup. Illuminare. Harry breathed out into the cup. The blood in the cup rippled 6 times and the runes lit up with a bright blue aura. There was a strong gust of wind signaling the pull of great amounts of chaotic magic. Seeing as he was performing the ritual inside one of the old chambers of the first keep, he was not so surprised. Just as Hogwarts sat on one of the ley lines, he was sure the first keep was built over a similar one, albeit not as strong as the one in Hogwarts. The pentagram slowly lost its blue glow in favor of taking on a golden hue. The magic suddenly rushed into his hands through his fingers, lighting up the runes around his fingers. There was a blinding flash of light and then the ritual circle disappeared, as did the contents of the 6 cups. The runes on his hand continued to glow eerily for a time before growing dimmer. It was beautiful. "Do it again," Sansa said, clapping her hands exuberantly. "Maybe some other time," Harry said, which made Sansa pout. "All right folks, the show is over. Now, let's take our leave before Maester Luwin somehow finds all of us and proceed to make our lives difficult." They all took their leave and Harry slept soundly that night. The next day he was in the training yard trying desperately to keep up with the grueling training exercises. He was padded up from head to toe. On his head, there was a helmet and the stupid visor messed with his vision. He could barely see anything in front of him and he felt like he was a tortoise pawing around trying to make a move. "Harryan, stop being lazy and swing that sword," Silos Poole ordered while tapping on Harry's helmet with a wooden sword. Harry flinched and scowled inside the helmet. He so wanted to escape this ridiculous training, but outside of using the Imperious Curse, he could think of no other way to escape. Using the Unforgivables were reserved for the most desperate of moments. Besides, he doubted he is holding enough magic in his body to perform an unforgivable curse. After all, the effects of the ritual would take 6 days to take effect. So, with some effort, he began swinging the wooden sword in his hand, a slash to the left, a slash to the right and finally a jab straight ahead with the tip. Just doing that made him huff and he was sweating up a mountain inside all the padding. "Not bad, Harryan. Now, keep those legs apart. Let me see some foot movements, boy." Silos grunted. Harry grunted but acquiesced with his trainer's orders and tried his best, but as always his best was not acceptable for Silos Poole. The man had it for him for some reason. According to Silos Poole, Harry is a lazy slob, unlike his 2 siblings. He didn't totally disagree with the man. He has a lackadaisical attitude to the whole weapons training program put forth by Silos. It's not cause he has any disrespect for the man. He just didn't see much advantage in using weapons when he has magic on his side. In the worst case scenario, he could always fall back on a knife as a hand-to-hand combat weapon. Swinging around swords is not his cup of tea. Tea, he suddenly thought. His mind conjured up the sweet aroma of hot tea. It felt like eons since he tasted tea. A blow to the back of his head broke him out of his daydream. What are you doing, boy? When you have a weapon in your hand, you focus your mind on that and nothing else. Now, do those steps, this time no mistake or I'll make you run around the courtyard in those padding. That threat roused Harry to focus. The last thing he wanted was to get stuck in this attire more than strictly necessary. Somehow, Harry managed to drag his feet through the training session. Rob and John on the other hand loved these sessions. They couldn't wait to get their hands on some true steel weapons. He shuddered thinking about two boys swinging around large steel swords. His mind went back to that fateful day in Slytherin's chamber where he was forced to use the sword of Gryffindor against the basilisk. It was by sheer dumb luck he survived the basilisk, not to mention not getting skewered by the sword as well. While he certainly loved making swords, he was not obsessed enough to use them in combat. Mostly cause, there was no reason for him to use one. If Harry wanted someone cut in half, he could use the Sectum Sempra curse. Why use a sword and take the risk of getting outsmarted by the enemy when he could cut his enemies like ribbons with a wave of his wand? At least, that's the thought running through his mind, but he was careful not to share that with anyone. The last thing he needed was for people to know that he can weaponize magic in such a way that'd trounce all the conventional weaponry. After all, the North has a good track record in dealing with those who weaponized magic in the past. Examples of the old Green Seers and the Warg King came to his mind. The Winter Kings of old slaughtered all those magic users and their male progeny. The female heirs were then married into House Stark, strengthening the bloodline. He wondered if there was some hidden magical potential among his siblings. Waddling off to the small shack close to the courtyard, Harry started the process of getting out of the bulky padding. Rob and John joined him a bit later as they were far too enthusiastic to beat each other with a wooden sword in the mud. You ran away before we could have a bout. Rob accused, stepping into the shack followed by John. It's called a tactical retreat, brother. Harry shot back while struggling with the padding tied around his back. I'll help. John offered, making Harry turn his back to half-brother. You are making that up. You are afraid I'll beat you, said Rob. Harry detected a hint of smugness from his twin, but he let it slide. Harry was more than aware Rob was a bit disappointed that he could not perform magic. Perhaps, this was Rob's way of coping with the envy rearing up. You're right, of course. My two brothers are so skilled with a sword and it makes me afraid, said Harry. Being the children that they were, both Rob and John believed him, going by their shared identical grin. Kids. So gullible. Harry thought amusedly. After shedding off their protective gear, Harry, Rob, and John stepped out of the shack. The next bit of activity on their schedule was to go play hide and seek with Sansa, who should be free from her sewing lessons. Instead, they faced an irate Catelyn Stark outside the shack waiting for them with an exasperated Maester Luwin. Just one look at the reddening face of his mother, Harry knew there was trouble. She shouldn't be here and should be busy redecorating the castle in preparation for the king's arrival. So, the fact that she is out in the open, especially in the courtyard, means they were in big trouble. It's a nice day we are having. Warm sun and all. Harry's misguided attempt at diffusing the tension backfired spectacularly. His mother fished out a piece of black cloth on which a yellow pentagram was stitched and shoved it to his face. Why is your sister obsessed with this, and why is she saying this is the symbol of the old gods? While you are at it, explain to me what in the name of gods old and new made you carve on your flesh with a knife. Harry stared at Catelyn gobsmacked before turning to his two siblings for support. To his surprise, they were nowhere to be seen. Traitors, he muttered. The door closed firmly on his back and Harry let out a sigh. He was back in his room, and this time there was double the guards standing outside his door. His mother was not taking any chances and was intent on seeing that he serve out his punishment term. Good thing I had the presence of mind to sneak in some books from the library. It's going to be a long week, Harry thought before jumping into the bed with a book from his secret collection. XXXX. Tywin Lannister went through the reports in his solar written by his kin in Lanny Sport. The extent of damage the Greyjoys have dealt them was truly massive. He didn't worry about the gold lost, cause he was going to wring that out of those thieving Ironborn for everything they took with interest. No. Rather, he was worried about the precarious position he found himself in owing to the lack of a Lannister fleet. One night his family possessed the strongest fleet in the Sunset Sea after the Redwynes, and the next morning they didn't. Even if he has the gold to build the fleet back, he lacked the expert hands to do so. The Greyjoys were thorough in their attack. It's one of the reasons why he put a 20,000 gold dragon's bounty on Euron Greyjoy's head. Sadly, the youngest of Greyjoy brothers were nowhere to be found. No matter. The Kraken will eventually find himself between the lion's jaws, he thought. A knock on the door disturbed his thoughts. Come in, said Tywin before going back to reviewing the reports and cataloguing possible remedies he thought the ports should take. My Lord Lannister, a message from your brother Lord Geryon, said Maester Crelin, placing the sealed parchment on his table. Anything else? He asked without looking up from his work. The preparations for the tourney and the victory celebrations are coming along well, my lord. But... Crelin hesitated. But what? Shall I send invites to Dorne? That gave Tywin pause and look up at Maester Crelin. Send out the invites. Let them decide whether they participate or not, said Tywin. Of course, my lord. Maester Crelin bowed before taking his leave. Once he was alone, Tywin took Geryon's message into his hands. Breaking the seal, he read through the contents of the parchment. By the end of it, he was of two minds regarding the contents of the letter. King Robert in his infinite wisdom has decided to travel straight to Winterfell instead of accepting his invitation for the tourney. Thankfully, he was prepared and had yet to send out the specific date to any lords. But, it still left a sour impression in his mind that his good son thought to spurn him. On the other hand, Geryon has chosen to travel to Winterfell with Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Apparently, the king has commissioned a Valyrian steel warmer from his dearest friend. This interested him very much, and Geryon's presence will gain him some good information about this Haryon Stark. If Eddard Stark's son was indeed capable of forging Valyrian steel, then he'd have the boy make one for his family to replace their long-lost ancestral sword Bright Roar. Perhaps, it'd be in his interest to have Haryon Stark as a part of his family. He could even offer the boy a lordship in the Westerlands with a Lannister bride. He was sure either of Stafford's daughters would be a suitable match for the Stark boy. Or maybe, his daughter would be having a girl this time around. After all, Cersei was with child. He'd have never thought to give away a princess hand to a second son, but if the Stark boy can make Valyrian steel, then it remained imperative to tie the boy close to the family by any means. Even Robert would love to tie the Stark and Baratheon bloodlines together. But, those were plans for the future. There are a great many enemies he could see on the horizon. Robert remained blind to them and was hunting the Targaryen siblings when those resources could be better spent on the enemies close to home. The Reach and Dorne were dangerous foes. Unlike any other time in the past, the Tyrells enjoyed an iron grip over the Reach lords thanks to carefully maneuvering themselves after the Blackfire rebellions and marrying into their regional rivals. The Hightowers and Redwynes were now kin with the Tyrells. Only the Florents remained estranged with the Wardens of the South. It remains to be seen whether House Florent would prove to be useful in undermining House Tyrell. He was not blind to those ambitious up-jump servants and their schemes with Renly. They were for the moment worming their way into Robert's good graces through the youngest Baratheon. Tywin was keeping a watch, and for the moment the Tyrells were content with sending expensive gifts and whatnot to the young Lord of Storm's End. The real threat, however, was from the Martells. They were silent, too silent in his opinion. There was something brewing in the sands of Dorne, and he'd be there to foil their plans. They crossed him one time with betrothing Elia Martell to Rhaegar. He paid them back for that insult, and if they persist in crossing his path again, he'd teach them a valuable lesson. Lions are the kings of the forest. His blood will sit on the Iron Throne, thereby forging a dynasty that shall last for ages. Anything that threatens this legacy of his will be culled from the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 12, The Golden Stag. Chapter text. The bells of the Great September of Baelor rung 7 times before falling silent. The High Septon has graciously ordered the bells of the September to be rung 7 times at the end of each week till the day the king returned to the city. To Jon, this was not only welcome but also quite a joy. He loved to hear the Great September sound off the bells of victory. As someone with no son of his own body, he considered Robert a son. Even though a bit unruly at times, he loved Robert dearly. Now, Ned was the favored student. Someone that he could be proud of by simple virtue of Ned's existence. There is no greater student he could ask for when it comes to passing on the chivalry and honor born out of an oath-bound knight. In this regard, he considered himself blessed to have Ned as a ward. Many of his fellow lords were not so sure of taking a Stark as a ward, but Jon had paid them no heed. There were past misdeeds from both House Stark and House Arryn. But, the past should not dictate the terms of the future. He befriended Rickard Stark on the battlefield. Bonds that are forged in steel and blood are not so easily eroded because of a darker history neither he nor Rickard barely remembers. Clinging to the past made the Targaryens weak and arrogant. If there ever was a better example, then the fall of the dragons would be the one. Jon thought. Aerys Targaryen forgot he depended on the support of the lords of the realm. It was this ignorance that led to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. Thankfully, this was not the case for Robert. Jon was more than aware of the vices of his favored ward and king. Robert was brash, loud, a womanizer, a squanderer, and least bit interested in ruling as it is. But, Robert made up for all of that by having one powerful quality that attracted friends and foes alike. Robert's ability to befriend someone was uncanny. He knew how to handle the lords of the realm very well and pull them in by his natural charisma and boisterous personality. With the recent victory over the Ironborn, Robert has ensured the remaining Targaryen loyalists will keep their heads down for the foreseeable future. Now, his work was just beginning, not just to oversee the matters of the realm but also to undermine the Targaryen loyalists. Only a fool would say there will be no more conflicts. The Martells in Dorne is lying in wait for the right time to sink their poisoned fangs into the Baratheon dynasty. He was more than aware that the Dornish are not going to forget what happened to their princess when the Lannisters sacked the capital. Nonetheless, he was not going to lift a finger to punish Tywin. Mostly, cause it would only weaken the Iron Throne in the long run. Tywin remained one of the important pillars that grants power and legitimacy to the Iron Throne. If Jon was to throw that all away by moving against the Old Lion, he'd only make it easy for the Targaryen loyalists to undermine the Baratheon dynasty. Besides, he didn't see any of these honorable lords lift a finger when his kin suffered unjust death at the hands of the Mad King. Let those hypocrites grumble all they want. The Baratheons were here to stay and rule, and if he had to partner with Tywin Lannister to accomplish this task, he will. The Seven Kingdoms can ill afford the madness and stupidity that plagued the Targaryen dynasty for so long. It was time for the reign of dragons to be sidelined to the history books once and for all. The work for this was already underway, and once Robert returned from the north he could start in earnest to pull the Reach into the fold. His plan to have the marriage of Stannis as a threat to the Tyrells was nearly thrashed with the stunt Robert pulled. Thankfully, the Florents were not offended, and now the axe was hanging over the Tyrells. It was now Lord Tyrell's move, and Jon waited patiently how Mace Tyrell would react. The recent incident with Lord Tyrell's heir and Oberyn Martell was just a blessing from the Seven. He'd be an idiot to not use the opportunity to widen the fissure that was surely forming between the Tyrells and Martells. My lord, hand. Jon turned around facing Maester Pycelle, who was slowly climbing up the stairs. Grand Maester. I hope the morning suits you well. Oh, yes. Yes indeed, my lord. Even in my old age, I am blessed enough to enjoy these summer days. Another winter is gone, and I thank the Seven to be among the living, said Pycelle, wheezing out the words tiredly from climbing the flight of stairs. Jon secretly detested the Grand Maester for these word plays. While he appreciated the man's insight could bring, he also remained cautious of Pycelle's proclivity to side with the Lannister cause. He was not blind to the Queen's attempts to fill the court with her kin, and Pycelle was quite supportive of the Queen's endeavours. He just wondered how Lord Lannister managed to own Pycelle. Perhaps he ought to look into Pycelle's past more keenly. Is there anything important that requires my attention, Maester? Jon asked, seeing as Pycelle was not budging from his spot. Oh, yes. Forgive me, my lord. Sometimes I forget myself. Jon just nodded with a polite smile. Of course, he knew Pycelle was merely putting on the act of being tired and old. Take your time, Grand Maester. Ah, yes. A raven from Lord Tywin arrived, my lord. Now, that piqued his interest. What did the Lord of Westerlands want from him? Accepting the parchment from Pycelle, he traced his eyes over the contents. It seems Lord Tywin is hosting a tourney to celebrate the king's victory over the Ironborn. He offers quite a sum for the victor in the lists, said Jon, gathering his thoughts on holding a tourney at Casterly Rock. He had plans to hold celebrations in the capital. He was sure Robert would have loved the idea, not to mention he could gather the lords of the Seven Kingdoms under the auspices of the Iron Throne. No matter. I'll have to arrange for a separate tourney in the capital lest the lords think this war to be the victory of House Lannister. Politics remained a dreadful business, and he detested the games he had to play to secure the Baratheon dynasty's future. Yet, he was forced to play this game of words for the sake of peace in the realm. He longed to see the days when he could retire back to the Eyrie and forget about the woes of the kingdoms. But first, he must ensure peace is properly restored and Robert's hold over the kingdoms remains strong. Any word from Robert, Grand Maester? He inquired. The last he heard from his former ward, Robert was enjoying the hospitality of House Ryswell. From the Raven, the Maester of the Rills, sent, Robert was quite taken with the wild forests of the north and was hunting all sorts of game available beyond the neck. While he'd not have advised Robert to take a royal progress across the vast north right after the war, he was nonetheless not opposed to his decision. The north has proved time and time again to be a crucial ally to have in some of the most critical wars fought on Westerosi soil. The dance and the rebellion came to his mind. The Targaryens foolishly never rewarded their northern subjects despite being the least troublesome kingdom of the Seven Kingdoms. Even at the lowest points of Targaryen power, not a single lord of the north ever rebelled against the Iron Throne. In the rebellion, if not for the armies of the north, they'd have not crushed the royal army as they did. The sturdy Northmen held the lines at the Trident, allowing the finest knights of the Vale to cut through the loyalists. So, Robert visiting Winterfell seems a pertinent decision. Robert would become the second king of the Iron Throne to visit the north right after Jaehaerys Targaryen. However, Robert's visit held an ulterior motive. Jon was of two minds of the rumors spreading about Ned's second son. He was just as curious about the truth of the matter. The claims were frankly far-fetched in his opinion, but he'd keep an open mind for Ned's sake. If the rumors proved to be true, then Jon would actually be quite happy. Having a strong and prosperous north actually made his work that much easier. He needed the north, Riverlands, Vale, Crownlands, and Stormlands to be as strong as possible. With the original Alliance member kingdoms growing in strength, Robert's reign will not be threatened again so easily. If Harrion Stark can indeed replicate Valyrian steel, then it was another blow to the supposed House of Dragons. It would prove that the Targaryens were not so special after all. Without their dragons they were not worth the respect and fear Aegon the Conqueror instilled on Westeros. He'd eagerly await Robert's raven from Winterfell. A warhammer made of Valyrian steel is another cause for celebration. It would be a weapon worthy of a king, not to mention one of the most unique weapons made of Valyrian steel. The prestige alone would be a crowning moment for the new Baratheon dynasty. And perhaps, if the Seven smiled upon his house, he could commission a sword worthy of House Arryn from Ned's son. It was something to look forward to. Letting out a sigh, Jon took his leave to the Tower of Hand. If the realm is to prosper, much work has to be done, and he was not one to shirk his duty. XXXXXXXX. The North. The land of the heathen, Septon's back home called this land. The oldest and largest of the 7 kingdoms. To Robert, this was not just the ancient land where the first men called their home. It was the land where his true love slept after being desecrated by the accursed dragon. Each night in his dreams he kills Rhaegar over and over, yet his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched. Perhaps, it never will. Robert thought as he rode his horse through Wintertown. Robert looked over the neutral faces of the small folk. There were no trumpets or flowers to greet him. No hoorays or drums sounded from the gathered people. He could only see silent judgment shining in their eyes. The Northerners don't much trust outsiders, said Eddard, riding beside him on a horse. I wouldn't have been an outsider if it wasn't for Rhaegar. We would have been family, Robert said, a faraway look in his eyes. Rhaegar lies beneath the ground by your hands. Justice was done for my sister and my father and brother, said Eddard. Not enough, Ned. I kill him over and over in my dreams. It is never enough. For what he did to Lyanna and your family, it's never enough. Robert growled, his fingers closing in to make a fist. He gritted his teeth as rage surged within him. Lord Stark, forgive me if this offends you. I couldn't help but notice the 5-pointed star drawn on each of the houses. What's with that? Asked Sir Barristan. That's when Robert also took note of the strangely shaped star drawn on many of the houses. Some had it painted on their doors. Some has it drawn on their stone walls, while some houses have the star carved into stone and wood. There were even some banners of the like hanging from trees up ahead. It was truly surreal. I am as baffled as you, Ser, said Eddard, looking around noticing the changes that have undergone. Robert heard Ned charge Jory Castle to find the verity of the matter. He eyed the Valyrian steel sword fastened on Jory's hip. The young man earned the right to wield the blade as he had seen Jory Castle's bravery in defending his friend during the siege of Pike. Although, Eddard did explain the sword was merely loaned to Jory for the duration of the war. It is quite an honor to wield a Valyrian steel blade, but Robert felt the man deserved a good reward. This was why he personally knighted Jory Castle and Yoram Mormont. Both of them showed valor and skill during the siege, and that's why he knighted them both. As the trees and other obstructive constructs of the town escaped his line of sight, Robert finally gazed upon the towering castle of Winterfell in the distance. There was a misty tint to the air and a bit of fog clung to the castle, but his eyes showed the mighty castle true. It is massive, just as you described, said Robert to Ned, who smiled upon setting his eyes on his childhood home. Welcome to Winterfell, Your Grace, said Eddard. Robert smiled. It took him nearly 7 years, but finally, he was at the resting place of his Lyanna. XXXX. Catelyn kept her composure as she watched the banners of House Stark and the king moving into the courtyard. She would have preferred to see her husband, who was away at war for nearly a year, immediately, but the king's presence complicated the situation. It'd be disrespectful towards the king if she were to behave in such a manner. Proper decorum has to be followed after all. So, even though she had her eyes all over her husband searching for any signs of ailments, she still went to her knee once the king dismounted his horse. She had to force Harrion down as her troublesome son still thought it acceptable to stay on his feet. Thankfully, her son didn't open his mouth to say something highly contentious right at the moment and instead knelt. She sent out a prayer to the mother for this small mercy. The last thing she wanted was for the king to get offended. She didn't have to worry about Robb or Sansa. Robb took her advice to the heart, showing proper respect to the king. He was, after all, going to be the Lord of Winterfell one day. Thankfully, Robb was the least troublesome of her children, and he had sportingly agreed to watch over Sansa, who was increasingly taking after her rebellious older brother. She'd have a word with her husband about the issue regarding these new banners coming up everywhere. The castle and Wintertown were getting filled with this new symbol, which her son called the pentagram. She can see the symbol almost everywhere she looked. Sansa was the one to draw the symbol all across the castle walls, and from there the small folk took it upon themselves. Now, the small folk thinks this pentagram is a symbol of the old god's favor. She was truly afraid of what the lords of the north would think. Quite a few of the lords were accompanying the king and her husband. Some others were staying in the castle, and so far they have kept mum about the matter, if only to not offend her. Mayhaps, her hasty execution of Septa Mordain has given her an intimidating reputation among the lords, as suggested by Maester Luwin. Maybe, that's why the lords were keeping their opinion to themselves. Rise, all of you! Ordered the king. Catelyn took to her feet and so did the others. Even so, she maintained a tight grip on Harrion's shoulder. She only released it when she was sure her husband remained unscathed from the war. It was truly a blessing and she thanked the seven for this mercy. Your Grace, Winterfell is yours, she said, performing a perfect curtsy. Ah, Cat! The king embraced her as if she was his own sister. By the stories Ned has told her, King Robert would treat her as such, seeing as her husband remained brother in all but blood to the king. Coming out of the embrace, the king turned his attention to her children. And these must be your children, the king commented, taking a good look at her 3 children. Then the king moved towards her eldest son. Red hair and blue eyes like your mother. You must be Robb, said King Robert before shaking her eldest's hand. Little Sansa Stark. You will grow to be a beauty like your mother and all the lords will vie for your hand in marriage, the king complimented before moving on to her second son, Harrion. Black hair and grey eyes, You must be Harrion Stark, the famed blacksmith. I shall look forward to your work, young Stark. By the grace of seven, her son silently accepted the compliment and shook hands with the king. It was a relief to her that Harrion didn't snap back any offensive comments to the king. Well then, Ned. Take me to your cribs. I will have to pay my respects, said the king. Catelyn took note of the sad look flashing in the king's bright blue eyes. It has been 7 years and the king has a beautiful wife and an heir. Yet, King Robert still pines after her good sister. She had of course known King Robert loved Lyanna Stark very much, but not to this extent. Is this how Ned thinks of the bastard's mother, she wondered, as her husband led the king towards the cribs. The thought blindsided her for a moment and she couldn't help but throw a resentful look at Jon Snow despite her best efforts to control herself. The bastard was standing far back behind the lords and other household guards. She knew the boy was hardly responsible for her husband's infidelity, but Jon Snow remained the living memory of her shame. No matter how much she tried, she could not entertain the thought of another woman sharing Ned's bed. Perhaps she wouldn't have felt this deeply if she hadn't fallen in love with her husband. She also knew her husband loved her. But, her worry has always been whether Ned loved Jon Snow's mother more than her. After all, Catelyn was a political marriage for Ned, while the other woman must have taken her place in Ned's heart. When she saw Jon Snow looking in her direction, she put those dark thoughts away. There were far more important matters to deal with rather than wallowing in depressing thoughts. Family, duty, and honor, she whispered in her mind to settle herself. It was time to do her duty as Lady of Winterfell and welcome the many guests accompanying the king and her husband. At least, that should take her mind off her woes. Chapter 13, A Dragon Alone in the World. Chapter text. A gentle breeze glid into their home through the open window. The cool breeze flowed over him carrying a lemon tint. Looking outside the window, Viserys took note of the large lemon tree with its leaves dancing in the wind. This was a sad day for Viserys. Truth be told, he has not known happy days ever since his mother Rhaella Targaryen, the true queen of the Seven Kingdoms, passed away. He is the last male Targaryen and only his sister shared his name and blood. A sister he despised for robbing his mother's life. It has been hard to live in exile. Each day he lived in fear of the usurper's dogs. Not just for his life, but he had to worry about his sister's life as well. Even though he blamed Dany for his mother's death, he could not help but worry for her. Dany was his sister, his blood. He could hate her and love her, but no one else was allowed to harm her. He would not allow that so long as he was alive. He is a Targaryen, the blood of the dragon. No one harms his family. He'd burn them all as Argon the Conqueror did. The giggling of his little sister brought a smile to his face. He watched from the window as his sweet sister ran around the lemon tree chasing after a small puppy. The small animal was a stray that walked into their home on a rainy night. His sweet sister immediately took a shine to the creature, and ever since then the puppy remained under her care. He didn't have the heart to deny his sister the companionship of the creature, especially when it reminded him so much of his niece Rhaenys, who had a pet cat named Bael Ryan. He remembered the cat well. His niece thought of her cat as the Black Dread and reenacted Aegon's battles while running around the Red Keep. The Red Keep. Viserys could hardly remember the intricacies of the seat of power of Targaryen kings. He knew it was made of red bricks and it has numerous chambers. But, living in exile for over 6 years was sapping away the memories of his home. He may have forgotten some chambers and layout of the Red Keep, but he'd never forget, nor will he forgive the savagery unleashed by the usurper and his dogs upon his family. It is said his niece was stabbed 100 times by Tywin Lannister's mad dogs. His nephew Aegon had his head smashed and his good sister was raped to death. The only reason he and his mother escaped the blades of the usurper's dogs was that they were safe in Dragonstone. But, even the ancient seat of his family proved to be unsafe after his father was struck down by the false knight, Jaime Lannister. The castle of Dragonstone was crawling with spies and traitors hoping to garner goodwill with the usurer. If it wasn't for Sir Willem Darry, he'd have also died at the hands of the traitors. But, Sir Willem was a true knight and did his duty by serving his rightful king dutifully all his life. As such, it was painful for Viserys to watch the good knight waste away in the bed. He looked at the weakened form of Sir Willem and barely held back the tears waiting to spill out. The knight was not just his trainer and teacher but also a confidant. The knight was someone he could speak openly with and someone he admired. It was the last wish of his mother that he learn from the man and listen to Sir Willem's advice. A wish that he took to heart, and so far the knight kept him and his little sister safe. For this, he would remain immensely grateful. Viserys dearly wished he could reward the knight with something, but he was rich no longer. The riches in gold and land were no longer his to give. The usurper has seen to that with his treachery. He is the prince of the 7 kingdoms, yet he possessed very little wealth to his name. His inability to provide some comfort to the knight who saved him and his sister from a gruesome death weighed heavily in his mind. He felt as if the whole world was mocking him and his ancestors looking upon him with shame from the heavens. He was reminded of the fact that he is currently the same age as Durin I, who had launched the conquest of Dorne at the ripe age of 4 and 10. When the young dragon turned 5 and 10, King Durin became the youngest Targaryen to win a war. Durin succeeded where even the conqueror and his sister wives failed. Viserys looked upon the young dragon for inspiration. One day he would emulate the young dragon and take what was taken from his house through war. Yet, time was passing by and he could not see a clear path to the Iron Throne. The Ironborn rebellion in Westeros had given him hope. Surely, the lords would see the usurper to be a weak fool and raise their banners to restore House Targaryen to the Iron Throne. At least, that's what he hoped when the Greyjoys launched their rebellion. He hoped they were the first of many, and he had laughed so heartily when word reached him of the burning of Lannister fleet. He waited day and night without sleep for any scrap of information from Westeros. He dreamed of the Targaryen banner proudly raised over the highest towers of the Red Keep. He saw himself seated on the Iron Throne, the seat of power his ancestors forged through fire and blood. He dreamed of a massive armada that'd sail into the Blackwater Bay. The same armada that'd burn the coasts of the traitorous kingdoms like the North, Riverlands, Vale, Stormlands, and Westerlands. Yet, nothing of the sort happened. The accursed usurper managed to crush the rebellion. No lords raised their banners to restore him to his rightful throne. No ships came to Essos to sail him home. All his dreams remained dreams while the usurper and his dogs celebrate their victory. Why, he screamed in his mind. Why is the usurper winning? Why are the gods not answering my prayers? Why are the lords refusing to welcome their rightful king? Your Grace! A raspy voice called him. Viserys broke off from his depressive thoughts to see the tired grey eyes of Sir Willem being trained on him. He doubted Sir Willem could even properly see him. The poor man is half blind and yet he remains staunchly loyal to my house. A knight worthy of the white cloak. Viserys thought. The old wrinkly hands of Sir Willem beckoned him and Viserys moved closer to the old knight's reach. The hands of Sir Willem were shaking and so he took those hands into his. Have you completed your training in the yard, Your Grace? The gruff voice of Sir Willem came out accompanied by a series of coughs. I have Ser. Good. Good. Sir Willem rasped. Do not let your skills with the blade dull. You will need it when you retake the Iron Throne from the usurper. I will train twice as hard Ser. Viserys promised, eyes glistering with tears. Sir Willem smiled, showing the few teeth the knight has left in his mouth. It will not be easy, taking the Iron Throne. But, I'm confident you will take back the Iron Throne. There are allies hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. Sir Willem rasped out. Viserys struggled to hear what Sir Willem was saying. Before he could ask for clarification, his sister chose that moment to barge into the room. Thankfully, her pet dog was nowhere to be seen. Princess! Sir Willem fondly called as Dany skipped next to Sir Willem's bed. His sister was another reason to be thankful to Sir Willem. Dany grew up without knowing her father and mother. The only Targaryen she knew was him. She saw Sir Willem as a father figure. A sentiment shared by Sir Willem, who treated Dany as if she was his own daughter. Viserys knew his sister was a sweet little thing. But, every time he looked at her he saw the dead eyes of his mother lying in a pool of blood. No matter how hard he tried he could not forget the light leaving his mother's eyes. The anguish he felt that night on the ship as they sailed away from their home was overwhelming. The helplessness he felt that night still clung to him and it made him unable to properly care for his sister. So, he always kept her at an arm's length, fearing what he might do to her in a moment of weakness. Tell me a story, Sir? A story about home? Daenerys asked sweetly. Sir Willem is ill, Dany, said Viserys, looking sternly at his sister. But I. Viserys gave his sister a frosty look that made her flinch and shut up. Seeing the fear on his sister's face he calmed down. Sir Willem needs his rest. I will tell you the tale of Aemon the Dragon Knight after we pray in the September for Sir Willem's health. Viserys offered as a compromise. The radiant smile that graced his sister's face lightened his heart. That evening Viserys took his sister to the September. The proximity of Bravisea coastlands to the Andal heartlands ensured there were small septs scattered throughout the land. While these seps had nothing compared to the great September of Baylor, they gave him a sense of belonging and familiarity. Of course, they could not afford to expose their identity. So, Viserys had turbans wrapped around his head as well as his sisters to keep their silver hair shielded from curious eyes. After saying their prayers, they walked back to their home. It disturbed him to pray to a small stone sculpture. The lack of gemstones for eyes in the September's 7 sculptures also made it difficult for him to pray. In King's Landing, it was believed the gemstones were the eyes of the 7 through which the gods judged those who pray in the September. Maybe, that's why his prayers remain unanswered while the usurper ruled from the Iron Throne without trouble. Once they neared their home, Viserys frowned as the servants were arguing outside the door. Sir Willem had purchased their home near an isolated farmland. Even so, he was strict to keep discipline in the house, hiding from any sort of attention. What's happening? He wondered, feeling a sense of impending doom. Viserys tightened the grip on Dany's hand and slowly made his way forward. Once the servants saw him, they quieted down. But, he remained wary of these servants. He could feel many eyes on his person, and without a sword by his side he felt exposed. He dragged Daenerys with him and rushed into their home. It didn't take long for Viserys to find Sir Willem, who had passed away in his bed. He didn't know how long, but he stared at the knight who had taken care of him and his sister all these years. Daenerys was openly crying, but Viserys could not afford to show such weakness. However, despite his best efforts, a single tear rolled down his cheeks. He might be a dragon, but even dragons have a heart. Bowing his head, he discreetly rubbed that stray tear away, even as his heart drowned in anguish. Now, I'm truly alone. XXXXXXXXX. Harry should have known children are a strange breed. They are easily distracted and have the extraordinary ability to misinterpret something in ways that'd flummox an adult's mind. He should have remembered this simple fact before he unwittingly involved his siblings in the ritual. Maybe this body is inhibiting my mind far more than I thought. Harry reasoned within his mind as he watched iron beginning to melt in the melting pot. It is possible that his mental faculties were not up to par, just as his magic remained weakened compared to his older self. The Department of Mysteries had long since realized magic in a wizard and a witch remains intrinsically tied to their brains. This is true for all magical creatures. It is the reason why they were able to reshape reality to their imagination. The brain is the centerpiece of magical ability, and that's why the mind arts was such a difficult branch of magic to master. Now, Harry's situation was a difficult one to comprehend. His present situation is beyond the edge of reason and quite frankly beyond the scope of magic. Reincarnating into a different planet after walking through the Veil of Death is not exactly covered under any branch of magic he knew of. Not to mention the biological constraints must be making him more volatile emotionally and mentally. After all, he stepped into the Veil convinced he was going to die, and yet he was alive on another planet. In some ways, his mind might be affected by his experience of death and rebirth. How else could he explain his poor judgment by letting children witness a ritual that required blood sacrifice? This thought was just burning inside his mind, and he felt like he was in a melting pot. No matter how much experience he had gathered, it seems the biological impulses of this young body are strong enough to overwhelm his otherwise accumulated wisdom and rationale. I need to increase the practicing time of occlumency techniques. Harry thought. Setting that aside for the moment, Harry focused on the work at hand. The king was away from the castle with his father. The two of them, accompanied by a slew of lords and knights, had gone out for a hunt in the Wolf's Wood. It was a good thing the king was taking so much of his father's attention. It means he has got more time to work out how to properly deal with the mess Sansa made. Although, Harry was not exactly sure whether it'd become a mess. The pentagram was well received in Winterfell as well as in Wintertown. It's possible that the northern lords may not find the symbol offensive. It's hard to say, seeing as they are all hard men to read. Legilimency would have yielded some results, but he was suitably cautious in using that branch of the mind arts, especially when he was this vulnerable. A child's brain is not suitable for this kind of offensive mind art. Either way, he decided to roll with punches and was going forward with the pentagram. So, if you don't mind me asking, just how do you keep the steel from forming slags if you are casting the hammer, as bronze weapons were made in the past? Harry shifted his attention to Geryon Lannister, a funny man who happened to be the brother of the most feared lord in the south. House Lannister is an old house, as old as House Stark. They could trace their ancestry all the way to the Age of Heroes. They blazon their cloaks and banners with a golden lion. The Lannisters are also the richest house in the Seven Kingdoms. Most of all, the current queen is a Lannister, and that puts them in a powerful position. By this man's presence in the forge, Harry deduced one thing. House Lannister is interested in commissioning a sword. A welcoming prospect in Harry's opinion. If he somehow has caused any offense to the northern lords, then some gold might come in handy to smooth over some ruffled feathers. I have a spell to sustain the temperature in the iron so that the metal remains in a molten state. Harry answered before gesturing for his assistants to take the melting pot away from the fire. Hey! Interesting. Tell me, how are you doing these spells? Asked Geryon Lannister, eyes shining with unbridled curiosity. That's a difficult question to answer, Lord Geryon. How does your stomach digest the food you eat, the wine you drink? How does your heart pump blood without your conscious decision? Even when you sleep, the faculties of your body function without your express permission," said Harry, applying a spell to cushion the flow of the molten metal as his assistants began pouring the metal into the mold through the sprue hole. Smoke billowed out of the vents as the molten metal began to settle into the mold. As the molten metal slowly filled up the mold, Harry began casting the forging spells with the Elder Wand. The forging spells emulated the folding techniques that refined the metal layer by layer while imbuing it with magical properties. Just as there are chain spells dedicated for defense and offense, there are chain spells for enchanting charms. Harry created a chain of charms dedicated to replicating the everlasting properties of Valyrian steel. Each layer of the metal gets threaded together by this chain of charms, thereby keeping an everlasting cohesion. Now, all these spells were in danger of getting eroded, and that's where the runes come in. So, these spells, magic is something within the human body. The Lannister Lord prodded. Magic is an energy prevalent in nature, Lord Geryon. It resides in the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, the creatures that we share this world with, and even in our bodies. Everyone has magic in them, but only a rare few souls can wield magic. That's the only difference," said Harry, without taking his eyes off the mold. There was some soft murmur in the far back of the forge. Harry placed the identity of those people by their distinctive Bravici accent. For some reason, the two Bravici merchants were hanging around Lord Manderley like bears who found a honeypot. It's easy to say they are quite interested in his magic, going by the thorough inquiries they conducted yesterday. Mostly, they wanted to know if there were any sacrifices involved to fuel up the spells. He was curious how these Bravici came to this conclusion. Knowing the history of Bravus, Harry had a strong suspicion the Valyrians charged up their spells using sacrificial magic. Maybe, that's what got the Bravici spooked. But, this was another problem to worry about some other time. At the moment, there were better things to worry about. After ensuring the layers were properly tethered by magical spells, he applied the cooling charm on the molten metal, ensuring instant solidification. With the process complete, he nodded at his assistants. They removed the top flask and Harry laid eyes on his handiwork. The hammer was 36 inches long, but it was currently covered in sand. A simple flick of his wand cleaned all the dirt, and the smooth surface of the hammer was revealed to everyone. The hammer was black as night except for the golden pentagram Harry impressed upon the center of the hammerhead. He tapped the hammer with the tip of his wand. The runes ensuring the integrity of the spells flared up with a golden hue before disappearing altogether. Well, I believe King Robert's weapon is ready. Chapter 14, A Trip to Skagos. Chapter text. Eddard liked to think he is a simple man with simple tastes in life. He was never attracted to the extravagance that came with his position as a son of House Stark. Oh, he knew he was afforded many comforts an average northerner could only dream of. He was born in a warm, sturdy castle, one of the largest in the 7 kingdoms. He was blessed with a lovely family, a lovely wife, beautiful children, and the necessary wealth to lead a healthy as well as peaceful life. What more could a man ask for in this world? Holding his newborn daughter in his arms, he was once again reminded of how fortunate he was. His daughter's eyes were a deep shade of grey and hair as black as night. A Stark in looks and name. She has Lia's eyes, said Benyon softly, scratching the underside of the newborn's feet, which made her snuggle into Ned's arms. I know, said Ned, looking longingly at the grey eyes of his newborn daughter, a mirror to his beloved sister's eyes. Have you thought of a name, Cat? Asked Benyon. Eddard also looked at his wife, curious to see if his wife has any suggestions. I'm afraid not, Benyon. My husband was too busy entertaining his friend for the past week rather than thinking of a name for our daughter. Benyon cracked up beside him, making Ned frown. He got the feeling Benyon was about to make fun of him, a favorite pastime of his younger sibling. Lyanna would often say that Robert was only interested in her because he pictures her as Eddard with long hair and teats. If the laws would have allowed him, Robert would have married my brother instead of his Lannister wife. Benyon joked, before dissolving into peals of laughter. Even Cat joined Benyon in laughter at Ned's expense. A feeling that he didn't like at all, mostly cause it reminded him of his childhood when Brandon, Lyanna, and Benyon made fun of him. You come down from the wall once a year only to insult me in front of my wife. It seems even the wall has failed to temper your character. Ned groused. Surely the Lord of Winterfell and the Warden of the North can appreciate a joke once a year. Benyon japed, sharing a smile with his good sister. Only if your jokes are not at my or the king's expense, especially when the Lord of all 7 kingdoms is a guest in our home. Wars have been started for less. Ned cautioned, his mind going back to thoughts of an elder brother who brazenly offended powerful people on a fairly regular basis. A habit their father had tried to curb but failed. You have no sense of humor, brother. Now, let's see whether my niece has more humor than my dear sibling, said Benyon, carefully taking the baby into his arms. Ned saw his daughter let out a small yawn, which put a smile on his face. He watched Benyon pace around the room, making cooing sounds and funny faces at his daughter. Seeing this, Ned shook his head. His brother has always been excited when it comes to babies, and yet he chose the wall. In an ideal world, Benyon should have married a good northern lady and had started a family of his own. Ned had planned to raise a castle at Sea Dragon Point and assign Benyon the lordship of the land. A marriage to House Mormont or Tallheart would have helped his little brother govern the long strip of land most ably. Instead, his younger brother chose to take the black. It was a decision he didn't approve, but Benyon was adamant to become a brother of the Night's Watch. The watch may have fallen to decay at present, but many of the first men houses still considered it an honorable service to their land. After all, the Night's Watch protected the north from wildling raiders. Ned took note when Benyon handed the baby to Catelyn before eyeing him with an uncharacteristic serious look on his face. "Catelyn, would you excuse us for a moment?" Catelyn eyed the two of them before she took her leave, closing the door behind her. "How long does the king plan to stay here?" asked Benyon. "I frankly do not know," Ned answered after brief thought. "Why? What's the matter?" "Why else? John," Benyon whispered. Ned became alarmed. "What about John?" he asked, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead, and it had nothing to do with the warmth provided by the castle. "You brought Sir Barristan Selmy and other people who knew Rhaegar as a child to our home. They could notice the similarities. I've kept John far away from any curious eyes, brother. Besides, John takes after us in looks," Ned reasoned. "There are people here who have seen Rhaegar since childhood. It wouldn't be a stretch for them to note John has a similar skin tone and cheekbones. Just today, I had to carefully lead both John and Harrion away before they garnered Sir Barristan's attention," said Benyon. Ned turned away from his brother to gaze out the window, his face thoughtful and overcome with fear for John's safety. "Promise me, Ned. Promise me." Ned could still hear the voice of his sister's last words ring loud and clear in his ears. He could even smell the blood and roses of the room which he found her in her last moments. Oh, how he wished he could save her that day. He had never felt so helpless and useless as he watched the light leave his sister's eyes. He cursed Rhaegar for what he did to his sister. The Targaryen prince ruined her life just as he ruined the lives of thousands. If Robert hadn't killed that madman. "Ned." He heard Benyon call, which snapped Ned out of his musings. "Ned, we need to move John away from Winterfell at least until Robert and the others leave." "You are right. It is dangerous for John to stay here. The risk is too great. But, moving him abruptly may also raise suspicion." Ned thought out loud. Suddenly, he smashed his fist on a piece of furniture in frustration. "I should have found some way to keep Robert away from Winterfell. As a matter of fact, I do have an idea that could see John quietly moved from Winterfell without suspicion," said Benyon. Ned was pleasantly surprised to hear that. "Truly? How?" "Harrion has been telling me about the spring sickness and his cure the other day." Ned frowned. He was hoping to have a talk with his son regarding that topic, but Robert's insistence on going for a hunt had made him postpone. "I'm aware of it. What's that got to do with John?" asked Ned. "Well, it turns out no one has found a cure for the sickness till Harrion. The medicine that was in excess after curing the people of Winterfell and Wintertown was sent to the White Harbor. However, it's not enough. Also, Bravus is dealing with a small outbreak as well. So, the cure is being sought out by the Bravasi. Harrion tells me that he needs unicorn horns to make more medicine." Ned looked at his brother as if he lost his mind, understanding where Benyon was going with this. "Are you mad? You want to take?" "Yes. I want to take Harrion on a journey to Skagos where we have the clans help us find the unicorns. John can be taken along for the journey and no one would suspect a thing," said Benyon. "You have clearly gone mad. I will not allow my children anywhere near that island full of barbarians. Besides, Harrion is needed here to present the king's weapon," Ned argued. "They will be traveling with me and written orders from you should be enough for the clans to ensure our safety if you are that worried," said Benyon with a shrug. "As for presenting the king's weapon, I think Robb can do that as the heir of Winterfell." "I don't know, Benyon. This comes off as a bad idea." Ned remained unconvinced. "I may not be as knowledgeable when it comes to Harrion, but do you really want him to address the king and the entire court? The lad spews out offences every time he opens his mouth. He could have given a real challenge to Brandon." "Well, there is that, but still. Sending them to Skagos is a bit extreme, don't you think?" "No. There's no time to waste on overthinking everything. If you have a better idea to move John inconspicuously, then let me hear it." Ned had no answer to that, and so he agreed to Benyon's plan reluctantly. "You better find a good name for your daughter to make your wife happy, cause she won't be pleased to learn her son is going to Skagos," Benyon said as a parting shot, leaving Ned alone in the room. "XXXX. Careful, Master Harden," Harry cautioned the smith. "Worry not, young lord. I have steady hands," said Master Harden, a young blacksmith whom Harry charged with a crucial task. Harry kept a keen eye on the liquid metal pouring into the mold. As the last drop was emptied into the mold by the steady hands of Master Harden, Harry began humming chants in Parcel tongue. He flicked his wand, silently casting the summoning charm. A small cup flew into his waiting hand. Inside the cup lay powdered weirwood leaves treated with the sap from the heart tree. It was also thoroughly blessed by the unique magic of the resident druids of this planet thanks to pollen. The powder was a strong mix just oozing with nature magic or old magic as wizards of his world called it. Harry poured the powder into the mold. It quickly caught fire, but that wasn't the point. The magic contained in the powder seeped into the molten metal under the careful application of Parseltongue. After this was done, Harry used the spell forging method to bind metal and magic together layer by layer. A few minutes later, Harry observed Master Harden carefully removing the mold. And there it was. A perfectly strong magical foci in the form of a Valyrian steel ring, perfectly capable of performing magic and storing away his magical power. A magical battery of sorts. At first look, it looked like a gold ring with a small dragon head as a headpiece. But, it was no ordinary ring. It was a ring filled with enormous power. Or at least, it will be when I fill it with magical power. Harry mused. Harry took the ring into his left hand. Flipping the ring on its side, he looked at the small pentagram on the inside surface of the ring. He pricked his finger to get a drop of blood and pressed the blood to the pentagram. The runes that run along the ring's surface lit up with magic, ensuring his sole ownership of the ring. Harry put the ring on his index finger. The ring was unsurprisingly a bit loose, but that was not an issue. The ring let out a small shiver before it shrunk down in size to fit his finger perfectly. Reaching out with his magic, Harry was relieved to find the ring welcomed his magic in. It felt like the first time he was holding his wand. There was a euphoric warmth that spread out from the tip of his fingers to all ends of his body. Nice. Harry said, looking at his new magical foci. The Elder Wand is undoubtedly a powerful magical foci, but it was certainly not having a good time in this world. The Elder Wand's greatest advantage is that it holds impressions of powerful wizards from ages past. So, any spell he performs using the wand gets a boost from these age-old impressions gathered by the Death Stick. However, the magic drain happening in this world has the potential to wipe the slate clean, so to speak, and leave the Elder Wand as just an ordinary wand. So, an idea came to him to make a new magical foci. Hence, the ring. Of course, using magic rings is not exactly a new idea. Ancient Aryan wizards used spell-forged rings as conduits for spells. Although, rings are not exactly preferred for sophisticated magic. They were best used for wide area affecting spells. There you are, nephew. Harry stopped admiring his new magical foci in favor of looking at his uncle, Benyon Stark. Ah, I was hoping to find you, said Harry, nodding at Master Harden to present the gift he had prepared for his uncle. The young blacksmith picked up a wooden box from a nearby table and presented it to Benyon. What's in here? Opening the box, Ben was left speechless as his eyes took in a beautifully casted longsword having distinct ripple patterns all over the blade's surface. You made this for me? Ben asked, taking the blade out of the case and appreciating it with a few swings. I know you just had your 22nd name's day. Consider this a gift, said Harry. Have I ever told you just how weird you talk? No 6-year-old talks like you do, said Benyon, still marveling at his new sword. There are no 6-year-olds like me, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. I've noticed, Benyon said, sardonically. Well, this is a fine gift, Harry. In fact, I have a gift of sorts for you as well. Oh. I'm curious to see what you have for me, Uncle Benyon. Benyon gave him a crooked smile. How do you feel about a trip to find some unicorns in Skagos? Harry stared at his uncle to see whether the man was joking. Seeing as that is not the case, a smile blossomed on Harry's face. When do we leave? He asked eagerly. Now, said Benyon before picking Harry up in a scoop despite his protests before leaving the smoke-filled shop of the smith. The next half an hour was sort of a blur for Harry. He was quite confused at the pace by which everything was happening, but he was not complaining. A trip to the secluded island of Skagos where he could examine unicorns and other magical beasts of this planet is the most exciting thing that's ever been about to happen in the last 6 years. So, he was very happy to start this journey. The downside, however. You all right, Harryan? Asked the newly knighted Jory Castle. Harry was sitting on Jory's horse with the newly appointed knight holding the reins. In his excitement about the journey, he had almost forgotten just how slow the journey was going to be. This would not be an easy journey where he could cut out travel time with portkeys, brooms, and apparition. Can I at least have my own horse? Harry whined. Not possible, nephew. As it is, your mother is just about ready to eat me alive. So, count yourself lucky you are even having this journey, said Benyon, who was holding John close to his chest on his horse. Hi-ah. Benyon and John took the lead while Jory and Harry followed them. 10 guards accompanied them on horses and they were out of the north gate before long. Harry watched the castle disappear behind him with his father and mother looking at them from the distance. He couldn't help but wonder why they'd agree to let him go. Either way, he was quite happy he does not have to present the warmer to the king. He was hardly one for ceremonies and his father plans to hand over the weapon to the king in a formal setting. That kind of thing was reserved for Rob, as he is the heir to the seat of Winterfell. However, Harry was the one to make the weapon, so it is his pejorative to put a price on it. He just hoped Rob is successful in presenting the price he was asking for the weapon to the king. Moreover, he hoped the king would oblige, especially after the trouble he went through to add some extra spells on the weapon. I suppose I'll find out if everything went according to plan when I return. Harry mused, looking towards the road ahead. Chapter 15, God's Grief. Chapter text. Theon hated this cold and unforgiving land called the North. These people were strangers to him, their customs were strange to him, and even their gods were strange to him. He had of course heard of the Greenlanders inhabiting the lands of Westeros. He could not fathom how people can live so far away from the sea. It's ludicrous. How can men turn their backs on the call of the sea? How could any men not heed the promise of adventure and glory the seas offered? He could not fathom these Greenlanders and their strange ways. How can any self-respecting man live all their life in these lands? And Theon saw just how vast the North was. Not just vast but empty as well. Theon had ridden a horse from the rills and he saw more empty tracts of land filled with trees and snow than people. The North, he gathered, was just a vast wasteland with no one living in this cold snowy land. There were some villages here and there closer to the main castles of Lords of the North. But, those villages were filled with small folk whose only trade is tilling lands and other nonsensical things his people considered cowardly and unimportant. A good Iron Man loved and breathed to sail all the known seas. He earned his spurs not by tilling lands or learning numbers and letters but by paying the iron price. His people sailed all the known seas and took whatever they saw of value back to their home on their strength. The Ironmen of old were fierce battle-hardened men with iron in their blood, so fierce that they felt no pain or fear. At least, that's what his father said an ideal Ironborn should be. And yet, for all his people's vaunted strength, they were beaten back by the Baratheon king. He was present that day when his father knelt in the throne room and the Baratheon king took the crown atop his father's brow. His two brothers Maron and Roderick were killed in the war. His uncle Victarion was defeated at the sea by the king's brother, while his other uncle Euron was nowhere to be seen. Frankly, Theon was in a struggle with what he should believe. According to his father, the Lord Reaper of the Pike, a good Ironborn lived and died in accordance with the old way. The Ironborn do not build anything except ships to sail the seas, and when they die the drowned god accept them into his watery halls beneath the sea. We do not so. These were the words of his house. These were not just words but a pledge that guided his people. Despite all this, Theon was also skeptical of his father's claims. If the drowned god protected their islands and demanded the Ironmen to pay the iron price, why did the Ironborn lose the war? If his father truly followed the old way, why did his father give him up as a hostage to the enemy? Why did his father kneel to the Baratheon king and swear oaths of fealty? Shouldn't the Ironborn be superior to the Greenlanders? Why did they lose the war? Why did his brothers die if they were great warriors? Why did the drowned god abandon them when their ships were smashed in the seas by the Greenlanders? Most importantly, why was he the one to be sent to the north? Why wasn't his sister taken hostage? With his brothers dead, shouldn't he stay by his father's side as the heir of Pike? But no. Instead of being by his father's side, he ended up in the clutches of his father's enemies. Enemies who proved they are far more powerful than his father and his people. So, Theon was no longer sure what he should believe or who he should blame. Should he blame the Starks and Baratheons for making him a hostage? Undoubtedly yes. But, shouldn't the blame also lie at his father's feet for bending his knee to the Greenlanders? That's also a yes. This left Theon disenchanted from everyone around him. He dearly wished his father would somehow save him from this place. Wrapping the cloak flighty around him, he let out a shiver as snow continued to fall. Theon carefully took measured steps as he walked down a couple of stone stairs lest he slips and falls. The slippery stone steps tested his balance, but he managed to stay on his feet and finally embraced the safety of the ground. Theon. Hearing his name being called, Theon turned around abruptly, facing the cold Lord of Winterfell. He involuntarily let out a shiver as his eyes connected with the cold, indifferent grey eyes of the Lord of Winterfell. Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, was a cold man. A man who encompassed everything Theon has seen of the Northerners. Cold, emotionless, scary, indifferent, silent, and most of all huge. Lord Stark looked like he could snap his father in half. Although, the man has nothing on Robert Baratheon, who looked like he could smash 100 Ironmen all on his own. If rumors were true, that's what the Baratheon king did in the siege of Pike. However, Robert Baratheon was easy to laugh and made a ruckus wherever he went. That's not how the Lord of Winterfell behaved. The Northern Lord was silent and as cold as the frigid air of the north. This made Theon all the more afraid of the Lord of Winterfell. The Northerner behaved akin to the sigil on his banner. A wolf that looked for weaknesses just before an attack. Lord Stark. Theon greeted the Northern Lord with a respectful nod. Theon didn't know what else to do. He was not exactly sure how he should behave. His mother had warned him to behave respectfully towards his captors. His mother hoped the king would allow him to return home if he behaved well. Theon had also learned Lord Stark is good friends with the king. So, he gathered he would be allowed back home if he behaved respectfully to the Lord of Winterfell. Theon. I gather your accommodations have been acceptable. Of course, Lord Stark. Theon answered. He was not even lying to be polite. The Northern Lord might be a cold hard man, but Theon was treated well in the castle ever since he arrived. Servants arranged his bedding and prepared his bath every day. He was afforded a warm room in the castle that warded off the cold prevalent outside the walls of the castle. He was well fed and watered every day. Though his stay has only been for a week, he could find nothing to complain about the hospitality of House Stark. That's good to hear. I was meaning to have a talk with you, but the king and the guests took up most of the time. I understand, my lord, said Theon. Truly, there was nothing else to say. Not that he expected the Northern Lord to spend his time talking to him in the first place. Even his lord father rarely spoke to him. It was mostly his mother and his sister who looked after him on Pike. Even his older brothers Maron and Roderick only took an interest in him to beat him up from time to time. Supposedly, the beatings were supposed to make him a better Ironborn. Seeing as both his brothers died in the war, Theon was seriously doubting the claims of his older siblings. Come walk with me, lad, said Lord Stark, taking the lead. Theon closely followed the Lord of Winterfell, who took a stroll through the grounds. People rushed about their daily business, but they all bowed or dipped their heads in respect before their lord. I was once fostered far away from my home. So, I know what you are going through, lad, said Lord Stark, startling Theon. But of course, your situation is different than mine. I was sent to the Eyrie by my father to be fostered by Lord Jon Arryn. The Arryns and Starks have fought for thousands of years, so you can imagine it was no easy decision for my father despite his tentative friendship with Lord Arryn. Despite many doubts, my father's decision turned out to be wise in the end. For when the Mad King broke his vows to the realm and became a tyrant, the Vale and the North set aside their differences to stand together. Lord Stark let out a loud sigh before stopping in his tracks. The Lord of Winterfell came down to Theon's eye level and placed his hand on Theon's shoulder. Perhaps one day, you could become the bridge that does away with the enmity between our people and even unite us two kingdoms in common cause. Theon nodded as he somewhat understood what Lord Stark was saying. Good. Now, let me introduce you to my son, said Lord Stark, leading Theon towards the training grounds. XXXXXXXX. Eddard hid his smile behind a cup full of wine as Helman Tallheart boasted of downing 100 Ironborn at the siege of Pike with his bowmen. Of course, his fellow Northmen were not going to let the master of Torrhen's Square. While you were at a safe distance, we Glovers were fighting side by side with Lord Stark. As I saw it, the Quiet Wolf took 100 squids on his own, said Lord Galbart Glover. It was a claim that was far-fetched, but wars tend to be exaggerated. House Mormont and House Ryswell also made bold claims. Don't let all the glory go to your head, Ned. I remember crushing more skulls of the squids than you ever did, said Robert, who decided to butt in. That's only cause you had a head start, your grace, Ned reminded. Ah, Ned. Just let me enjoy this victory, said Robert, his words slurred by the wine. I'm sure the Ironborn fled once Lord Stark took the field. Who'd want to test their mettle against the man who downed the Sword of Morning and other Kingsguard knights, said Lord Glover. I'll have you know, Glover, your lord became better with the sword because of me. I knocked him down enough times at the Eyrie with my hammer. Because of that, he's now a renowned swordsman, claimed Robert, with thunderous laughter. Ned was about to give a befitting reply to his old friend, but he took note of Maester Luwin discreetly vying for his attention. Ned discreetly stepped away from the group and approached Maester Luwin. My lord, there's a small problem. The troubled look prevalent on the Maester's visage made Ned frown in concern. What happened, Maester? I don't think Robb has been entirely forthcoming with Harrion's suggestions regarding the price of the warmer, said Maester Luwin, keeping his sound low so that it was only audible to Ned. What do you mean? I thought Harrion and I came to an agreement that the price shall be set for 1 million gold dragons. I think Harrion had other plans, my lord. I chanced upon a small scroll Robb has been hiding on his person. I think Harrion left written instructions for young Robb. Ned could feel a headache growing right about now. Why didn't you say anything before? Robert is ready to receive the weapon right about now, Ned asked heatedly. I apologize, my lord. I only found out because Robb is waiting outside the hall with a scroll in his hand. No matter how much I tried, the lad refused to show me the contents of the scroll. I immediately grew suspicious and I came to you right away, said Maester Luwin. Robb, what have you done? Ned cursed himself for not pressing his eldest son regarding Harrion's opinions. Just as he was about to find Robb and have a quiet word with his heir, he was startled by a small wagon being dragged into the feast hall. On the wagon, there was a red cushion on which the warmer was proudly displayed for all to see. Another wagon joined the fray, and unlike the first one, this one was holding a large stone. Robb followed behind the second wagon with a scroll in his hand. Seeing the scroll in his eldest son's hand, he exchanged a look with Maester Lewin before rushing to Rob's side. But, before he reached his son, Robert materialized himself near the warmer. Ned paused as his friend let out an appreciative hum after observing the pitch-black weapon. Your Grace, on behalf of House Stark and my brother Harrion who labored to make this weapon, I extend you our warmest welcome. My brother regretfully had to journey further north with my uncle Benyon Stark. However, he left me clear instructions regarding certain intricacies behind the weapon as well as its worth," said Rob before handing over the scroll to the king. Ned was quite proud of his son for keeping his decorum while addressing the king. It was an accomplishment for his 6-namesday-old son as far as he was concerned. He considered it impressive that Rob never stuttered or even panicked while addressing the king. However, he was going to have a word with Rob regarding this secret scroll. But, that time would come. For now, he was curious to see what sort of trouble Harrion has left in the scroll. Ned watched with bated breath for a reaction from Robert. But, starting him and everyone in the hall, Robert started laughing before handing over the scroll to Maester Lewin. "Read aloud, Maester," Robert ordered. Though Ned was left in the dark, he nodded at Maester Lewin. Robert looked amused rather than offended, so he was half relieved already. Maester Lewin cleared his throat and began reading the contents of the scroll for everyone to hear. Your Grace. My father, Lord Eddard Stark, like most Northmen, is a simple man in nature. He exercises his power as a lord on his lands in your name to the best of his abilities. He leads the Northern Lords as the Warden of the North, following the example set forth by his ancestors after Torrhen Stark knelt before the Conqueror. However, following one's duty and oaths are often taken advantage of by those who were undeserving recipients. This has been the treatment my people has always endured. For saving our countrymen from the destruction wrought by dragons, Torrhen lost his sole daughter to the schemes of House Targaryen. For staying true to our oaths and not rebelling against the Iron Throne, Jaehaerys the Conciliator stole our ripe farmlands, sentencing the North to a cruel fate. For staying true to our oaths during the Dance of Dragons, a promise was broken. The insults and rejection by the Targaryen kings continued all the way to the Mad King. However, dragons no longer sit the Iron Throne. The North no longer holds any allegiance to House Targaryen. As such, it is my distinct pleasure to present to you the weapon that may even shatter the bones of a dragon. No shield or armor made of steel can withstand a blow from this hammer and stay intact. It is as light as a Valyrian steel sword, but a single blow from this weapon can crush stone to powder. This weapon is blessed by the old gods of the forest. Drop a single drop of your blood on the pentagram and the old gods will ensure only your progeny can ever pick up this hammer. This weapon is the most powerful weapon I have ever created. Just so, it remains priceless. But, for the King of the Seven Kingdoms, I require the price of 1,000,000 gold dragons, the legitimization of my half-brother Jon Snow, who shall take the name Jon Stark, and the return of the lands which was stolen from us by Jaehaerys Targaryen. I hope, what I ask is an acceptable price. Harrion Stark. Ned, tell your son that I accept. All that he asked shall be delivered," said Robert. Ned was stunned and quite at a loss on what to say, so he just nodded. Meanwhile, Robert paid no attention to the implications of his acquiescence. He was rather enthralled with the weapon before him. He took out a small knife from his belt and pricked his thumb with its edge. A small drop of blood clung to the knife's edge and he smeared it on the pentagram. The 5-pointed star lit up with blood-red color before returning to its white color. Robert paid no heed to the mutterings of the hall and took the warmer into his right hand. It was just as Ned's son claimed. The hammer was light, far lighter than his current weapon. He spun the weapon in his hand and it sang as it flipped through the air. The men pulled a large stone toward Robert and he decided to test out whether the weapon would perform as claimed. With a mighty roar, Robert swung the weapon with his full strength. It was as if a wave crashed into the castle. Someone screamed in the background, but Robert paid it no heed and neither did Ned. They were busy staring at the aftermath. God's grief. I name the weapon God's grief, Robert declared. Ned looked at the remains of the large stone and thought the name fitting for the weapon. The hall was filled with applause as Robert raised his weapon high into the air for all to see. Chapter 16, Frost. Chapter text. Geryon laughed like all other occupants of the hall, watching Galbart Glover trying in vain to lift God's grief. God's grief. What a pretentious name. Although, in this case, King Robert was right to be grandiose about the name of his new weapon. In the king's hand, the weapon was deadly enough that it could cause even the gods to grieve. Geryon eyed the smashed remains of the boulder. He could still remember the sound as the king smashed the boulder with his new weapon. It was as if the storm god sent out a bolt of lightning from the heavens to aid the line of Durin. A better part of the boulder lay as powdered dust and the rest were turned into small pebbles. No man could claim to turn a boulder into a pile of dust in one strike. Geryon was not as foolish as to believe Robert Baratheon managed to accomplish this feat because of his monstrous strength. No. It was God's grief that turned the boulder to dust. Geryon was quite sure of this. This realization made Geryon acutely aware of the possibilities of having the allegiance or even friendly ear of Ned Stark and Harrion Stark. For now, Harry Stark remained a boy dependent on his family and the protective custody of the North. This will not be the case forever. The boy would grow into a man, and with the skill set the boy displayed, Harry Stark will undoubtedly become a powerful figure that'd change the course of Westeros. Even Jerian, who prided himself being disenchanted from the politics of Westeros, wanted Harry Stark to be aligned with his family. If not House Lannister, some other house would undoubtedly snatch the boy away. By now, ravens should be flying to all corners of Westeros carrying the word of the king's fearsome weapon. A weapon that can shatter stone boulders and can only be picked up by the king and his heirs. Jerian pushed back his musings to a corner of his mind as the northern lords broke out into boos and laughter as Galbart Glover gave up his attempts to lift God's grief. Ha! You Glovers got soft hands. You need a real man for things like this, said John Umber. If you are so confident, you brute, why don't you give it a try? Galbart Glover challenged with rosy cheeks smarting from his failure. Challenge accepted, Glover. You can sit back and watch as a real man take this weapon, Lord Umber boasted before wrapping his meaty palms around God's grief's handle. Jerian observed the strain that Lord Umber's limbs endured as the Lord of Last Hearth tried to lift the king's weapon. The hammer sat there without moving an inch. Its black surface stood intimidating as if it was sucking away all the light. The silver five-pointed star glowed eerily under the light of the chandelier up in the ceiling. John Umber grunted and groaned with effort, but God's grief never budged as promised by Harry Stark. It was not long before the whole hall was breaking out into laughter at the expense of Lord Umber. Where's the real man you promised, Umber? Or did your manly bits freeze off at Last Hearth? Galbart Glover crowed with delight, the guests of Winterfell further descending into laughter as Lord Umber visibly doubled his efforts to lift God's grief. In the end, Lord Umber's legs betrayed him. The giant of a man fell on the hard stone floor, struggling to breathe properly amidst laughter in the hall. A valiant effort, Lord Umber. But, I believe you folks are not trying hard enough. Here, let me show you how it's done, said the king, who set his wineglass on the table and proceeded to skip towards the center of the hall where the hammer remained unmoved despite many trying their best. King Robert grinned as he gripped the handle of God's grief. With a mighty pull, the king raised his new weapon high into the air. Applause filled the hall and the king's booming laughter mixed in with the applause spread to all four corners of the hall. Despite knowing what to expect, Jerian was still left amazed at the fact that God's grief could only be raised by King Robert. If Lord Stark's son could will it so that something can only be moved by those possessing the right blood, then what else is possible? Could it be true that Harry Stark can deny entry to a castle the same way? What about blocking an entire army from a specific region? Jerian thought about the many possibilities of the Stark boy's magic. He was by no chance an expert in magic, but still, he couldn't help but wonder. However, his musings were cut short as the king once again demanded the silence of the hall. It was 7 years ago the dragons were dethroned and Westeros was saved from the grip of a madman and his lunatic son. I don't claim to be a better king than my predecessors, but I think everyone here can agree that once I took the throne the Starks have been gaining strength in numbers. I say more Starks is good for the kingdoms, even though I hope they don't inherit the frozen face of my dear friend. Here, Robert paused and there was a smatter of laughter from the hall. Anyway, Ned is now a father to a newborn girl. His fourth child with Lady Catelyn, if I'm not mistaken. I for one am eager to know the name of the youngest daughter of the Stark of Winterfell. Now, all eyes were on the Lord of Winterfell, who for a moment looked stricken as the center of attention. But, that moment passed and Eddard Stark took to his feet. My daughter's name is Arya Stark. Jerian watched as a wide smile settled on the king's face. Robert plucked a wine cup from a nearby table and raised it in the air. To Arya Stark. May the gods old and new bless her with happiness till the end of her days. Jerian blinked. That was actually smart of Robert. And here he thought, his niece's husband was an oaf. He picked up his wine cup and joined the hall in the toast. To Arya Stark. Jerian quietly slipped out of the hall while the lords, knights, and those of noble birth tried to once again lift the hammer. He wandered around the castle until finally, he found his traveling companions. Most importantly, he found the Raven Master whom Tywin had loaned him before he journeyed with the king. I have a message for Lord Tywin. XXXXXXXX. Gideon Roderick tapped his foot impatiently on the floor as he waited outside the large oak doors. Gideon felt the chill of the stone floor and surroundings very keenly. The dew of early morning was also there to make this uncomfortable, but such inconveniences has to be endured, for there is a matter of great importance at play. Gideon couldn't help but take peeks from time to time at the intricate carvings of the large oak doors that remained closed. The Titan of Bravos was depicted on the doors in a way that gave the statue justice. He had of course seen many carvings of the Titan, but this one carved on an oak door inside one of the oldest abandoned mines of Bravos felt more authentic. Perhaps, he felt this way because he knew of the powers that be behind these doors. Behind these closed doors lay the guiding hands that have shaped the past and present of Bravos. He did not doubt that the powers that be shall continue to guide Bravos long into the future as well. It was behind these oak doors the most powerful of leaders of Bravos gather. It was here policies were made, wars declared, and crises dealt with. In the end, this council was not just about the ruling. The council was bound by sacred trust, passed down from the wise founders of this great city. Gideon was startled as he heard a bell ringing from behind the closed oak doors. Immediately he stood up and approached the oak doors. He fished out a double-headed key secured on a chain around his neck. He put the key into the keyhole and gave a full clockwise twist before taking the key back. As he secured the key back on his neck, the doors swung open with a distinct growl. As usual, there was a lone table and a chair further ahead with a simple candle providing the sole lighting in a sea of darkness. Taking a deep breath, Gideon walked forward and took his designated seat. He placed the scroll in his hand on the table so that the council may see it under the candle light. He looked ahead into the darkness and he could make out 6 figures sitting behind a desk. He had no idea about their identity, sense their number, gender, and the color of their robes. All 6 were undoubtedly women of great power and wealth. He knew this of course from their sound and the golden keys proudly displayed on their necks. These 6 women were key holders of the Iron Bank. Going by the fancy keys dangling on their necks, he'd say their hold on the bank is considerably more powerful than other key holders. This is the extent of his knowledge regarding the council. The council women all used iron masks to protect their identity. Not that he was in any rush to find their identity. He was quite afraid to bother his employers. It was common sense not to cross a key holder of the Iron Bank. Seneschal Rodares. You have a report for us. I do, councilwoman. As usual, a detailed report is in the scroll. Say your piece, Seneschal. Gideon gulped at the sharp edge in the councilwoman's command. The Stark boy remains immune to the sickness. His cure has effectively wiped away the sickness from Winterfell. It remains at large at White Harbor, but it won't be long before the entire North emerge free from the sickness. Only silence greeted his report. Though a bit disturbed, Gideon continued with his report. There is however one more crucial piece of information. My people can confirm the Stark boy is not using any human sacrifices to fuel his magic. What? Gideon was a bit startled to get such a reaction from the council, but he got over the initial surprise quick. Yes, councilwoman. The Stark boy is not using human or blood sacrifices. He is using first men runes to make these Valyrian steel weapons. Gideon could hear the council whispering amongst themselves, but it was not clear what they were saying. You are sure Harrion Stark is not using human sacrifices? One councilwoman asked. I am councilwoman. One of my agents had gained access to see with his own eyes as the Stark boy made his Valyrian steel weapon. Not a drop of blood of a human or an animal was used. There was no blood magic involved. This certainly changes things. We shall study your detailed report and wait for more information. In the meantime, keep an eye on the boy, but be sure to be discreet. As the council wills. It didn't take too long for the large oak door to close behind Gideon. His work was far from done. After all, other potential threats were roaming around the world that he needs to keep his eyes on. A boy at a barren wasteland like the North was not the greatest threat to Bravos. XXXX. Harry watched on as John rubbed his hands as fast as possible to alleviate the cold. The cold air of the North was not easy to endure despite his half-brother wearing a pair of woolen gloves. You are shaking like a leaf, Harry observed as he sat beside John. The campfire burned with red flames, but the heat was not sufficient. It also doesn't help they were dealt with a series of harsh winds that carried the frigid air of the North. Aren't you cold? Squeaked out John with chattering teeth. Harry got the overwhelming urge to laugh at the voice of his half-brother. John looked like a wet cat in a rain. Taking pity on the poor boy, Harry pressed his ring on John's head while focusing on his magic. The warming charm that he cast on John took immediate effect. Some color returned to John's cheeks and the shaking of his hands abruptly stopped. Wow! I can't feel any cold, John said excitedly, his eyes as large as saucers. Hey! What did you mean, lad? Asked Doug, a guard assigned to their traveling party. As John explained his recent resistance from cold to the flabbergasted guard, Harry's attention shifted to his uncle, who was busy cooking a rabbit over the fire. Before they settled into an abandoned shack near the King's Road, his uncle had led a hunting party to scour the countryside for food. The only thing they came across was a pair of rabbits and a particularly vicious otter. Harry was no stranger to questionable food, as he had his fair share in his world after the war left the habitat in utter ruins. However, it has been quite a while now. The relative safety of Winterfell, where fresh water and good food was available, was quite a change from his routine in his old world. Despite 6 years of normal life, Harry was once again reminded of the war and its horrible effects. It was something that he hoped to never surface in his thoughts. But, when Uncle Benyon offered him a portion of the cooked rabbit, he was reminded of the devastation and famine the war unleashed. His people were fairly untouched in the first stages of the war, but the muggles were living like rats. Little vegetation survived when the war escalated beyond control. The same was true for animals. Anything that survived was rendered useless when the radiation swept across the globe. Harry bit into the flavorless meat and slowly chewed it down between his teeth. His taste buds protested and he had the urge to spit it out, but he forced the urge down. You are taking this rather well. I assumed this was the first time you are living off the land. Benyon commented. This is the first time. I'm just tough like that, said Harry. What else could he say? It's not as if he could claim he had lived by his lonesome scavenging off the land on a planet filled with poisonous radiation. Well, at least your brother has much more of a natural reaction, said Benyon, pointing at the pinched look on John's face. Harry suppressed his amusement at John's woes before focusing on his uncle. So, tell me. Have you thought of any name for the blade? Harry asked, curious to see whether the blade he gifted to his uncle was named or not. As a matter of fact, I do. Since Ned has ice, I thought Frost would be a good name. What do you think? Asked Benyon, who unsheathed his sword from the scabbard. The sword sang as it cut through the air. The light from the fire reflected off its polished surface. Under the light of the fire, the sword looked as if it was made of gold. Frost. I like that name. Chapter 17, Black Wolf P1. Chapter text. Harry grunted as he blocked a strike from John. Swatting the wooden sword away and putting enough pressure on his arm, he made for a sweeping swing. John was unfortunately far too canny and saw through his move miles away. His half-brother ducked under the swipe and caught Harry with the tip of the wooden sword to his neck. I win. John crowed happily. Harry shook his head and stepped back from John's sword point as his half-brother began jumping around celebrating the victory. Finally. This is over. Harumphed Harry, letting go of the wooden sword. He promptly sat down on the snow-covered floor. John paused, celebrating. Over. What do you mean? Let's do it again. John crouched down and leaned towards Harry. Harry sensed a hint of whining from John, so he flicked his brother's nose. Ow. Stop being a baby. Now, let's wrap it up. All this fighting has made me thirsty, said Harry, before reaching for a small flask riddled with Saxon runes. It was one of his cleverest inventions in this world. Before leaving Winterfell, he had the flask cast using some spare steel. Then, on the journey, he would carve the runes to filter and heat the liquid inside. Of course, it became abundantly clear that getting water on their journey was becoming increasingly difficult. Most of the time they had to melt snow to get water. So, Harry came up with a simple solution. He tirelessly carved out runes whenever they stopped to rest. Until finally, he completed a rune stone littered with spatial and instant transportation runes. Connecting two blocks of runes and transferring matter through space and time is the pinnacle of rune work. But, this form of rune work was no recent discovery. The Room of Requirement functions on the same rune work Harry was using on the flask and the rune stone. Although, such a comparison was frankly quite insulting to Rowena Ravenclaw's work. The Room of Requirement was frankly one of the greatest magical achievements by a witch in the history of the magical world. Anyway, Harry's admittedly humble knowledge about spatial runes allowed him to construct a rune stone that could suck water from a water source and transfer it instantly to his steel flask. The runes on the flask ensured Harry's access to clean and warm water by filtering and warming the water of all impurities. Intertwining a bottomless charm to the flask with the runes ensured an infinite supply of clean water for as long as the runes are charged. Harry opened the flask and took a swig. The warm water trickled down his throat, making Harry let out an appreciative sigh. His throat has been feeling itchy for some time now, and the warm water provided a momentary respite to that issue. Harry threw a look to the east where the long lake lay covered with sheets of ice floating around. Summer may have come to Westeros, but the north remained ushered in winter. Summer snow, the people of the north called it. Well, Harry appreciated the water of the long lake. It was certainly sweet and he could enjoy it for a long time, seeing as he dropped the runestone deep under the depths of the lake. Unfortunately, all the ruckus John made attracted Uncle Benyon's attention. The man has taken a vow to teach Harry the glory of swordplay. Harry was quite sure that was not going to make any traction with him. After all, who wants to wave around a piece of metal like some barbarian when he has the power to alter the reality itself? With nary a thought, he could turn these swords into butterflies. Even with his diminished magic, he would have the advantage against any army in this world. In Harry's eyes, swordplay is not suited for him. There was no rational reason for him to learn swordplay, especially when his combat style revolved around his magic. Sure, he was a dab hand at making weapons, but that doesn't mean he was a sword enthusiast. His experimentation with incorporating magic into Muggle metallurgy was to build better body armor. Forging swords were just a hobby he picked up. Swords played no tactical advantage in dealing with the Muggles of his planet. Now, bow and arrow is more his speed. There was a certain elegance to the bow, and he could incorporate magic into the arrows. In fact, he had seen many French wizards use this method after magic started disappearing from the people due to radiation. Up you get, Harryan. Before this journey concludes, I'll make a competent swordsman out of you, said Benyon, an unusual gruff tone taking over the youngest son of Rickard Stark. You should focus on John. He is the one with interest in swordplay, said Harry, trying to bring in John and escape what's obviously going to be a lecture about the traditional importance of swordplay and whatnot. You can't avoid these lessons, nephew. Knowing your way around a sword is a necessary part of your education as a noble. How else are you going to defend yourself from your enemies? How are you going to stand by your brother's side when he becomes the Lord of Winterfell? Said Benyon. Harry barely resisted an eye roll. Does a king need to learn farming for him to fill his belly with food? Does a lord need to be a musician to enjoy music? Harry asked, which gave Benyon pause. Similarly, I don't need to learn swordplay to defend myself or my family. I can do that with my magic. Really? You can defend yourself with your magic? Benyon asked skeptically. I can. Harry answered. Upon seeing the skeptical look on his uncle's face, Harry shifted tactics. Tell you what? We can make a wager out of this. You can use any weapon you want and all you have to do is to touch my skin. If you can manage that, then I'll stop complaining and start learning swordplay in earnest. Harry offered, making Benyon raise his eyebrow incredulously. You will start taking the lesson seriously and stop complaining if I can touch you using any weapon? Benyon asked curiously. You don't even have to use a weapon to touch me. Use whatever you want. If you manage to touch me some way, then you would win the wager and I'd be a good student. However, if I win, you shall no longer bother me in this matter, uncle. Do we have a deal? Benyon was a little bit perturbed by the confidence in Harry's eyes. Nonetheless, he was committed to seeing through this wager. Besides, it's not as if his nephew was proposing an impossible task. All right. Benyon shrugged before taking the wooden sword Harry had left on the ground. Harry eyed his uncle from his seated position. He could feel the eyes of the guards directed in his general direction as well. He knew he should not be doing this, but if he could just stop all the nagging about learning swordplay, he could focus a lot of his time on his magic. As his uncle made to tap Harry with the tip of the wooden sword, Harry made a sweeping gesture with his hand. In the blink of an eye, the wooden sword in Benyon Stark's hand turned into a pair of white lilies. He loved transfiguration. It was one of his go-to branches of magic while dealing with the muggles of his world. Harry laughed before he applied the sticking charm to his uncle's feet, making the man stuck on the ground and unable to move forward. He watched on with amusement as his uncle tried in vain to dislodge himself from the ground to no avail. That fancy sword of yours is no good if it can't match my speed of thought. Now you see why I don't bother with swordplay. While Harry was focused on his struggling uncle, he was not blind to the reactions of the guards watching the events unfold. Before this moment, he had never used his magic as a weapon, least of all before an audience. He was more than aware there was going to be a fundamental change in how these people were going to view him. But, Harry was not as concerned as he was before. He was cautious thus far only because his magic was fragile. But, that's no longer the case. Of course, Harry was horribly weak compared to his prime moments in his world. However, in this world his present level of magic was more than enough to defend himself should the worst happen. The power ring he constructed and the runic blocks he carved to stem the drain of magic from his body were working far better than he hoped. Harry could already feel enough magic at his fingertips for a fiend fire curse if he pushed hard enough. It'll certainly be a challenge to sustain the curse, nonetheless he was confident his magic was improving day by day. As such, Harry felt it was time to slowly display his power and let the people slowly adjust to him over time. There was no point in keeping the true extent of his magic hidden. Hiding was the mistake his people did on Earth. No matter how hard one tries to hide, truth has a way of getting exposed to the world. It may take a long time, but truth tends to materialize in the most unexpected ways. Taking the faults of his world into consideration, Harry believed it was better to confront the world rather than hide the nature of his magic. He was fully aware there were going to be issues and it'd be a tremulous journey ahead. However, this struggle was part of life, and he theorized the decadence of the wizarding folk started when they gave up the struggle. Wizards had struggled with dementors, giants, werewolves, vampires, goblins, and other magical creatures. These struggles had left the wizards and witches in a position to coexist with magical creatures without compromising their society. If his people had shown the same resilience with muggles early on, then it was likely his world would have been better off. Anyway, what happened has happened. Despite being the recipient of the deathly Hallows and achieving a higher state of connection with magic, he had his limits. Master of Death. A pretentious and misleading title. Harry thought. Further thoughts were put aside for the moment when his attention shifted to the edge of a long line of trees near the long lake. There was something moving between the trees at a rapid pace. Harry was not the only one to take notice. The guards around him also had their attention on the cover of trees. They didn't have to wait long before the culprit stepped out from the trees. Harry was expecting some wild animal, instead it turned out to be a man in his early 20s. The strange thing was the man was running towards them with terror written all across his face. The guards around Harry were quick to react and they took up their weapons, fearing this was a bandit attack of some sort. It only took a few moments to disprove this assumption. Help! Help me! Please help! The man screamed as he ran as if his life was on the line. It was then Harry noticed a pair of golden eyes from the shade provided by the lines of trees. Without a doubt, it was a predator and was most likely assessing whether it should give chase to its prey. It clearly did not perceive them as a threat because it stepped out of the shadows and chased after the running man. Harry's eyes widened as he took in the form of a wolf with black fur. It looked like a giant mass of darkness with bright golden eyes. It was far bigger than a hunting hound and it was quick on its feet. The guards around Harry were only momentarily stunned before they spurred into action. The 2 archers in his company readied their bows and took careful shots at the wolf. Unfortunately, the arrows never met their mark, but they certainly forced the wolf to break its pace, allowing the fleeing man to put more distance from the wolf. The archers continued to target the wolf but to no success. The wolf became visibly agitated because of its inability to capture its prey. It began to switch from trying to approach linearly in favor of circling the perimeter and carefully making measured inroads. Over time, the wolf began to close the distance, making the guards worry. At a crucial moment when it looked like the wolf was going to come dangerously close, Harry decided to step in. The power ring in his hand pulsed with magical power as the spell in his mind took effect. Harry applied the levitation charm and suddenly the wolf was lifted straight up into the air. He quickly reinforced the spell with a levi corpus which dangled the wolf by its hind legs. The archers made to finish off the wolf, but Harry nipped that in the bud by disarming those archers. "Don't harm it," Harry ordered sharply. In all sense, the guards were not required to take his orders. He was just a 6-year-old kid in their eyes. But, he was also a Stark and he was no simple ordinary kid. The only ordinary kid nearby was John, who was hiding behind Benyon Stark while throwing fearful looks at the wolf. "Harryan, stop. Don't go near that. It's a dire wolf," Benyon warned. Harry moved ever closer to the wolf despite the protests from his uncle. His interest was piqued by this latest revelation. Dire wolves were a rarity beyond south of the wall. At least, that's what Maester Lewin said. The Stark banner has a grey dire wolf, so he was naturally curious about the creature during one of the lessons. The dire wolf struggled in midair as Harry closed in. Its efforts were in vain as his spell held strong despite its struggles. He could see the fear in its eyes and it began to let out pitiful whines as it struggled to free itself. All of a sudden Harry's grey eyes locked onto the yellow eyes of the dire wolf. The world suddenly shifted and Harry's perception changed. He found his senses heightened as he could hear multiple heartbeats. He could hear the breath of every living creature in his immediate vicinity. Most of all, he could see himself from the eyes of the dire wolf. It was a jarring experience and he could feel an alien anxiety and the frenzy of hunger clawing at his mind. There were other primal instincts that were trying to claw at his mind, but he whacked them down quickly by reinforcing his occlumency barriers. Harry suppressed his emotions and the frenzy that he felt subsided. All of a sudden, his perception returned when a sharp pain flared up on the back of his head. "Ow!" Harry yelped. Harry rubbed the back of his head. It felt like someone threw a stone at the back of his head. Turning around, he faced his uncle, who had his arms extended out. "Did you just throw a stone at me?" he asked incredulously. "I did. You just lost the wager and most importantly undo whatever you have done with my legs." Harry was fairly tempted to let his uncle suffer through the indignity of getting bested by a 6-year-old. But, that'd be childish of him. So, reluctantly Harry undid the sticking charm. "I should have used the full body bind curse," Harry muttered gloomily. "Now, what should be done with this creature?" Benyon wondered out loud, smarting from getting stuck on the ground. "No one's killing it." Harry made his opinion known. The dire wolf might be a dangerous creature, but he was reluctant to see it killed. The dire wolf is a symbol of House Stark. It is a sign from the old gods. Clearly, our journey is being watched by the ancient spirits of the forest. Harry subtly added, measuring his words to push the right amount of religious sentiment to suit his needs. "You be a Stark, my lord?" asked the man whom Harry and by extension, the whole company of his men, saved from a gruesome death at the jaws of the dire wolf. Harry eyed the man who wore only rags for clothes. The man had barely any clothes. There was not even a pair of trousers to cover the man's legs. Harry wondered just how the man survived this biting cold till now dressed as he is. My name is Harryan Stark. I'm Lord Eddard Stark's second son." Harry introduced himself, taking in the tired and frankly malnutritioned visage of the man he saved. The man fell to his knees with his forehead touching the ground. "Please help us, my lord. Only the Magnar of Winterfell can help us." "Well, isn't that just nice?" Harry thought. XXXXXXXX. Bloodraven pulled out from the ravens circling near the long lake. He was quite satisfied with how things turned out. He was not quite sure how Harryan Stark would take to the little gift he sent the boy's way, but it turned out his worries were unfounded. The young Stark took the dire wolf alive. Of course, there was also the worry something unsavory might occur to the boy. While Bloodraven remained confident in his abilities to control the creature should the worst happen, he had committed mistakes in the past. He had mucked up when it came to Euron Greyjoy, and the madman was out there piecing together the grand old puzzle towards unspeakable power. A power that should have stayed dead after the egress of the Dawn Age. Unfortunately, due to his mishandling, a madman now was set loose on the world. There will come a time when he'd have to own up to the monster he made, but there was time. For now, his focus was on grooming the Stark boy for the threat beyond the wall. In his stead, the world would need a powerful skin changer. Who else but a Stark or Blackwood can fulfill such a role? After all, their blood ran thick with the blood of the first king. Grow, Harry Stark. Grow. When your wings grow as long as they can, you shall fly. Chapter 18, Fenris P1. Chapter Text. The lands of the mountain clans were far from suited for travelers. There was only so long the horses could safely travel. For the rest of the journey, they had to take it on foot. There were no clear roads ahead to the scattered villages of the mountain clans. The best of the paths were filled with stones, thick vines, and whatnot. The thick woods surrounding the path they took were filled with wild boars, shadow cats, and other deadly creatures. But, most of all, this trip was getting hampered by bees, leeches, and mosquitoes that were giving them a bloody welcome. Harry was seriously thinking of attempting to make a broom. He was getting tired of moving on his foot or even using horses for long journeys. A broom should solve his problems. Apparition should have been a fantastic solution, but Harry was not willing to test it out because of a lack of magical healers. If he managed to splinch himself in the process, it will certainly be difficult for him to reverse the effects by his lonesome. "Are we there yet?" asked Harry, tired and getting frustrated as there seemed to be no end to this journey. "Nearly there, my lord," Jen answered. Harry regretted saving the man from the dire wolf's jaws. The man somehow managed to convince his uncle that it'd be a great idea to visit the lands controlled by the Burleys. As if a journey to Skagos was not enough, his uncle, for reason unknown to him, readily agreed. He was not the only one hating this trip. Harry eyed the black dire wolf inside the makeshift cage they had built up. Some careful application of binding magic saw to the dire wolf being confined to the cage safely. Harry even applied a feather-light charm on the cage for good measure. This eased the burden on the horse that carried the cage. Although, Harry had to recast the charm daily as the magic would frizzle out by night. The dire wolf growled at Harry, showing his displeasure. "Yeah, you and me both, Fenris," Harry muttered while turning to Jen accusingly. The dire wolf let out another growl, probably hating the name he gave it. But, Harry gave it no mind. If it didn't want to be in this position, it should not have charged out of the safety of the woods. Harry picked up his pace so that he was level with Benyon. "Why do we have to go meet the Burleys?" Harry asked once he was near his uncle. "Because we are Starks. According to Jen, the Burleys, Knots, and Wolves have been trying to send messengers to Winterfell requesting aid. This winter has been particularly harsh in the mountains. Their people are starving and they seek Winterfell's help," said Benyon. "Why would their messengers not reach Winterfell?" Harry wondered out loud. "Most likely because of the wolf. Dire wolves don't travel alone. They hunt in packs. The rest of the pack must have attacked anyone leaving the settlements of the clans. If that's the case, shouldn't we have just sent Jen on his way to Winterfell instead of climbing the mountains?" asked Harry. "The mountain clans aid the Night's Watch and take care of any stray wildlings who circumvent the wall. If they have a problem, then it has to be addressed promptly. It is better to take stock of the situation, and I can write a message for your father for a speedy resolution," Benyon explained. "Why don't they just send a raven to Winterfell?" asked Harry, a frown taking over his face. "The mountain clans are incredibly picky when it comes to outsiders. They don't allow maesters of the citadel into their lands." Seeing Harry's downtrodden face, Benyon clapped him on his shoulder. "Don't be disappointed, nephew. The clansmen are good hunters and trackers. We can take some of them with us to Skagos to find more unicorns." With that settled, they continued the journey in earnest. In the end, it took the better part of the week for them to reach the first settlement. By which time Harry was ready to experiment with another piece of magic he has been working on for quite a while. The mountain clans just happened to be on the path for Harry. XXXX. Benyon appreciated the lengths to which Meg Burley went through to welcome him as well as his nephews. It was customary to welcome guests into one's home with bread and salt. However, among the clans, northern ale and meat tend to be the norm. Benyon drained a full horn of northern ale in one go to the applause of the Burleys. "We welcome the brother of the Ned into our home," Meg Burley declared before pouring a small portion of the ale on the ground. "For the old gods." Benyon also joined in enthusiastically before asking for a refill. "How can you drink this stuff?" asked Harry, looking like he was about to burst after taking a mouthful of the ale. "The biting cold at the wall is held at bay by this ale. The first time I drank this ale was with my father. Trust me, I had the same look as you do now. But, over the years I've learned to live with it," said Benyon, patting his nephew on the head. "I still remember the time when the Ricard visited us. Of course, Lady Lyanna was also present. She even took a liking to one of our steeds. My grandfather used to say Lady Lyanna was half a horse." Benyon smiled, but inside he was pained by the memories of the past. The past often held bitter memories and nothing else for Benyon. His father was a hard man, as attested by all who knew him. But, there were times when Lord Ricard would become considerate, warm and loving. Rarely did the people around him get to see this side, but Benyon was fortunate enough to see it. The trip to the northern mountains was one such time when his father behaved much more warmly. He still remembered his father helping Lina onto a troublesome steed. Benyon had of course climbed after his sister and the steed did not like that one bit. He was thrown off the horse while Lina held onto the horse. His sister ended up riding the horse while he got injured. It was his father, whom everyone called an unforgiving and cold man, ended up staying the whole night taking care of him. Those memories felt like another lifetime away and he felt incredibly fortunate to have lived them. Perhaps, that's why the guilt drove him to take the black and serve the remainder of his life as a brother of the Night's Watch. If he had spoken the truth, then his father wouldn't have died, nor would have Brandon. Benyon eyed John, who was coughing up a storm after taking a mouthful of northern ale. He smiled at the sight as Harrion tried to help John cope with the cold beverage. Perhaps, even Lina would have lived if I had spoken the truth. Even the war could have been avoided and Rhaegar would have lived. John would have grown up with both his parents. Benyon thought. Even Benyon was in the dark of many undercurrents that happened. For example, he could not fathom how Lina fell in love with Rhaegar Targaryen of all people. The man was married and had 2 children. Then there is the whole mystery of how Rhaegar Targaryen fell for his sister. At least, his sister had heard stories of the Silver Prince who could make maidens cry with the magic he works on his harp. As far as he was aware, his sister should not have been a well-known figure before the events of the tourney of Harrenhal. So, it stands to reason that Rhaegar only became interested in his sister as the tourney progressed. It's an awfully short period of time for someone like Rhaegar to have developed strong enough feelings to end up eloping with his sister. After all, the man had shamed his wife in front of the 7 kingdoms and then doubled down by eloping with Lina. So, even Benyon, who knew better than most about the events around Rhaegar and Lina, was still stumbling in the dark. The only people that knew the truth unaltered were dead beneath the soil. Even Eddard, who managed to have the final word with Lina, knew little of what truly happened. In the absence of truth, he could only find comfort in blaming himself, and that led him to take the black despite objections from his elder sibling. In his own way, he could serve the North and protect what generations of Starks have built and preserved. Just so, Benyon took stock of the issues plaguing the Burleys. The small plots of land with crops planted were destroyed by the harsh winter. The mountains of the north were famed for producing fresh and tasty apples, cabbage, turnips, carrots, pine etc., which they used to trade away for wheat, fur, spices and other essential commodities. However, Benyon could only take stock of the apple trees and pine that has managed to produce enough fruits for the clans to trade away. The rest of their products took a beating and they have barely enough products to be traded away for other essential commodities. And this was just one of the many settlements of the mountain clans. If he was to take the word of Meg Barley, then the other settlements were not faring any better. That's a lot of loss for a community this far away from any trade ports to easily handle. Harrion commented. You're right. Benyon agreed. This is far worse than I thought. They'll need more supplies coming in. Of course, we will most likely have to ask for extra grain from the Riverlands or maybe even the Reach. I have another idea if you are willing to be a little bit patient, said Harrion. Benyon frowned. Don't tell me you can magic food out of thin air. Not thin air. How good are you at carving runes on a stone? Benyon could only look at his nephew with a look of total bewilderment. What does carving on a stone has to do with feeding a whole community? Apparently, there was a lot of merit in carving squabbled lines. Benyon only learned that when his nephew decided to spend a whole week on the Barley Land teaching anyone who'd listen to make perfect copies of a sample rune stone. Of course, his nephew sold the whole thing under the pretense this was some fabled gift from the old gods and Brandon the Builder. Such ridiculous stories might fly with his elder brother, not Benyon. Benyon has seen the extent of magic Harrion was willing to show throughout their journey. With what he has seen so far, he could not make any connection between Harrion's magical ability and the old gods. In all the time he served at the wall and the ranging beyond the wall, he has come across many strange creatures and magic of some form or another. He was not like those southern origin black brothers who easily dismiss the tales of skin changers and green seers as myths or mere stories. But, he has never seen or heard of the things which Harrion can do with his magic anywhere else. With just a wave of his hand, Harrion had immobilized Benyon. Harrion did the same to the dire wolf and even had the wolf floating in the air. Then all this way the wolf could hardly move because Harrion locked up the wolf's limbs with magic. Then there was that magic flask that conjures up warm water. He had tested the flask by holding the flask upside down. Water continued to flow until a large puddle formed right before his eyes. It was as if the flask contained an ocean of water within, which was ludicrous to think, but Benyon had no other choice but to believe this to be true. And now, his nephew claims he can do some miracle to alleviate the food shortages. So, how's this going to work? Asked Benyon as scores of people carved runes as they speak. It's a complicated process, but I'll make it simple for you. A portion of the runes will ward off the biting cold and keep the land warm. This will help in the growth of the crops. Another portion of the runes will pull the needed organic matter for the crops to flourish. Then the magic that I imbue into the runestones shall work to speed up the growth of the crops, said Harry, with the ease of discussing the weather. Benyon looked at his nephew as if Harion had grown another head. You are telling me that these stones of yours can grow crops because they have some magic in them. How long does it take for the crops to grow if we do this? 2 to 3 days if the magic is strong enough, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. Although quite struck by the notion that his nephew could easily alleviate food shortage for the North, Benyon held it in and acted as if nothing was out of the ordinary. The sheer potential behind his nephew was enormous. Harrison could change the North like Garth the Green Hand changed the Reach. If the true depth of Harion's abilities spread wide, Benyon realized his nephew would attract all sorts of attention. Most likely not the good kind, as Westeros is filled with vipers ready to strike at anyone trying to shift the careful balance of power. It's bad enough that Harion was already famous for spawning out Valyrian steel weapons like a baker making bread. All this attention may also endanger Jon. More than ever, Benyon became determined to increase the training of his nephews. In Westeros, every advantage should be exploited to the farthest extent if one intends to survive. And these two are going to need a whole lot of luck and skill if they are to face the world. Chapter 19, The Black Wolf P2. Chapter Text. Eddard massaged his temples as he sifted through the stack of parchments on his desk. With Robert giving a blanket agreement on transferring the gift to the North, he was left to pick up the pieces of the aftermath. The gift has been stripped bare since King Jaehaerys made the official declaration to transfer the lands to the Night's Watch. The small folk of those times steadily made their way out as they didn't want to live without a lord's protection. As Eddard understands, there are only very few scattered settlements here and there along the length of the wall. It was a large piece of land, the gift. The castles of past time were falling apart and none of them was livable. If the gift is to be assimilated, then these castles have to be revived. It will be costly, and House Stark certainly does not have the finances to restore all of them. However, since this was Harion's fault, he'd use the boy's earnings in this costly venture. If only his woes stopped there. The reviving of those castles at the gift raises the next question. To whom should these castles go? Still worrying about the gift, my lord? Asked Maester Luwin, as the old maester walked into his solar. It is easy for Robert to grant the wishes of a boy who knows nothing of the woes he has unleashed with his incessant demands. I'm sure Harion thought he was helping the North, but he has certainly made my life more difficult, said Eddard. Lady Catelyn has yet to speak to you, asked Maester Luwin. Catelyn holds me responsible for Robert legitimizing Jon. She thinks I sent Harion and Jon away because I knew of the matter beforehand. Amidst all this, I've to find how to integrate the gift into the North. The lords are already asking me of my plans, as they are eager to get the gift plowed as the snows are receding. Master Luwin stayed silent as he thought things through before making his suggestion. In the past, House Stark used to send their distant cousins or third sons to the gift and let them watch over the lands in their lifetime. Eddard shook his head. As you obviously know, Maester, there are far fewer Starks than in the past. Not true, my lord. Your brother Benyon Stark is still available, Master Luwin suggested, making Eddard frown. Benyon has sworn his oaths to the Night's Watch. And those oaths do not prevent him from his duties as a Stark. Your brother is only prohibited from taking a wife and having children. By guarding the gift, he'd be defending the North from the wildlings. Besides, with Jon legitimized, I believe assigning the lad a castle at the gift and having Benyon looking after the lad seems to be the need of the hour. This should help Jon start a cadet branch of House Stark, consequently alleviating some of Lady Catelyn's fears. Eddard leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh as he mulled over Maester Luwin's suggestions. There were merits to what the Maester said, however he was not ready to have Jon leave the protection of Winterfell. The gift is not safe for a boy of Jon's age. The wildlings occasionally breach the wall and attack the settlements near the area. He could not consciously send Jon away to such a place even if the lad has Benyon for company. Jon may not be his son, but Eddard had raised the lad as one. Jon's place is here in Winterfell with the rest of his family, as Lyanna would have wanted. Jon should be here where his mother sleeps. If you have difficulty in sending Jon away, then have Harion stay with them as well. Consider this as fostering for the boys, Maester Luwin suggested. No. Harion is already being sought after by Lord Tully to foster. The northern lords are also eager to foster the lad. Whatever choice I make, I'm bound to snub some lord somewhere, Eddard said tiredly. Perhaps a tourney between the northern houses should do the trick. If you are keen on seeing Harion be fostered to a good family, then a tourney should settle the issue, Maester Luwin suggested. It's not that I'm eager to send Harion away. Robb is the heir and he needs to grow into his own man rather than follow Harion in everything. Living apart from each other should let them grow strong on their own, Eddard explained. He has been thinking of ways to make Robb more independent after the lad saddled him with all these recent problems. Harion was too far developed for Robb to grow into his own. Keeping them together would only dampen Robb's sense of self and turn his heir into a weak man. And weak men cannot hold the North. If Robb is to be the Lord of Winterfell, he needs to be strong on his own merit. The North cannot look at Robb and see a puppet instead of a leader. This much Eddard knew. Eddard looked at the map of the North sprawled out on his table. His eyes went to the Sea Dragon Point. There is ample land there for a castle and perhaps a port city to house the northern fleet. There is ample wood in the Wolf's Wood for shipbuilding, and if he could rope in the Manderleys he could see a new fleet moored on the western shores of the north. The Mormonts and Glovers will finally get the needed protection they have always craved, with a fleet guarding the western shores of the north. This recent war with the Greyjoys was sort of a wake-up call for Eddard and the north. He had to march the northern army all the way to Lannisport instead of sailing towards his king's aid. It was also a concern for him to leave the western shores undefended. This had forced him to only muster half of the north's strength. The need for a professional standing fleet could no longer be ignored. If he were to attack the north from the western seas, he'd have sailed into the Ballswater Bay and took Moat Cailin. While Moat Cailin was built to keep the southerners out, it could be turned against the north with some brave men. With Moat Cailin cutting off any support from the south, he could launch attacks against the Bear Islands, Torrens Square, the Rills, the Stony Shore and Deepwood Motte. It scared him how devastating a well-manned and well-provisioned fleet could bring devastation to the shores of his home. Having Theon as a hostage certainly helped in keeping the Ironborn at bay, but for how long? It was not just the Ironborn Eddard worried about. With the Lannister fleet destroyed, the Redwyne fleet remains the strongest naval power in the western seas. Even though Tyrells have sworn their oaths to House Baratheon, the rest of the Reach has always favored the Targaryens. And it only take Viserys Targaryen to show up with Dornish support at the opportune moment for the Reach to flip. Should such a time comes to pass and Robert needs his help, Eddard would be lucky to have a fleet to protect the north. Sea Dragon Point looks to be the crucial point. With Harrion's smartness and the Manderleys' help, I can launch the northern fleet before it's too late. Eddard thought. Maester Luwin cleared his throat loudly, gaining Eddard's attention. I was lost in thought, Maester. You were saying. The king has decided upon a date of departure, said Maester Luwin. Eddard was relieved to hear that. Not that he had any difficulties in hosting Robert, but his childhood friend has been unbearable with that hammer of his. The man has been swinging around God's grief and challenging every northerner from the neck to the wall for a bout in the open field. In the first few fights, Eddard had feared for the life of his king. The Seven Kingdoms would burn if something were to happen to Robert Baratheon. However, after a few fights, Eddard feared more for the life of his fellow Northmen. If Robert was a demon on the battlefield before, now his childhood friend was godly with God's grief in his hands. Winterfell's infirmary was filled to the brim with those unlucky souls who accepted the challenge of Robert. If Robert stayed in Winterfell any longer, Eddard feared he'd be caring for the injuries of his people for the foreseeable future. Good. I'll arrange a ship for his grace with a proper escort. That won't be necessary, my lord. Maester Luwin muttered. What did you mean? Eddard asked, blinking in surprise. The king wishes to ride his way to the Westerlands. I suspect King Robert intends to make a procession and celebrate his recent victory. Lord Tywin won't like the delay on his precious tourney. Eddard muttered. The king might be counting on that. His grace seems to be not so fond of Lord Tywin, said Maester Luwin. I'll talk with his grace. With men away at war in the Iron Islands, the land is teeming with bandits. Of course, Robert didn't listen to him. A few days later, Winterfell gathered to see to the king's departure. Back to Lion's Den, I go, Ned. Are you sure about not coming? I could use a wolf, even if it's the quiet wolf. Eddard smiled at Robert's jape but shook his head. I've had enough of the south, your grace. Now, let me hold the north for you. Robert grinned and embraced Eddard. Patting his friend's shoulder, Robert pulled back before mounting his horse. You do that, Ned. Let's see whether I can crack some skulls in the Westerlands. There are bound to be some kin of the old lion that needs a good beating. Robert, be careful. Eddard warned. Ha! You worry too much. I've got the finest knight by my side, said Robert, pointing at Sir Barristan garbed in shiny white armor. Then there are the heroes of Pike with me and a weapon that can make a god grieve. Who'd have the balls to challenge me? Robert raised God's grief high in the air and let out a shout before riding off. Eddard let out a sigh and watched his childhood friend and king ride off with a strong escort. He had charged Yoram Mormont and Jory Castle to lead the escort with good Northmen under their command. There were some 50 good Northmen guarding the king. He hoped nothing untoward happened on the road. And if anything should happen, he hoped the men were enough to protect his friend. Turning around, Eddard faced the sharp blue eyes of his wife. He could see the turmoil behind those eyes and the suppressed anger. The king may have gone, but Eddard still has to face the consequences of the king's decisions. Eddard let out a relieved sigh when his wife turned away abruptly and returned to the castle. At least, he could delay what was most assuredly a heated conversation for some more time. Lord Stark, I shall also be departing. Eddard had nearly forgotten all about the brother of Lord Tywin. Lord Geryon. You seem to be trailing behind, my lord. The king rides fast on the king's road, said Eddard. I'm afraid the king has his way to reach the rock. Mine on the other hand takes a whole lot more time. I've yet to see the greatest feat of men with my own eyes. So, further north shall I go to feast upon the mightiest construct of the world, said Geryon, excitement shining in his eyes. You are going to the wall? Eddard asked in surprise and a tad bit disappointed. But of course, he was careful to not let his true feelings slip into the conversation. Of course. And who knows? We might meet again soon, Lord Stark. I thank you and your family for your hospitality. Eddard nodded and watched the man and a small company of men ride further north. It seems I may have tired of the south, but the south certainly has not got tired of me. XXXX. Benyon breathed in the fresh warm air up in the northern mountains. There was a tangible change everywhere and it was acutely visible to the naked eye. He gathered it was more intimately felt by those who called these mountains their home. That's why he was not surprised to see celebrations all around him. Drums were booming with sound, fiddles were spewing out new tunes and people were either dancing or singing. Songs old and new, some popular and other not so popular ones were being sung. People were happy and were not shy to show their appreciation to his nephew who snowballed this whole thing. There were ample reasons too, especially when a whole lot of people were skeptical of his nephew's plan to bury some fancy decorated stones all around the farmlands. Not even Benyon, who had seen many bountiful harvests by his father's side, has never seen a crop yield like this before. Benyon took an apple from a nearby cart into his hand. The green apple shined as the sunlight glanced off its smooth surface. Despite the disbelief at the sheer number of carts full of apples and other crops nearby, Benyon tentatively took a bite. As the juicy apple flirted with his mouth, Benyon let out a euphoric sigh. The apple tasted as if it was a gift from the old gods to cure men of his destructive ways. A single taste of this apple should settle almost all grievances of a man. The richness of the apple was such that Benyon took his sweet time to finish the apple as he savored the taste in his mouth for as long as he could. Benyon was not the only one mesmerized by the richness of the fruits and crops that magically sprout up all over the mountains. Even his nephew was quite shocked by the effects of his runestone magic. Despite all that his nephew had accomplished in this short time, the boy was still working on some obscure magical construct on a corner. The clansmen on the other hand were celebrating with reckless abandon. Their women on the other hand had taken up his nephew's instructions and were carving out runes and that strange five-pointed star on weirwood trees. "Come now, friend Benyon. Drink with me," said Meg Burley, offering Benyon a flagon of ale. "Have a care how you treat your guests, Lord Meg. You may find yourself with no more ale," said Benyon as he took the offered ale and took a deep swig. "Ale, we can make more and more, my lord. But this..." Lord Meg waved his hand at the carts full of food and crops. "This could not have happened without the Black Wolf." "The Black Wolf?" Benyon asked with a raised eyebrow. "That's what the men are calling the lad. A good name as any, I guess." Benyon shrugged and went back to draining the ale he was offered. Benyon found no surprise in his nephew picking up a name of his own. Frankly, he was quite surprised the lad was not known with some strange name once he heard of Harion's proclivity as a smith. It's not like there was any other being in the world capable of forging Valyrian steel weapons. The secrets lost in the flames of doom were now within the grasp of House Stark. With the usual tendency of Westeros to put a name to everything that remotely looked like an exceptional personality, Benyon had expected a fancy name for his equally fancy nephew. Although, I wouldn't have named the lad after that wolf of his," said Lord Meg. Benyon hummed but did not say anything to that. It came as a surprise to him and almost everyone when one day the dire wolf they had captured set itself free and decided to follow around his nephew like a lost puppy. At first, the clansmen were understandably spooked by the wolf, but even they have grown accustomed as days went by without any hostility from the wolf. The clansmen believed the dire wolf was a gift from the old gods to his nephew. Benyon was not keen on believing that the old gods had any stake in this issue. He had his doubts, but the Starks in recent times have not exhibited the skin-changing ability for generations. Sure, there were some ancestors who showed an affinity to warg into other animals. Their numbers were few and often spontaneous in time. Though House Stark has the bloodline of the Warg King, the ability itself has always skipped a few generations to crop up. However, Benyon wouldn't put it past his nephew to be a warg. Harion has become so much more than any Stark in living memory. Being a warg would be the least of his nephew's accomplishments. Though my people are thrilled to have this many fruits and crops, I'm afraid there's too much. Most of this is going to get spoiled as we lack the ability to transport all of this to the mainland," said Lord Meg, looking guiltily at the crops and fruits around them. "I've got a feeling that'll sort itself out, Lord Meg," said Benyon, remembering the snippets of conversation he had with his nephew. He didn't understand much, but there was something about a cold storage and preservation runes and whatnot. "Ha! Of course, you're right, friend Benyon." Lord Meg barked out a laugh as he slapped Benyon on his back. "My people were starving a few days back and look at them now." Benyon was a bit startled when a bard suddenly worked his fiddle on a familiar tune. It was certainly an old folk song that spoke of the North's past. Then the song reached his ears, but the old song was suitably changed towards the end to accommodate the recent developments. He didn't know whether to like it or fear the hidden implications in it. Long, long ago, a king walked the north. The first of all kings. Who claimed these lands for his own. He led his people from the land of dawn to a land of children and their sacred trees. He brought the dawn to the western seas. And all was fair in the king's reign. The night grew dark as the king breathed his last. The north bled as pretenders rose. His once fair kingdom falling to greed. The arrogance of man inviting doom to their shores. The nights grew cold and days became short. The cold winds blew from farther north. Winter came on the king's lands. And no one was spared, even the crowned fools. A wolf was born on a starry night. With the blood of the king flowing strong in his veins. A king he was on a weirwood throne. With magic he learned from children of old. With flames of dawn upon his sword. He raised a castle of stones to the stars. The largest man has ever known. With runes of the king upon the floor. With lights of stars and warmth of dawn. His castle alone made winter fall. Untouched by night and cold hands of the dead. The king guards the north with the wall as his might. Ages have passed since the first of kings. The blood of the wolf still rules the north. And here we are in the mountains of the north. The king reborn as the blackest of wolves. Chapter 20, The Wall P1. Chapter Text. The sky rumbled as thunder and lightning danced in tandem high in the heavens. Gales of wind howled as they blew across the land, touching anything and everything in its path. Leaves danced to the tune of nature while creatures of land and sky rushed for cover. The breeze was so strong that the thick trees of the north were wobbling and dancing to the tune of the wind. Benyon and his company were not so different. There was a storm brewing in the distance. They were also ready to secure themselves in a shelter. Unfortunately, they were far away from any castles to weather out the storm inside the safety of sturdy blocks of stones. They'd have to make do with a tent. And what a strange tent it was. Benyon thought, eyeing the small tent in the clearing. It was only as large as a horse, and yet the tent was holding everyone in their company, including the horses. "Aren't you coming, my lord? The storm will not pass any time soon," said Doug, a guard accompanying them on their journey. "Has the clansman settled in?" asked Benyon. "Oh, yes. The Black Wolf is teaching them his magic letters," said Doug. Benyon didn't know what to make of this. He had feared his nephew had ulterior motives in insisting on taking a few women in their group from the northern mountains. Benyon didn't say anything because he was in a state of shock after witnessing another feat of magic from his nephew. The excess produce in the land of the clansmen was an issue. While the clans would not starve and they had more than enough to trade away, a lot of the yield was destined to spoil. Transporting fruits and vegetables in the bulk along the treacherous passes of the northern mountains has always been a difficult endeavor. Just so, a large number of fruits and vegetables were destined to naturally spoil. It was inevitable. Yet, his magical nephew offered a solution in his usual manner, with magic. His nephew had the clansmen make him crate after crate. Then Harrion worked day and night to carve his magical runes into the crates. When all was said and done, Benyon stood witness to another impossible feat accomplished by his nephew. From what he understood of Harrion's explanation, the crates would preserve anything stored in them for an indefinite amount of time so long as the magic sustaining it is properly applied periodically. This was a major accomplishment. These crates along with Harrion's magic runestones should wipe out hunger and food shortages in the north. If Harrion can pass on his craft to others, then the north will forever be free from hunger and long winters will no longer take a huge toll on the people. Castles could hold out against sieges indefinitely so long as they stockpile food in these crates. Armies would not lose their supplies as these crates could be safely stored in camps or even in strategic locations. The social and military implications of what Harrion has done in the mountains and can do for the north were enormous. Benyon hadn't slept peacefully after they left the mountains of the clansmen. Mostly cause he was struggling to reconcile with the fact that his nephew was becoming a god in mortal form to the common folk. If Brandon the Builder was the mythical hero, then Harrion was fast becoming a godly figure to those who stood witness to his nephew's magic. Benyon didn't blame them. Even he struggled to keep his awe deep inside at the feats of his nephew. And right now, there was another feat of magic that was on full display. The magical tent is bigger on the inside while smaller on the outside. Benyon shook his head at the sheer impossibility of all of this, and yet it was real. His nephew was brazen in what he showed with his magic. The more Harrion reveals, the greater a target the boy will be for enemies of House Stark. There were definitely some dark days ahead for his nephew. He doesn't know when or how, but Harrion would have to face a lot of troubles for his abilities. Just thinking about all of this gave him a headache. Being the dendrophile he is, Benyon took one last look at the trees dancing in the wind before choosing to retire to the tent while Doug stayed outside to keep watch at the entrance. The moment Benyon stepped into the tent, he could feel his nephew's magic in the work. A moment ago, he was cold and wet. Now, inside the tent, he was warm and dry. Amazing! Benyon muttered as he felt the startling change. This was far better than Winterfell, and that was usually hard to beat as he had traveled to many castles and none could beat Winterfell in comfort. And now, a small tent raised by his 6 days old nephew managed to change that perception. The tent was spacious, Benyon noted. Far more spacious than it was supposed to be. He could not see his nephew or the company of men. He was in a long passage with a grey curtain on either side. He walked forward despite his urge to call out for a response from the others. The tent felt like one of those pranks Lina would dish out on him while playing knight and thief. Lina would usually play the part of a thief, leaving him to find his sister. Lina's usual hiding place was the crypts, and the place had always given him creeps. It was long and he could hardly see the end of the crypts, which left him prone to fall prey to fear. This narrow passageway in the tent made Benyon remember the good old days. If Lina was here with him, he was sure she'd have loved Harrion. His sister would have made Harrion do things that'd drive the whole Westeros mad. Then again, she already made whole Westeros mad before she breathed her last. Benyon thought, with some regret and anger directed at his sister. Shaking those thoughts away from his head, Benyon tried to focus his mind on the present. He loved steadily forward until he came across a small opening to his right. Benyon looked inside only to find horses and a few mountain bulls grazing happily in the comfort of the tent. The horses and bulls were separated by a 10-foot-high stone wall. Probably, to prevent the bulls from skewering the horses. He had no idea why the clansmen or the clanswomen in this case were obsessed with these bulls. They considered it a mark of great honor and courage to ride one of these wild bulls. The clanswomen were extremely militaristic. They had to, as the mountains were ripe with wild boars and other dangerous animals. Men and women learned their way around a weapon in the mountains to protect themselves. There were no castles or stone walls to shield themselves from wild animals. The proximity to the forests also made their farmlands vulnerable to raids from wild animals. So, it mattered little to the clans whether you are a man or a woman. If you live in the mountains, you better learn your way with any weapons. One day, your life might depend on it. That's how they lead their daily life. So, it came as no surprise that they are willing to learn something new to better prepare their lands. Benyon supposed learning to use his nephew's runes should at least deal with food scarcity in the mountains. However, that doesn't mean he approved these women tagging along to where they were going. It was certainly going to create a lot of tension once they reached their destination. The only good news is that Benyon could call upon the skills of some of the best trackers and hunters loaned out by the mountain clans. This should make their work on Skagos much easier. He moved forward along the passage until he found another opening in the curtain. This time it was a room where all the men were staying. Most of them were resting from the arduous journey from the mountains. He didn't want to be a bother to the men, but he paused as someone made a comment. You know, they are calling the kid the first blood. Those wood witches claim the little lord has the blood of the gods in him, just like the first king. Benyon was confused. What are wood witches? And what do they want with Harrion? Yeah, I heard that as well. She claims the Black Wolf will make heaven wherever he rules. Seeing what we all saw, I think the word witch is not far off. I have never seen this much crop yield in my lifetime. Even the glass gardens of Winterfell do not yield this many crops. It's too bad that the Black Wolf was born young. He'd have made the North great. This is dangerous talk. Benyon thought. He was tempted to intervene, but he held himself back. There was no point in intervening now. He was not going to change the men's opinion and most likely make the situation worse. It'd be better for Ned to handle this quietly. It was quite natural for men to flock to those with power. And Harrion was teeming with power. Naturally, men would look up to the boy. Benyon quietly withdrew from the room and sought out Harrion and John. He finally found them in the company of the clanswomen. He was not at all surprised to find Harrion carving his runes on a wooden plank. He assumed his nephew was making more crates. It'd certainly be useful once they finalized their journey and returned to Winterfell. The North, as he knew it, would change for the better. Benyon was sure of that. Harrion. John. He called, and John was quick to run towards him. The boy has always been shy around women. Sometimes, he noticed there was fear in John's eyes. He suspected it had to do with Lady Catelyn. Why are you two not resting? Once the storm passes, we have a long march ahead of us. We need to make it to Castle Black before the sun retreats from the sky. Benyon admonished, knocking John's head playfully. Is the wall as tall as they say, uncle? Asked John, with childlike curiosity shining in his eyes. Benyon was once again struck by memories of the past. Those eyes reminded him of a sister he lost. Patting John on his head, Benyon smiled. Yes, John. The wall stands 700 feet high, made of pure ice stretching across the north from the Bay of Ice to the Bay of Seals. A total of 100 leagues the wall lies, protecting the north for thousands of years, with sworn brothers of the Night's Watch manning their posts. I don't know why we are even going to Castle Black. We could have just traveled straight to Eastwatch and sail a ship to the Skane Island. Harrion commented, setting aside the plank he was working on. It's not easy as you make it out, nephew. The Black brothers manning the Eastwatch take orders from the Lord Commander. Without Lord Commander Mormont's blessings, we won't be allowed to take a ship from the Eastwatch. Castle Black sends patrols every third day of the week to Eastwatch. If we make good time on the road, we can accompany the patrol group and smoothly reach Eastwatch with the Lord Commander's blessings. Said Benyon. Well, what if the Lord Commander refuses to help us sail to Skagos? Asked Harrion, making Benyon frown. Why would the Lord Commander Mormont refuse? Benyon asked with a raised eyebrow. I may have caused some problems for the Night's Watch, said Harrion before launching into an explanation of the list of demands Harrion left in the hands of Rob. Benyon barely suppressed the urge to palm his face. Nonetheless, he did not hesitate to catch his nephew by the ear. It's no wonder why Lady Catelyn described you as a serial troublemaker. Ow! My ear! Leave my ear alone! Harrion cried out, struggling to escape Benyon's hold. I don't think I'll be doing that. Do you know the trouble you must have caused for your father? What you need is some discipline beaten into you, kid, and I know just the right way, said Benyon, letting go of his nephew's ear. Take your wooden sword and come. You too, John. I think it's time for some practice. XXXX. Corn. Here you go, you greedy rascal. Gior snapped, as he offered a bowl of corn to his trusted companion. Giving Gior an unimpressed stare, the raven gorged itself on the bowl of corn happily. What shall you do, Lord Commander? Asked Maester Iman. Gior eyed the old maester, and a hint of pity shone in his eyes. The maester was old, far too old. It was a terrible thing for the old to bury the young. It should be the other way around. Yet, Maester Iman didn't even get the chance to bury his family. A terrible turn of events for a former prince of the Seven Kingdoms. If the gods were not cruel, the man sitting before him should have ruled the Seven Kingdoms, and most likely Westeros would not have bled as it did. Of course, the gods would never give power to those who deserve it. Despite all the injustice visited upon the man, Maester Iman remained devoted to his duty. Age may have played a factor, but any lesser man would have jumped off the edge of the wall. Blind and physically impaired, the maester still remains a brother and maester of the Night's Watch. The man is the oldest soul at the wall. Many winters and summers have passed by, but Maester Iman remains diligent in his duty. Blood of the dragon indeed. A credit to the waning Targaryen bloodline. Gior thought. It is the king's decision, and the Starks have always been a friend to the Night's Watch. It'll be unpopular among many brothers, but we have no choice but to obey, said Gior, looking at the piece of parchment explaining the recent decision made by the king overturning the ownership of the gift to House Stark. Truth be told, he was rather relieved to learn the Starks were taking back the gift. The Night's Watch was stretched thin by manning the many castles along the wall. It was no secret in the north that the Night's Watch declined under Jaehaerys Targaryen's reign. Before the Conciliator came to the Iron Throne, the Night's Watch had enough men to man 17 of the 18 castles along the wall. Now, they had barely enough men to man 3. There was too much ground to patrol, and he lacked the men to keep the wildlings out. If it wasn't for the mountain clans and umbers, the north would have been overrun by wildlings. I suppose Lord Stark will be assigning new lords to the castles along the gift. It'd certainly give a level of safety for the small folk, said Maester Iman, approval clear in his words and tone. Many black brothers will be disappointed, I'm sure. The illusion of power they enjoyed over the scattered small folk settlements will go away with northern lords flocking to the gift. Many would have me protest strenuously against any change of ownership of the gift, said Gior, rubbing his pet raven on its head. The Night's Watch may not partake in the matters of the Seven Kingdoms, but the Seven Kingdoms certainly do partake in the matters of the Night's Watch. The watch is in decline. Perhaps, you should present the change as less work for the Night's Watch, Maester Iman suggested. Something along those lines should be done. Easter away, I shall travel to Winterfell and speak with Lord Stark. It'll be better to say our piece before the Lord of Winterfell decides on the fate of the castles. It'll also be a good time to see who'll be our new neighbors. Astute as always, Lord Commander. The doors to Gior's solar opened to show Mance Rayder by the doorway. Sorry for disturbing you, Lord Commander, Maester. But, there is a party in the distance from the south. They carry dire wolf banners. The Starks. Gior whispered to himself. Looking outside the window, he could see the banners in the distance. Must be Benyon Stark with an escort from Winterfell, said Maester Iman. Gior grunted but did not say anything else. He'd know soon enough. Chapter 21, The Wall P2. Chapter text. The Wall. Harry had only heard of hearsay and some details from the dusty old tomes of Winterfell's library concerning the Wall. He always took any information he could find in those dusty tomes with a grain of salt. In the case of the Wall, this was more so simply because he could not fathom how a culture that raised the Wall lived in abject poverty. There was no question that the North has remained poor. Unlike popular belief, Harry was not inclined to put all the blame on the weather and the dwindling population. There was that factor, but they were not the major cause. The major cause has always been the lack of conservation of knowledge, refusal to innovate, and disastrous leadership. And Harry was not blind to the contributions of House Stark in this perpetual disempowerment of the North. His ancestors took pride in doing nothing. And if someone came along that tried to change something, their work will get undone by a moron in the next generation. Brandon the Burner came to Harry's mind. The Starks, instead of showing the fool for what he is, chose instead to show Brandon's love for his lost father as the highlight of the incident. It is often romanticized to the extreme instead of looking at the devastating blow Brandon the Burner left on the North. The North lost the Western fleet because of his madness, and every king of winter after the madman refused to build up the Northern fleet. As a consequence of inaction from the Northern kings, the Ironborn would have a free hand in the Sunset Sea for the years ahead. The pirates of the Iron Islands would go on to exploit the northern shores for centuries until finally, they pushed into mainland Westeros in the Riverlands. It took Aegon Targaryen and his magnificent dragons to beat back the Reavers into their home islands. Harry knew he was perhaps obsessing over some facts, but the Starks and in large the First Men were stagnant. They were content with their lot in life, be it poverty or hunger. How else could Harry explain how Stark's refusal to expand Winterfell into a city? Why were Stark kings refusing to expand glass houses to increase yield during long winters? Why didn't they rebuild the fleet and increase trade with the southern kingdoms? Most of all, why did the First Men abandon their magic? Magic so powerful that it could maintain an ice wall for thousands of years. Looking at the massive expanse of chamber right beneath Castle Black, Harry was more than starting to learn that there was some connection between this world to his world. What else could explain the Celtic runes adorning the white expanse beneath the floors of Castle Black? This is incredible, my lord. Surely this must be built by giants, said Anya, looking around in awe. The giants were certainly involved. Harry agreed, looking at the 20-foot tunnels and doorways within the chamber. But, the runes, they were certainly made by a human with deep knowledge in magic. Harry would not have taken the girl with him if it wasn't for her magic. Out of some 10 odd women he found to possess a substantial presence of magic, Anya was the only one whom he found to have the ability to wield magic as he could. For that reason, he took Anya as a disciple and was training her in the finer aspects of magic. Look at these scripts, my lord. It looks like they are combination runes. Harry whispered in awe as he took in the elegant runes running along the periphery of the giant steel doors guarding the tunnel. The First Men runes were distinctive. It has more in common with the Egyptian hieroglyphs of his world. But, the runes he found here were not just using the First Men runes. There were several gaps in the First Men runes, and these gaps were filled by Celtic runes. It was an incredible find. A discovery that made Harry re-evaluate everything he knew or supposedly knew about the nature of existence itself. Placing his palm just above the surface of the steel door, he let his magic loose. Aided by the power ring, his magic scanned the runes and he got some lukewarm response. It was as if the runes were bereft of any power. Harry could only glean an echo of the magic and the intent left behind in the runes. What does it say, my lord? Asked Anya. Find for yourself, Anya. Harry stepped aside and watched the raven-haired girl try her luck in connecting with the last embers of the magic left in the runes. Protect? No. That's not it. Keep out. The runes are intended to keep out something, said Anya, her eyes alight with wonder. Very good. Harry smiled in appreciation of his student's gift of interacting with magic like this. It was one of the reasons why he was sure Anya has the potential to use magic as he does. Can you glean more? What is it trying to keep out? Harry asked, curious whether Anya could glean that information. I don't know, my lord, said Anya, a frown of disappointment clear on her face. Don't worry. Even I'm as perplexed as you are, said Harry, leading Anya away from the runes and to look for other artifacts in the chamber. It was a lie. Harry was adept in Celtic runes, and what he found on the door shook him. It challenged several of his notions about the nature of this world, and Harry was having a genuine fear that he may not have been reborn in this world on just chance. He feared there were forces at play beyond the horizons he could see or perceive. Harry now could understand why he was feeling the urge to find this place. It all made sense now. Even now, trying his best to put some distance between himself and the runes, he could feel a malevolent whisper gnawing at his mind. It was urging him to open the tunnel and let its power be allowed to boost his own. Or at least, that's what the whispers claimed, but Harry was no idiot to place himself in such a position. He could feel the urge to utter the name written in the Celtic script, but he held himself back. Names have power, and it'd be foolish of him to utter the name here of all places. Even the protective enchantment weaved into the core of the wall would not save him from the entity's evil eye. If it has the power to whisper into his mind, then he dare not tempt it any further and add fuel to its fledgling power. However, under the protection of his occlumency shields, he uttered the name on the script. A name that was mentioned passingly in one of the lores surrounding the deathly Hallows. Baylor. The name sent a shiver down his spine. The feeling Harry got was indescribable. He was not usually one for blindly believing in legends surrounding the Hallows, but the circumstances were not in favor of his rationality. The discovery of Celtic runes in this world changed things. There is a reason why Celtic arts are considered dark and volatile in the wizarding world. And seeing those remnants of the Celtic culture in this world shook Harry. He had Anya stop any further exploration and take their leave, as he could hear his listening charms alerting him of the meeting in Castle Black was coming to an end. It was time to make himself scarce from this place. He could study what he found and from the collected artifacts later. There was time. XXXX. This is preposterous, Lord Commander. You want to hand over the lands which have been under the control of the Night's Watch for centuries to the Starks on a whim? Sir Alistair Thorne thundered. Sit down, Sir Thorn. If I wanted your opinion I'd have asked for it. Gior snapped back, making the Sir Alisar sit down, grumbling under his breath. Now, as I was saying, the king has ordered the transfer of the gift to the control of House Stark. There is hardly anything we can do to change the king's mind. So, I'll be travelling to Winterfell and speak with Lord Stark to ensure the interests of the Watch are given due consideration. Gior explained to his gathered brothers of the Night's Watch. You want to grovel at the feet of Eddard Stark? The Night's Watch was granted dominion of the gift by King Jaehaerys. And King Robert has rescinded the decision made by King Jaehaerys. What was once given by the Iron Throne has now been taken away by the Iron Throne. If you want to make the case before King Robert, you are more than welcome to take a ship from Eastwatch and travel to King's Landing. Of course, Sir Alisar didn't take the bait. The man must have known that Robert Baratheon would rather crush his skull than rescind the royal decree just because a Targaryen king once gifted the lands to the Watch. It is still not right. Jeremy Ricker mumbled. Are we here to discuss the right and wrongs of a king, Sir Ricker? Maester Aemon asked. I think not. Besides, who among the Black Brothers here thinks that we have been doing a fine job of taking care of the gift? We are hard-pressed to man all the castles along the wall. In times like this, we do what we must to fulfill our duty, and our duty is at the wall, not at the lands far away from the wall. Even still, Maester Aemon. Surely you think this is folly to reverse the wishes of King Jaehaerys as a Targaryen. Surely, the Conciliator had a reason for giving the gift to the Night's Watch. Said Sir Jeremy. The past is often a mystery and can be interpreted in many ways, Sir Ricker. Just because King Jaehaerys happened to be a wise king does not mean all his decisions are therefore inherently wise. The laws and affairs of the Seven Kingdoms must change with time. I'm but an old man who abandoned my titles long ago for the vows as a maester and the Night's Watch. Said Maester Aemon before falling silent in his seat. We should be focusing on the brighter side. Historically, the Watch has been strong when the gift was populated with small folk and northern lords. I suspect we will get more recruits when the small folk move in and they take interest in guarding the wall to protect their lands from wildlings. The way I see it, the king's decision most likely will benefit the Watch. Benyon put his opinion forth, and that deflected any ill will against the recent happenings. When the meeting was finally over, it was decided that Gior would seek out Lord Stark at Winterfell and present some concerns of the Watch. But, to raise those issues he needed to know what Eddard Stark was planning. This is why he had Benyon Stark in his chamber with Maester Aemon. So, tell us, Benyon. What does your brother intend to do? I'm in the dark as you are, Lord Commander. King Robert must have made the decision after we left Winterfell. Said Benyon, which left Gior once again to speculate rather than depend on any substantial information. Would your brother take over the abandoned castles along the wall? Gior asked. Probably not. There are some keeps in the gift, but their state is quite poor. Most likely, Eddard would look to restore them rather than infringe on the castles historically controlled by the Watch. Said Benyon. That's good. I can work with that. Gior thought. Why would the king make this decision so sudden, brother Benyon? Did Lord Stark have any grievances with the Watch? Asked Maester Aemon. Now, that's the elephant in the room. Gior thought, as he too was curious to know the reason behind this radical decision. He was meaning to ask Benyon this very same question, albeit in private. Well, as it turns out, my nephew was the reason behind the king's decision. Your nephew? Gior asked in surprise. What does a child has to do with the Night's Watch? As it turns out, there was a lot, and Gior was rather enthralled by the tale spun by Benyon Stark. XXXXXXXX. In his old age, it was getting increasingly difficult to do most of his duties, but he endured. Aemon may have lost the light in his eyes, but his mind remained as sharp as ever. You have been working for hours, Maester. Perhaps you need to take a break. Clydas suggested. Aemon paused his writing while a small smile graced his thin lips. He was writing down the happenings of today on a parchment as it helped him to recollect certain information. The writings also helped as a reference should he forget any important events or information. You must have become tired of this old man pushing into your sleep hours, Clydas. Please don't think like that, Maester. I only worry for your health in these troubling times. Said Clydas. Aemon patted the shoulder of his steward to calm the fellow. The man has been his steward ever since he lost his eyesight. Since then, Clydas has never failed him to be his eyes. I jest, my good man. For a man adrift in the wind at the end of the world, what else is left but duty? Aemon mused out loud. You still have family left, Maester. One day, they'll seek you out and you'll be thankful to have lived that long by taking my advice. Said Clydas as he helped Aemon to his bed away from the work table. They are just children, all alone in this terrible world with a heavy burden on their shoulders. The narrow sea sits between them and their home. They probably don't even know that I exist. Aemon worried, tears gathering at the corner of his eyes. Of course, they know about you, Maester. Prince Viserys shall one day visit you with Princess Daenerys. That day is not far away and they have good loyal men at their side protecting them. Clydas tried to reassure Iman. For a time Iman didn't say anything but listened keenly with his ears. He noticed a subtle change in the air. Go Clydas. I can put myself to bed, said Iman, a frown on his old wrinkly face. As Clydas closed the door on his way out, Iman folded his army on his lap and sharpened his hearing. The two of you need not bother hiding. I may have lost my sight, but that doesn't mean my ears are dysfunctional as well, said Iman to his vacant room to the naked eye. Suddenly, a veil of invisibility was lifted and Harry along with John was revealed to be standing in a corner of the room. We apologize, Maester Iman. But, when we learned that there was a Targaryen at the wall, we had to see for ourselves, said Harry. Is that so? And now that you have seen me, what do you think? Iman asked curiously. Well, you are old, said John. Iman smiled at the innocent but truthful answer. Come closer, children. Harry and John walked closer and Iman reached out his wrinkled hands. He began tracing the contours of the faces of the two boys. Tell me your names. On your left is Jon Snow, my brother. I'm on your right, Harrion Stark. We are sons of Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. Ah. Iman reached out and patted the two boys on their heads fondly. I've heard about you two from your uncle. Harrion, the Stark who lit the forges that Valeria lost to the Doom. And Jon, whom your uncle boasts to be the warrior incarnate. Uncle Benyon exaggerates. In this case, I don't think so. Now, what are you boys doing in my chamber at this late hour? Asked Iman. We'll be gone on the morrow at first light. We ride for Eastwatch and we were hoping you could tell us how your family controlled the dragons, said John. Iman chuckled as this was a question he had asked oftentimes in his youth. My dear child, one does not control the dragon. A dragon is not a slave, said Iman. But how did the Dragonlords of Valeria ride the dragons? Asked Harry. There was for sure a well-explained complicated answer. But, Iman was sure the children would only get confused and ask more questions. So, he opted for the concise and easy one. The key lies in the blood of a Dragonlord. And for the most part, Iman was right in thinking that the children would be satisfied with his answer. What he didn't realize was that he just unintentionally gave a crucial piece of information that'd decimate the already dwindling relevance of House Targaryen. XXXXXXXX. Do I need to know why you are staring at the piece of metal intently? Asked Benyon, breaking Harry out of his intense staring. Just looking for some answers, said Harry absently, focusing his magical senses on the small metallic cork containing a pinch of Aemon Targaryen's blood. He had the blood extracted after he made sure the old maester was asleep. He also made sure that it was painless. Extracting a small drop of blood from the thumb is not exactly an issue with magic at his beck and call. The maester didn't even feel a thing. However, Harry found his usual sensing methods were not yielding any results. For all intents and purposes, the blood has nothing in it except for a small magical signature that was hard to sense if he wasn't specifically looking for it. I'll have to develop finer tools if I'm to learn more from the blood. The Valyrians were said to be masters of blood magic. Without going to Valyria or access to some of their knowledge, studying this sample would be the only way to learn about their ability to bond with dragons. Harry mused. Well, you can find those answers on the way. Now, we need to gain some distance if we are to take a ship from Eastwatch, said Benyon, taking Harry up from the ground and settling him atop a horse. Harry pocketed the metal cork bound by magic into his pocket and looked at the towering wall. It was indeed a wondrous creation of the first men. It was a structure held together at the expense of massive amounts of magic. All the magic in the continent is being sucked dry by this towering monstrosity to hold back an ancient enemy of the children and the first men. When Spring first mentioned the dark entity he was skeptical, but now he was more than aware of the Dark One. Despite standing on the safe side of the wall, he could feel the Dark One's power. It was calling to him, and to further entice him it offered him something as a token of truce. Opening his right palm, Harry took a look at the power ring he made with his magic. The golden runes shined with magic, but on its surface sat a familiar onyx stone. The resurrection stone has finally arrived, and Harry was sure the Dark One was a conniving thug who was tempting him to use the stone. Out of all the Hallows, the resurrection stone was the most dangerous artifact. It brazenly invades into a cosmic power that should not be in any mortal's possession. Fisting his hand, Harry once again hid the stone and took one last look at Castle Black. There were answers to be found and questions to be raised, but until he could get to the bottom of what he found beneath Castle Bulk, he was determined to not use the stone no matter how tempting. He hoped the artifacts and other collectibles he found in the secret chamber can shed some light. Else, he could ask Spring. So, Harry set his eyes east where the land met the ocean. To Eastwatch, Harry whispered as he spurred his horse forward. Chapter 22, Plans Brewing in the Shadows. Chapter text. Eddard was not at all having a good day. In fact, his days were filled with meetings of dividing the lands of what constituted the gift and the various claims raised by the northern lords. He had to hold meetings separately as well as collectively with his fellow northern lords to discuss how to go forward with the gift. At present, House Stark owned the gift by the king's decree. However, House Stark was in no position to oversee the lands of the gift stretching across 100 leagues south of the wall. If he included Jon, there were only 5 people with the Stark name able to inherit lands. His children including Jon were just children. They were not ready to inherit anything, much less the troublesome lands of the gift. This left Eddard to look for other prospective legacies of the northern lords. House Dustin was extinct and House Ryswell already has control over Barrow lands through Barbary Dustin. Giving a portion of the gift to a Ryswell will not be well received. Similarly, giving anything to House Manderley was also out of the question. They already have a city, a fleet, 2 major castles and very large tracts of land. Though loyal, Eddard realized that elevating the Manderleys any further would be detrimental to the interests of House Stark. Besides, he has other ways of appeasing the Manderleys in mind. He'd have truly considered giving some portions of land to House Bolton. Roose Bolton remained a capable and loyal man. Bolton horses were crucial in the victory at the Trident. Nonetheless, the state of House Bolton remained far worse in comparison to House Stark. He had heard some good words about Lord Bolton's heir, but there are only 2 Boltons left. This left him with the options of Houses Mormont, Glover, Karstark, and Hornwood. These were the most powerful of his vassal houses. They shall be considered first for any land grants in the gift. There were other worthy petty lords with able and loyal family members ready to take up the task of reclaiming the gift. Perhaps, even some marriage alliances could be formed to settle long-time disputes. The Glovers have always been at loggerheads with the Mormonts for not patrolling the seas closer to the wall. Eddard hoped to install a castle on the western shores of the gift to settle this problem once and for all. Any wildling trying to circle the wall would end up facing the might of this castle nearby the Bay of Ice. If he could attract more small folk and petty lords to those shores, he could find a solution to the plight of the Glovers. It has been a long-standing grievance of the Glovers to strengthen the Brothers of the Shadow Tower. With a castle nearby to the west, the Shadow Tower won't be the sole defense against wildling raiders. The Wolfswood would become safe from any wildling raiding parties. Similarly, the Umbers in the east could also benefit from having a friendly northern lord to their east guarding the eastern shores. The Brothers of the East Watch have done good work compared to the Shadow Tower. But, they were only men. Many mistakes were made in the past and House Umber has suffered greatly. Not just House Umber. The bulk of the wildling raids was stopped by the mountain clans. They had given their blood, sweat, and tears so that the rest of the north could stay safe. With castles rising in the gift, more small folk would travel there. With more small folk, the land will be tilled and more food will be grown in the north. With more food comes the means to survive winter, and that means an increase in population. The people would want to protect what they have built and they'd man the wall to guard the north. If the wall was properly manned, the wildling threat will be over. It'd also mean the gift would once more supply more essentials for the north. It'd take years and a lot of gold, but once everything settles, Eddard envisioned a self-reliant north will not be that far in the future. It was a dream of his father to strengthen the north. Not exactly a self-reliant north, but a north that could pull its own weight and contend with the southern kingdoms. Looking at the map sprawled out on his desk, Eddard marked out 3 spots for raising new castles. He hesitated for a moment before adding a 4th, but this one was not at the gift. The 4th one was at Sea Dragon Point. Eddard held no whimsical notion of building all 4 castles immediately. The one in the Queen's Crown would merely require some patchwork. The other would have to be built up from scratch, although the 2 locations on the gift had castles. They were now just a pile of rubble due to centuries of inactivity. Lord Stark. Maester Luwin. Is there something that matters? Eddard asked. Forgive me for disturbing you, my lord. There is a visitor from the Iron Bank seeking your audience. Eddard was taken aback. From the Iron Bank? He asked just to be sure. Yes, my lord. There was no reason for Maester Luwin to be japing. But, he could not fathom why the Iron Bank would send a representative to the north. The Bravisee bankers had little to do with the north save for their dealings with the Manderleys. Northmen generally tend to distrust the Bravisee due to their strange culture and closeness to the south. More importantly, the Bravisee are traitors. The lords of the north tend to have a low opinion about traitors, especially when they come from the other side of the narrow sea. Is Lord Wyman accompanying the Iron Bank representative? I'm afraid not, my lord. Answered Maester Luwin. Strange. The Manderleys have always been the champion of Bravisee traitors. For a Bravisee to meet him without Lord Wyman is unprecedented. Eddard thought even as he bid Maester Luwin welcome the Iron Bank representative. Maester Luwin returned with a scrawny-looking man. Eddard would have mistaken the man for a woman if it wasn't for the graying beard on the man's chin. Though covered in thick wool, the man was pale and shivering. It always amused him that the outsiders could not handle the cold of the north even when they are inside the warm walls of Winterfell. My name is Laro Totter. On behalf of the Iron Bank, I extend you greetings, Lord Stark. The Bravisee man gave him a waist-length bow. Eddard eyed the raven-haired man curiously before offering the man a seat. Servants brought some refreshments in the form of wine and some apples. Tell me, Lord Totter. What interests the Iron Bank to send you all the way to Winterfell? Eddard asked, once his guest was suitably treated befitting his station. I am no lord, Lord Stark. I am merely an employee of the Iron Bank. I represent the key holders of the bank, and as for the reason behind my visit, the Iron Bank of Bravos has a business proposition for you. Eddard remained silent for a time before he addressed his guest. A business proposition from the Iron Bank? That's a rarity in itself. You've piqued my curiosity, Master Totter. The Iron Bank is aware that your second son has managed to somehow replicate the feats of Valyrians in the forges. Word has reached Bravos of your son's ability to forge weapons of Valyrian steel. As you can imagine, the demand for Valyrian steel has always been very high. It is only a matter of time before you are flooded with requests for a weapon made of Valyrian steel from Westeros as well as Essos. What we propose, Lord Stark, is to make any financial transactions between House Stark and the many prospective customers as smooth as possible. We can also help you increase the number of buyers, as we have extensive contacts among the hinterland cities of Essos. What stops House Stark from directly engaging with SSE customers? We have always done so in the past. Eddard pointed out. The SSE trade could be hardly anything significant. He was also aware most of the trade was once again handled by White Harbor. You are quite capable of doing that, Lord Stark. But do keep in mind those transactions were very rare and of substantially low worth. Valyrian steel is priceless. The amount of gold involved in the trade is huge, and most free cities of Essos do not have gold as their trade currency. They trade in silver while you require gold. The amount of silver that would flow into the north should you trade directly will undoubtedly diminish the value of your silver stags. Eddard covertly looked at Maester Luwin, who nodded discreetly, tactically agreeing with the banker's assessment. But, Eddard was still suspicious of the Iron Bank. If what you say is true, then trading in gold with the Iron Bank might also cause the same problem. Eddard said, frowning at his own lack of expertise in the economics of the Seven Kingdoms. You'd be right to assume so, Lord Stark. But, the Iron Bank can hold your gold in our vaults and give you a substantial yearly interest rate. That way, you can withdraw the gold you want to spend while we hold the bulk of your wealth in Bravos safely behind our vaults. This way, the Westerosi gold won't lose its value. Said Totter. Eddard gave some serious thought to the offer. He had not given much thought to the finer points of expanding Harion's trade to Essos. He had shoved that matter away as he was significantly engaged in other matters. The gift had taken up most of his time, but there was also the transportation of 1,000,000 gold dragons from King's Landing to consider. The sheer hassle of transporting 1,000,000 gold dragons was quite unthinkable, especially with most of Westeros focusing on the Iron Islands. While the war has come to an end, the bulk of knights and lords being away from their posts has given rise to banditry everywhere. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind that could solve the issue. Not to mention, he could leverage the situation to his advantage. Master Totter, I don't know you, nor do I have any significant interactions with the Iron Bank to put so much trust all so sudden. However, I recognize trust is built through continuous trade. My son has made a Valyrian steel hammer for King Robert Baratheon. The Iron Throne owes House Stark 1,000,000 gold dragons. Eddard leaned forward in his seat, looking expectantly at the banker. I suppose, the Iron Bank is capable of securing the funds from King's Landing. The Iron Bank will be more than happy to facilitate such a transaction, Lord Stark. Said Laro Totter, immediately pouncing on the opportunity that fell into his lap. I suppose the Iron Bank is also willing to take the risk of transporting the gold to the north whenever I require. Eddard looked at the banker curiously for an answer. While he might be ignorant of most affairs of Essos, he knew about the naval power of Bravos. The free city of Bravos claims to have the largest and strongest fleet on the other side of the narrow sea. If that's the case, then Eddard thought the Bravos fleet could be a safe way of transporting the gold. And if it proves to be safe, then he could go forward with the arrangement with the Iron Bank on all the future dealings regarding any sale of Valyrian steel. This can be arranged. However, if we are to take the risk of transporting the good, then we have a few small conditions of our own. Eddard was willing to entertain the bank if it was reasonable. Name them, Master Totter. XXXXXXXXX. Laro Totter was a happy man. Tired but quite happy. The negotiations has gone extremely well, and there it was in his hand, the small roll of parchment that outlined the deal with House Stark. Knocking on the doors of the carriage twice, he waited for the door to open. The northerners claim they are entering autumn. He didn't feel anything but teeth chattering cold in the north. So, when the door swung open, he rushed inside as the cold was not agreeing with his body. Letting out a sigh, Laro wrapped himself in more wool and snuggled in. So, how did it go? Laro looked at his fellow traveler assigned by the Iron Bank. The negotiations are over. Lord Stark agreed to use the Iron Bank's services. What about the inspection? All done and finished. A knight by the name of Sir Roderick Castle holds a sword made by the Stark boy. Your expert smith was allowed to carry out an inspection. Said Laro. He had no idea why his superiors in the bank were using the services of a former red priest and dressing up the man as some master smith. But, he was just a negotiator. It was well above his station to question the wisdom of the key holders. It'd be suicidal to do so. So, he just did what he was asked and managed to create the opportunity for the inspection to be carried out without none the wiser. And what did the smith say about the sword? A masterpiece of magic without the necessary sacrifices. Those were the exact words. For a moment, there was silence. Laro felt a little uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the cold black eyes staring at him inside the carriage. It seems a deal has been made. You will be summoned to a key holders meeting to explain in detail about the negotiations. A ship will be waiting for you at White Harbor. Saying this, the mystery man stepped out of the carriage, leaving Laro alone. He didn't even know the man's name. All that he knew was that he was to report everything to the man. When the carriage finally started to move, Laro let out a sigh of relief. While he was excited over the deal struck, he was not at all enjoying his stay in the north. The sooner he was under the warm embrace of the eastern sun, the better. XXXX. Tywin stared long and hard at the piece of parchment, but it refused to disappear. The words on it didn't disappear, and it was certainly Gerion's message. At first, he had thought his younger brother was making a jape. But, his spies were also reporting the same. King Robert Baratheon was presented with a hammer made of Valyrian steel at Winterfell. A hammer of great magical power that made it the most powerful weapon ever made. Gerion's description and the rumors painted a bleak picture. The hammer's cost was also immense. A whole strip of land that stretched out 100 leagues along with 1 million gold dragons was a steep price. But, for Robert Baratheon, giving away that land was as easy as finding a whore to share his bed. Undoubtedly, when he puts forth an order for a sword, the price most certainly would go up. Also, if the boy can make weapons of great power that put the creations of Valyria to shame, then the boy just became far more dangerous and valuable as an asset. What are you thinking, Tywin? Asked Kevin. Tywin had refused to share any details with the rest of his family, all except Kevin. I'm thinking it is fortunate that Cersei gave birth to a daughter. You shall go to King's Landing to deliver the gifts to my daughter and extend my congratulations. Said Tywin. Of course, Tywin. One more thing, brother. Kevin looked curious at his brother. Tell her that I've found a suitable match for her daughter. Kevin was taken aback by Tywin's declaration. Isn't that a bit premature, brother? The child has not even been named yet. It doesn't matter. Just as I promised she'll be queen, I promised my daughter that I will create a dynasty that shall last 1,000 years and more. I've found a way to ensure our family remains at the top. Chapter 23, The Name Day Present. Chapter Text. Anya was honored, incredibly honored to have the opportunity to learn magic. It was certainly a great honor to be learning the secrets of a higher power from a Stark. She was 10 namesdays senior to her teacher, but age was not a factor when it comes to magical power. Her Lord Harrion was living proof of that. The things Lord Harrion could do with his magic were incredible, almost godly. Not even the old tales of the First King or Brandon the Builder could hold a candle before Lord Harrion's magic. Not to mention the fact that Lord Harrion was even willing to share his craft with her, a mountain girl orphaned at a young age. She felt incredibly honored to receive his knowledge. So, she was adamant to learn all that she could to be of worth to her lord. Before meeting Lord Harrion, her only ambition was to survive at all costs in the mountains. Her gift of warging allowed her to slip into the minds of creatures and track down her prey to make ends meet. Her warging allowed her to become one of the best hunters in the mountains. Using her gift, she not only put food on the table but also kept the farmlands safe from wild boars. That was an essential service her mother had provided for her people. When she learned she inherited her mother's gift, she was more than happy to continue her mother's work. However, being a warg can sometimes be a thankless job. The animals in the wild often attack her people and people would blame her for the attack. She had seen this happen to her mother as well. So, life was a bit difficult in the mountains as people tend to fear her power on the dime depending on the daily happenings in the mountains. This is why she hated the black wolf sitting rather calmly for its kind near her lord. It had given her a lot of grief among her people with its activities in the mountain passes. Stop glaring at Fenris and finish the runes, Anya. Lord Harrion ordered. Apologies, my lord. Anya hastily said, before returning to the task at hand. Fenris let out a grunt which she took as amusement from the creature, at her plight. If only her lord had not bonded with the creature. She could have snapped its neck and been done with it had it been roaming wild as it was supposed to. Instead, she was forced to bear its presence for the sake of her lord. Taking a deep breath, she ignored the black monstrosity in favor of concentrating on the work at hand. Most of the women from the mountains were carving out runes on planks of wood. Of course, her lord had to draw the runes out for the women to copy down on the wood. Anya was not asked to do that. She was tasked with learning the different meanings behind the runic letters. Her task was to learn and use the inscriptions so that one day she could aid her lord in matters of mystical nature. After all, whatever that was found at the secret chamber beneath Castle Black has shaken her lord. She was sworn to secrecy to never talk about what they found. She was happy to do so, but she hardly knew what they found in the chamber. Any and all items they found from the chamber were safely stored in her lord's magical box. A box the size of her palm was holding almost hundreds of artifacts, weapons, and scrolls. Truly, it left her in wonder how Lord Harrion could perform such feats of magic. It was also safe to say, a magical box that can hold large quantities of objects was certainly not the height of magical skill displayed by her lord. She could think of no other magical feat that could triumph, turning entire fields to thrive with edible fruits and crops. To think I can do such wonders in time. Anya thought dreamily. Surely, her lord must have seen something in her for him to pass the knowledge of his magic to her. Of course, she was not one to take the knowledge for granted. Anya wanted to give something in return for her lord, and that's how she ended up sharing everything she knew about warging to Lord Harrion, who scribed her experiences into letters. In their long journey from Castle Black, there was plenty of time for such activities. Whenever they made camp, Lord Harrion would train in arms with his uncle and brother. When the light dies out and the night consumes the land, Lord Harrion would listen to her ramblings and write down everything he thought was relevant to the subject of warging. But, a mountain dweller uneducated in the letters and numbers could only be of help scantly. So, within a few days, she ran out of her admittedly small well of knowledge pertaining to warging. This state of affairs sort of left a bad taste in her mouth. She could not live with herself if she was receiving this well of knowledge without giving something back. Of course, she had sworn herself to serve Lord Harrion, but her service was frankly not of great use for a Stark. After all, there was no shortage of servants for the House of Stark. Right now, at the edge of the known world, Lord Harrion could call on many servants to his aid, so her services were not unique. Anya looked at the shiny ring of power on her ring finger. It was crafted by her lord's hand and gifted to her for quickly learning to project magical energy outside her physical boundaries. It was proof that she was exceptional, unlike the other disciples her lord took from the mountains. And right now, sitting inside the comfort of her lord's tent, Anya felt useless. Taking a peek at her lord from the corner of her eyes, she saw her lord writing down runes on a piece of parchment. Those parchments contained daily lessons for her fellow disciples. But, even in those parchments, her lord showed her preference. Only she was allowed to learn of the more complex and powerful runic scripts, like the ones they found beneath Castle Black. Coming to a quick decision, Anya rushed to finish her runes. Once she was finished, she was ready. "My lord." A pair of grey eyes met hers with curiosity shining in them. "Did you finish the runes?" asked Lord Harrion. "Yes, my lord." Anya answered as she offered the plank of wood for her lord's eyes. "This is good work. You have an excellent affinity for runes, Anya." Anya smiled at the compliments paid to her hard work. It was hard work and nothing else that put her above her peers. She spent every waking moment thinking and working on runes. Every lesson she was gifted by her lord, she cherished it more than anything, even life. She understood the value of the knowledge she was being gifted. With magic in her grasp, she would stand apart just as Lord Harrion stands apart from his family. There was a lot for Anya to be thankful for. She was even being taught the numbers and letters by her lord. It was a debt that she could hardly repay, but she was not willing to be ungrateful and take what was offered for granted. "Is there anything else I can aid you regarding warging, my lord?" she asked tentatively. "Nothing comes to mind, Anya. You have satisfied my curiosity sufficiently." The answer from her lord disappointed Anya. It was as she feared. She was no longer going to be useful for Lord Harrion. But, she had one more arrow left in her quiver, so to speak. "If you'd allow me, I could help you with your way around the bow." The way her lord's eyes sharpened gave Anya pause. It was as if her lord was peering through her mind and her very soul even. It was an uncomfortable feeling, and it went away just in a blink of her eyes, as though it was a figment of her imagination. "You want me to teach archery?" asked Harrion, with his eyebrows raised. Only then did Anya realize the folly of her stupid suggestion. Who's she to teach Lord Harrion? She's of low birth with no name, hunters for ancestors, while her lord carried the blood of the kings of winter. Shame flooded her mind and heart as she truly felt how small and insignificant she was before her lord. So, she was all the more surprised when her lord spoke up. "I'll be happy to receive instructions from you, Anya. Uncle Benyon is a good dab hand when it comes to swords, but he is hopeless with a bow in hand. Having a hunter of the northern mountains ought to help me improve my way around the bow." Anya could not believe what she heard. She was so incredibly surprised and flattered. In her joy, she hugged Lord Harrion. It took her a moment to realize her mistake, but her lord was hugging her back and laughing. Even the wolf was joyful as it wagged its tail happily. "Tell you what. I'm feeling a bit bored with working on runes. Let's go out and have some practice with the bow," said Harrion, dragging a happy Anya with him outside the tent. Anya gathered her wits as she followed her lord. They were just a day at most from Eastwatch by the sea. She hoped they'd make it to the castle in time before the sun goes out. The magic tent provided by her lord was a godsend in their travels, but the winds were getting far too violent and snow was getting thicker as the days went by. At this rate, she feared they'd be having a tough time traveling to the Skane Island in search of unicorn horns. XXXXXXXX. Are you still ignoring me, Cat? Even on this day. Catelyn paid no heed to her husband and continued with her work. She was focused on her embroidery at the moment. It was her wish that she give a suitable gift to her twin boys as their names' day was just a day away. Her 2 sons would turn 7 and she should have been happy about this fact. But, sadly this was not the case. She was hardly happy these days. She hadn't slept soundly ever since the king legitimized her husband's bastard. She had been plagued by nightmares without respite ever since Jon Snow became Jon Stark. A shiver passed through her spine at that very thought. She was getting better at ignoring the boy only to get bludgeoned with this royal decree of legitimization, all thanks to her unthinking son and an idiot of a husband. At the very least, her Harryan was just a boy. No matter his prowess, he was still her little boy. An innocent little boy who wants to make his half-brother happy. Harryan was just a child who feels strongly about the plight of Jon Snow. She raised him to be kind to others and she was happy that her son was willing to go that far when she could not do the same for Jon Snow. Harryan's actions proved that her little boy was the owner of a good heart, a just heart. The heart of a knight even. But, she had failed to impart caution into her Harryan. Being good does not mean giving away weapons to your enemies. Harryan may have only intended good with his actions, but he had inadvertently pushed Jon Snow one step closer to usurping Robb. No matter how hard she had tried, she could not teach Harryan about the canny nature of bastards. She could not warn her kind baby boy of the dangers of the sinful nature of bastards. That was her failure. The blame was on her for Harryan's actions. However, her husband could have put a stop to all that happened if he had spoken to the king. Her husband was the dearest of friends with the king. Surely, if Eddard had bothered to ask the king to revoke the decree, the king would have done so. It'd have been no great task to convince the king of the folly and good nature of a child. Instead of doing that, her husband chose to be a spectator and refused to interfere. Now, the bastard has the name of Stark in his possession. She was even beginning to doubt her husband put Harryan up to the task, and that's why her baby boy was conveniently sent away from her reach. How many times do I have to say that I had no part in Robert's decree? It was out of my hands, Cat. Don't you dare patronize me, Ned. You stood by doing nothing as your friend gave the keys to Winterfell's succession to your bastard. Have you forgotten the Blackfire rebellions? Haven't I begged you time and time again to send the boy away to somewhere else? But did you listen? No. Catelyn snapped at her husband as she have never done before. But Cat. Eddard tried to calm his wife down by touching her shoulder. Don't. Catelyn slapped away her husband's hand. Today was Harryan's and Robb's name day. Because of you, I don't have my baby boy with me. You send him off to that savage land without a care in the world. Because of you, Robb is all alone without his twin. Cat, be reasonable. How was I to know Harryan had such far-reaching demands? The lad lied to me about his intentions. Eddard said, exasperated with his wife's proclivity to put all the blame on his shoulders. Oh, stop trying to fool me, Ned. You are relieved to have Jon Snow legitimized. I have known you long enough to understand that. I will have my baby boy safely back before we will have any meaningful conversation. Until then, it'll save the both of us some grief if we were not to speak. Said Catelyn. For a moment there was silence until she heard her husband leave from her chambers. Letting out a sigh of relief, she focused on the task at hand. She hoped to make a good shirt for her boy once he returned from his voyage to Skagos. She prayed to the gods old and new to keep her son safe and for a speedy return. For, in the end, that was all she could do. Hope, pray and wait. XXXX. Harry breathed in the salty scent of the air. The rhythm of the waves crashing down on the shores was something he sorely missed. It was his first time near a sea in this world. It was certainly an experience he appreciated. Unfortunately, he doubted the sea was happy to allow him safe passage to Skagos. Harry grimaced as another massive wave crashed into the shores, showering sand and water everywhere. It was as if someone had unleashed all the storms into the seas. In the distance, he could make out the clouds slowly going on a spin with arcs of lightning jutting out throughout the sky. We are not going anywhere, are we? Harry asked out loud. It seemed that way. I dearly hope the ships are intact in this god-forsaken storm. If they are damaged, we might seriously need to find new ships or wait for repairs. Said Benyon. Harry hummed noncommittally while exchanging a look with Anya, who stood a few feet behind him. It seemed I would have to put more hours on my little project if the journey is to continue. Harry thought before turning his sights back on the violent seas and the storm brewing in the distance. That's one nice sight. A good name day present as any, I suppose. Chapter 24, Airship P1. Chapter text. Benyon wrapped the cloak around his body tightly as he looked down from one of the watchtowers of Eastwatch. The storm was not showing any sign of settling down, and the snow was also proving to be far thicker than he imagined. Day after day, the snow was piling up to his knees on the pathways. The Black brothers had to toil in the frigid air to remove the snow so that they could properly patrol the easternmost post of the wall. The shores were altogether another problem. The southeastern parts of the shores were flooded. There were only a few villages there, but they were isolated because of the rain and the snow. As if that was not enough, almost all small roads were blocked either by fallen trees or by knee-high snow. Benyon thought it was lucky that they managed to arrive at Eastwatch before the roads were cut off by the flooding, snow or trees. While this state of affairs was a concern, the real problem was the ships of the Night's Watch. There were very few functional ships under the control of the Night's Watch. Due to low manpower, the brothers of Eastwatch tend to leave the upkeep of the ships in the hands of a small fishing village near the castle. As the galleys tend to patrol the Bay of Seals, it was deemed safe and practical to anchor the ships near the village. The fisherman tends to pass on any information about any smugglers to the ship's captains, and they could quickly sail into the sea and intercept or even capture the smugglers who trade with the wildlings. "I don't think your trip to Skane Island can happen, Stark," said Cotter Pike, the commander of Eastwatch garrison. The Ironborn has small squinty eyes with graying hair that looked like snow. Most battle scars could be seen hidden beneath the man's beard except for the one across the nose. That one stuck out. "Aren't there any ship we can take?" asked Benyon, as he stood beside the commander of Eastwatch watching the blizzard getting strong outside. "I think not, Stark. If Skane Island is your destination, then you need one of the larger galleys. Blackburn and Stormcrown cannot move as they are surrounded by ice. And Talon needs repairs as the storm has taken its toll on her," said Commander Cotter gruffly, none too pleased to have his ships moored at shores. "Can't you have the ice removed?" asked Benyon, only to get a glare from Commander Pike. "In this storm, Stark?" Commander Pike asked sardonically. "What do you think will happen if we somehow manage to dislodge the ships from ice? It might even sink when it crashes into the ice because of the wind." Benyon rubbed his face and cursed the timing of their arrival. If only they had arrived a few days early, they could have sailed to Skagos. In hindsight, wasting so much time in the northern mountains was looking like a bad decision. "So, there are no boats?" he asked one more time out of his desperation. "No boats that can safely transport you to the Skane Island. You need the big galleys for that, Stark. And they're all indisposed at the moment," said Commander Pike, after giving him a long dirty look. "Then how about sending a raven to White Harbor? The Manderleys could send a ship if I ask," said Benyon. Commander Pike didn't say anything for a time, but only looked at the third man for an opinion. "What say you, Maester Harmune?" Benyon looked at the Maester Eastwatch. Maester Harmune was a man of few words. Word is that the Maester had racked up quite a sizable debt at the south and decided to escape his creditors by taking the black. If Benyon were to guess, he'd say the Maester drank himself to debt. The bloodshot eyes and the scent of northern ale could be seen and felt even from this distance. The Maester has soft brown eyes and equally brown hair with a comely face. "I could send a raven, as Brother Benyon suggests, and the Manderleys may well send a ship. But, is this wise?" "What did you mean, Maester?" asked Benyon. "Look around you, Brother Benyon. Even with calm seas and sky, a journey to Skane Island is ripe with peril. And you want to take a ship and sail to the island with this storm wreaking havoc in the seas?" Maester Harmune asked incredulously. "I'd say, you are suicidal to do so, Brother Benyon. The Maester is right. It'd be suicide to sail in this storm." Benyon thought before letting out a disappointed sigh. It'd seem he'd be forced to bunker at Eastwatch and wait out the storm. Then the trip may happen depending on quick repairs to the ship or having a new one sent from White Harbor. "I suppose we have no choice but to wait out the storm if we are to journey to the island," Benyon muttered. "And that brings us to another problem, Brother Stark. We are low on supplies. I'm afraid we will be struggling to accommodate your traveling party," said Maester Harmune. "We have more than enough supplies to see us through the days of our stay." Benyon waved away those concerns, thinking about the enormous pile of supplies safely stored in his nephew's magic crates. "I see." Commander Pike grunted, looking like he didn't believe Benyon. Benyon cared not whether the commander of Eastwatch believed him or not. If he was being honest, his nephew holds far better edible supplies than anything Eastwatch could supply them. "Well, if you're not worried about food, then we have to discuss lodgings. We have the West Tower, but it'll need to be cleaned." "You need not worry about our lodgings or food, Commander," Benyon smoothly cut in. "We are well equipped to handle both on our own." Benyon smiled as he received only strange looks from Maester Harmune and Commander Pike. They were in for quite a surprise when they see his nephew's magic in the work. It should certainly lighten up the mood in Eastwatch. XXXX. "I knew something like this would happen," Harry groused after listening to his uncle about the sordid state of ships moored at Eastwatch. It was not like Harry was expecting anything else after he saw the state of the sea. The waves were violent and the weather looked like it would be a bad idea for sailing into the sea. Besides, from everything he learned, Skane Island has always been a difficult destination to reach. Either the route was filled with smugglers or the storms were having their merry way. This was why he was quietly working on a boat. Not just any boat, but a boat that worked along the lines of one used by Strang during the Tri-Wizard tournament. Harry had thought long and hard about the transportation issue, and building an airship is what he came up with. A ship could hold a lot of people, and with his magic, he could increase that number to whatever he wished. While spatial magic using runes is a difficult task, it was not an impossible task, as evident by his latest constructs. The real challenge is in the rhythmic threading of runes to maintain and guide the flight of the ship. So, what will we do now? Asked John. Now, we wait, nephew. We wait for the storm to die out. Benyon answered. But it's already been so long. John whimpered. You don't have to worry, John. We will be back in Winterfell in no time. We just have to wait for the storm to pass and we will be on our way to Skagos. We find a few unicorns and then we sail right back, said Benyon. Harry scoffed at his uncle's vain attempts at pacifying John. His little brother has been missing Winterfell lately despite his initial enthusiasm for this journey. We will be stuck here for a long time if we are to wait out the storm. Fortunately, I have a plan. I just need some good builders, said Harry, earning two curious looks from his uncle and brother. What do you mean? Asked Benyon. Can you find me some builders experienced in building boats? Asked Harry. It looked like his uncle was going to ask for more details, but Harry saw the man deflate at the last moment. How many do you need and of what trade? Asked Benyon, a curious look on his face. I'd prefer people who have worked the ships. Or maybe, anyone who has worked around wood is welcome. I'd appreciate it if you can find these workers by tomorrow morning, said Harry. I can try, said Benyon after letting out a sigh. I hope you are not planning to do anything outrageous, Harry. Oh, no. Not at all, uncle. All I'm going to do is to make a boat fly, said Harry before withdrawing from the tent and leaving behind two sputtering family members. Walking outside the tent, he sought out Anya, who has been exploring the castle with the runestone he had gifted her. At Castle Black, he had found the secret chamber by accident. So, he had tasked Anya to search for any signs of other such installation. Any luck? He inquired. I'm afraid not, my lord. The stone did not glow red so far, said Anya, handing over the runestone to Harry. Did you place all the other runestones as I said? Of course, my lord. Anya nodded enthusiastically. All the 4 runestones are placed at 4 corners in each of the 4 directions around the castle. Good. Now, let's see what secrets you hold here, Eastwatch by the Sea. Harry muttered before tapping the runestone with his power ring, injecting a fresh wave of magic into the runes. The effect was instantaneous. There was a burst of magical energy as the 4 runestones Anya planted around the castle synced with the control stone. The wards kicked in and Harry could feel the magic he poured into the runestone bleed back into his skin, expanding his senses over the castle. Harry opened his eyes and greeted the world from a short trance as his senses had expanded beyond the limits of his physical boundaries. Did you find anything, my lord? Asked Anya, barely holding down her excitement. Harry smiled. Yes, I did. Come, Anya. We have work to do. A few minutes later Harry and Anya were beneath the castle. This time there was no secret door and they literally had to carve out a small tunnel to reach their destination. Nonetheless, they were beneath the castle and Harry took in the reason for the magical signature he felt. It is a tomb, Anya whispered, her ring glowing with white light. It was. Safe to say, he was immensely proud of his student who managed to master the Lumos spell. He was giddy to teach more complex magic in the days ahead. Indeed. Harry agreed as he looked around at the frozen remains of giants and mammoths. Their gigantic bodies were preserved behind the icy exterior, frozen in time. Harry summoned the Elder Wand into his hand and he pressed the tip of the death stick against the icy tomb. Channeling a pint of magic he let a detection charm slither into the ice. Dead. Harry pronounced before pulling back his wand. What do you think happened, my lord? Asked Anya, her voice echoing out in the tomb despite the tenderness of her tone. The tomb is likely from the time when the wall was under construction. The castle must have been built over the tomb later on. Harry mused out loud. What do you plan to do, my lord? Asked Anya. Harry could hear the trepidation in her tone, perhaps thinking that he'd find interest in the tomb's contents. Harry fired off a few more detection charms but nothing else pinged on his senses. We leave the dead to their sleep. May they sleep for another 1,000 years, said Harry, turning to take his leave. He could hear an audible sigh of relief from his disciple. He was quite interested in the remains of the giants and mammoths he found in the tomb. But, he could find more tombs or even the real living remnants of their species beyond the wall. So, he could afford to wait and study the creatures at his leisure. Coming out of the underground tomb, Harry made sure to fill the pathway with ice and rocks. I've heard there are giants in Skagos. Maybe, we'll find them there, said Anya, dusting off the snow from her clothes. Harry thought it unlikely for Skagos to have any giants. But, he'd bet there are scattered tribes beyond the wall. He wondered why they'd have sealed themselves on the other side of the wall. The giants he knew preferred to live in the mountains, not in snow-covered wastelands. Maybe, the giants of this world are different in some way. Harry thought. Keeping that aside, Harry was free of any commitments for the day. Until his uncle finds him a bunch of workers capable of building a boat, he was a free bird. Now, how should I spend my free time? Should I pass time by reading some old scrolls to better get a grip on First Men runes? Harry mused absently while his eyes strayed to Anya. How about we train with the bow? Harry's suggestion was met with an emphatic nod from Anya. While he was Anya's teacher when it comes to magic, he was her student when it comes to the bow. And she was one tough taskmaster, but he was not going to complain as he has no leg to stand on considering his own methods. When the sun rose the next day, Harry was presented with almost 20 workers by his uncle. The workforce came from the Black Brothers of the East Watch and the fishing village. Heavy rain was pouring down on them and so was the snow. Nephew, I hope you know what you are doing. Benyon muttered. Harry just shrugged and addressed the gathered workers. His uncle lured the builders with the promise of good food and ale, which Harry was fortunate enough to have in abundance. My warm welcome to every one of you. You are all going to help me build an airship, Harry declared, garnering confused looks. He smiled and led the men to the workstation he had prepared beforehand inside the tent. These people were already quite overwhelmed by the snippets of magic around them. He wondered what they'd think once he launched his airship. It was certainly going to be an entertaining one. Chapter 25, Airship P2. Chapter Text. Titus Ethrion was tired and impatient. He was tired because his face hurt from keeping a smile throughout the evening. His legs hurt from dancing with the many guests in his home. His throat was sore singing empty platitudes to the counselors of the Sea Lord. His ears ached from putting up with boasts of the fleet officers. Titus had enough of the banalities of the evening, but he'd have to endure for a few more minutes. His position as the head of the Iron Bank demanded these social necessities. While not a permanent post nor an inherited one, he still set the agenda for the keyholders meeting, and that counted for something. He was responsible for one of the oldest banks in the known world, and that was a responsibility he took great pride in. To think that his grandfather came to Bravus as a goldsmith with no significant wealth, and in 2 generations his family became one among the elites of the great city of Bravus. Where else such a story was possible? That he, the grandson of Morswain Ethrion, a poor goldsmith, now sat at the head of the Iron Bank. It is certainly an inspiring story. But, there was a lot of hard work involved, and I married well. He thought. What's it, husband? A melodious voice brought him out of his musings. A warm weight settled on his arm, making him smile. This time it was a genuine smile, unlike the fake ones he had flashed throughout the party. Nothing, my love, he said, taking her hands in his for comfort. I can read you easily, husband. You are worried about the keyholders meeting. You know me so well. Can you handle the guests? I need to prepare for the meeting. Of course. And don't worry, husband. You'll do fine. This is not the first time you have hosted the keyholders. Titus appreciated the vote of confidence from his wife, but this meeting was different. A deal of this magnitude has not been brokered in his tenure as the head of the Iron Bank. From the reports he saw thus far, this deal would allow the Iron Bank to dominate the markets of Essos within 2 or 5 years. The projected loans the bank could accumulate are massive, and considering this is a monopoly, the bank would be the sole benefactor in Essos. This should help in acquiring key assets of their rival banks in southern Essos, so long as they are the sole credit guarantees for House Stark. However, there were some risks involved. The agreement struck with the current head of House Stark left too much risk on the bank's side. Therefore, it was remarkably clear this meeting was of great importance. He'd also need the majority of keyholders to agree on the provisions of the negotiations with House Stark. Not to mention, there is a need for political decisions from the Sea Lord's side to make any transaction with House Stark smooth. He made a brief round amongst his many guests before he left everything in the capable hands of his wife. While his wife took charge, Titus retired to the meeting room with many of the keyholders. Taking a deep breath, Titus calmed his mind before addressing the keyholders sitting on the 2 sides of the neatly arranged long table. Gentlemen, ladies, I thank you for your presence tonight. Sitting in front of you on the table is your copy of the negotiated deal between the Iron Bank and the Lord of Winterfell. With this deal, we will be the sole brokers of Valyrian steel artifacts made by Harrion Stark. Sole brokers? What do you mean by that, Master Ethrion? Asked a keyholder, just as Titus made his pitch. As per the agreement, the Iron Bank shall hold closed-door auctions for any new orders for Valyrian steel weapons. And I don't need to tell you what that means for our bank, said Titus, a wicked grin blooming on his face. We decide who we can invite for the auctions, and I assume we also have the freedom on the place and time of the auction. You assume correctly, Master Bagnord. There is only one stipulation we have to abide by in the context of the auctions. We agreed to conduct them at least once in every 6 moon cycles, Titus informed the gathered keyholders. A cursory look from Titus revealed they were not bothered by the condition involved. But we'll have to bear the responsibility to secure the gold from our prospective clients. Another key holder noted while reading the copy of the deal. And that's why we need the Sea Lord's support in this venture. We will need the services of the fleet to escort the payments of the clients, and I need not tell you it'll be huge amounts. Noted Master Ethrion. It is also clear many of our Westerosi friends will flock to us with requests of loans. Master Bagnord noted. There is that as well. I've already dispatched representatives to King's Landing for the 1 million gold dragons. Before the gold is transferred, we need secure sea routes with the north for smooth transactions. The support of the fleet is crucial here. So, I ask for your support and your suggestions on this recent venture. I propose we meet 7 days from now and discuss this in more detail after everyone has familiarized with the provisions of the contract. Titus proposed. With most of the key holders agreeing, Titus was relieved. Now, it was for the key holders to study the details of the deal and make an informed decision. At least, I can count on Master Bagnord's faction's support. They have been trying every trick in the book to dominate the Volantine and Lysany banks. Titus thought. It looks like the Iron Bank finally got the necessary tool for economic domination over Volantis. It was a good thing, as far as Titus was concerned. Not because he found any pleasure in having Volantis or any other free city dominated by Bravus. The free cities have been chafing under the might of Bravus. Their disunity has been greatly explored by Bravus, and now Pentos remains a puppet of the Sea Lord. Volantis has been slowly preparing its fleets, not liking the present balance of power. Anyone with eyes could see where this would lead in the future. There is only one outcome to Volantis fleet expansion. War. And that was something Titus or any sane person would wish for, except for the warmongers in the Sea Lord's court. Let those fleet captains sail around escorting the merchant ships fighting pirates and sell sails. That should keep them busy. Titus thought. XXXX. Lighting flashed in the night sky, followed by thunder. The night sky looked like it was made of glass with multiple fractures. Lightning was everywhere, and the storm was only getting stronger instead of weakening as was hoped. It was always snowing. The few times the snowing halted, heavy rain would follow. Mern thanked the old gods for saving him and his family from what was most likely death by starvation. He was just a simple fisherman. His 2 sons and wife survived on his trade. When the storm was formed above the sea, he was fortunate enough to have been close to the shore. Many of his mates weren't so lucky. The sea gives so much, but one day it takes something back. Those were the words his old man told him after his first fishing stint. This time, he lost 4 of his mates to the sea. Not a night goes by where their faces don't haunt him. The cold grip of death kept him awake most of the nights. But, all of this changed a few days ago. The village was starving as their main source of food was fish, and fishing was no longer safe. The seas were dangerous for rowboats or sailboats. Fishing close to the shore was proving to be a thankless job, with little game captured in their nets. Many of the families were starving, and the old men of their village were ready to travel out so the young could survive. But, the arrival of Harrion Stark changed everything. Mern had never seen a Stark in his life. His village was at the farthest corner of the north. Not many visitors came to their village except for the Black Brothers of the Night's Watch and those wretched wildlings. So, when it was known a Stark of Winterfell was visiting Eastwatch, the entire village was quite curious to get a peek. Many of them were also hoping to get a chance to present their grievances, yearning to get some relief from the Starks of Winterfell. Needless to say, they were welcomed warmly by the Stark of Winterfell, and their woes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mern looked away from the unforgiving snows and storms and walked back towards a small red tent. It looked like a small ordinary tent, barely suitable for 2 men. But, in truth, the tent was anything but ordinary. Entering the tent, Mern for a moment marveled at the vast space inside. The small tent has more space than the castle of Eastwatch. Shaking himself out of the stupor, Mern moved forward until he found his workstation, as Lord Harrion called it. Inside the workstation sat stacks of wood planks waiting for his touch. There was much work to be done, but this would be the last day of his work. Many of his fellow villagers were toiling for days on making a boat for the Black Wolf. They were provided food and shelter for their services. Working on a boat seems like the least they could do in return. After all, the bulk wolf's magic provided warmth to their homes. The Stark then went ahead around their village with his fearsome wolf and blessed their lands. The people of the village only found out the day later that the lad had planted pumpkin seeds all around their village. Because the next day there were large pumpkins almost everywhere. Not just pumpkins, pine grew aplenty, as did many other crops despite the snow. It was safe to say hunger was wiped out in his village by the Black Wolf in a single day. Never did he think the rumors about the Kings of Winter were true. As a child, he had of course heard stories and songs about Kings of Winter with great magical powers. This was the first time he saw the truth with his own eyes. And what he saw was beyond the scope of all the songs and stories. Without further delay, he went back to work earnestly. Mern was just as curious and excited as everyone else to see the Black Wolf make the boat fly. There were interesting times to live. Mern thought as he began his work, hoping to finish everything before the first light. XXXX. Here are the last batches of sand you asked for, nephew. Harry stopped halfway on swinging the wooden sword in his hand. He took the towel offered by Anya and began wiping away the sweat that gathered across his neck and face. Passing the practice word to Anya, he stepped away from the small encampment for weapons training within the tent. While he stepped out of the ring, Anya took his place and joined John despite his brother's protests. Harry noticed his uncle looked like he was about to say something. Fortunately, his uncle kept his silence. Harry wanted Anya trained in weapons. She was a natural when it comes to weapons. He thought having a loyal guard by his side whom everyone was going to underestimate was surely an advantage. This is good. This should do, said Harry, looking at the white sand gathered by his uncle. I don't understand why you need a ton of dirt. What are you going to do with it? Asked Benyon. Let me show you, said Harry, a playful grin shining on his face. Harry took out the steel container he designed specifically for this task. If it wasn't for his involvement in rebuilding the Potter Manor, many of the stuff he was doing with runes would have eluded him. Glass was something the wizarding world was extremely familiar with. Wizards were using glasses even before muggles learned the secrets behind glass making. His people were so advanced to use glasses and map out many of the known stars and planets in the farthest corners of space. As usual, those explorations were later squandered and further studies into the field lapsed due to dwindling interest. His people were productive in doing nothing. Anyway, glass was intimately familiar to wizard kind. Although the full potential of the material was not used, Harry was fortunate enough to learn alchemical glass making. Like almost everything related to alchemy, glass making was the work of the great wizards of China. If the Egyptians and Vikings thrived in rituals and runes, the Chinese wizarding civilization thrived in alchemy. The peaks surrounding the Yangtze River were particularly famous for alchemical brews that can stave off aging by decades. They boasted cures for almost all known ailments. Alchemy was one of his favorite disciplines in magic as it is versatile and has a simple foundational law. The law of equivalent exchange. The laws of alchemy would require something of equal value for the desired effect. It was also one of the core branches of magic that deals with self-actualization in depth. Therefore, it was also the most subtle branch of magic. Harry summoned the Elder Wand into his hand and began humming a chain of spells while waving the wand above the steel container. The steel box he had prepared glowed with runes. It has only one function. The box purified the sand and prepared it for the alchemical process. Finishing the spell, Harry tapped the steel box with his wand. The sand inside the box glowed and disappeared in a flash. But, in its wake, there was clear glass left in the box. Harry levitated the glass out of the box to the gasps of many. Glass? You wanted sand to make glass? Benyon asked in shock with eyes wide as saucers. Harry flashed his uncle a cheeky smile before taking the glass pane with him floating by his side. Without much fanfare, Harry placed the glass against the window openings of his newly constructed boat. Of course, Harry had to use the elongation charm for the glass to stretch out and make it a perfect fit. Harry took a look at the boat and nodded approvingly. Looks okay. I just need more glass. Fortunately, that was not a problem at all. In the end, Harry made enough glass to cover all windows of the boat with clear glass panes. There you have it. The airship is ready, said Harry. It didn't look like much compared to giant galleys. It just looked like a small fishing boat without sails. The only addition was a cabin built over the hull of the boat with glass windows. But, Harry knew the boat was anything but ordinary. So, what's next? Asked Benyon, looking at the boat sitting conspicuously untouched by snow or rain. Now, we fly, said Harry, who proceeded to climb aboard the boat followed by Anya. Before the wide eyes of the village and the brothers of the Night's Watch, the boat rose high into the sky. Harry looked down from the boat to see the dropped mouths the people were sporting. Harry laughed as he pushed the speed lever forward, making the airship surge ahead with blending speed. While the airship blasted through the clouds, he took the handle of the control wheel into his hands. It was time to test out the propulsion and maneuverability of the airship. The sky thundered as if showing its displeasure. Harry paid it no heed. After all, no amount of lightning could stop his masterpiece. In fact, lightning was very welcome as far as he was concerned. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the airship, but Harry or Anya barely felt it except for the flash of light. Looks like the power source got some extra juice, Harry thought, as he looked at the energy indicator inside the boat chiming showing maximum capacity. I can't believe this is happening, my lord, said Anya, looking around with her eyes gleaming with wonder and joy. Oh, this is happening. And we are going to fly to Skagos, shouted Harry, as he raked up the speed and pulled some hard maneuvers in the air. It didn't give him the same exhilarating feeling of the brooms, but it was close enough. Chapter 26, Airship P3. Chapter text. Benyon felt he was in a dream most of the time. It became harder and harder to discern what was real and what was unreal. The lines between reality and illusion was blurred these days because of his nephew. First, it was the fact that his nephew somehow found the secrets of Valyrian steel. He chalked that up to a blessing of the old gods. Otherwise, it didn't make sense how a child managed to unearth the secrets the whole world has been vying for. He was also even incredibly proud and happy for young Harion to have received such a gift. The lad even made him a sword for his namesday, and that was a very welcome gesture from a young boy like Harion. Usually, boys that age tend to be not as observant as Harion, and just so his nephew was anything but conforming to the normal. He also stood witness to his nephew's ability to weaponize his magic. Although, Benyon felt Harion was hiding more of his abilities. It is a good thing. Restraint is important for a Stark, he thought. Because what happened next turned Harion from being a blessed child in the eyes of many to an incarnation of the first king, or Brandon the Builder. Harion's work in the high mountains of the clans earned him the moniker of Black Wolf, a name attributed to the wolf companion his nephew earned. And of course, his nephew had to have warging powers as well as the power to put Garth Greenhand to shame. The people of the high mountains generally tend to be wary of newcomers, even children. Yet, they were wooed by his nephew, and within a short time, Harion became a legend of his own right. The same happened with the fishing village near Eastwatch, with one notable exception. The small folk of the fishing village were far removed from the rest of the north. They spent their lives in the sea and made a living out of fishing and sometimes whaling. To them, the sea and the sky are all that mattered. So, he supposed there was no great surprise to see the small folk of the village proclaim his nephew as the god of the sky, the breaker of storms and the lord of the harvest. Before Benyon and his group took their leave, the village elders had promised to build a shrine to celebrate his nephew's visit and his feats in the fishing village. Benyon had at one point planned to step in and dissuade the villagers from pursuing this worship of his nephew. He feared what it would do to a young boy like Harion. Unfettered power tends to corrupt people, and Harion was too young, even if his nephew was probably far smarter than most people he knew. Despite his many concerns, he stopped himself from interfering to see what his nephew would choose to do. If Ned would somehow come to know of his decision in the future, Benyon was sure his brother would admonish him in the strongest language possible. But, his decision to hold back was not in vain, as he could witness his nephew's attempts to dissuade the small folk from worshipping the young lad as a god. This incident gave Benyon some peace of mind, knowing that despite the magical powers his nephew has a good head on his shoulders. So, it was with some comfort that Benyon continued the journey to Skagos. Of course, there were other things that took precedence in his mind rather than what some village at the edge of the world was doing. After all, he along with almost 60 other people and some bunch of animals were currently cruising through the clouds. Dark stormy clouds passed him by as the airship prowled on ahead, defying the laws of nature. If he so wished, he could reach out and touch the clouds. Thunder rumbled among the dark clouds, and Benyon abandoned any such silly thoughts. He had already achieved the impossible by flying in the sky. He dared not tempt the gods any further by pushing his luck. "It's incredible, is it not, Stark?" asked Mance Rider, a fellow brother of the Night's Watch. Benyon hummed while eyeing the Black Brother. He hardly knew the man, but Lord Commander Mormont vouched for the Mance Rider. It also helped his fellow Black Brother has chosen to remain a spectator of the events that unfolded back at Eastwatch. The other 3 Black Brothers were far more vocal and perhaps a tad loose-tongued for his tastes. "I suppose with the young lord's magic, the Starks of Winterfell can once again take the moniker of Kings of Winter," said Mance. "To speak like that in the 7 Kingdoms is treason," Benyon warned, glaring at the man. "Then I'm glad we are not in the 7 Kingdoms," said Mance, a cheeky smile adorning his face. "Still, I'd rather not hear such talk gain traction. This is dangerous talk, and you endanger the life of a small boy with these talks," Benyon cautioned. "Your nephew has the power to make boats fly and barren lands flourish with his touch. As he grows older, he'll only rise to new heights with his magic." The Targaryens thought themselves the masters of the sky. They climbed heights without giving heed to the happenings of the ground. "They may have risen higher, but only to fall harder," said Benyon. "The dragons flew too close to the sun and lost their wings." "But, we shall rise farther than the dragons ever could without wings," said Harion, his nephew climbing out from the expanded space beneath the airship's cabin. "Nephew, I see you have finished whatever it is you were doing with that apprentice of yours," said Benyon, adjusting himself in his seat so that Harion could sit beside him. "We were just experimenting with some runes," said Harion, shrugging his shoulders before turning his eyes on the man who is controlling the boat. "How's she doing?" asked Harion, eyes lighting up with unbridled curiosity. "The boat's fine. She's strong enough to not even jerk in this strong wind," said Mance, never taking his eyes from ahead, all the while keeping a steady hand on the wheel that was steering the boat. "There is however one problem though. We have no idea where we are going. With the sky filled with dark clouds, we've been a bit lost on directions, and neither of us has any experience with divining directions from a flying boat," said Benyon. "There is no need for worry, Stark. At some point, the clouds will give away and we'll be seeing the sun. Then we should get a broad idea about our position," said Mance. "Don't bother," said Harion, offering what appeared to be a small wooden box that could be fit in a palm. Benyon watched curiously as Mance took the offered box. He was also quite curious about what was inside, so he strained to get a better look as Mance opened the box. "What is this?" Benyon asked out loud. "This is a compass. The needle inside the compass will always point north. So, if you know where the north is, then the rest of the directions can be easily known. Harion explained, a self-satisfied smile on his face. Benyon should not have been surprised by his nephew anymore, but he found himself gaping at the compass. There was indeed a black needle pointing to an area marked as the north inside the wooden box. How? Benyon asked despite knowing the answer. This time my answer is not magic. His nephew cheekily said. Benyon shook himself out of the stupor and looked at Harion for answers. His nephew obliged without much fanfare. The needle is made of a magnet. I found it among the sand I used for making glass. I've been gathering the magnetic particles to make the needle just for this purpose. You see, a magnet is... Benyon's jaw slowly dropped open as his nephew launched a long-winded explanation that frankly went right over his head. He looked sideways at Mance Rider, who was gawking at his nephew as if the lad had grown a second head out of his neck. Harion. Benyon called out, interrupting his nephew. I think I speak for both of us here. We didn't understand anything you just said. Mance nodded in agreement. Benyon watched his nephew let out a frustrated sigh. All you need to know is that the compass will point north. Good lad. This little thing will do mighty good in rangings beyond the wall, said Mance. It would. Benyon concluded. He took the compass from Mance's hand. It was a small thing with a needle encased in a piece of glass. He faced straight ahead and looked at the compass. This could be very useful in the right hands. Benyon muttered, as he played with the little piece of wonder in his hand. So, are we near the Skane Island? Asked Harion. No. We are most definitely not. Look. Mance said, pointing to the distance. Sure enough, there were large mountain ranges reaching out to the sky filled with barren rocks. But, that was not what mattered. What matters was the large caves down there and a small village filled with huts nearby. We are nearing the lands of House Stane. Do we land or turn the boat around? Mance asked, looking at Benyon. Make the landing. Lord Stane was the one to present father with the unicorn horn. He'll be helpful in finding the unicorn herds, said Harion. Benyon looked at his nephew and then at the Skagosi in the distance. He thought for a moment about what to do before he gave his consent. His nephew did have a point. Lord Stane could be of help in tracking down the unicorns. Down we go. Mance Rider yelled as he pulled down the lever that controlled the boat's elevation. Benyon held onto his seat as the boat dipped down sharply and floated just inches over the sea. They were finally at Skagos. XXXXXXXX. Kevin flinched at the havoc unleashed in the melee. It looked as though a maelstrom was punching through the assembled men. The crowd was loving it and roaring out their approval. His brother, not so much. He looked at his brother sitting beside him, who was sporting a disapproving frown. Thick-headed oaf. Kevin heard his brother mutter under his breath. Looking around, he was glad to note everyone was rather engrossed in the melee to hear Tywin's words. You gave wise counsel, brother. But, we both know our king tends to be cut from a different cloth when it comes to showing off his martial prowess. Kevin whispered, trying to calm his elder brother down lest anyone notice the lack of composure of the Lord of Casterly Rock. Robert should have listened to my advice. There are enemies circling him, hoping to get the jump on him. Throwing himself into a melee where anyone can fell the king is the height of stupidity and madness. Tywin hissed, his green eyes darkening with anger. Kevin was under no misconception that his brother cared for his old friend's son. Tywin's concern was for his grandchildren and their future. If something were to happen to Robert, the uneasy peace between the Seven Kingdoms would be threatened. Cersei and her children would be threatened, and Robert's brothers could be viable claimants to the Iron Throne. Considering Stannis Baratheon's exceptional performance in using the royal fleet against the Ironborn, many lords would look to a tested military leader to take the throne rather than a young boy. I wouldn't worry too much, brother. If anything, I worry more for the poor sods who end up at the receiving end of our king's hammer, said Kevin, earning a grunt from his elder brother which roughly translated to a reluctant agreement. I thought my goodson was foolish to ask for a Valyrian steel warmer. He could have commissioned 2 swords with that much metal. But, this weapon, God's grief, is proving to be far more useful. Tywin admitted. Kevin looked at his brother curiously. Are you going to commission something similar? I admit I was quite fascinated and amused by the attempts of many of our bannermen trying desperately to lift the king's hammer, said Kevin, reminiscing of the day the king arrived and a feast was thrown in his honor. Quite a lot of Westerland lords made a fool out of themselves trying to lift the king's hammer, goaded by the king's offer of 1,000 gold dragons. He had even seen the maester tittering around the hammer, hoping to find the source of the hammer's prowess. He had it in good authority the maester was also in the dark as anyone else. The small folk of course had their own take on the king's hammer. Some believe the king was gifted the hammer for defending the Westerlands by the smith himself. Some think the smith gifted the Starks with the knowledge as recompense for the tragedies that befell them. Rumors and speculations aside, it was now common knowledge that the Starks now holds the knowledge of making Valyrian steel. A few in the north and the Riverlands have also taken to calling it dragon steel. Anyhow, it didn't matter to House Lannister what superstitious small folk thought. They tend to think of something in the morn and discard it in the afternoon. A sword that can only be picked up with those of my blood, Tywin mused out loud, startling Kevin from his thoughts. It sounds fascinating, but no. There may come a time when my blood disappears from the seat of Casterly Rock. I'd rather not have the Lord of Casterly Rock have the blade and be unable to use it. Well, my brother is nothing if not pragmatic. Kevin thought. Kevin doubted there would be any immediate concerns regarding Tywin's bloodline. His brother's legacy is secured through Cersei. Of course, there was Jaime and Tyrion, but one is with the Kingsguard while the other. Well, the less said about the other the better. Tyrion was not exactly Tywin's preferred heir. His musings were cut short as the stands erupted into cheers and roars of approval. Quickly focusing on the field, he only found Robert Baratheon standing with his black hammer raised triumphantly over his head. Kevin was relieved nothing untoward happened, and the result was not that surprising, unlike the tourney. The tourney had totally blown away almost everybody by the stellar performance displayed by Lord Yoram Mormont. Northerners rarely tend to participate in the justs, and this time it was the Lord of Bear Islands who emerged as the victor. The Bear Lord, the small folk called the Northerner, had crowned Lena's high tower to everyone's surprise. Hardly anything would come off it though. The Mormonts were dirt poor, but at least they have their pride. His brother had offered them a fortune for their Valyrian steel blade only to get a blanket rejection. With the melee concluding, the day's activities came to a close. There was obviously a feast thrown in the king's honor for his victory. Casks of wine and the fine cuisine of the Westerlands smothered the king with heavenly comfort. When that was not enough, Robert Baratheon's hands became a little too adventurous with the servants. Of course, Tywin had those servants sent away with a quick look. The king may engage in his trysts, but not under the roof of lions. Later that evening he was summoned to his brother's chambers. When he arrived there, he immediately knew his brother was in a bad mood. "Brother," he tentatively asked. "The Starks responded," said Tywin with a frown. "Oh. I take it from your expression it is not good news," said Kevin, although he didn't think there was any reason to deny a request for a blade. His brother would pay generously for a Valyrian steel blade. Apparently, the Starks have come to some sort of an arrangement with the Iron Bank. "There shall be an auction in Bravos for an order to place with the Starks," said Tywin. "That is clever of Eddard Stark. He has carefully stepped away from committing any perceived slights. No doubt the man saw he'd be in a bind in the future with multiple lords placing orders. With an auction, he has divested any responsibility and consequently increased his earnings as everyone competes to place the order. Using the Iron Bank undoubtedly will secure the earnings, but at the cost of influence," said Tywin. "So, what shall be our move?" asked Kevin, taking a seat across from his brother. "We can expect an invitation from the Iron Bank about the auction. Eddard Stark writes his son shall only make a weapon once every 6 months. No matter the cost, House Lannister shall secure triumph in the auction. Our enemies think us weak after the Ironborn Rebellion. This is the opportunity to prove them wrong and show our power and wealth." Kevin wanted to disagree, but he held his tongue. Tywin was his elder, and the eldest reaped all the glory. This has been the way of the world, and it'll continue to be. His duty has always been to obey. "What can I do?" he asked. "You shall go to Bravos and represent House Lannister. The Bravasi respect only one thing, gold." "You will be warmly received," said Tywin, folding his hands. "As you wish. I shall make the preparations then." Chapter 27, Meeting the Skags. Chapter text. It was a warm summer morning in the capital city of the Seven Kingdoms. Rare were the days when the city as a whole engaged in a festive mode. Thanks to the recent victory over the Ironborn, the people of the city had a reason to breathe a sigh of relief. Should the result has been anything else, there would have been chaos. This was why Jon encouraged some small festivals and engaged in some charity work in the city. He had his entourage from the Vale spend some coin in the city to support the poorest of the poor. He had the lords of the Vale and the brave knights engage the populace in public by spending their coin on those who could not afford to buy bread. He wanted them to be seen doing charity, and he wanted the people to know who they have to thank. Robert may have won the war and put down a rebellion, but statecraft required finesse. The populace must assume they were being ruled by able and generous rulers. This is the key to good statecraft. While the opinions of small folk didn't matter that much, they did matter during wartime. After all, the lords raised their armies from the small folk. Men tend to fight more passionately if they are led by honorable men. That's what he learned from the Ninepenny War, and he saw that play out in Robert's rebellion as well. He had seen the ferocity with which the Vale cavalry and Northern Foot crushed the Targaryens despite being outnumbered. It helped Rhaegar lead his army into their trap, but he'd attribute the victory to the men who fought for them in the field. This, when Robert took the crown, it didn't feel like a victory for House Baratheon. It was a victory for everyone who fought against the tyranny of the Mad King. Similarly, Robert's victory in the Iron Islands was a victory for all. If that's not how people felt, it was his duty as the hand of the king to make it that way. Preserving a kingdom that was won over by war is hard, but thankfully Robert and Stannis have done their part by quashing the Ironborn rebellion. The recent victory certainly sent the message loud and clear to Robert's enemies that the Baratheon dynasty was here to stay. His job was to secure the peace and keep the kingdoms united for peaceful coexistence. And this means keeping an eye on growing developments in the kingdoms. My Lord Hand. Jon came out of his musings to look at the first arrival in the small council chambers. It was Varys, the Master of Whispers. Lord Varys. Jon acknowledged the foreign eunuch with a nod. Perhaps it was his prejudice against the SSE people. He never trusted Varys and he would have replaced the man if it wasn't for his skills as a master spy. Try as hard as he might, Jon could not find a better person to replace the eunuch. The man was one of the Mad King's lickspittles, but at least he knew for sure the eunuch was not Tywin's creature. That alone had stayed his hand and he counted on the man to remain impartial in the small council. You must have a matter of some concern for summoning a council so suddenly, my lord. Varys tittered as he took his customary seat. Come now, Lord Varys. Surely the Master of Whispers knows what this meeting is about. You overestimate my craft, Lord Arryn. No man can know everything in the world. My little birds sing me many songs and all I know is that you've received a delegation from the Iron Bank which has prompted you to call the council. Varys said, flashing a simpering smile. Jon doubted that, but he was not going to argue with the spider whose many webs remained concealed from his eyes. Before anything else could be said, the rest of the small council members began to fill in. There was Grand Maester Pycelle, whom he trusted sparingly. The man has some sympathies for Lord Tywin, but he trusted the old maester to be impartial when it comes to the matters of the realm. After all, no one could blame Pycelle for preserving Lord Tywin over the Mad King. The Grand Maester sat on Jon's left side facing Varys. Both of them were small council members from the Mad King's era, but there was no love lost between them. Lord Arryn. Forgive me for my tardiness. The weather seems to have not agreed with me today. Pycelle wheezed out, rubbing his grey beard to smoothen it out. Ah, yes. It must have been rather hot and wet last night. I pray that your bed be less warm now that summer is here. Varys said, a cheeky smile on his face hidden by his silken sleeves. Jon looked between the two and he could feel this was some exchange of barbs between the two. He certainly did not want the tension to escalate, so he addresses the final occupant of the council. Lord Eldon, welcome. Jon greeted the Lord of Estermont Castle warmly. My lord. Jon appraised the Master of Coin. The only good quality of the man was he remains a dutiful lord. Lord Eldon was a man he could trust to stay loyal to Robert and give sound advice to the king. It also helped that the Lord of Estermont Castle is the uncle of the Baratheon brothers. So, he could at least trust the man to raise his voice in the interest of his nephews. The small council remains small. Pycelle commented. Not for long. Prince Stannis should be on his way now that the war is won and the king's peace enforced in the Iron Islands. Sir Barry Stan should also return promptly as the tourney at the Rock has concluded, said Varys. I'm sure we will be joined by our fellow small council members promptly. However, there are matters important to the crown that needs to be discussed. Jon smoothly cut in to direct the council to the matter at hand. I have received a delegation from the Iron Bank asking for the 1 million gold owes to the Starks. I don't follow Lord Arryn. Why would the Iron Bank be involved? Wasn't the agreement between the king and Lord Eddard? Asked Lord Eldon. It was, but Lord Stark seems to have come to an agreement with the Iron Bank. If anyone wants to commission a Valyrian STE artifact from Haryon Stark, they shall bid at an auction conducted by the Iron Bank. It would seem House Stark has also agreed to allow the Iron Bank to safeguard the earnings from the bidding, said Jon, to the surprise of many in the council. Jon had to admit that even he was surprised by this decision by his former ward. He'd have expected Eddard to leverage the situation and use his son's skill to cultivate relations with the lords of the south. Handing over the power to determine the price and chance to buy a Valyrian steel sword was a bad move politically. Then again, he should not have been that surprised. Eddard and Robert have a strange sense of distaste for the finer aspects of politics despite his strenuous efforts to instill them into his former wards. That will be a substantial amount of wealth hoarded in Bravos. Lord Eldon noted. Not to mention the political ramifications this will have in Essos. It'll not be just the High Lords of Westeros who are interested in owning a Valyrian steel sword or an artifact of a similar make. We can expect Braavos fleet to spread out into the known seas, said Varys, and for once the portly man was no longer sporting his usual simpering smile. I for one remain skeptical of Lord Stark's claims. It's preposterous to think that a young child who is still learning his numbers and letters managed to unearth the secrets of the Dragonlords of Old Valyria. Men of great wisdom have tried in the past and they have all failed in their task, said Pycelle, a frown hiding behind his grey beard. The king seems to have agreed with the rumors if he had given away 1 million dragons, the gift, and a royal decree for a hammer. It is a huge price for a normal hammer, is it not? King Robert must have found the weapon authentic, and let's not forget Sir Barry Stan and Lord Geryon Lannister were also present when the king was presented with the weapon, said Varys. Perhaps it'd have been better if Lord Eddard had taken a small council seat. We could have learned much from Lord Stark and perhaps even influenced him to not depend on the Iron Bank, said Pycelle. His Grace insisted on leaving the post of Master of Laws open for Eddard. But, despite our best efforts, Eddard insists on staying in Winterfell. Be that as it may, we will not interfere in the internal matters of House Stark. The Targaryens thought they could do as they please, and look where that has got them, said Jon, putting any ideas of interfering with House Stark's business to rest. Sure, he'd have preferred Eddard would not have struck a deal with the Iron Bank because of political and economic reasons. But, he was against interfering in such decisions. The whole point of the alliance against the Targaryens was precisely over their brazen interference into the rights of lords of Westeros. The Targaryens went too far during King Aegon the Unlikely's time, and the ramifications of those times promoted a new alliance between the great houses of the North, Riverlands, and the Vale to emerge. Aerys, whom everyone hoped to bridge the gaps, only helped in widening it, causing even his staunchest allies to break away and join the group Jon painstakingly built. He had his doubts when Steffon reached out to him. At the time, he thought it a ploy cooked up by Tywin Lannister. Speaking of the Targaryens, my little birds bring songs from the east. Sir Willem Darry has passed away. Varys reported. Truly? What of the children? Jon asked excitedly. If the knight was dead, then there must be a chance to nab the dragons. If he could send Viserys to the Night's Watch and have the girl Daenerys the Silent Sisters, he could avoid a war in the future. I'm afraid Sir Willem has been rather crafty, my lord. He has cultivated some powerful friends in the Free Cities, and currently, Viserys Targaryen and his sister are on the way to Norvos, said Varys. Jon frowned as he rightly worried about the remaining Targaryens. His efforts to get the children expelled from Braavos had met with abject failure. The Sea Lord had given his requests excuses, but he knew the Braavasi were keeping the Targaryens as leverage. Now, another free city giving them sanctuary did not agree with him. I want to know who their benefactors are. We need to keep an eye on those who offer aid to the Targaryens. Perhaps, they might come to an arrangement of sorts with us, he ordered. As you wish, my lord. XXXX. Slowly. You need to be more careful. Harry yelled. The boat lurched a bit as it lowered to the ground. Forgive me, little lord. I've never flown a boat before, came the sarcastic reply from Mance Rayder. You need more finesse while handling the landing lever, said Harry, as he decreased the speed of the boat by turning the speed knob to near zero. Thankfully, the boat managed to hover just above the ground despite a few bumps. Looking out through the glass, they were being surrounded by Skagosi men wielding sticks, spears, and axes. Most of the weapons were made of stone, while some had obsidian blades at the tip of their spears. He could even hear some panicked screams coming from the people surrounding them. Harry pulled a lever down that made the landing gear come out of the hull and plunge into the ground. The boat now came to a standstill with the landing gear digging into the rocky terrain of Skagos. Runes on the control board lit up inside the cabin as the boat began to absorb magic from the ground to replenish the power reserves. If people knew that he was using Valyrian steel as landing gears and as a magic battery of sorts, they'd declare him mad. Harry D. say this boat was one of his best creations using magic. Obviously, there was still work to be done. The flight stabilizing and control charms used on brooms are quite hard to replicate using runes. Therefore, the boat has too many levers for its different functions and movements. So, there ought to be more improvements in the future when he has the time to build a proper airship. I don't think the Skagosi are happy to see us. Benyon commented, looking worriedly at the unfriendly faces he was seeing outside. Maybe we should wait for Lord Stain before stepping out. After all, the Skagosi are not known for their friendly nature. Mance suggested. Waiting is not an option. What happens if the people just climb inside the boat? Asked Harry, as he prepared to go outside the cabin and greet the audience. No, wait. I have this handled. Harry said, as he made for the door of the cabin. No, don't. They're dangerous. Harry ignored his uncle's warning and stepped outside. Fortunately, Harry had the presence of mind to put a magical shield before him because he was immediately pelted by stones. A demon. Sky demon. The cold gods. People were shouting and screaming as they threw whatever they could get their hands on. Most of the projectiles were stones, but some were spears. Thankfully, Harry's shield repelled the foreign bodies, making it impossible to harm him or anyone on the boat. Stop. We are from the Night's Watch. Mance and Benyon screamed at the crowd to no avail. Seeing this was not going anywhere, Harry's eyes flickered to the power ring on his index finger. The ring was made for situations like these. Pointing the dragon head of the ring at the crowd, he channeled a substantial amount of magic into the ring. Expelliarmus. There was a bright red light that lit up the whole shore, and when the light dimmed down, the Skagosi were disarmed and had fallen on their backs. Told you I have it handled. Harry said, as he jumped out of the boat into the rocky terrain of Skagos. The Stark guards were quick to disembark from the boat, brandishing their weapons, and began to form a protective perimeter around Harry. Jon was also by his side as their uncle insisted on dealing with the Skagosi without their shenanigans. In the distance, the sound of hooves was heard as if the sky was rumbling. Pale green banners with a tree painted on top. The banners of House Stain of Driftwood Hall. Harry muttered as he watched the banners flapping in the wind. The more interesting bit was the strange hairy creatures the men of House Stain were riding. They had the build of a horse, but his eyes could be playing tricks on his mind. As the riding party came close, he abandoned such silly notions. Those animals were definitely not horses. Those creatures had long single horns growing out of their heads. Fascinating. Chapter 28, Meeting the Skags P2. Chapter text. Harry reached out and touched the brownish-red mane of the unique unicorn breed. It was soft and light as the finest silks. "I'll just call you Skag Unicorn from now on," he said to the creature. The Skag Unicorn's dark eyes observed him for a time, but it went back to crunching on the box of apples he provided without a care in the world. Even if the creature was a unicorn breed, it certainly has more in common with the other half of the species. It doesn't like to be challenged, and if it perceives a challenge, then it will turn hostile in a matter of seconds. Such behavior could not be found among pure unicorns. No. This behavioral trait was certainly inherited from the other half of the species that gave birth to the Skag Unicorn. Most Skagosi believe the Skag Unicorn is the unicorn. But, one look at the creature made Harry understand this was not the case. Unicorns don't have a large 3-foot-long horn, and they certainly don't have a body as large as the Skag Unicorn. Harry guessed the unicorns must have somehow bred with an animal like elk or even something similar found on the island of Skagos. The male elks were known for their alpha male behavior, as they literally engaged in ritualistic battles to gain the attention of the female elks. From what he observed from studying the Skag Unicorns, they also behaved the same way, but with one additional behavioral trait. They only accepted someone to touch them if they get fed or by overpowering them physically. The overpowering part most likely will not work for any normal human. So, feeding the Skag Unicorns their fill keeps them in line. That's how the Skagosi kept the little rascals as their ride. From a certain angle, the Skag Unicorns looked cute. But, they are most assuredly creatures of war. Beneath the silky red mane, their skin was as hard as rock, reminding Harry of rhinos back home. A full charge by a pack of these Skag Unicorns should be enough to cut a bloody swathe through an army of considerable size. This made him wonder why the northern lords never attempted to have them bred on the mainland. Perhaps the Skagosi never wanted their beasts of war to escape their grasp. Harry thought, watching the beast crunching on the apples quite happily, completely oblivious to its surroundings. "My lord. Your uncle is asking for you," said Anya. "What does he want now?" he asked, suspending his observation of the Skag Unicorn for the time being. "I do not know, my lord," said Anya, shrugging her shoulders. "Is this the animal you were seeking?" Harry threw a look at the creature gorging over a box full of apples. "No. This is not a unicorn," said Harry, before taking his leave. Driftwood Hall was supposedly a castle of House Stain. Harry vehemently disagreed. The structure before him was definitely not a castle of any sort. It looked more like a shed made of stone, wood, and dry leaves. If a significant amount of rain was to pour down from the heavens, then the castle would be leaking from 1,000 holes and more. "They do live in caves," John whispered from Harry's side. Harry looked at the structures around Driftwood Hall. Most of them were made of clay, wood, and dry leaves. There were a few caves as well, but that was no great surprise. The whole of Skagos was supposedly littered with caves owing to their largely hilly terrain. There was a certain aesthetics to the whole theme around here with the old caves and whatnot. It was a living testament to the past of mankind and perhaps the birthbed of modern civilization. "I must have a look at those caves. There must be some age-old carvings and drawings of a bygone past," Harry thought as he made his way towards the castle of House Stain. Just then John sneezed, startling Harry out of his musings. "You must have caught a chill from the saran. Maybe a steam bath is in order," Harry mused aloud. "No. I don't want to steam," John said stubbornly. "Anya. Take John away and don't let him leave till he is suitably steamed. I won't have him go down with a fever when our journey is so close to the end." Harry watched amusedly as John was dragged away by Anya despite John's best efforts. He looked at the sky and the surroundings. There was not an ounce of sun anywhere. The weather remained damp and cold. Mist hung everywhere and the whole sky looked like one giant greyish ash cloud. "At this rate, I might have to find some excuse to travel all the way to Essos for some application time," Harry thought, as he walked through the entrance of Driftwood Hall's main keep. 2 guards stood by the wooden doors of the entrance with obsidian-tipped spears. As he learned from Maester Lewin's lessons, the Skags were indeed hairy compared to other first men. The men all have long hair reaching far below their shoulder blades. Their facial hair was no better. Harry had trouble seeing their eyes with all the hair covering their faces. Not to mention their arms and legs were faring no better. No wonder why Maester Lewin believes the Skags have Ibinus blood in them, Harry thought. Shaking those thoughts away, Harry proceeded to move inside the relative safety of Driftwood Hall. The floor was layered with red laterite bricks that looked like it was laid out in a different century. He had to carefully step around certain parts where the bricks looked one step away from turning into dust. Carefully wading around the broken floors and generally shoddy Masonic works, Harry reached his uncle, who was poring over a map with Lord Orbert Stain. "You sent for me, uncle. You should not have come, lad," The Silver Ones live in Skane Island under the protection of the Great Winter Spirit, said Lord Stain, rubbing his goatee while his two sons Merton and Orbster were watching the proceedings silently. But you gifted my father with a unicorn horn. Harry reminded the man. A relic of the past, said Lord Stain, shaking his head. Legend has it one of my ancestors, Twirlton Stain, took the horn as a hunting trophy. But, Twirlton was never seen again and only his son returned with the horn. What happened to him? Asked Harry. I don't know all the details, but it was said Twirlton was cursed and was never allowed to leave the island of Skane where he hunted and killed one of the Silver Ones, said Lord Stain. You said something about the Great Winter Spirit. What do you mean by that? Benyon asked, while Harry remained silent and contemplated the information he received from the Lord of Driftwood Hall. The Great Winter Spirit is the guardian of Skane Island. In the past, many people have tried to occupy the island and they have all suffered the spirit's wrath. Are you sure there are no other silver unicorns left nearby? This is a matter of utmost importance, Lord Stain. If we can get more unicorn horns we can help a lot of people from sickness, said Benyon. I'm afraid not. Perhaps, there were silver unicorns on our island, but that must have been thousands of years ago. I pray that you abandon this folly and never step foot on Skane Island. That land is cursed. I'm afraid we can't do that, Lord Stain. We have travelled far and long for us to return empty-handed, said Harry, breaking his silence as a vague picture of what was happening and has happened at the Skane Island became clear to his mind. Only a certain death awaits you at Skane Island. No sane man would wish to go there, Lord Stain warned. Then it is a good thing we are not mere men. We are wolves, said Harry. Harry could hear Fenris growling proudly, making everyone stare at the wolf warily, more out of surprise. Even Harry was a bit surprised. He was sure he had left the wolf in the boat so that the skags would not be spooked by its presence. Now, how did you escape from the boat? Harry wondered, looking at Fenris, who suddenly looked far too innocent while wagging his tail like a good pet. XXXXXX. The Elder Wand was thrumming in his hand, excited to be flowing with magical power. Harry was actually forced to use the wand as his supply of iron was dangerously low. With the journey ahead, the need for some special weapons became crucial. While he had dismissed the warnings from Orbert Stain in public, he was not an idiot to not prepare. If the skags in the past had hunted the unicorns, then it was possible they had also consumed its meat. Drinking the blood of a unicorn was akin to declaring war against the very sublime nature of magic. But, consuming the meat of a unicorn has far worse consequences. And Harry has a strong impression that something like that happened with the skags trying to populate Skane Island. If this was the case, then he needed to prepare before setting foot on the island. While he was confident his magical power was more than enough to tackle any cursed creatures inhabiting the island, it was better to have backup plans. The little adjustments he made to his body by stemming the magic outflow have their drawbacks. If he were to constantly use magical spells, he could damage the vents of his body and perhaps even damage his heart. Keeping this in mind, the need for supplementary weapons came to his mind. But first, the metal to make those weapons had to be mined. Unfortunately, the skags were idiots when it comes to mining metals. They only knew to make weapons out of obsidian. As if that pathetic thing is useful in warfare. Harry snorted. The tip of his wand glowed blue as he came across a specific rocky side of a hill near Driftwood Hall. Finally, the mind-sensing spell worked. Harry jumped in joy, as he had feared it'd be impossible to find a deposit of iron ore this quickly. Summoning a small shield with his power ring, Harry carefully aligned his body behind it so that the debris won't affect him. Taking aim with the Elder Wand, he let the gouging spell fly. Defodio. The power he put behind the gouging spell cut deep into the earth. To make sure he could extract the ore, he let the spell fly one more time and deepened the incision he made on the hill. Now, it was only a matter of using a simple summoning charm to pull the iron out of the ground. A few minutes later, Harry was sitting inside the airship's expanded chamber where he set up his shop. A simple alchemical box powered by runes and a small amount of magic was all he needed to transmute the iron to steel. It was a fairly simple process, one of the first lessons a budding alchemist worth his or her salt learns. Nephew. What are you doing now? Harry eyed his uncle, who got the telltale sign of being spooked by the whole mystery behind the Skane Island. He could read what his uncle's intentions were, especially considering the heated discussions the man was having with Lord Stain and the other skags. It was also one of the reasons why he started working on this idea a bit early. I'm working on something to ensure our survival in Skane Island. Whatever curse or creature guards the island, it'll fail before my power, Harry said, before going back to working on engraving runes into the steel and shaping the pieces into arrowheads. I've been talking with many of the people here and maybe they have a point, nephew. It'd be better to be cautious to not jump headfirst into a dangerous place like Skane Island without proper preparation. Harry hummed, but his focus was on connecting the runes properly. What are you implying, uncle? Are you saying we should abandon this whole journey because someone told you scary stories? He asked. Perhaps, we should wait and not go to the island alone. We can wait for the storm to die down and ask for more ships from White Harbor to accompany us. And perhaps we can leave the hunting of these unicorns to, experienced hunters," said Benyon, rather lamely. Harry paused what he was doing and looked incredulously at his uncle. "You've got a flying boat carrying more resources, facilities, and people than a war galley can ever field. You've got some of the best hunters from Winterfell and the clans of the northern mountains. And then, most importantly, you have me." Harry huffed and went back to work on the arrowhead. "What more do you want, uncle? We go when the first light comes on the morrow. I don't think going into Skane Island is a good idea. We know very little about the island." Benyon tried to argue. Harry rolled his eyes while he used a sticking charm on the arrowhead against the wood. Now, it looked like a normal arrow except for the runes running on the arrowhead surface. Tapping his wand against the runes, he poured his magic into it, making the runes glow a vibrant yellowish-orange color. Standing up from his workstation, Harry stared into the grey eyes of his uncle. "Follow me, uncle." Harry was outside the boat with his uncle. He handed the arrow to Anya. "Shoot this arrow at the lone tree over there." Harry pointed at the tree. Having said his piece, he stepped back as Anya drew the string back and let the arrow fly without question. The arrow struck the tree, proving her aim true, but what happened afterwards took everyone by surprise. The tree was consumed by a pillar of fire that promptly reduced the tree into ashes within minutes. Harry turned to his utterly flummoxed uncle. "As I said, you have me. We are going to the island tomorrow. If death is indeed waiting for us, then I'm afraid death needs to find a new island to bunker down." Chapter 29, The Island of Skane P1. Chapter text. Harry may have exhibited total confidence before his uncle, but he was more than aware confidence alone would not do the trick. He was walking, or in this case flying, into an island that has been isolated for thousands of years. No one knew what was exactly waiting for them. The only thing they knew was that everyone before them in living memory have failed to return alive. Skane Island has been the bane of smugglers and pirates for a long time. There were some pirates and smugglers who trades with the wildlings beyond the wall. They sail around Skagos and sell weapons to the wildlings in exchange for slaves or other commodities. But sometimes, deadly storms would force pirates and smugglers into the unwelcome shores of Skane Island. They have never been heard from again. Rumors claim many such ships could be seen on the shores of the island without anyone on board. If this was the case, then it was more than likely there is a malevolent force taking refuge on the island. Keeping his mind on the recent findings near Castle Black, Harry took extra care in preparing certain tools to defend against any hostile creatures. Arrows inscribed with fire rune was only just one of the tools he came up with. The element of fire has always been the most dangerous for most magical creatures since time immemorial. Even wizards took a long time to overcome the dangers posed by fire. So, he was almost certain the element of fire could be a useful weapon against whatever was guarding the island. Just in case this proved to be not enough, Harry had also empowered arrows using the lightning rune and frost rune. Though Lord Stain described the supposed guardian of Skane Island as the Winter Spirit, Harry was not keen on taking the name for granted and assume the abilities of this supposed spirit. If he were to read further into the name, this spirit must have power over cold or ice. It could be entirely possible the Skags were either pulling his leg or they have faulty information. In situations like these, having the element of lightning on the side was the best bet. After all, only a handful of creatures could withstand lightning attacks, and he could only think of two off the top of his head. A Nundu or a Thunderbird. As far as Harry knows, there are no legends mentioning such creatures in Westeros. So, he was pretty much positive his little trinkets were more than enough to deal with this winter spirit or whatever it is. Even if this was not the case, he still possessed the most powerful wand. While his magical power was nowhere near its prime, he was confident he could hold his ground. Especially considering his latest bit of invention, even if it needs some work. Harry had developed a magical battery of sorts for the airship to function independently of his magic. He designed the runes, and using Valyrian steel he forged the best magical battery that can self-replenish by absorbing the ambient magic existing in nature. This bit of invention actually made him think of using the same method to keep a pool of magical energy reserve of sorts that he could depend on should his natural reserves somehow get dangerously depleted. That's how he came up with the idea of storing magical energy in small beads made of Valyrian steel. He could thread the beads together and wear them as a bracelet. Placing those beads close to his wrists should theoretically make it easier to absorb magic into his body. The only problem was that his body cannot naturally pull the magic from the beads. It requires the aid of runes, and sadly such runes don't exist as far as he was aware. So, he'd have to design the runes from scratch, which was no easy task. It'd require weeks, as testing out a new rune block to absorb magic into his body safely was no easy task. The number of torn parchments filled with runic scripts strewn across his room attested to the difficulty behind the venture. Harry tore away the piece of parchment he was writing on as he noted a mistake in the script. Dipping the quill in an ink pot, he took another parchment to start anew. "My lord." Harry looked up from his work desk to see Anya at his doorstep. "Lord Benyon is asking for you in the cabin. The island is fast approaching," said Anya, a hint of nervousness and fear shining in her posture and eyes. "Alert everyone and bring Adela and Kyla to the cabin." Harry ordered before leaving the comfort of his room. He made his way to the cabin as fast as his legs could carry. Climbing the wooden stairs out of the expanded space inside the hull, he entered the cabin above. This time it was his uncle who was controlling the flight of their boat. Mance Rayder was nearby and so was John. "Well, lad. There it is. The Skane Island," said Mance, pointing at the approaching landmass in the distance. Harry kept a keen eye out for anything outside of the ordinary. Except for a few dark clouds courtesy of the storm, there was nothing extraordinary. He could feel no malevolence from the island as well. "Everyone ready for this?" Benyon asked, while Anya climbed out of the hull with Adela and Kyla. Harry's eyes searched the three girls and he was satisfied that they brought bows and arrows. Should anything happen, he needed the girls there to provide him support. He made a mental note to find ways to make some improvements on their bows as well. "I'm not," said Mance Rayder. Too late for her second thoughts. "Uncle, take us in," said Harry, looking back at the island. "All right. Here we go," Benyon said, increasing the speed of the boat. The dark clouds parted as the boat soared through the sky at high speeds. It barely took 3 minutes to reach the island. The dark and turbulent waters of the ocean gave way to lush green forests and sturdy hills teeming with plant life. "Look! A waterfall!" John said excitedly, pointing out what appeared to be a giant waterfall. There was a long river streaming down from between the hills and through a forest. "We should settle near the river and make camp. That should help us scout the area and look for any animal tracks. If these unicorns travel in herds then they might leave tracks," Mance suggested. "And it'll be easier to trace back to the camp using the river as reference." Benyon agreed. The ship came to a standstill and Benyon slowly lowered the ship aiming for a small clearing near the river. Harry kept his senses on high alert even when they landed without an incident. "Keep your bows ready, girls," Harry cautioned. He was the first to step out of the boat with his magical shield spell in place. The power ring in his hand was quite handy like that. Harry waited patiently for some monstrous creature to attack but only the sound of crickets greeted him. Jumping down from the boat, Harry was taken back by the senses that assaulted him once his feet touched the ground. He could feel the enormous well of magic surging in the land. It was a marked difference from the north. It was as if the island was never subject to magic draining by the weirwood trees. Even Skagos had some draining effects, not as powerful as on the mainland, but it was there. Skane on the other hand was another matter. "Interesting," Harry murmured, feeling magically stronger in the place. It almost felt like he was back on Earth before the war. A sudden movement caught his eye and he aimed his wand in the direction, but it was just a pair of birds. But they were not the typical birds seen in the north. Their body was covered in royal blue feathers with a red glowing crown atop their heads. "Wow! What kind of bird is that?" John asked, in awe of the stunning beauty of the birds. "Red crowns. That's their name." Harry gave a name since the birds were probably an isolated species never seen anywhere else in the world. He was very tempted to have a close look at the birds, but that could wait. There was important work to be done and their position has to be secured. Their boat began to empty while Harry along with his 3 students stood guard. Anya was entrusted with fire arrows as she was the only one of his students with the ability to snuff out the fire with her magic in case it spreads. Adela and Kyla were entrusted with ice and lightning arrows as there was no risk of both elements going out of control. The lightning element was a tricky one, but he had set up ample runes to control the trajectory of the element. Under their watchful eye, their group began setting up the camp on the banks of the river. Tents were being put up and defensive encampments were being planned to house the horses and bulls. Scouts were sent out to establish a perimeter around their camp and set up watch posts. Ditches were also being dug around their camp for burning wood as a deterrent against wild animals. Towards noon their camp was set up and the scouts had returned with nothing much to report save for some observations about unknown plants, trees, and animals in the forest. Harry, who had till then, was busy placing some magical protection around the camp, was called into his uncle's tent. "So, are we going out to track the unicorns?" asked Harry, once he settled on a seat. "No. From what we saw from the sky, the river extends well beyond the hills. We will only be scouting out with the hills as the boundary. Beyond that, scouts can be sent tomorrow morning," said Benyon. "I'll scout the hilly areas," Harry said, picking his piece of land as unicorns preferred isolation. "No, you won't. You'll stay here with me while experienced people scout the area." "But..." "No buts. No means no. You'll stay here until the area is scouted thoroughly. We'll trek the hills tomorrow morning," Benyon said. No matter how much Harry tried, his uncle wouldn't budge on the issue. The only thing his uncle agreed on was to allow aerial scouting from the safety of the airship. While not exactly happy that he was prohibited from scouting on foot, Harry was satisfied to scout from the air. He was not allowed to go beyond the range of the hills, but Harry was not complaining much. He used aerial scouting to mark out certain spots on a new map he was drawing. He got the feeling these markers would prove to be useful tomorrow. XXXXXXXXX. Doran let out a sigh of relief as the servants pressed the wet cloth against his cheeks and neck. Though Doran was shielded from the full might of the Dornish sun, he nonetheless felt its effects. Sparing a look out of the window, he saw a vast expanse of sand as far as his eyes could see. The vast desert of Dorne was his people's curse as well as their boon. The desert holds them back from projecting their strength outside their land. But, the desert is their greatest defense against invaders. Only Nymeria managed to conquer Dorne, but not without help. For her ferocity on the battlefield and her love for her people, her name was immortalized by his ancestors who adopted Nymeros Martell as the name of the ruling house of Dorne. Since Nymeria, no other foreigner could hold Dorne. Even the dragons failed before the ferocity of his people. But, those times have long gone by like sand carried away by the wind. Through marriage, they became kin to the dragons and became part of the 7 kingdoms of West Eros. Those were the times when House Martell had projected their strength outside the deserts of Dorne. His dear sister's marriage was of a similar nature. He thought Rhaegar Targaryen to be a good man, a decent man. But, it took him the rebellion to realize how wrong he was to assume so. A lone tear fell from his eyes as he thought of his poor sister and her children. Butchered by barbarian filth. An unholy strength gathered in his hand as he clenched his fist around the arm of his wheeled chair. The rage surging in his veins would have him ride out of Sunspear with an army at his back and exact justice upon the Lannisters. However, his health and reason prevented him from doing so. Doran cursed the gods for condemning him to live with gout on his knees. While the gods saw fit to punish him, they seemed to be showering his enemies with boons. Tywin Lannister still lives and the Ironborn rebellion got snuffed out. He was hoping that Fool of King would end up dying in this debacle, but there was no such luck. Instead, the news the Iron Bank representative brought him only confirmed some of the more outlandish rumors coming from the north. He initially dismissed the rumors of the gifted Stark child as just that, rumors. However, having an Iron Bank representative invite him for an auction for Valyrian steel weapons changed everything. He doubted the Iron Bank is filled with morons to entertain rumors with this kind of response. While he couldn't fathom how Starks of all people and a child at that managed to unearth the secrets behind Valyrian steel, he saw the danger as well as an opportunity with this situation. The danger was quite clear. If House Stark can spawn out Valyrian steel weapons, then their wealth will undoubtedly pile up. The mere fact that the Iron Bank is involved in this business was indicative of the gold involved. For Doran, this meant one of his potential enemies will have enormous wealth at their disposal. The Lannisters were already a dangerous enemy because of their gold, and now he had the Starks to worry about. He was quite sure Tywin Lannister was already plotting to tie the Starks close to Casterly Rock. There was great danger in such a union. His plans surrounding Prince Viserys would be for nothing if his enemies can field larger armies and outspend him when it comes to mercenaries. As for the opportunity, it was quite obvious. Establishing friendly relations with House Stark would be a boon to his house. If he could keep the Starks out of southern politics, then that'd be an advantage. Most importantly, he could also see a path to cripple the Lannisters, all thanks to Haryon Stark. Maester. My prince. Maester Cale Otto was an old man. The man has been the Maester of Sunspear from the final years of his mother's rule. The plan swirling in his head could not be executed without the help of his younger brother. Unfortunately, Oberyn was in exile and he needed his brother for his plan to come to fruition. I have a message for Oberyn to be delivered in haste. He ordered. My prince. Prince Oberyn is in Lys. It'll take time to deliver the message, said Maester Cale Otto. That doesn't matter. Call for Nymeria. I'd have a word with her before she sails for Lys. Chapter 30, The Island of Skane P2. Chapter text. Harry picked up a strange but familiar aroma as he traversed through the thick forests of Skane. The pair of red crowns followed his group with their glowing crowns atop their heads. For some reason, the 2 red crowns took a shine to Jon and were intent on following him everywhere. Jon even fed the pair of native birds and they seemed to have no fear of getting close to Jon. Many among their hunting party wanted the 2 birds caged, but Harry vehemently opposed such a move. So far, the 2 birds have shown remarkable attachment to Jon. He didn't want to spoil that, especially considering the red crown seems to have a magical presence. Perhaps, a magical bond was being formed between Jon and one of the red crowns. If that was the case, Harry didn't want anyone to interfere. Most magical bonds are powered by old magic. Acting against old magic is like declaring war on the natural order. The consequences of interfering while old magic was at work are far too severe and most importantly lead to totally unpredictable disasters. With the island teeming with raw magic, Harry was unwilling to test the sensibilities of the ancient magic thriving in this unclaimed land. In some sense, magic is the conscience of nature. The fact that this island has not allowed human inhabitants to flourish also influenced his decision. Obviously, the natural magic in this land favors the magical creatures that call this island their home. He didn't want to mess with old magic of the island this early, especially when it welcomed him by empowering his magic. Once again the familiar aroma flooded his senses, making Harry forget about the happenings of the past and focus on the present. The smell was familiar to his mind but not to his nose. He had experienced this smell in his old life, but for the life of him, he could not identify the exact source. "Why are you sniffing like that?" asked John. "Don't tell me you are taking after your wolf, nephew." Benyon japed, as he led their group from the front. Fenris let out a growl, not at all amused by the comparison. There were a few surprised and wary looks thrown at his wolfish companion from the group. Harry, however, was not surprised by the intelligence shown by Fenris, but for others, it can be off-putting. As a consequence of continuously practicing his warging powers on Fenris, he was getting his senses sharpened. Harry theorized his mind was adopting the razor-sharp focus of Fenris and replicating it on his sensory organs. It was no radical theory, as this has been very common trait in wizards engaging animagus transformations. Certain characteristics of the animal species get imprinted on a wizard after repeated transformations. The brain is the main culprit behind this adoption of characteristics of the foreign species. This has been made clear during his time working in the Department of Mysteries. However, warging was not like animagus transformation. It was more akin to using the mind arts and the confundus charm in tandem. While Harry was the recipient of some characteristics of his wolfish friend, Fenris also adopted some human traits. The black wolf he found in the northern mountains had been extremely hostile to humans. But now, things have changed. Fenris walked amongst them, and yet the wolf never harmed anyone even when provoked. Well, there were some occasional grunts and growls from Fenris. But, except in those instances, the wolf hardly took a hostile posture after Harry warged into Fenris. Harry believed this was a natural consequence of his imprint on Fenris' mind. Similarly, he was also influenced by Fenris. It is just that the imprint manifested in the form of making his brain tune into his sensory organs. The leaves moved as a gentle breeze danced through the forest floor. Harry took a deep breath, enjoying the aroma in the air. Suddenly his eyes widened as he connected the dots. "Follow me!" Harry cried to the group as he rushed towards the source of the scent. Harry ignored the calls from his uncle as his mind was singularly focused on finding the source of the very familiar scent. He went straight for the source, tracing the scent with his nose. The obstacles in the form of shrubs and other greeneries stood no match for Harry's magic. He waded through the forest, and when it was necessary he cut through wood and stone with his magic. It took him a while, but finally, he arrived at the source of the mysterious aroma, which was no longer that mysterious at all. The round red and green fruit sitting on the branches of the tree was a dead giveaway of its identity. "What's this?" Benyon asked, as he finally caught up with Harry. "This, my dear uncle, is coffee. It's not tea, but this will do," Harry said. He could really cry right now. This world was truly a dark place without the morning tea to give him a strong dose of energy. Of course, it has been years since he had a taste of tea. The war had depleted the world's tea sources due to the rise in toxicity all over the world. Besides, due to his involvement in the Eastern theater of war, he was rather forced to familiarize himself with coffee rather than tea. "Coffee? I've never heard of it," said Benyon, looking curiously at the tree and wondering why his nephew took a shine to this particular tree. "Well, now you have, and I can finally have a beverage worthy of the name." "What name?" asked Benyon. "Beverage," Harry deadpanned, making Benyon blink foolishly. Harry didn't waste a moment before he began collecting the fruits from the tree. He could plant the seeds in magically conducive soil in a separate magical dimension and even grow a plantation if he so wished. Or maybe, I can just grow them in Winterfell and cultivate the beans at my leisure. So many choices, Harry thought. Fenris let out a happy yip, sharing in Harry's joy at finding an old delicacy of his long-lost home. "Oh, yes. This trip is turning out to be quite the boon," he whispered, salivating over the find of coffee. XXXX. The hike was difficult, but Harry was determined to pull through towards their destination. Last evening, he had scouted the hills atop the airship and found a spot where they could camp. There was a small heart-shaped pond a few miles out from his current position. Owing to the hilly terrain and forestry in the region, Harry hoped the pond was one of the water sources of the unicorn herds. But, their journey was repeatedly stalled because of the discoveries that keep falling into his lap. After finding coffee, Harry found a plethora of magical plants along the way. Some of them were similar to those from his world, while others were unfamiliar. Harry secured whatever plant life that ticked his magical senses. He safely locked them away under preservation charms. Of course, he had no idea whether the magical plants he collected were of any use. He just picked them up because they resonated well with his magic. "I don't know why you shaved off those sticks." "The plants, I sort of understand, but dry sticks. What could you possibly want with dry sticks?" Benyon asked, while climbing their way towards the pond. "For campfire," John answered. Harry shook his head and refused to elaborate while his mind was otherwise engaged with making plans. Those sticks were pieces of branches he shaved off from some of the magically saturated trees he found along the way. He was collecting them for experimenting with wand crafting. He was not at all skilled in wand crafting, as the intricate spells involved in the process remained out of his reach. Hereditary wand makers closely guarded their knowledge of the craft, and as a result, the craft was essentially dead. Truth be told, he holds no notions of producing quality wands on par with Ollivander or other wand makers of his world. But, he could try and start the ball rolling. After all, wand crafting played a vital role in wizards gaining the upper hand in his world. The introduction of wands as magical foci helped wizards perform magic that was usually complex with staff, power rings, runes or rituals. It was his hope that sometime in the future someone will come to build upon and improve upon the disciplines of magic he was introducing to Westeros. When that time comes, he wanted those gifted with magical power to have the best tools to take the magical community forward. If future wizards and witches were to thrive in this world, it fell to Harry to pioneer a conducive environment. To that end, he has got plans to not just revive wand crafting but also potions, arithmancy, astronomy, herbology, runes, and other disciplines of magic. It'll be a Herculean effort, but Harry was determined to see it through. He was not burdened with other responsibilities, thankfully, and that would leave him with quite a nice sum of time in the future. Harry was brought out of his musings when Fenris let out a howl before running ahead of their group in a hurry. "Fenris!" Harry called, but to no avail. His wolfish companion was not perturbed in the least and disappeared into the woods ahead of the group. "We have to hurry." "He must have sensed something ahead on our path," said Harry, picking up as much speed as was physically possible with his small legs. He was not the first to catch up with Fenris. When Harry finally caught up, he was startled to note everyone was rather frozen in fear. The reason became quite apparent when he found a familiar icy feeling gripping his mind and body. Some of his worst memories began to get pulled up to the forefront of his mind, weakening him for a moment. Harry shook himself out of the stupor and reinforced his mind with eclumency. This feeling. It can't be. Harry thought, coming to realize the threat they were facing. Fenris let out a loud growl, attracting everyone's attention. Harry looked in the direction Fenris was focusing on, only to find several dark figures floating towards their position from the other side of the heart-shaped pond. "Wah! What is that?" John asked, latching onto Harry's side, scared out of his mind. Harry didn't give a verbal reply. There was no point with words in this situation. The only focus should be on keeping themselves alive. "Anya! Use those arrows!" Harry ordered sharply. Maybe it was the sharpness of his tone or even the residual magic in the air resonating with his innate magic. Whatever it was, he managed to snap Anya out of the induced fear facilitated by the flying creatures. Anya quickly knocked an arrow on her bow and let it fly toward the creatures. Harry watched the arrow sail through the air with the metal tip flaring up as the rune of fire activated. He had primed the rune in such a way that the rune begins absorbing ambient magic after it gets released from the bowstring. However, the rune only gets activated on impact, and that's exactly what happened. However, what he didn't expect was the true explosive power of the rune. Once the arrow struck one of the floating dark figures hiding in the mist, the entire area was consumed by a large pillar of fire. The fire exceeded Harry's expectations and he thought he'd need to intervene. Thankfully, that was not necessary, as the fire slowly started to ebb away as minutes passed by. "This much fire was not there when we practiced," said Anya, looking shocked. "It's the ambient magic. The island is teeming with magic, while in Skagos there was not much to go around," said Harry, never taking his eyes off the fire collapsing in on itself. The magical fire died down and one floating figure emerged from the smoke. It was shrouded in a veil of darkness that was rippling against the wind. Harry would have thought of it as a Dementor, but despite the eerily similar powers, this creature was not a Dementor. He could not see dark skin beneath the veil, essentially ruling out the creature as a Dementor. The skin was pale blue with dark scorch marks courtesy of the fire arrow. To his surprise, those scorch marks were healing quite quickly as well. Instant regeneration. Harry noted with some trepidation. After all, that ability was the telltale sign of an immortal. He'd know cause he was one in his previous life. Interesting, the floating creature rasped as it threw back its dark hood. A pair of white eyes stared down at them, making everyone take a step back. "To arms!" Benyon shouted, brandishing frost while other guards took spears, axes and shields. "You have magical fire capable of releasing the cursed souls. That's good. I hope you have more of those for your sakes." The blue-skinned being rasped out as more and more dark creatures gathered beyond the lake. Chapter 31, The Winter Spirit P1. Chapter text. Harry frowned as he watched the Dementor-like creatures gather in numbers. His eyes trailed to the blue-skinned creature whom he assumed to be the leader of this demonic group. For whatever reason, the creature seems unbothered by the fate of its minions. Harry looked at Anya and her fellow sisters. He nodded at them, giving tactic approval to use their magic-enforced arrows against the creatures. Adela was the first to launch her arrows. Harry would say she was the most ambitious student under his tutelage. While not as gifted in magic as Anya, she made that up with her ability to act decisively. She was also a fast learner when it comes to runes, more so than Anya. Recently, Anya has been rather focused on spells that he thought her rather than runes. So, he was not surprised Adela used her ice arrows straight at the blue-skinned leader of these Dementor-like creatures. Unlike the fire and lightning arrows, Harry designed the ice arrows for one purpose. to entrap an enemy and keep them out of any major conflict for a long period of time. Of course, being trapped inside ice for a long time will bring down the body temperature of any normal creature. It could lead to death, but in this case, he doubted death by hypothermia was on the table. Adela's arrows found their mark on the blue-skinned creature. Her arrows glowed blue before covering the creature from top to bottom in crystal clear ice which was several inches thick. The ice formed into a 13-foot-long square box trapping the creature safely inside. When the box fell cut off from the magic of the creature, it fell into the pond with a big splash. Harry waited a bit to see whether the creature was going to break out, but the ice remained intact. The ice box merely floated in the pond without any trouble from the creature. Hey! The ice worked! Harry thought with some relief. But, the trouble didn't end there. The rest of the flying demons hanging back beyond the pond became agitated once their leader fell. They let out a collective loud shriek before rushing towards their position. Harry noted that his breath was leaving misty wisps as the temperature was rapidly plummeting. Not to mention, the light was getting dimmer with a strange veil of darkness settling in out of nowhere. Anya and Kyla did not hesitate to shower the creatures with their arrows. Anya's fire arrows burned the creatures to dust while Kyla's lightning arrows shattered them into 100 pieces. It was then that Harry noticed the creatures were animated skeletons beneath the veil of darkness covering them. Whenever Kyla's arrows struck true, the creatures would lose the black wispy veil hanging around them and bones would shower down in fine pieces. Though the rune-enforced arrows proved to be fatal against the demonic creatures, the normal steel-tipped arrows remained wholly ineffective. A few normal arrows that managed to strike the creatures were promptly repelled by the dark veil shrouding their skeletal body. Harry stood back and observed all of this happen while he was preparing for a spell of his own. No matter the number of rune-powered arrows Anya, Kyla, and Adela could launch, the sheer number of the demonic creatures were going to prevail. Not to mention the people accompanying him, including his students, were not accustomed to facing an enemy like these creatures. Harry's assessment proved to be accurate when the demonic creatures began to evade the onslaught of his students. He could see the fear among the men as the creatures slipped through the assault of elements to rush towards their position. The creatures let out a shrill screech as they turned into clouds of black smoke before rushing towards them at full speed. Shields! Benyon cried, cajoling everyone to close ranks as the creatures caught up to their position. It was then Harry acted by launching the spell he was preparing. The tip of the death stick glowed dark red as Harry shrouded everyone under a powerful barrier. The creatures crashed into the barrier head first and they burned for their efforts. The screams they let out of their mouths made it clear that the barrier was quite painful for the creatures. Benyon stabbed his sword through the head of one of the creatures trying to slip inside the barrier. The Valyrian steel blade, unlike other normal steel, managed to pierce through the dark veil shrouding the creature. It promptly shattered into a shower of bones, leaving Benyon pleasantly surprised. Normal steel won't affect these things. Only magically enchanted weapons can destroy them. Harry said, seeing his uncle's success in ridding the creature with frost. That's not good. Benjen J shouted, hacking off an offending limp that somehow managed to pierce through the barrier. How long can you keep up whatever it is you are doing? Don't worry. I have a plan. Just give me more time. Harry shouted over the screeching demonic creatures trying to break through. We should not have come to this place. Harry heard someone cry as more and more creatures began to cover the barrier from all sides, testing out its defenses. Though intimidated by the persistence of these creatures, Harry kept his cool as the next spell he was planning required close proximity. He wanted the creatures close by so that they can be eliminated en masse. He knew from experience it was a bad idea to fight the inferious one by one. The best way to destroy them is to destroy them collectively. For that, Harry needed them all in one place. Looking around the dome-shaped barrier, he saw a veil of darkness wrapping around the barrier with skeletal hands clawing away at it in a frenzy. In some areas, the barrier was getting breached, but not to a dangerous extent. Wherever there was a breach, Benyon was there swinging frost, hacking off the offending limbs of the creatures. As minutes passed by, the assault on the barrier intensified with more and more creatures trying their best to slip in, but to no avail. All around the barrier, the skeletal figures screeched and clawed with no speck of light visible to their eyes. It was as if a shroud of darkness was surrounding them. Harry had to summon specks of light to keep the visibility intact. Nephew! If you are planning to do something, now is the time. Benyon shouted, holding a scared John close by protectively. Raising the death stick high in the air, Harry gathered his magic as he launched one of the powerful fire spells in his arsenal. Incendio Procella. Harry drew a circle with the Elder Wand and a firestorm formed outside the barrier, swiftly consuming the infurious creatures. The creatures tried to flee, but Harry was careful to trap them between the barrier and the firestorm. Besides, it was too late to make an escape. The firestorm spell was specifically designed to deal with Inferi. The spell chased down any Inferi that tried to flee. This is why Harry preferred the firestorm spell over Fiend Fire. Fiend Fire can always go out of control and destroy everything in its path. The firestorm spell, on the other hand, seeks out only necromantic constructs even if the wizard loses control over the spell. However, that doesn't mean there were problems with the spell. Harry felt the effects of the firestorm spell when it became difficult to breathe. The air was getting hotter as well as the fire twisting around the barrier was only strengthening by consuming more and more of the demonic creatures. Harry quickly conjured a wide area bubble head charm that allowed everyone to breathe properly. The relief was palpable in everyone's faces as the bubble head charm took effect. The oppressive feeling of air getting thicker and hotter disappeared altogether as Harry's magic enveloped the whole group in a protective bubble. Harry noticed that everyone was looking at him with wide eyes and perhaps a hint of fear. Sure, he had shown his magical powers before, but he had never shown that he could control a volatile element like fire so easily. Not to mention, his show of power over the demonic creatures must have also played a part in highlighting the dangerous element of his power. Muggles. Always the same. The fear for the unknown is the same even in another world. Harry thought. He jabbed his wand sharply in the air, dismissing the firestorm spell. The ground was littered with ash and some charred remains of the demonic creatures. Some half-burnt bones were also there smoking in the grass. Other than that, there was no sign of the creatures to be seen. "They are gone," said Benyon, relief palatable on his face. After making sure there were no threats left standing, Harry dismissed the barrier surrounding the group. The rich green grass on the ground was now charred black. There were isolated fires here and there burning brightly, lighting up the hill. Harry was quick to use the augmenti charm, not wanting the fires to spread and cause a forest fire. Sharp jets of water shot out from the tip of Harry's wand, snuffing out the flames. He also used vanishing spells to banish the charred remains of the Dementor wannabes. After all, leaving the remains of cursed magic lying around was not advisable. Necromantic magic tends to regenerate in magically saturated places. So, Harry was insistent on removing all paths for these creatures to possibly resurrect by absorbing the natural magic of Skane. The awe and fear in the eyes of the group didn't recede. However, most of that got directed back at the floating ice cube in the pond. Inside the ice, the frozen body of the blue-skinned creature lay motionless. "It's a White Walker. We should kill it before it turns us all into whites," Harry heard someone say. It didn't take long for everyone to float the same opinion. He was a bit skeptical about the claim. Nonetheless, he used the levitation charm to pull the ice cube out of the pond. The ice cube containing the blue-skinned creature fell to the ground with a distinct thud. Benyon tapped the ice with his foot and waited a minute to see whether there was any movement from the creature. The blue-skinned creature remained frozen inside the ice to everyone's relief. "So, what will we do with this thing?" Benyon asked. Everyone looked at the iced creature and then at Harry. Harry shrugged and let out a yawn. All that magic he used was making him tired. "That thing is not going anywhere. The sun is going down. We better make camp and deal with it come morning." Not everyone was happy with the suggestion, but Harry assured them that he can keep the creature locked inside the ice with his magic. His assurance pacified some, and his uncle also made arrangements to keep guard over the creature. Of course, Harry had another motive for keeping the creature alive. The creature was a humanoid and an immortal. He gathered the creature holds a treasure trove of knowledge in its mind. Also, he doubted this was the famed winter spirit the Skags mentioned. Something else was here and he wanted to know everything about this island. XXXX. Harry and the Smith, Harry and the Blessed, Harry and the Gifted. What'll be the next monikers, I wonder? Harry and the Many Named. Olenna wondered aloud as she brushed her granddaughter's hair. A snort of laughter came from her granddaughter, Marjorie. "You sound like Loras. He is so jealous of Harry and Stark for being the favorite topic of discussion rather than his prowess in the training yard." Olenna rolled her eyes. "Your brother is an idiot. All he thinks about is being a knight and daydreaming of winning tourneys." Olenna complained. "Is it true what they say? Does the Starks have magic?" asked Marjorie. Olenna could hear the wonder and excitement in her innocent granddaughter's query. Perhaps, there was even a tint of hope that the rumors of magic were real. She was not surprised by the way her granddaughter's mind sought out the mystic element like a vulture. It was standard behavior among all children who grew up with stories of dragons, and especially the mythical Garth Greenhand. All Tyrell children aspired to be Garth Greenhand in their own way. The Seven knows her own son fancied himself a great warrior and ruler when he was anything as such. Sure, Mace was competent in his own ways, but he was no knight or a strategist. Her son was fortunate enough to have built alliances among the powerful houses of the Reach. His competency lies in wooing guests with lavish parties and pampering words, as evident by her son successfully wooing Renly Baratheon to accept Loras as a squire. My dear, magic died long ago in the flames of doom. But, the Targaryens and their dragons survived. All the dragons are dead, aren't they? Olenna asked, holding back a chuckle seeing her granddaughter pout. Maybe there is a dragon in the north. Marjorie claimed. Olenna shook her head. There are no dragons and there is no magic. The Northerners are a superstitious lot. They make up fanciful stories to escape the boredom of living in that cold wintry place they call home, said Olenna. I wouldn't be so sure, grandmother. Her eyes found the brown eyes of her eldest grandson, Willis. How the boy ever came out of her son's loins, she didn't know. But, she thanked the Seven for this small miracle. At least, there was one Tyrell with a good head on his shoulders should she pass away. He was clever, dutiful, and a well-read man capable of shouldering the responsibilities as the Lord of Highgarden. She was sure he'd make a fine lord in the future. The only fault she could see with her eldest grandson was his leg. She blamed Mace for the injury that crippled her favorite grandson. Now, don't just stand there. Take a seat and share your thoughts with this old lady. Olenna watched her grandson take his seat on a nearby chair, setting aside his cane. She motioned with her hand for Willis to speak. It seems rumors coming from the Westerlands and the North are not without their merit. Maester Lomaeus just received a raven from the Citadel confirming the validity of the rumors. The Starks have rediscovered the secrets behind Valyrian steel. Olenna laughed and shook her head. Come now, Willis. Do you think you could fool your grandmother? I'm not joking, grandmother. Look, we even received a formal invite from the Iron Bank to participate in the auction for a Valyrian steel artifact made by Harrion Stark, said Willis, offering a scroll with a broken seal that looked authentic on a cursory look from Olenna. You are telling me a boy of Marjorie's age somehow managed to unearth the secrets of Valyrian steel when even wise maesters of the Citadel have failed for hundreds of years? Yes, grandmother. Willis answered, even though he also found the whole situation ridiculous. So, the rumors that King Robert has supposedly been gifted a magical warhammer made of Valyrian steel only he can lift is also true? She asked incredulously. I'm afraid so, grandmother. We'll surely know more once Father and Garland return from Lord Lannister's tourney. Olenna leaned back on the couch gaping like a fish while her granddaughter began excitedly making up all nonsensical stories of dragons and magic hidden in the north. The sheer possibility that this revelation once becoming a well-known fact was not lost on Olenna. The wealth, prestige, and power of House Stark would surge to unseen levels once word spreads. Still, she couldn't wrap her head around this emerging player in the game. Oh, there was no doubt this Harrion Stark was now a player in the game. Eddard Stark just made his son a powerful figure in the game whether it was intentional or not. If she had any control she'd have kept the lad a secret until he was of a proper age to keep the vultures away. Just how did a boy so young manage to unearth the secrets of Valyrian steel? Especially when the Stark bloodline has never been blessed with Valyrian blood. At least, she was sure no such union has ever taken place. Willis, be a dear and send for Maester Lomaeus. I suddenly find myself in need of his knowledge on the bloodline of Starks. Chapter 32, The Winter Spirit P2. Chapter text. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly while trying to sit up in his bed. The reason that he was not able to sit up turned out to be his half-brother John, who was holding him for dear life. Last night, John has been incorrigible and refused to sleep alone. The kid could not close his eyes without waking up with some nightmare at regular intervals the whole night. To no surprise, all those nightmares involved the blue creature trapped in the ice somehow breaking free and chasing John. Harry, being no stranger to nightmares, had to use a mild sleeping charm on John to keep the kid down for the night. Looking at John, who was sleeping soundly like a newborn baby, he gathered that the sleeping charm must have worked as intended. Harry slowly moved out of bed so that he won't disturb John. He let out a relieved sigh after slowly extracting himself. Giving one last look at his sleeping half-brother, he made himself scarce from the room as well as the magically expanded tent. Stepping out of the tent, he was greeted by the sound of crickets. Turns out he was a bit early in waking up. The whole island was soundly sleeping, even the guards who were supposed to watch over the blue-skinned creature. It was not a great concern as he had warded the campsite with powerful wards. There was even a rune-powered binding surrounding the icy prison of the creature, capable of keeping the creature a prisoner should it somehow break free of the ice. That's why he was not worried to sleep soundly last night. If there was anything untoward happening, he'd have been alerted by the wards. As luck would have it, no incident happened last night which gave him and the group peaceful sleep. Harry applied silencing charms to his feet before moving towards the icy prison containing the blue creature. The smoldering campfire lighted his path and made it easy for Harry to identify the guards snoring away on their posts. Even his uncle could be seen asleep nearby the campfire. Harry didn't blame the man. As the sole wielder of an enchanted blade, his uncle was required to stay awake the whole night. Only frost could pierce the protective magic surrounding the creature's skin. Harry gathered his uncle might not have agreed to take alternating shifts for guarding the creature. It was not a sound decision to make, but it turns out to be beneficial for Harry. Harry applied sleeping charms on the guards and his uncle as he stepped closer to the creature trapped in the ice. He stepped around his snoring uncle, becoming one step away from the rune-enforced barrier surrounding the icebox. "Forgive me, uncle. I doubt you'd endorse what I'm about to do," Harry whispered, flicking his wand around the ice and erecting some precautionary barriers should things go south. After erecting a series of protective layers, he finished things off with a sound-dampening barrier. The last thing he wanted was for some sound to wake up anyone from their sleep and interrupt his work. The nature of the work he was about to do was such that he needed a conducive atmosphere in the physical world. Gathering up the courage, Hardy focused his magic and exerted his will on the ice using the death stick. The ice surrounding the creature's head melted away, but leaving the ice intact from the neck down. Aiming his wand at the creature's head, he let the charm fly. Renervate. The creature woke up with a gasp and proceeded to spit out water. It didn't take long for the creature's strange white pupils to notice Harry. Strangely enough, the creature didn't try to exert its power against him for an attempted escape. Instead, it seemed to settle down and merely observe him from the icy prison. Interesting. You are by far the most powerful magical presence I've seen from a human, said the creature. I also find you interesting. While you look inhuman, I gather you were once a human, said Harry, keeping his senses alert for any funny business from the creature. You are strange for a human child. Who are you? The creature rasped out. I'm Harry Stark of Winterfell. A Stark? So, magic has finally returned to your bloodline. You know of my family? Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. Of course. I doubt there has been anyone in the North ignorant of the Kings of Winter. Besides, I've been kept appraised of the general happenings of the North thanks to ships getting stranded on the shores. Harry could detect no emotion from the creature, which kept him in the dark about the creature's true intentions. Even a small passive legilimency scan revealed nothing which spoke to the lack of emotions from the creature. It was quite off-putting. I'm flattered by your ability to project your power into my mind. It must be the green seer blood lending you this power, said the creature. Harry was a bit perturbed by the creature's ability to detect the mental intrusion. He should have been a bit more subtle in his attempts. He quickly changed the subject, not wanting the creature to get annoyed by his attempted legilimency probe. You know who I am. Now, tell me about yourself. You need not fear me, Harry Stark. I'm not a White Walker as your men fear. A long time ago I was a human like any other. I went by the name of Twirlton. You are a Stain of Driftwood Hall. Harry quickly remembered the story Lord Stain regaled as a warning. Driftwood Hall was found after my time by my son. But yes. I was a Stain, the creature admitted. How did you become like this? Harry asked, even though he had an inkling of what happened. I was cursed to this state because I consumed the meat of a unicorn foal. It is forbidden to do so, as drinking the blood or consuming the meat of a unicorn is a sin punishable by the old gods, said Twirlton. No. Consuming unicorn blood or meat will leave you to lead a cursed life, but it certainly won't make you immortal. There is more to the story, isn't there? You are perspective for a child. Tell me, how old are you, Harry Stark? Twirlton asked, his white eyes looking at Harry keenly. I suppose I'm 7 namesday old. Truly. Twirlton looked suitably impressed. Anyway, you didn't give me an answer. There is something else that made you into your current state. Your necromantic powers didn't come from the curse. What is it? Harry prodded. It is better if I show you, said Twirlton, looking straight into Harry's eyes. Harry was a bit hesitant to use legilimency once again, but he went for it anyway. His need to know triumphed any fear of a possible trap. Not to mention, he was wasting valuable time as someone from the camp could wake up. Without further dawdle, he launched an incursion into Twirlton's mind. Flashes of images raced past his mind as he immersed himself in the well of knowledge. It was a deep well, but Harry was determined to scale the full length. XXXX. Harry held on with a strong grip on the back of Twirlton as they flew straight for one of the highest mountain ranges on the island. It was quite disconcerting to be this close to Twirlton. The cursed magic surrounding Twirlton was off-putting to his senses. Harry had to shroud himself in protective charms from head to toe to withstand the unnatural magic of Twirlton. If it wasn't for the protective charms, Harry was sure the necromantic magic hanging around Twirlton would have corrupted his magic. This wouldn't have been a concern if he was a bit more physically older. You know, your people will panic once they learn of our absence, said Twirlton. Nothing I can't handle. It is strange of you to have immediately absconded with me. Aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? Twirlton asked. I've sifted through your memories. If you posed a threat, I would know. Harry said, dismissively. I could have faked my memories to deceive you. If that was the case, I would have known the moment I was in your head. Besides, what makes you think I can't destroy you now? Asked Harry. Your magical fire could only wound me temporarily. Twirlton reminded him, which made Harry laugh. That is not the strongest fire I can make. Your body is protected by one of the vilest magic in the world, necromancy. There is also the curse of unicorn blood and meat augmenting that magic. If I use a suitable form of fire powered by dark magic, then I can destroy your body for good. I see. That's good, said Twirlton before falling silent. Why is that good? Harry's query remained unanswered as they neared the mountain. This is the Spirit Mountain, the lair of the Winter Spirit, said Twirlton. Harry looked down from the sky, taking in the snow-covered mountain in great detail. It looked like a snowy paradise with bright green trees partially covered in snow and clear blue ponds and waterfalls scattered around the mountain. The air was nourishing, with the smell of mint being prevalent in the surroundings. As Twirlton lowered towards the mountain, the entire mountain shook. The snow covering the mountain was launched to the sky as something huge rose up from beneath the snow. Harry had to use his magic to repel the snow away from him, as it was dangerously close to piling up over his head. When the snow settled, Harry looked into the pitch-black eyes of a colossal dragon. Harry had never seen a dragon of this size before. Its teeth alone were as long as a two-story house. Its scales gleamed under the sunlight with crystal blue color. Two large horns projected out of the dragon's head reaching into the sky. Its tail was huge, filled with icy spikes that promised death and pain to its enemies. The dragon could fill up a whole Quidditch stadium, and it still won't be enough to contain the great beast. On a cursory look, the dragon looked invincible. But that was not the case. Harry noticed the blackened mark on the scales close to the dragon's chest. "Welcome, Harry and Stark. I've dreamt of this day for years," the dragon spoke into Harry's mind. Harry didn't even detect the dragon's presence in his mind until it spoke. It was a chilling realization that the dragon can easily bypass his mental defenses undetected. "Your soul might be old, but not as old as mine, young one. I've seen thousands of years in this world. Your defenses, while a credit amongst your kind, is nothing before these old eyes," said the dragon. Harry gulped at being put on the spot. His grip over the Elder Wand tightened as he perceived the danger this dragon posed. He knew the dragon was dangerous from the memories of Twirlton, but not to this extent. "What do you want?" Harry asked, in an even voice covering up how intimidated he felt. "My kind, the ice dragons, once thrived on what your people call the lands of always winter. We were few in numbers compared to your species. One day, an entity arrived in our midst. It was not of this world, and it was hostile. It wielded the one power that we had no defense against. It had power over darkness and death. It waged a war against my kind that decimated us. We paid a great price to destroy its physical form. We thought it dead, but it somehow survived and was biding its time. It forged an army of dead using the carcass of our fallen, launching what you humans understand to be the Long Night. A great battle that determined the fate of this continent and the world. Your ancestor beat them back with my aid, but I was not left unscathed from the war for the dawn," said the dragon, its giant icy paw tapping the blackened wound near its heart. Harry was left scratching his head at the impromptu history lesson from the ice dragon. If the dragon thought it was explaining the situation, it was wrong. The dragon's version of the story only left him with more questions instead of clearing the air, so to speak. "I'm sure you have had a very long and interesting life. But, my question is, why am I here? Why did you want to meet me? Also, how do you know my soul was old?" Harry asked, looking up into the dark eyes of the dragon. It was not the dragon who answered Harry. Instead, it was Twirlton. "Haven't you sensed it, Harry and Stark? Look at the great dragon's injury. Do you not sense it?" Twirlton asked. Harry frowned and reached out with his senses. The moment his magic touched the blackened portion of the dragon's scales, he could hear the same whispers he heard at Castle Black. Last time the whispers of the entity were tempting and offering help, but this time it was hostile. The dark entity was not at all happy to find Harry was with the ice dragon. It was reeking of malice, and most importantly, it was afraid. Harry broke out of the overwhelming feeling of hate and fear the magical aura was exuding. "I sustained this injury while I began the construction of the wall. The Dark One wanted me dead, but it failed. However, its magic has been slowly infecting me and my magic. Soon, it'll take over my body and it will turn me into its unthinking slave. What I need from you, Harry and Stark, is your strongest fire magic. I want you to destroy me so that the Dark One can never use me in its schemes," said the dragon, making Harry blink back in surprise. He looked at the injury and then at the dragon's black eyes. "Ah! The black eyes are not natural. The dark magic is behaving like an infectious disease," Harry observed. "I think I can help. But, it'll be painful," Harry warned. "There is no greater pain than watching your loved ones perish, child. I've watched the sun set on my kind, leaving me as the sole survivor. Whatever pain that comes from my death will not compare to the pain that I've already endured," the dragon spoke, sadness oozing out in every word. "If you are sure. Now, before your passing, I have some questions for you. Would you be kind enough to answer a few of them?" Harry asked. The ice dragon lowered its head so that it was looking straight into Harry's eyes. "I suppose I have some time to spare. What do you want to know?" Chapter 33, Dragons of Ice and Fire P1. Chapter text. The morning sun was bright and the skies were no longer covered under dark clouds. The weather on the island seems to have reached something approaching normalcy. Harry wouldn't have appreciated walking in the rain anymore. The storm must have weakened, which was good news, as their return to the mainland would be smooth. But, before he could return home, there was a small bit of favor he had to do for the ice dragon. It was a last wish of sorts for the old dragon, and though it cut into his time, Harry didn't have the heart to deny it. The only gripe he has with the situation was that Twirlton was not allowed to accompany him. Apparently, Twirlton was vulnerable to the influence of the dark entity and the ice dragon didn't want to risk the mission. So, Harry was forced to trek this steep hill all on his own. It was times like these that he wished he could use a broom. A firebolt would have been quite handy in situations like these. He just hoped the many magically resonating wood he collected from the island would be suitable for making a functional broom. While he was not confident in building a sophisticated broom suitable for racing or even a Quidditch game, he was sure he could pull off a broom suitable for quick transportation. If he could pull off an airship powered by runes, then a broom should be a walk in the park. It took Harry more than an hour to properly climb the hill, but he finally did it. He was sweating and out of breath with the constant walking and climbing. The slippery slopes and glazed rocks were not at all a help in making this journey any easier. But, he was finally on a plain enough surface to catch his breath. He transfigured a stone into a cup and conjured some water in the cup using the augmenti charm. Harry leaned on a solid boulder nearby and began draining the cup of water to quench his thirst. Dismissing the cup, Harry leaned back and rested his head on the boulder. It was quite a long trek and he needed a moment of rest for his muscles. The strain on his body was far more than he imagined it'd be, especially since he never took a moment of rest along the way. After resting for 2 minutes, Harry continued the journey until finally, he came across a giant crystalline structure that somewhat resembled a cave. The light from the sun passed through the crystals, ending up projecting a rainbow in the sky. The crystal, however, was dark blue akin to sapphire stone. It was quite a visual treat to behold. It looked as if the hill was crowned with a giant sapphire crystal. Of course, the crystal was not a sapphire, nor was it a giant cave. From what he understood, the ice dragons can breathe ice out of their mouth, similar to a fire dragon breathing out fire. However, ice dragons and fire dragons are very different, despite the terms would have you believe one is a creature of ice while the other is a creature of fire. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Unlike the fire dragons, the race of ice dragons does not fit into the conventional ecosystem. They do not consume other creatures for sustenance. Instead, they lived on water, plant life, and most importantly magic. The ice dragons have the unique ability to take magic from their surroundings and infuse it into the ice they breathe out. This results in the formation of a unique crystalline material that was right before Harry's eyes. Placing his left hand against the crystal, he made sure the power ring was properly making contact with the surface. As he tentatively made his magic connect with the crystal via the power ring, he was immediately faced with a mental intrusion. He wouldn't have even noticed the mental intrusion if he was not expecting something like this. Fortunately, he was forewarned by the ice dragon and therefore he let the probe run its course. "Well, hello there. I'm just fulfilling the last wish of a senile old dragon," Harry whispered against the crystal. However, the crystal didn't let up scanning his mind. It took a full 3 minutes before the crystal let up on the invasive scanning of his mind. The crystal surface took on a silver hue before collapsing in on itself, leaving shards of pearl-white crystals on the ground. He used the power ring to cast a mild detection charm. The magic resonating from the crystals was too overwhelming to get a good read. But, he needn't have bothered. The crystal shards on the ground glowed as a sizable dragon egg rose from beneath the soil. It was dark blue with scales similar to the ones he saw on the ice dragon. If what the ice dragon said was true, these scales were the building blocks of the White Walkers. The last ice dragon of this world, hey! Harry thought, eyeing the blue egg. Without wasting more time, Harry conjured a bag using the Elder Wand and secured the egg. With a flick of his wand, he also made the crystals fly into the bag. He didn't want them lying around uselessly when he could find a use for them. They were old crystals infused with centuries of magical power. He could definitely find some use for the magic-infused ingots. After placing a feather light charm on the bag, Harry secured it on his back. Harry took a deep breath after looking down the steep hill. He'd have to retrace his steps and reach the ice dragon and Twirlton. "Here I come," Harry muttered as he started the journey. The journey down the hill should have been a quick affair, but it was stalled many times along the way as he collected some more samples from the plant life. Any significant magically resonating plant life was collected and preserved in his bag. He had to add expansion charms to fit everything into the small bag. So, it took him more than an hour to reach his destination, where the colossal dragon was waiting patiently, as was Twirlton. "Here it is. Safe as you left it many centuries ago," said Harry, showing the egg safely tucked inside his backpack to the dragon. "I see. See that the egg is safe from the Dark One's hands." "I will." Harry nodded, closing the bag. "Although, I don't understand why you kept the egg inside the crystal and warded the place against yourself. The Dark One is a wily enemy, child. I learned to not underestimate its twisted plots. If the righteous is to triumph, sacrifices are necessary. The wound on my body compromised me, and from that moment on I was marked for death. I could not take any risks when the future of the ice dragon race was involved," said the dragon, looking longingly at the bag. "The great dragon speaks true, Harry Stark. Look at what has happened to me. The great dragon tried to help me and release me from the curse. Instead, the Dark One used the opportunity to spread its poisonous power into me. It was only by the great dragon's grace that I have yet to lose my mind to the Dark One," said Twirlton. That at least Harry could ascertain to be true. The first thing he had found out from the dragon was the source of the malefic shroud of darkness hanging around Twirlton and those flying Inferius-like creatures. The little backstory of Twirlton getting taken over by the dark power from the wound of the dragon was quite the tale. More than anything, that little story confirmed his worst fears. The Dark One, or the dark entity that resides beyond the wall, was none other than Balor. Celts thought of Balor as the harbinger of doom, or even the god of death. They were not far off except for the little-known fact that Balor was not always considered the god of death at the height of Celtic dominance over the British Isles. Before that, he was the king of Fae. There was even an old song in the wizarding world about the fallen king of Fae who tried to unite the Fae kingdoms into one. It was one dark tale about greed and lust for power that brought even the all-powerful Fae low. He only knew about it because Daphne used to sing the song for their children. There was one more reason to confirm the identity of the Dark One. In his search for clues to the dark past of Deathly Hallows, he came across many fanciful tales. One such tale spoke of Balor as the god of death who was stripped of his power by 3 powerful wizards. It was said that Balor was stripped of his invisible skin, a portion of his soul and his powerful eye to make the cloak of invisibility, the resurrection stone and the death stick. He had dismissed the story as another fairy tale in the past, but now things have changed. Unfortunately, it was not for the better. The Fae race was bad business. Everyone in the wizarding world knew that. If the Fae hadn't self-destructed, then who knows what would have happened? The world would not have lasted as long as it did. I think it is now time for me to pass on. But before that I shall ease your troubles, young Stark, said the dragon, looking at the line of trees on the other end of the clearing. There amongst the line of trees, Harry saw shining silver in the darkness. The silver light grew ever close and finally revealed itself to be a sizable unicorn herd. I pray that you protect them. They'll take you to a place that you should visit on the island. What place is that? Harry frowned at the dragon. A tomb of a friend who valued freedom above all else. You'll find something of value in the place. Trust me, said the dragon. Can't I persuade you to try another way? I can try to pull the dark power out of you. Harry offered, not wanting to see the old dragon die. This island will be without its protector. My time has come to an end. Death, young Stark, is the final rest. It is something that I covet, said the dragon, its eyes bright as the stars in the night sky. As for a protector for these islands, I needn't worry any more. I am leaving it in capable hands. Harry nodded. He got the feeling that arguing with the dragon was a wasted effort. Besides, he'd be a hypocrite to stand in the way of the ice dragon when he had committed suicide after everything he loved was lost. Harry turned to Twirlton, who moved close to the dragon. Before Harry could persuade the guy in joining the dragon, Twirlton spoke. A life without feeling pain, anger, love, or any of the emotions is not a life. I have died long ago, Harry Stark. Now, let me have peace. It was an honor to know you both. Harry dipped his head, realizing there was nothing he could do to dissuade them from this decision. Brandishing the death stick, Harry poured magic into the spell to make the most powerful fire spell in existence. Fiend fire. The hellish flames rushed towards Twirlton with a jab of the death stick. The black shroud around Twirlton tried to fight off the flames, but the flames of fiend fire spell were not so easily denied. The dark shroud melted away and Twirlton was consumed in a storm of fury unleashed by the dark spell. Harry looked at the ice dragon, who nodded. Taking a deep breath, Harry exerted his will over the hellish flames. He could feel the unstable hunger radiating off the spell. He flicked his wand towards the dragon, more specifically at the blackened wound near its heart. The hellish flame was once again met by a dark veil, but it plowed on, eating away everything in its path, spurred on by its all-consuming hunger. It was not magic that brought you to this world, child. It was destiny. 3 turns shall open the doors of death, young Stark. Call forth your ancestor, the one they call the First King. His true name you already know, for he is the youngest of the 3. With that last message, the dragon fell silent as the fiend fire curse consumed the dragon from within. Even after consuming the dragon entirely, the fiend fire curse was hungry for more. It took Harry a better part of the next 2 minutes to dismiss the spell. When it was finally done, there was nothing left of the ice dragon's remains. Just like you wished. Harry whispered. The ice dragon braved the fiend fire without uttering a sound. That showed quite a strong will from the dragon. Feeling a bit tired, Harry sat down on the ground watching the last embers die down. To ensure there was no room for a forest fire, he used the augmenti charm to snuff out at last embers. After that, Harry felt like he was ready for a long sleep. Suddenly, he felt himself being picked up from the ground by the bag on his shoulder. With a gasp, he realized he was being lifted by a unicorn. He was promptly dumped on top of another unicorn. Harry struggled to get a proper hold of his new mount as the unicorn herd began to move south. Sometimes, he really hated being in the body of a child. Right. The tomb. Harry sighed, lying face down against the silver mane of the unicorn he was riding. Chapter 34, Dragons of Ice and Fire P2. Chapter text. John was jolted awake by the commotion going outside the tent. For a moment, he thought he was having a nightmare or something, but the dreamcatcher hanging near his head made him feel safe. Last night his brother placed the dreamcatcher near his side of the bed. Harry said it'd catch the bad dreams. John was a bit skeptical, but Harry had waved his magic wand around the dreamcatcher. Surely, Harry must have put some magic for the dreamcatcher to work properly, because he had slept soundly last night. After stretching out his limbs, John climbed out of the bed away from the warm comfort of the woolen bedding. Peeking out of the flaps of his room, he was met with total chaos. People were running out in a hurry, brandishing any weapon they could find. Hey! What's going on? Either people were ignoring him or his question went unheard in the commotion. He was not waiting to find out, so he ran for the tent's entrance just like everyone else. The moment he came outside, John's eyes widened in surprise to see his uncle barking out orders on one side like a madman while the men were prepping as if there was a major battle to be fought. He looked around curiously, but he could not see Harry anywhere, which was strange. Usually, Harry was in the thick of everything. John ran straight toward his uncle while keeping an eye out for Harry. Uncle Benyon. Uncle Benyon. What's going on? John asked, a little bit out of breath once he was close to his uncle. Nothing, John. Nothing at all. You just go to the tent and stay safe, all right? But, John didn't get much of a chance to say anything else as he was promptly picked up by one of the men. Keep him inside the tent. Post 2 guards with him. Benyon ordered, picking up John and handing over his nephew to a nearby soldier despite John's protests. Wait. Where is Harry? Uncle Benyon. John shouted and flailed around, but no such luck. However, everything came to a standstill when a white ball of light streaked across the morning sky. Look! Look at the sky! John shouted, pointing to the blazing ball of light. Thankfully, some men in the camp looked to the sky and they saw what he was pointing at. Soon, everyone was pointing at the sky and murmuring amongst themselves. John was even allowed to watch the ball of light as the man carrying him paused to watch. However, things became a bit more frenzied when the ball of light came straight towards their camp. Everyone panicked and he even saw Anya and Kyla aiming their magic arrows at the ball of light. The white ball of light struck straight in the middle of the camp right before everyone's eyes. John was left shielded from the ball of light as everyone surrounded the light with shields and spears. Frustrated by the impediment posed by his height, he decided to sneak through the ring the soldiers were making around the ball of light. He saw Fenris trying to sneak in, so he was quick to follow, mimicking his brother's pet wolf. John had to sneak in on his hands and knees, but with some considerable effort, he managed to crawl his way in by following the footsteps of Fenris. Once he finally reached a vantage point inside the ring the men were making, his mouth fell open at what he saw. There, right at the center, was a wolf made of silver flames. It was as if the stars of the night sky came down and gave their light to the wolf. Though, surrounded from all sides by many men with their weapons pointed at the wolf, it remained wholly unbothered. He didn't know who, but someone threw a spear at the wolf. The spear passed through the silver wolf unimpeded and struck the ground. John blinked a few times just to make sure he was not dreaming. The wolf turned its head to look at the spear and seemingly let out a sigh. Uncle Benyon. John gasped at the sound that came out of the silver wolf. It was his brother's voice. Did Harrion turn into a wolf? Is that even possible? John asked himself. Fenris chose that moment to let out a grunt and run towards the silver wolf in a full sprint. Just like the spear, Fenris also passed through the silver wolf like it was not physically there. Oh, Fenris. I'm not physically here. I'm merely projecting my voice through magic. John blinked confusedly at the explanation coming from the silver wolf. Nephew. What happened to you? Where are you? Asked Benyon, stepping forward tentatively, still holding onto his shield and sword. I'm all right. I'm just using magic to project my voice onto you. Anyway, just follow my spell and you'll find me. I have found a unicorn, heard the silver wolf spoke in Harrion's voice. Now wait just a minute, Benyon protested and began berating Harry for disappearing from the camp. John shook his head and proceeded to claw his way out of his current position. He was not surprised to see Harry manage to find the unicorn in his own unique way. However, he was quite interested in learning another matter. John looked at the spot where the blue demon was supposed to be imprisoned. The huge icy prison was nowhere to be seen. Where did the demon go? John wondered. XXXX. Harry opened his eyes as he came out of the deep meditation. The tip of the Elder Wand was still alight with the silver light of the modified Patroness charm. The modified version used by the Order of Phoenix in the Second War was surely a useful spell. But, that spell could only allow recorded messages to be conveyed over long distances. Harry was not satisfied with simply conveying recorded messages. At the height of the war with the Muggles, he made some modifications to the spell to suit the needs of an ever-shifting battlefield. The modified Patroness charm he created facilitates a form of astral projection which allows him to see, talk, hear and feel through the Patroni spirit. The battlefield use was such that it was a nifty little spell for recon and rescue missions. But, this would be the first time he'd be using the Patroni spirit to trace out a path the conventional way. For wizards, he'd only have to pass on the location as they could teleport into the spot using apparition or a portkey. But, Uncle Benyon was no wizard, and even if he was, portkeys and apparition was out of the question. So, the Patroni spirit would have to physically guide his uncle towards the destination. Of course, Harry himself was not at the supposed destination. He was only halfway to the spot. The Patroni spirit should be able to track him as his magic would function as a beacon for the spirit to follow. It was also interesting to see a new patron spirit. He was expecting the usual stag, but what came out was a wolf. He found that quite interesting, but he was not exactly in a position to ponder about the reasons behind such a shift. We should really get a move on, Harry suggested to his compatriots on this unusual journey. The unicorns gave him no heed. They merely continued to focus on their activities. A few in the herd were grazing nearby, enjoying some grass, while others were lapping up water from a stream flowing down from between the rocks. "Oh, come on. I can't waste any more time here when there are important matters to attend to," said Harry. A pair of older unicorns looked at him with their large brown eyes. Harry got the feeling his constant complaining was annoying them. He got the confirmation when the two adult unicorns stomped with their golden hooves, forcefully causing water and dirt to splash across his face and clothes. For a moment, Harry just stood there drenched in dirt from head to toe. "Oh, yeah. They're annoyed all right." An hour later, Harry was holding on to the silver mane of a unicorn as the herd galloped towards an unknown location. He was not exactly sure why the ice dragon would want him to go to this mysterious place. "What is in this place anyway?" Harry muttered. Suddenly, he was bombarded with images and sounds alien to his senses. He saw a large brown dragon and a silver-scaled dragon battling with a black dragon in the sky. The battle was ferocious and bloody. The dragons were fighting for their lives, and Harry saw the black dragon was slowly overpowering the other two dragons. Out of nowhere, a third dragon joined the fight. It was a familiar dragon with blue scales and icy breath. The result of the draconic bout was that the black dragon cut off its attack and escaped. Harry was brought out of the vision to the present in a jiffy, leaving him disoriented for a minute. "What the hell? How did I?" Harry trailed off while he felt the lingering magical signature. "You," he gasped, looking at the unicorn who was carrying him. The unicorn neighed as if it was laughing in amusement. "Of course, these unicorns can read minds and implant memories," Harry muttered dejectedly. At this point, he might as well assume every magical creature on this planet was an unparalleled powerhouse when it comes to mind magic. Setting that aside for the time being, Harry wondered about what the vision showed him. The three dragons engaged in battle were clearly fire dragons. Now, their exact names were something that interested him, as only Targaryen dragons remained in the world. The rest were all dead after Valeria's fall. There were only a few Targaryen dragons unaccounted for and survived after the Targaryen Civil War. "Perhaps, I ought to raid Winterfell's library and cross-reference the colors of the three dragons." His musings were cut short as the unicorns came to a stop. "This is the spot." A grunt from the unicorn came, which he assumed to be a yes. Harry looked around the area after sliding off from the back of the unicorn. "So, this is why the ice dragon wanted me here, hey?" Harry thought, looking at the large skeleton of a dragon covered in vines and huge pine trees. A unicorn nudged him towards the remains of the dragon. Harry moved along, but whenever he tried to stop and observe the area, the unicorn would nudge him further towards the dragon's tomb. Finally, having enough of the pushy attitude of the unicorn, he moved in and stood beneath the large ribcage of the dragon. He had to use several cutting charms and gouging charms to sneak his way in, as sandstones and vines were blocking his path. The bones of the late dragon were covered in dust and sand. So, he used a cleaning charm. The dirt enclosing the skeleton was swept away, and Harry saw a dragon bone of the native fire dragon for the first time. The bones were black as night. He'd say the bones were akin to obsidian, but with more structural integrity and hardness. Is this normal? Harry wondered, feeling a high residue of magic echoing from the one on a cursory look. Harry also noticed that this was just one dragon. He saw three dragons in the vision. One of them obviously flew away, but there were still two fire dragons left. What happened to the other one? Harry thought. Did the remaining two dragons roost on some other part of the island? Harry was once again bombarded with a series of images as his ride decided to touch him with its tail. He saw the brown dragon flying away from the island while the silver dragon stayed back. The vision quickly changed to show him the silver dragon's last moments. He could see the dragon was in pain. It was struggling to breathe properly for some reason. There were no wounds he could see except for the one near the wings, but it was just a minor wound that looked like it healed long ago. Harry saw the silver dragon reach out its claws towards an egg which it gathered against its head before closing its eyes and breathing its last. As he came out of the vision, the unicorn rugged him by pushing him towards the head of the dragon. I understand. You can stop pushing me. Knowing what the unicorn wants him to do, Harry jabbed his wand and used a spell that he learned in his 4th year at Hogwarts. Oxio Dragon Egg. An egg covered in dirt jumped out of the soil into Harry's waiting hand. A simple cleaning charm shook off the dirt clinging to the egg. The scales surrounding the egg were revealed to be silver in color like its mother. He could feel a faint thrum of magical energy from the egg. So, he knew the race of fire dragons was also not extinct. Now, the question was, what should he do with the skeleton? More importantly, who was this dragon and what happened to the other two dragons? Valyrian dragons were supposed to be dead after the Dance of Dragons. Yet, he was standing on the tomb of a Valyrian dragon so far away from their home in Dragonstone or King's Landing. Damn that ice dragon and his aversion to names. He could have just told me about the dragons and their names. Harry muttered. Shaking his head, Harry secured the dragon egg in his backpack. It was better for the eggs to remain anonymous for now. The last thing he wanted was for word to get out that Skane Island has dragons and dragon eggs. It'd make his job to protect this island from human influence more difficult. On that note, Harry directed his attention back to the gigantic skeleton of the dragon. Leaving the skeleton here was also a bad idea. He could feel his uncle was a few hours away from reaching this spot. That was more than enough time for Harry to clean up the place. I suppose dragon bones can be quite useful, not to mention it might help a lot in finding the secrets sleeping inside Aemon Targaryen's blood. XXXX. Eddard looked at the vast array of crates assembled inside the hall with an increasing sense of incredulity. The clans of the northern mountains were sworn directly to Winterfell for thousands of years. As such, even after Torrhen Stark knelt before the dragons, the clans continued to treat Winterfell as the true rulers of the north. Therefore, the clans never went back on the traditions of old. So, it was not a rare sight for the clans to gift a portion of their produce from the northern mountains. They have continued this tradition of sharing a fair share of their wealth after winter recedes. Usually, it was some honey, apples, corn, pelts or ale, as the mountain clans were not exactly rich. However, this time it was different. The crates were filled to the brim with potatoes, cabbage, corn, tomatoes, apples, and many more. There was enough food to throw 3 or 4 feasts with multiple servings fit for a king. Only one question remained in his mind, as something like this has never happened before. How? My Lord Stark. Lord Benyon asked me to provide escort for the clans and deliver you this message, said Jory, holding out a piece of parchment. Eddard took the piece of parchment and began to read the contents. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. My lord. Is everything all right? Maester Luwin asked in concern. Is this true? You saw everything that happened? Eddard asked, looking at Jory Castle to confirm. 'Tis true, my lord. Lord Benyon wanted you to know as soon as possible before word of Harrion's deeds spreads afar. We were only delayed because of the rains, and I didn't want to risk sending untrustworthy messengers, said Jory. It seems Harrion may yet earn another epitaph from his recent deeds, said Eddard, handing the parchment containing Benyon's message to Maester Luwin. Harrion the Green Hand. Maester Luwin quickly read the contents of the parchment and agreed with Eddard's assessment. This is good for the north, my lord. If Harrion has powers similar to Garth Greenhand, then the north will never know hunger again, said Maester Luwin. You speak true, Maester. But, once word gets out, my son will have many enemies baying for his blood, said Eddard, frowning at the thought of the amount of trouble this development will unleash. My lord, I suggest we pick up the pace in completing the renovation plans. Winterfell must become impenetrable and the guards must be increased. It won't be long before word spreads once the lords arrive for dividing the gift. Not to mention the Night's Watch contingent will also be arriving in a few days. The gods alone know what sort of trouble Harrion has caused at the wall. Eddard nodded at the Maester's advice. The number of guards has to be increased and the castle was in serious need of repair. There was a great deal of work to be done, but he was nonetheless happy to learn of his son's abilities. Clearly, the old gods have blessed his son with many gifts. Surely, if the gods have blessed Harrion, then the gods were watching over his son even now. Saying a quick prayer to the old gods on behalf of his son, Eddard went about to deal with the aftermath of this revelation. There was work to be done, as Winterfell was going to host the Night's Watch and the Lords of the North. The boundaries of the lands of the gift have to be demarcated so that the Night's Watch and the Lords of the North may know which lands belong to them. Chapter 35, The Protector of Skane. Chapter text. The golden rays of sunlight shined warmth on his skin. It was quite enjoyable, all things considered. Not to mention this morning was quite special. A steaming cup of coffee was in Harry's hand and he enjoyed the bitter taste this particular delicacy provided for his system. It took quite a bit of tweaking with his magic to prepare the coffee powder. But, the abundant magic offered by Skane made it easy to shape his spells to his whims. Here, supported by the strongest magical ley lines he has come across in this world, his will alone was needed to shape the spells. He need not even exhaust his bodily magical energy for spells, as the natural magic of the island would jump at the chance to be used. Sipping the hot beverage from the cup, Harry sat upon a boulder watching the morning sun blanket the island with warmth. Fenris was sitting beside him wagging his tail happily while munching on some fish. Harry scratched the wolf behind his ears, earning an approving purr. He was not exactly a coffee person, but it'd have to do. Try as he might, he could not find tea leaves anywhere on the island, which was a real shame. Tea would have been quite the find, but he'd settle for coffee. Perhaps there was tea somewhere in West Eros. If not, he could venture out into Essos seeking his old delicacy. He suspected searching the ancient cities along the shores of the Jade Sea should yield some results. But, that was something to look forward to in the future. Some modifications to the airship should enable a journey around the world feasible. The lack of magical wood was one serious concern. Though, that bit of hurdle was no longer in play, as Skane houses a lot of magical wood. A ship made of better wood with magical resonance should make it easy for binding more useful charms. He was sure the magical crystals could also serve a crucial role in a modified airship. Some ideas were simmering in the back of his mind, but first, there was a far more important matter he needed to attend to. A pain scream brought Harry out of his musings to the present. Looking at the source of the sound, he was not surprised to see one of the men holding a bleeding hand thanks to a unicorn. I told you, they don't like grown men. They barely even tolerate boys. Just have the women guide the unicorns into the ship, said Harry, rolling his eyes in exasperation. When you said the unicorns were hostile against men, I didn't want to believe you. Should have known to take you seriously, said Benyon. Harry snickered. They look innocent enough. But, they have a mean attitude towards men, said Harry, looking at the last unicorn being guided into the airship by Anya. It's a good thing Raider had the presence of mind to seek us out. Else we'd be looking forward to a long journey back through the forest, said Benyon. Harry let out an appreciative hum but otherwise remained silent, choosing to enjoy the coffee in his hand. I should have asked this the moment I found you. What happened to the demon? How did you get here? Benyon asked. The demon is dead. It helped me find the unicorns. In return, it wanted to be released from the curse. Curse? Benyon frowned. The curse that made it a demon. Harry explained. You should warn the men not to drink a unicorn's blood or eat their flesh. The consequences will be most severe. Just don't harm a hair on their body and you'll be fine. Right. I'll keep that in mind. Since we've got what we came for, let's go before more of those flying demons find us. I've had enough of those things to give me nightmares in my lifetime. I'm afraid we'll not be leaving immediately. There are some things I have to do. Benyon immediately put his foot down on Harry's suggestion. We'll not be spending another minute on this island. We've been gone from your home for too long. Your father and mother must be worried. Harry just shook his head before climbing to his feet. Look around you, uncle. This place has remained untouched by man. Because of that, it is teeming with life, magical life. The demons are gone from the island. What do you think will happen once it is known we safely trekked the island and survived to tell the tale? I suppose some people may attempt to settle on the island. What's wrong with that? Benyon admitted. You might think that's not a problem, but I do, said Harry, a thin smile on his face but one that never reached his eyes. Looking around, Harry could see a remnant of the old world order before man unleashed his destruction on nature. He didn't want this island to suffer the same fate as the rest of the world. This was the cradle where magic thrived, waiting to surge once more and reclaim its place. Even if the magic of this world does not intend to, he'd make sure a resurgence of magic takes place. Men fight for what they perceived as their rights all the time. In the process, they decimate the beauty of this world. It was very simple, really. Mankind's destructive nature puts him in conflict with nature, which is overwhelmingly vital for the survival of other creatures. Everything that remains subtle and aesthetic remains the contribution of the magic. Without this subtle aspect, life becomes dull and dreary. This island is under my protection. No man shall disturb the nature of this island. Harry declared. Fenris let out a growl which Harry took as approval. See, even Fenris agrees, said Harry, petting the black wolf. Fine. Benyon sighed. How do you suppose you are going to protect the island? It's not as if we can station soldiers here. Harry just smiled before taking another sip of the coffee. I have got a few tricks up my sleeve. Later, Harry regretted those words. It turns out his few tricks were certainly not enough to protect the island. The issue he was facing was the creation of protective wards around the island. Never in the history of the wizarding kind has anyone created wards that can blanket an entire island. It's not that no one tried, but the other complexity involved in the endeavor was just near impossible to solve. The only case of a ward that has successfully covered a whole island was detection wards, as they are the simplest to construct. Ravenclaw's magical registry of Hogwarts students was the product of sophisticated charms and a wide-encompassing ward covering Britain. The same was true for the underage magic detection ward, even though the accuracy of the aforementioned ward was nothing to be impressed about. The reason detection wards were easy to erect encompassing a large area was because their functioning was quite simple and therefore less complicated. When covering a large area, the intent behind the ward gets muddled with the idiosyncrasies of the caster and those who are getting scanned under the ward. Oftentimes, the complexity of the wards lies in the details. In this case, the question was, how should the ward protect the island? Who should it act against? To what degree the action against intruders must be taken? As complex as the detail gets, the harder it is to create a ward stretching across miles of land with complex creatures living under its protection. Because magic was semi-sentient and it may choose to interpret certain actions under its purview differently, especially when it was sitting in judgment over a large collection of diverse sentient creatures. This was why most wards are tied in with charms and monitored. For obvious reasons, constant observation of the wards around the island was not possible. He might be a powerful wizard, but even he cannot be in multiple places at one time. Even if he could somehow check in on the island periodically, he'd still have to keep tabs on the wards all the time, which can be a tedious process. So, the protection of the island ought to be more diversified instead of relying on protective wards. That's why Harry came up with the idea of creating pockets of protective wards. He traveled around the island in the airship and marked out the areas that could be feasible for ships or boats to land. In those areas, he could use wards making it impossible for ships or boats to land. The wards were further augmented by a muggle repelling charm built into the ward stones he painstakingly carved. Now, he didn't stop there. This was just the first line of defense. He built another series of defenses along the shores of the island tied to these wards. If these wards somehow failed to repel the intruders, he wanted another line of defense. That's where the golems come in. An advantage of using animation charms was that it was incredibly effective against conventional muggle weaponry. The eastern theater of war in his world quickly changed into a full-blown nuclear disaster because the muggles were losing to wizards in the land war as well as the scarcity of resources. All their fancy machinery, weapons, and large armies could not compete with the sheer number of golem troops wizards could field. If those golems were further empowered by self-charging runes and regenerative runes, then all the better. Wizards could field an army that did not know hunger, fear, self-preservation, and most importantly, they do not get tired. As advanced as muggles were in warfare, they could not match the ingenuity of magical constructs in land warfare. Seeing as Westeros was nowhere near the technological milestones of the muggles of his world, Harry was pretty sure stacking up golems along the shores of Skane Island should be enough deterrence. Although, he also decided to add some extra layer of capabilities and projectile weapons to the golems. The Ice Dragon's story about Baelor and some of his plans made it all but certain that there was a war coming. Containing Baelor and his army of undead soldiers was a priority for Harry. However, even the Ice Dragon didn't hold all the pieces of the puzzle. If he truly wanted to know more, he'd have to use the Resurrection Stone and summon his ancestor. But, that could wait. He was not magically prepared to use the stone and disturb the natural order. Some of the things the Ice Dragon spoke to him about the collective entity dubbed as the Old Gods made him weary of stepping into the realm of the supposedly divine. Not just the Old Gods. There was a whole bunch of them in the Far East. These gods have thrived by dominating the mindscape of mortal men and women like parasites. Harry strongly suspected these gods came from his world just like Baelor. The Ice Dragon was not exactly forthcoming with the true nature of the gods of the East. Maybe the dragon was not as knowledgeable in the subject. Time will reveal everything. Harry thought. XXXXXX. It has been quite a while since his feet touched the Dornish sands. When his brother sent Nymeria with a message, he had thought his exile was coming to an end. Officially, Oberyn was in forced exile from Dorne over some series of issues. He did manage to cause a lot of trouble by killing Lord Yornwood in a stupid duel over a stupid woman. At least, she was a good lay in bed. That's the only consolation. It was his nephew, Quentin, who paid the price for his ill-timed actions. Doran pacified House Yornwood by offering his eldest son to foster at Boneway. Consequently, this led to some problems in Doran's marriage, causing his elder brother's wife to leave Dorne. Doran's actions may have averted a civil war in Dorne, but it was certainly at the cost of his elder brother's relationship with his wife. But, his brother was nothing but pragmatic. Instead of wallowing in misery or blaming him, Doran chose to capitalize on the situation and exiled him for an unspecified period of time from Dorne. While in this exile, he was supposed to reorient Dorne's relationships with the free cities of Essos. The Targaryen conquest of Dorne and the later peaceful assimilation into the Seven Kingdoms under Durin the Good were certainly not to the benefit of Dorne in the long term. House Martell lost quite a lot of friends since then, and they lost quite a lot when those 9 Penny Kings mowed down some of their traditional allies in Essos. With the Iron Throne now hostile and the burning embers of vengeance simmering in their minds for the fate of their dear sister, the need for strengthening their ties to the free cities was a necessity. It was with this intent, Oberyn traveled the free cities. He was there on the ground, aiding and brokering deals with magisters for the benefit of Dorne. When he wasn't doing that, he was off in the field fighting side by side with sellswords in the most renowned sellsword companies of Essos. It kept his lust for blood sated, and at the same time, he made new friends. So, imagine his surprise when one day he was sought out by his daughter, who carried a message from the Prince of Dorne. The contents of the message, however, were shocking, to say the least. The order from his brother, on the other hand, was quite devious, which made Oberyn not waste a single moment and made arrangements for a long voyage to Braavos. After all, it'd be unlike him to throw away a chance to bleed the Lannisters even if it was at a measly auction. My love. What bothers you so, my love, that you'd spend this late hour deep in thought? Oberyn smiled as he turned around to look at his paramour, Ellaria Sand. Taking to his feet, Oberyn joined his lover in bed. Ellaria was merely covered with a single thin layer of cotton that left nothing much to his imagination. Her bare back was presented to him in the most alluring way possible under the candlelight. He pressed a chaste kiss on her olive skin, earning an approving purr from his beloved. Just thinking of ways to skin a lion, he murmured against her skin, gliding the back of his fingers over the fine contours of her body. You'll have your vengeance, my love. We are just a day away from the city. Come join me in bed. Keep me warm, said Ellaria, her almond eyes shining with playfulness and lust. The sands have spoken and the Prince of Dorne has no choice but to comply. Oberyn playfully nipped at his lover's shoulder while he slipped under the covers. When he felt the warm skin of his lover against his body, he was ready to forget about the Lannisters. As Ellaria said, he only need to wait a day more for their ship to make land. He will make sure Tywin Lannister pay a steep price. In time, he'll make sure the lions bleed not just gold but red that can paint the whole of Westeros red. Chapter 36, The Auction. Chapter Text. The free city of Braavos was sprawled over many islands, making it difficult to pinpoint the city. The other free cities were not like that. They were built in one location and guarded by high walls, making them a proper city. Perhaps, Volantis could be an exception. The first daughter was built at the mouth of Mother Royne on either side of the river. The two halves of the city were connected by a long bridge across the river. But, the first daughter does not come close to the true size of Braavos. The city of Braavos was spread out across many island chains and surrounded by many natural barriers. This was why the city of Braavos does not use high walls to guard their eastern boundaries. They were surrounded by a long line of hills and narrow passes shielding them from any hostile forces in the SSE continent. Some of the old military outposts along those hills were still functioning, but the bastard daughter has never faced an army that could traverse the jungle, the many narrow passes and hills to this day. There is a certain beauty to a city as spread out as Braavos. Oberyn thought. Usually, a city would be more urban and tightly packed. But, Braavos stood out as unique in that aspect by spreading out the populace across the many islands and islets. From a military standpoint, Oberyn found it advantageous. An enemy fleet would find themselves in an island-hopping campaign if they choose to invade the free city of Braavos. Of course, the enemy fleet would have to overcome the vast Braavos fleet in the first place. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Braavos over the years, Oberyn had a favorite spot in the city. It was none other than the infamous moon pool where the water dancers of Braavos proved their mettle. The ringing of steel as men clashed in combat was a piece of music that he enjoyed. And the Braavos water dancers didn't disappoint. The warm summer morning near the moon pool was filled with songs of steel and nothing else. Look at them move. They strike like a coiled poisonous snake. Nymeria commented, earning a smile from Oberyn. It's said that the Braavos adapted their water dancing from the Rhyner, said Ellaria, who was comfortably wrapped around his arm. Maybe, I should learn water dancing. What do you think, father? Nymeria looked to her father for advice. Oberyn laughed and patted his daughter on her dark hair. I think your mother's family won't approve. A woman of Volantine stock learning Braavos water dancing might be enough reason for you to be denied entry inside the Black Wall. Oh. I wouldn't want that to happen. Nymeria looked disappointed. Your father is joking, dear Nym. Tell her. Ellaria dug her elbow into Oberyn's side, earning an indignant look from the Prince of Dorne. Fine. Spoil my fun, he grumbled good-naturedly at his lover before turning to his daughter. You can learn water dancing and keep your privileges in Volantis. My prince. Oberyn was presented with a neatly wrapped scroll by one of House Martell's household guards. An envoy of the Iron Bank left this at the palace. Oberyn nodded and took the scroll. After breaking the seal, he read the contents of the scroll closely. What is it, my love? Ellaria asked. It seems our stay at the Pleasure Palace may soon come to an end. The auction will happen tonight, said Oberyn, handing the scroll back to the guard. That's a shame. I was enjoying the varieties offered in the Pleasure House. It was a refreshing change from the usual stock offered in Lys, said Ellaria, throwing a disappointing look at her lover. Don't be disappointed, my love. We can extend our stay. Perhaps, we can even try another local cuisine before we make our way back to Lys. Oberyn suggested, earning a smile from his paramour and an eye roll from his daughter. Oberyn gazed back at the many ships that were docking around the city. He could make out some of the Westerosi banners in some of those ships. He was sure all the major lords were invited to the auction. It's also likely that all the wealthy magisters of Essos shall also be represented at the auction. The Braavos are surely making a killing out of inviting all the wealthiest people in the known world for this event. Oberyn noted as he took his leave, leading Ellaria and his daughter away. When the night finally settled in, Oberyn was sitting inside a large hall. Oberyn, Ellaria, and Nymeria were sitting around a small round table. There was a delicious spread before them and their glasses were regularly filled with wine and water. Little clay pots served as lamps in the hall. The pots were also regularly oiled by the servants walking about in the hall. Bright colorful lights emanated from the colored glass chandeliers hung from the ceiling. 'Tis a shame Lord Tywin chose to stay in his den. I'd have loved to give a proper welcome to the old lion. Oberyn muttered, eyeing the Lannisters sitting at a table not too far away from their own. You'll get your chance, my love. Besides, all the best things come for those who wait patiently, said Ellaria, taking his hand into her own and intertwining their fingers. 'Tis never too early to watch the light leave the old lion's eyes. Oberyn muttered darkly. Who is that sitting at the Lannister table, father? Asked Nymeria. Looking curiously at the Lannister table. Kevan Lannister, the old lion's shadow. 'Tis as your uncle predicted, little Nym. Tywin so dearly wants a Valyrian steel sword in his hands. Oberyn muttered. What are we going to do, father? Are we to outbid the Lannisters? Asked Nymeria. Oberyn merely smiled at his daughter indulgently instead of answering. Up at the high table, one of the Iron Bank representatives stood up and called for the hall's attention. The hall quieted down and focused on the Iron Bank representative. Looking upon this hall, I see some of the most powerful and richest men and women of Essos and Westeros. My name is Titus Ethrion. On behalf of the Iron Bank, I heartily welcome you all to this auspicious night to witness and participate in an extraordinary event of this century. Here Titus paused as was polite applause filled the hall. As the applause died down, Titus continued. Ever since the doom laid Valyria low, Valyrian steel has been a rare sight. Those who inherited the material jealously guard them. Even the famed smiths of Qohor rarely get to rework Valyrian steel artifacts these days. But, that is no longer the case. We, the Iron Bank, present to you the chance to purchase a Valyrian steel weapon or artifact of your choosing. The base price is fixed at 2 million gold dragons Westerosi coin. Now, let me explain how the auction shall transpire. As Titus Ethrion launched into the nuances involved in the auction, Oberyn listened intently. Before coming here he was quite curious about how the Iron Bank was going to conduct this auction. It was not like everyone in Essos follows gold as their standard coin. It was also notable that not all Essos cities have the same trade ties as Bravos and Westeros. Some cities like Pentos and Myr does extensive trade with Westeros, but that doesn't mean all the magisters of those cities were holding a large amount of Westerosi coin. That doubt was quickly cleared up when the Iron Bank representatives explained their plan. The Iron Bank would measure the value of the Westerosi coin against the local coin of the free cities. The winner of the auction may pay in local coin to the equivalent of the Westerosi coin. I don't know what sort of deal the Starks made with the Iron Bank, but they are going to be the richest house in Westeros. The Iron Bank on the other hand is going to be richer than even some of the free cities combined. This will wreck Volantene banks and all the other major banks of the free cities. Oberyn quietly observed. What do you mean, father? Nymeria asked, interested why her father would think her mother's city would be threatened. Think about it, dear Nym. Most of the free cities use silver. If the wealthy magisters and merchants of these cities choose to buy Valyrian steel, all those coins end up in the hands of the Bravasi. Most likely the SSC will have to pay more of their coin to make a purchase, and as a consequence, the local banks will lose coin. If those banks lose coin, they'll have to borrow them from somewhere. And guess who'll be in a position to lend such a huge number of coin? Oberyn saw the light of realization set in his daughter's eyes. The Iron Bank. Nymeria whispered. Yes. The Iron Bank would indirectly gain a modicum of control over the economies of the other free cities. That's not good, is it? Elaria asked. No, it's not. But, what stumps me is why would Lord Stark make this arrangement with the Iron Bank? The man could have truly dominated both continents and made House Stark the premier economic power. What must be going on in the man's head? Oberyn wondered. Could it be that Lord Stark was offered the position of a key holder of the Iron Bank? Asked Nymeria, having heard quite a lot from her mother about the old families that hold positions of great power within the Iron Bank. These key holders were the sworn enemy of the pureborns of Volantis. It could be possible. Maybe, the Iron Bank must have also offered military aid to the Starks. The North lacks a navy, and should the Bravasi fleet aids the North, their eastern coast shall remain safe. Oberyn theorized, but even he doubted that could be true. It was not as if there were many enemies for the Starks in the east. The western coast of the North could be vulnerable thanks to the presence of powerful navies like the Iron Fleet, the Redwyne Fleet and the Lannister Fleet. Out of which, both the Lannisters and the Ironborn were not going to be a threat for a long time thanks to recent events. Even if those fleets recovered in a short time or the Redwyne Fleet somehow become hostile to the North, the Bravasi fleet would be useless as they are on the other side of Westeros. What sort of game are you playing, Lord Stark? Oberyn wondered in the confines of his mind while he kept an ear out for Titus Ethrion's speech. You will be shortly presented with some paddles. These paddles are engraved with a specific number for you to raise the coin in the auction. You only need to raise the paddle, and our employees here shall make note of your call. Oberyn frowned as a small tray was set on their table by one of the servants. Sure enough, he found different numbers engraved on the paddles. There were not many paddles. Only the denominations of 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 and a million were on the paddles. Now then, let this auction begin. Immediately, the first paddle went up. The Magister of Pentos has raised 10,000. Do we have 20,000? Yes. It's 20,000. On and on the calls went up. Consequently, the price of Valyrian steel also shot up. Oberyn sat back in his seat observing the main players. From early on, he noted Kevan Lannister was adamantly competing with the giants of Essos. Mace Tyrell was also not far behind in keeping pace with the Lannisters. When the price finally touched 3 million gold dragons, he looked closely at Kevan Lannister. The man didn't look the least bit bothered. Now, Mace Tyrell on the other hand was sweating profusely. "My love. Have you come across a flower that sweats?" Oberyn asked, pressing a kiss to his paramour's ear, earning a giggle and a curious look. "Look at House Tyrell's table. You can see a fat flower sweating away competing against the fierce lions of the Westerlands," he whispered into Alaria's ear. Oberyn raised his eyebrows when Mace Tyrell looked as if he was about to raise his paddle but thought otherwise at the last moment. "It seems Mace Tyrell is out of the race," Oberyn thought. 3 million gold dragons. Am I to assume no one here is going to call a higher bid?" Titus asked, positively giddy at the bidding going far better than what was hoped. Oberyn raised his paddle seeing as the bid was going to favor the Lannisters. "Oh, my. There's a new bid and the total amount now stands at 4 million gold dragons." Oberyn smirked because the paddle he raised was of 1 million. It was a calculated risk. He could end up being the winner of the auction and that'd put his house's finances at some risk. Of course, he could surrender his bid and let the Lannisters take the Valyrian steel at the price of 3 million. He looked at Kevin Lannister and raised an eyebrow challenging the man. Oberyn could see brief hesitancy on Kevin Lannister's face. But, Oberyn knew Kevin was here to win this auction. Tywin would have it no other way. A man like Tywin Lannister would not retreat from a chance to show off his wealth and acquire his precious Valyrian steel. And Kevin Lannister was the shadow of his elder brother. How can a shadow make its own choice? His assessment didn't prove wrong. Before his eyes, Kevin Lannister raised his paddle. "Oh, look. Another 10,000 in the pot." Oberyn was tempted to raise his paddle again but he let go of the urge. He came here for one purpose only. It was to bleed the Lannisters of their precious gold. He accomplished that task. He was quite satisfied to rob the Lannisters out of 1 million gold dragons more. It was a sound victory in his eyes. When it became clear that no one was going to challenge the Lannisters on their bid, the auction went in their favor. Oberyn was quite happy with the auction's conclusion. The Lannisters would be tying up quite a lot of gold for a Valyrian steel weapon. The auction goes to Tywin Lannister of House Lannister. It was not a blow Oberyn would have preferred to give Tywin Lannister, but it was the only one he could afford in the current situation. So, he left the Iron Bank a happy man. XXXXXX. Harry watched quietly as the celebrations went about in the Stain lands. He had insisted that they make a stop at Driftwood Hall before they returned home. It took some prodding but his uncle finally relented. They made a quick stop at Driftwood Hall and Harry immediately went to work. He blessed the lands of House Stain with his magic for better crop yield just like he did in the northern mountains. His reason was purely personal. He did not want anyone from House Stain to seek out the island of Skane. He knew the island of Skane was blessed with an empty shoreline and the interior was surrounded by bald hills, but his success on the island could attract more visitors there. Of course, no one would survive the protections he left there. Therefore, he didn't want House Stain to be encouraged considering their proximity to the island. Besides, he felt it would be a disservice to leave the descendants of Twirlton in their poor state. So, he decided to lend a helping hand by turning their lands fertile and arable. His magic helped in growing potatoes and pumpkins overnight. This put the people in a festive mode and they were insistent on giving him a grand farewell. "Come now. Don't sit there and brood all night. This celebration is in your honor. It'll be better if you celebrate now, cause your father and mother won't exactly be happy with you when you return home," said Benyon. "Hey. All I have done is for the benefit of the North," Harry protested. "Tell that to Lady Stark, nephew. See how that will go over with her. Not to mention the magic stuff you did with the mountain clans, the flying ship and now this. So, come and take part in the celebration. After all, the celebration is in your honor." Harry doubted his mother or father would be cross with him. After all, his father was the one who sent him away on this journey in the first place. If anything, his efforts to alleviate the food crisis in the north would be appreciated by everyone. Nonetheless, he joined in on the celebration. At dawn, they'd begin their journey back home. Chapter 37, Valkyrie. Chapter text. Winterfell was bustling with activity. All the lords of the north were gathered at the ancient seat of the Starks. There was a small celebratory atmosphere as well as some lordly business as usual. "The lords seem happy, as does the small folk," said Domeric, observing the bustling settlement of Wintertown. "Pa! The lords of the north are simpletons. They'd go crawling into Stark's bosom like needy whelps," said Barbary Dustin, waving her hand dismissively. Domeric eyed his aunt out of the corner of his eyes. He was not ignorant of her hatred of House Stark, especially Ned Stark, whom she holds personally responsible for her husband's death. His aunt's ire was not unjustified. There was ample cause for her aunt to feel this way about House Stark. He had heard the stories from his kin at the Rills. His aunt was in love with Brandon Stark. By all accounts, the Wild Wolf returned the affections, but Lord Rickard Stark brokered a betrothal for his heir with Lady Catelyn of House Tully. His aunt was left broken-hearted. If only this state of affairs ended there. Some of the rumors he heard from the Rills indicated that his aunt was promised to Eddard Stark. Of course, she was rejected there, as well as the untimely death of Lord Rickard and Brandon Stark forced Lord Eddard to honour the alliance with House Tully by taking Lady Catelyn as his wife. He knew his grandfather Roderick Rhyswell took great offence when Ned Stark spurned his daughter's hand in marriage. But, his grandfather was a dutiful man. When the Starks of Winterfell called the banners, House Rhyswell answered the call to bring the dragons down from their iron throne. When the Starks asked them to proclaim a Baratheon as their king, House Rhyswell did so as was their duty. When Lord Stark called once again to put the Ironborn down, House Rhyswell answered. Some in the family were discontent with his grandfather's decisions, but Domric understood why Lord Roderick always followed House Stark. His grandfather was a dutiful man. Lord Roderick swore oaths to Lord Rickard Stark and Eddard Stark to serve faithfully. His grandfather was a man of his word, and everyone in the north knows that. Despite the rocky relations between House Rhyswell and House Stark, the Northmen of the Rills fought side by side against the Iron Throne. Many of his mother's kin laid down their lives in the rebellion. That's probably why Lord Eddard personally greeted the Rhyswell contingent at the gates of Winterfell and invited his grandfather into the seat of House Stark. While his grandfather was incredibly honoured and satisfied Lord Eddard chose to do so, his dear aunt was another matter. Domric was far more interested in learning more about the second son of Lord Eddard, whom everyone dubs as a sorcerer with great magical powers blessed by the old gods. Frankly, the tales he has been hearing in Dreadfort and at Barrowton were outlandish and sometimes felt like they were straight out of the Age of Heroes. However, on his way to Winterfell, he learned there was some grain of truth to those tales. The days he spent in Redford have insulated him from the happenings of the north. He'd have remained ignorant and considered everything as gossip among small folk if he hadn't seen the results with his own eyes. He always knew the clansmen of the northern mountains were a rowdy bunch. But, they were no liars. So, when they say the northern mountains bloomed crops overnight right after winter because of the blessings of Haryon Stark, then he'd take their word for it. Moreover, his father also took the rumors coming from Winterfell very seriously. His father was a serious man. In all his years as the heir of Dreadfort, he had never witnessed a moment where his father indulged in conjectures or rumors. His lord father was a cold man, perhaps even a cruel man. But, he was no simpleton keeping an ear out for the rumors among the small folk. So, when his father also started to treat the rumors from Winterfell seriously, he definitely knew the rumors flying around regarding the younger Stark twin carried more truth than he assumed. At least, the Starks managed to reverse the ownership of the gift. The shoddy state of the Night's Watch has caused many tragedies despite the wall standing between the North and the Wildlings, said Domric. His aunt laughed upon hearing that. You think that's any good after all these years? The Starks will only end up spending gold trying to rebuild the defences along the gift. More than 2 centuries of neglect cannot be overhauled that easy, nephew, said Barbary. Maybe. But 'tis a start. Even you, with your hatred for all things Stark, has to admit 'tis a good undertaking Lord Stark is proposing, said Domric. You have too much of your mother in you. Always looking for a bright spot in a room full of darkness, said Barbary fondly. You are right, of course. Regaining the gift from the Iron Throne was tactfully done. Maybe, Haryon Stark is of a different breed of wolf. Shame he is a second son. Or he could be a good advisor to Lord Robb in time, said Domric. As if. Barbary snorted in derision. Nothing good ever comes out of the Starks. The good ones always wash up in useless places like the Night's Watch or get burned to a crisp in the south. Domric eyed his aunt as they left Wintertown behind. There were rumors that his grandfather wanted to marry his aunt to Benyon Stark after the death of Lord Dustin. Some of his cousins at the Rills had said the match was not to Aunt Barbary's liking. By that time, his aunt had developed a serious hatred for House Stark. In the end, it was a good thing though. Benyon Stark was quick to take the black. If Lord Roderick had approached with the match, it'd have been another rejection. Still, there is hope for this Haryon Stark. He already has his banner on every corner of Winterfell and Wintertown. Maybe, the youngster might end up as the Lord of Winterfell. Domric looked at his aunt in shock. You'd wish for the North to plunge into a civil war, he whispered heatedly. If I could see half of the suffering I had to endure come down on Eddard Stark, then I'd die happily with a smile on my face. Barbary whispered back. Domric was taken aback by the hatred shining behind the eyes of his aunt. If the Northerners fight amongst ourselves, we will be easy pickings for the Southerners. If First Men will not stand united, our ancestral lands will be taken over by Andals. Is that what you want, aunt? Would you have the sacrifices of our ancestors go to waste? Is that why House Bolton has not rebelled after Torrhen Stark knelt to the dragons? Barbary asked, quirking her eyebrow indulgently. Probably. Domric said, looking a bit thoughtful. After all, the North did come close to civil war during Lord Cregan Stark's time. If we Boltons wanted to rebel, that'd have been the ideal moment. Yet, we did not. I suppose the Starks and the North ought to thank House Bolton for that. Barbary japed, managing to make Domric crack a smile. That'd be welcome. Maybe, that'd put a smile on my father's face. Both of them laughed at the thought, bleeding the tension that was built up as they conversed. Domric was still wary of how his aunt was so invested in hating Lord Stark. If the history of First Men Kingdoms has taught him anything, civil wars were the undoing of their people. He'd not wish it on the north where the blood of the first men runs strong. They were the last bastions of one of the oldest cultures in the world. He did not like to see someone wish ill on his homeland even if it was his dear aunt. "'Tis a shame though," Domric muttered, looking at the strange five-pointed stars along the way back to Winterfell. "What is?" his aunt inquired as they walked through the open gates of Winterfell leaving behind the bustling streets of Wintertown. "I'd have liked to meet this Harrion Stark. It's a shame he went to Skagos." Suddenly, his aunt stopped in her tracks making Domric frown. "Aunt Barbary. What's the matter?" he asked, confused by her odd behavior. His aunt didn't answer but merely pointed to the sky with an open mouth. Domric followed her pointed finger and he had to blink a few times to make sure he was not dreaming. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" he whispered to his aunt who was looking at the sky just like he was. "Are you seeing a floating boat?" "Yes," he replied slowly, barely trusting himself as he stood witness to something impossible. "Then either we are both dreaming or we both have a problem with our eyes." Domric gulped and somehow managed to tear his eyes away from the floating boat. He looked around as people began to take notice of the floating boat. Even the guards who were accompanying them were now taking notice of the boat. "I think everyone is seeing the boat, my lady." XXXX. Harry took in the gobsmacked expressions on each of the faces assembled in the courtyard as his airship lowered into the ground. The journey back was not much of an eventful affair. They made a quick stop at the fishing village to drop off some more eatables for the villagers to share with the flood-affected areas nearby. Other than that, their journey was spent on the ship stopping only when the night came about. The airship could travel at the night but it needed time to safely charge itself with magical energy. The landing gear of the boat came out as it neared the ground. With a distinct thud, they landed properly making Harry let out a sigh of relief. It was then Harry came to notice all the different banners flying inside Winterfell. That's also when he noticed the faces that were staring in wonder at him did not belong to his family or the familiar faces of Winterfell. Oh well. Might as well greet them properly. Harry thought as he waved enthusiastically. "Land ho!" Sadly, no one was amused by his greeting, least of all his father who finally showed up to see his arrival. Harry was a little bit afraid to see his father wobble on his feet. Thankfully, the Lord of Winterfell managed to catch himself. It'd have been mightily embarrassing if the Lord of Winterfell fainted before the assembled lords of the north. "I think you broke them all with that stunt. Told you it'd have been better for us to land somewhere discreet." Benyon complained. "It'd have been a wasted affair. Too many people have already seen us fly in the boat, uncle. So, why hide something like the airship at all? Besides, the secret would have come out eventually when it is used again at some point," Harry argued. Benyon gave up trying to convince his headstrong nephew otherwise and moved to greet his brother. Harry, on the other hand, hung back mostly because he had the difficult task ahead of him to guide the unicorns to their new home. "My lord, this is Winterfell?" asked Anya, looking breathless as she took in the vast expanse of the castle with massive walls, gates, and towers reaching out into the sky. "Ah, right. I forgot. This is the first time you are seeing my home. Welcome to Winterfell, the home of Starks," Harry said, with a flourish inviting his students. He was really starting to dislike addressing Anya, Kyla, and Adela as just his students. They were students of runic magic for sure and Anya was someone he was hoping to groom far beyond a mere rune mistress. But these three were now more than just his students. They were holders of elemental weapons and they braved combat by his side. He made up his mind to reward them and elevate their position, especially considering they were not ready to leave his side. At least, they were not ready to leave his side. He was rather enjoying having students of magic. "Come, you three. We have the difficult task to set the unicorns free in their new home." A few minutes later, they emerged out of the airship with the unicorn herd in tow. The foals were quite peeved at the men staring at them around the courtyard. It didn't help the men were all muttering amongst themselves pointing at the unicorns. It took some effort but Harry finally managed to lead the unicorns away into the one place in Winterfell where people cannot gain access easily. The God's Wood. After releasing the unicorns into the interior of the God's Wood, Harry was finally ready to face the rest of his family. But, before he did so he needed to make sure of something first. "You three have a choice to make. I see magical potential in you three more so than others. I'm sure as time passes and you practice more you'll be able to master more complex spells. But, this can only happen if you three are by my side. You can take a few days to think it over," Harry offered. His three students exchange a look amongst themselves. "We don't need time to decide, my lord. We had discussed this matter before we began the journey back to the mainland," said Anya. "We'd be honored to stay by your side and serve you," said Kyla, nodding resolutely. "We'd like to learn more if you are willing to teach us," said Adela, respectfully dipping her head. Harry smiled at his three favorite students. "Well, if you three have made up your mind to stay by my side then your group needs a name," Harry said. After a moment of thought a name came to his mind. "Valkyrie, the Handmaidens of Gods." Innocent looking to normal eyes but deadly bearing the weapons of gods. That's a strong name for sure, Harry and Stark, said a voice from above. Harry looked up, as did the Valkyrie, finding their eyes land on Spring, who was observing them all along. The child of the forest jumped down from the weirwood tree to stand amongst the four sorcerers. We have much to talk about, Harry and Stark. Now you know who the enemy is. It's time we make some plans, because trust me, the enemy has been preparing for a long time. Chapter 38, A Prince of Ice and Fire. Chapter text. Harry looked into the crib, seeing the sleeping face of his little sister. She was cute as a button, which explained why he got the sudden urge to lightly pinch his little sister's cheek. He was careful to not wake her though. With all the bustling activity within the walls of Winterfell, it was a miracle that his sister managed to put in a few hours of sleep. So, he was not going to disturb her, especially when that'd be detrimental for his mother as well, who looked like she could use some sleep. Harry looked at his mother, who was frankly looking exhausted. Handling his siblings and a baby when the entire North was assembled in Winterfell was surely taxing on her body and mind. That's why Harry chose to quietly extract himself from his mother's room. Quietly shutting the door behind him, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It had taken him quite a bit of effort to put his mother to sleep. In contrast, his baby sister was silent as a mule the whole time. Maybe she was listening in on Harry getting a thorough dressing down for the stunts he pulled and the demands he made after King Robert's arrival. As usual, his mother's main gripe was with Jon getting legitimized. He was starting to see that when it comes to Jon, his mother was beyond any reason. His mother may love him no matter what, but she drew the line when it comes to Jon. It was frankly a shame that his mother could not see beyond her prejudices and fears regarding Jon. Old prejudices die hard, he thought. It didn't help that children born out of wedlock were given regional second names that'd end up defining them for their whole lives. This was an Andal custom that filtered into the North. Probably, this was a consequence of adopting the common tongue, as the linguistic culture of Andals became the norm for all of Westeros. Outside of a major overhaul of the language, Harry didn't see any clear-cut way to fight against this social injustice. Not that he had any hope of convincing all the lords in the North otherwise in the first place. While children born out of wedlock are not seen as a sin in the North, the lords do care about the right of inheritance. The current set of traditions entrenched in society was too difficult to be successfully weeded out. If he somehow pushed the issue, anything that replaces the present traditions could end up twisting into something far more oppressive in the future. As he walked along the dimly lit corridors of Winterfell, he could see the light and distant chatter coming from the feast hall. The Lords of the North and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch were negotiating over the new boundaries and who controls what. Based on some cursory reading of some documents in Maester Luwin's possession, Harry was certain the Night's Watch would lose out on some of their current holdings. It was an inevitable outcome. According to some rumors going around, House Umber may get an additional vassal house and total dominion over the eastern lands near the Wall. The rest of the lands would be under the nominal control of House Stark, with two major vassal houses asserting their dominion over those lands. But, these were not the most important details as far as Harry was concerned. The detail that caught his eye was the plans surrounding the Sea Dragon Point. He never expected to be granted lands, much less a castle. Even if such an event was come to pass, he expected Moat Cailin to be his inheritance. Just as the lands near the neck are in decline, the neck was also a weak point. Moat Cailin was certainly not a desirable seat, but its value was not in the riches the nearby land holds, but for its strategic position. The castle is the last line of defense against the southern kingdoms and a strategic choke point. So, it came as a surprise for Harry to learn that his father was planning to build a castle on Sea Dragon Point. The aim here was to assert the North's presence in the western seas. In the context of the Greyjoy Rebellion, this move makes sense. Having a strong naval presence on the western shores would undoubtedly bolster the security of the North. Possibly, it could also stimulate more trade if a merchant fleet could be constructed and maintained at the shores. Gaining trade routes into the Riverlands, Westerlands, and the reach through the sea should stimulate the North's economic activity. The Ironborn menace was a concern, but he gathered that particular problem was not bound to be an issue for many years to come. Setting that aside, Harry could see some other advantages in having a castle to his name. He'd have preferred the moat, but a castle on Sea Dragon Point was also quite welcome. He was sure he could accommodate some of his plans for advancing the cause of magic in the area. The large size of the North should work in his favor for starting a school for magic. Perhaps, establishing trade links with other parts of Westeros should also allow him access to find more magically inclined children. This needs further thought. Harry thought before retiring for the night. The next morning, Harry was inclined to slip into his old routine. He was to break his fast and report to the courtyard for some training, but all these plans got derailed by an invitation into his father's solar. The guards posted outside his father's solar allowed him entry without a fuss. As Harry stepped inside, he saw the Lord of Winterfell standing near the open windows of the chamber quietly speaking with Maester Luwin. The sunlight streaking into the solar made Harry find several maps strewn across his father's table. Harry cleared his throat, gaining the attention of the two older men. "Take a seat, Harry," Eddard said, concluding the discussion with Maester Luwin. "Shall I take my leave, my lord?" You may go, Maester. Please have Lord Manderley sent if he is available. Maester Lewin bowed and exited the chamber, leaving Harry alone with his father. Harry made himself comfortable in a chair near the table. Benyon told me some disturbing things that happened at Skagos. Is there any truth to what your uncle says? Asked Eddard, coming close to Harry and looking into his eyes. Well, there were some unexpected events but nothing that I couldn't handle. Harry immediately found himself in a crushing hug. He awkwardly patted his father on the back. I was so worried when Benyon said all those things to me last night. He was half drunk, so I didn't know whether he was making things up most of the time. Flying wights and magic arrows are not exactly believable snippets of an adventure story, said Eddard, releasing Harry from the hug. I wish he was drunk and making all of that up. Those things were infesting the Skane Island and something worse is stirring beyond the wall. Eddard looked taken aback, taking some time to properly digest what Harry was suggesting. What do you mean, Harryan? Eddard asked softly. The tales of the long night are not merely tales and bedtime stories. I was warned to prepare for the second long night. The others are awake and soon true winter will be upon us. Harry could see the internal struggle brewing behind his father's eyes. He expected nothing less. After all, it was no easy task to believe all those childhood horror stories to be real on a dime. Who warned you? Eddard eventually asked after taking his time to struggle with the piece of information he was presented by his son. An ice dragon, said Harry, with a straight face, knowing full well how ridiculous he was sounding right now. This time Eddard couldn't hide the disbelief as he openly gawked at Harry. I'm not lying. I met an ice dragon, the last of its kind in Skane. It told me many things about our past and what we can expect in the future, said Harry. Son, I don't think you are. The dragon also told me of a prince born of ice and fire who shall usher in the second age of dawn, said Harry, which had the intended effect on his father. The way his father froze and looked at him with fright confirmed some of his suspicions. When the ice dragon had informed him of the dragon blood flowing in John's veins, he had assumed John's mother had Valyrian descent. He had heard rumors of John's parentage before in Winterfell. Some rumors pointed to Ashura Dane, who had committed suicide under unknown circumstances after the rebellion. He doubted House Dane has any substantial dragon blood outside of some Martell or Hightower marrying into their house. But, another thought had entered his mind and he only had the time to properly research the matter once he was in Winterfell. It took him some effort, but he dusted up an old tome written by Archmaester Gildane from Winterfell's library. It was there he found the Pact of Ice and Fire, an alliance forged between House Stark and House Targaryen by Jacaerys Velaryon. The pact required a Targaryen princess to marry a Stark of Winterfell. Of course, such a match never happened after the dance concluded. He could also not see much enthusiasm by the Starks that followed Lord Cregan enforcing the pact. Either way, when he considered the pact and what it essentially entails, he came to a realization about John's true identity. John is not my brother, is he? He is my cousin. He is the son of Aunt Lina. The shock and fear written across his father's face all but confirmed his suspicions. He has the blood of the Dragonlords and the blood of Winter Kings in his veins. A perfect blend of ice and fire. Eddard shook himself out of the stupor and took hold of Harry by his shoulder. You should not speak of this matter with anyone else. Should someone find out, Eddard trailed off. John's life will be in danger. I know. Harry softly finished for his father. No, son. It'd be far worse. There'll be war. Robert won't tolerate a Targaryen's legacy to survive, least of all a child of Prince Rhaegar. He will call his banners if he learns of John. The North and its people will have to face the king's wrath. Thousands will die. Harry nodded in understanding at the bleak picture his father was painting. One day the South will find out the truth about John. When that time comes, maybe your friend will call his banners against us. But, the Iron Throne will find that the North is not so easily cowed. I can promise you that, father. XXXX. Cersei smiled happily, cooing over her daughter. There were ample reasons for her to be happy. The Ironborn rebellion was crushed and House Lannister exacted vengeance upon those good-for-nothing pirates. Any of those pesky pests waiting to pounce on her family for the Iron Throne would be slinking back to their caves in disappointment. Her husband might be a brutish oaf, but he was good for one thing: war. Robert's victory solidified his hold on the throne. Which means her son would one day inherit the Iron Throne without much hassle. There were enemies like the Martells and ambitious lords waiting to sink their claws into her little lion, but she could take care of them all. The Septons say my daughter brought good fortune to Robert in the war with her birth. Cersei said, sliding the back of her fingers against her daughter's cheek. If births had anything to do with war, the Robert needn't have bothered to send the royal fleet or call his banners. Jaime japed. A sharp look was all it took to shut up her twin. She went back to fawning over her daughter, who was looking around in wonder with her bright green eyes. Her daughter was silent most of the time, but she giggled happily whenever she saw bright colors nearby. Tell me something, Jaime. Is it true what they say about Robert's new weapon? Asked Cersei, never taking her eyes off her daughter. I'm afraid for once the rumors are true. I have watched many knights and lords of the realm attempting to lift the hammer and fail. Robert was unstoppable with that hammer in the melee, said Jamie, remembering the carnage he saw being unleashed at Lannisport. I was hoping you'd say otherwise, Jamie. Cersei shook her head, taking to her feet. This does not bode well for Joffrey, she thought as she paced frantically in the room. More worryingly, could the Starks have known the true parentage of her little lions? Cersei dismissed that thought immediately. There was no way the Starks of all people could have known. Those northern barbarians have never set foot in this city after the rebellion. So, they know nothing. Cersei thought, coming to a stop at the open window which gave her a good view of the city. Father seems to think our daughter will be a good match for Haryon Stark. Jamie whispered into her ears as she felt her twin's hands explore the contours of her body. My daughter will not be married off to some barbarian in the north no matter what father thinks of the boy. Cersei hissed. Jamie merely moaned and began leaving a trail of kisses along her neck. Cersei on the other hand was far from leaving the matter aside. How could she? If it became known that her Joffrey cannot lift Robert's warmer, then his legitimacy may come into question. She could not let that happen. Her eyes fell on the giant building sitting atop Visenya Hill. The city and Jaime's ministrations disappeared from her senses as she focused on the September of Baelor. Slowly, a smile flowered on her face as her mind came up with a solution to her dilemma. I need to arrange a meeting with the High Septon, she thought, just before losing herself in pleasure while her silken robe slipped down from her shoulders. XXXX. Silos Poole stood watch over his charges in the training yard. Robb as usual was showing his proficiency with the sword. Once the lad grows more physically, he was sure Robb would be one tough swordsman. Now, Jon on the other hand was a natural. Jon fought with a sword as if he had to prove something. Silos understood the underlying reason why Jon treated every lesson as a battle to be won. As a bastard, Jon stood to inherit nothing. However, a skilled swordsman could have better prospects in the north. But, this state of affairs was no longer relevant. Jon was now legitimized by King Robert. The lad was even given the go-ahead to take the Stark name. If anything, this has only spurred Jon to work hard in the training yard. Silos liked that attitude in the lad. The ability to move forward despite the odds and constantly work hard are good qualities for a good soldier. He had even heard Sir Roderick say something along those lines to Lord Stark. He looked at the recent addition to their training yard. He didn't know what to make of Theon Greyjoy. Everything he knows about the Ironborn kept him on edge when it comes to the lad. Nonetheless, he'd say the lad has good footwork, noting the fast pace by which Theon was dodging Robb's wooden sword. It was to be expected since Theon was far older than Robb. Oh, look. It's Harry. Robb said, pausing in mid-swing. Silos looked in the direction young Robb was pointing at. Sure enough, it was Haryon. Silos raised an eyebrow when he noticed Haryon take a wooden sword as he entered the training yard. A sword? I thought you preferred the archery range. Silos asked. He had thought Haryon would prefer the bow, especially considering those three strange girls were practicing in the range. Those three were the talk of the castle, strutting around everywhere with silly feather caps on their heads and calling themselves that stupid name. Let's just say that I'd like to familiarize myself better with other weapons. Who knows? One day, it might come in handy, said Harry. Silos was a bit surprised, but he welcomed this renewed interest in swordplay from Haryon. Turning to Jon, he raised a curious eyebrow. Harry lost a bet with Uncle Benyon. Silos didn't care about the details. If it was a bet that worked its magic on Haryon, then he'd take that as a blessing from the old gods. All right then, Haryon. Pair up with Jon. You are on the defense. And this is the end of an introductory arc of the story, or let's say the first part of this story. From here on out, the story will be focusing on the North's rise in economic and military power. Chapter 39, Secret Plans. Chapter Text. He hadn't planned on coming clean with his suspicions about Jon's parentage to his lord father this early. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and he counted his lucky stars he had the presence of mind to do so. Because his father planned to have Jon shipped off to the Gift and take up the lordship of one of the castles with Uncle Benyon as the regent. Harry's warning about the White Walkers and the army of the dead, along with Jon's status as the prophesied prince, which he really didn't believe in but came extremely useful, has made his father reconsider those plans. The proximity of the Gift to the danger posed by the others was more than enough reason for Lord Eddard to set aside his plans for Jon. While Harry didn't personally give any credence to prophecies, his warning seems to have done the trick. Most prophecies were vague, downright trouble, and often self-fulfilling. That doesn't mean he was not above using the pretext of the prophecy to keep Jon close by. The enemy beyond the wall was not an easy foe for Harry to not take every possible precaution. Prophecy or not, Jon was dear to Lord Eddard. The Lord of Winterfell would not take any decision that'd endanger Jon's safety. Taking Harry's word about the threat looming beyond the wall, his father concluded that it'd be better if seasoned lords of the north take the lordships of the castles along the Gift. To that end, there were some serious changes made to the status of the lands near the wall. The western parts of lands closer to the Glover lands were integrated into the domain of House Glover. That was a lot of fertile land being offered for House Glover, not to mention the assistance of building 2 castles. In return, the Glovers were to provide wood, stone, and small folk for the construction of a port and castle on Sea Dragon Point. There were even some talks with House Tallheart to provide some material and manpower aid for the revival of Sea Dragon Point. The main issue was there were hardly any roads leading to that sliver of land capable of transporting men and materials. So, the first task before them was to create a suitable road network connecting Sea Dragon Point to Winterfell, Deepwood Motte, and Torrens Square. There was also the issue of proper surveys to be conducted to find a suitable spot for the castle and the proposed port. To that end, his father has charged Lord Manderley to share their experts who were maintaining the port city of White Harbour. While everyone else was running after castles, ports, fleets and roads, Harry identified 2 critical components for the North to truly rise economically and militarily. The 2 components were food and people. The North lacked both, according to some of the reports Harry managed to nick from Maester Luwin's study. The lack of people to fill the vast expanse of the North was not something that he could remedy so easily. However, the food problem was something he could resolve. He was confident he could realign the natural magic of the land to increase the fertility of farmlands and triple the yields. He managed that by using runestones in the northern mountains. He didn't see why he can't replicate the same in other pockets of land spread out throughout the north. That's why Harry was present in his father's solar with Lords Manderley, Ryswell, Bolton, Glover, Tallheart, Hornwood, Umber, Karstark, Mormont and Lady Dustin. There were even some of the lords of the northern mountain clans present. Harry sat on a chair by his father's side. He was present along with Rob. They sat on either side of his father, who stood poring over the map of the north sprawled out on the table. The northern lords and Lady Dustin also stood around the table looking at the map. My lords, Lady Dustin. As you have probably heard by now, my son Harrion is gifted with abilities we've only heard of in our youths from stories and legends about the Age of Heroes. Eddard began. Many pairs of eyes turned towards Harry, who greeted them all with a polite smile. Many here already know my son and brother led an expedition to Skagos and the island of Skane. In their journey, they encountered a threat to the north. Are you seriously asking us to believe the fanciful tales of flying wights, my lord? Lord Manderley asked incredulously, not at all ignorant of some of the fanciful tales spreading in the castle after the expedition returned. Not just wights, Lord Manderley. The White Walkers, the ancient enemy of the First Men, have risen from their slumber beyond the wall. They're building an army of dead men, giants, mammoths, and other dark creatures the North has forgotten from ages past. If we do not prepare for what is to come, all that we know and all that we love shall be wiped away by the coming storm. Harry quietly said, his voice carrying through the room, leaving the lords of the North staring at him in disbelief. My lord. While I'm sure your son is a gifted lad, surely you do not expect us to take this seriously, asked Lord Roderick Ryswell, a man of grey hair and dark eyes. Amongst the gathered lords, Lord Roderick was the oldest and some would say the wisest. I'm afraid I'm asking you to take this very seriously, Lord Roderick. I've ascertained the truth by speaking with every man and woman in the expedition who witnessed the Whites. Should any of you doubt my word, then I can call for those witnesses, including my brother, and make them recount their experiences right now, said Eddard, silencing the lords who remained skeptical. My lord, nobody here would question your integrity. It's just that we find it very difficult to accept that some of those children's tales are suddenly true, said Lord Hornwood, in a tactful manner to not offend the Warden of the North. Harry stood up from his seat and walked towards the window. He pushed it open and turned towards the occupants of the room. I understand it's difficult to comprehend. It's a tall task to ask any man or woman to believe in Whites and White Walkers. But, if this information came from one of those legendary creatures in those stories, Harry felt a familiar presence appear by the open window. Then you will be forced to confront the truth. The lords of the North, including his father and Rob, gasped in surprise. Some were so shocked they stepped back in fright. While others were sporting bug-eyed expressions on their faces, frozen to the floor, unable to move an inch. My lords, let me introduce you to our honored guest. Her name is Spring. She has traveled from beyond the wall to warn us of the coming storm, said Harry, helping the Spring down from the open window into the room. Even Rob and Lord Eddard were left flabbergasted. He had not warned them about Spring, nor had he told them that he'd bring a child of the forest for this particular meeting. I'm afraid this is the best proof I can produce before the lords of the North. The only other way is to smuggle a White or a White Walker through the wall. But, seeing as that's what we are trying to prevent, Harry let the hang for a second. The long night will descend upon the world of men. Darkness shall once again cover this continent from the north to Dorne. I've come here to warn the Starks of Winterfell that the ancient enemy is stirring beyond the wall. My work here is done, said Spring, her eyes finding Eddard, Rob, and Harry. The rest is in your hands. Pray to the old gods that you've enough time for what is to come. Prepare your people. With her piece said, Spring took her leave through the open window. For dramatic effect, Harry subtly pulled the window using his ring to close it, startling everyone gathered in his father's solar. Going by the flinching he saw on the many lords of the North, he succeeded. Harry was quite relieved Spring's presence seemed to have a positive effect on the lords. I hope that proves not all stories are merely fictional. Sometimes stories tend to hold some grain of truth. Harry said, returning back to his seat by his father's side. Last Hearth is closer to the wall than any other settlement in the north. For centuries, we've not heard a peep about the children. If one has come here in Winterfell to warn us, then I'd take that warning very seriously. The old gods blessed the young Stark here with great powers for a reason. House Umber will do whatever the Starks of Winterfell require, and we shall face the coming storm together, said John Umber, his usual gruff voice bringing some life back into the room. The gods themselves have spoken and given us the means to tide over this coming calamity, said Lord Manderley, nodding respectfully at Harry. All of North will suffer if we stay complicit. All our resources are yours to command, Lord Stark. What would you have us do? Lord Ryswell asked, his grey eyes now far more alert and serious. We need to build back our fleets and expand our roads for better connectivity. We also need to resettle the gift and build back our defences along the wall. We need better yields and storage capabilities to ensure food security. We need to reinforce our castles and prepare an army capable of defending the north. Eddard said grimly, leaving no doubt about the arduous task ahead of them. But first, we can begin by securing our food supplies. I believe I can be of aid in the venture provided I have the support of the north. Harry offered. He was greeted by agreeable nods from the northern lords, some more reluctant than others. Either way, it was a good start and he was confident he could gain their trust in time. By the time their meeting concluded, everyone swore an oath of secrecy to keep what happened here a secret. Without the permission of the Lord of Winterfell, the information about the White Walkers or their plans to turn the north into a fertile land was not to be shared with anyone. XXXX. The Northerners were tough people. The challenging climate, terrain, and the wild creatures that inhabit the vast lands belonging to the north required the people to be tough and unyielding. Because, it takes a lot of strength for the old people of the north to abandon the villages and towns when the winter sets in so that the young have enough to feed. The sad fact was this was no isolated incident happening in a specific area of the north. From the gift to the neck, the good people of the north have sacrificed themselves so that their children and grandchildren survive the winter. The youngsters of the north have grown up watching their elders sacrifice for their sake. So, there ought to be no surprise when most of the northerners grow up to be hardened men and women, not so easily impressed. By virtue, the lords ruling over these people were bound to be more stubborn. That's why Harry selected the lands of the principal houses of the north in the first phase. Not to mention these houses were close to some of the largest settlements in the north. By turning the lands closer to castles like Dreadfort, Last Hearth, Deepwood Motte, Torrens Square, Hornwood, White Harbour, the lands belonging to the mountain clans etc. fertile, he could increase his reach. The reason he included the mountain clans in this grouping was that they were particularly vulnerable to food scarcity. They were far too isolated in the mountains, and most importantly Spring had keyed him in on a little secret. The White Walkers and their army were particularly vulnerable to dragon glass. The northern mountains hold a large deposit of the substance for some reason. Usually, dragon glass was largely found near volcanoes. As far as he was aware, there were no volcanoes among the northern mountains. He had checked that detail with Maester Luwin after Spring informed him of the huge dragon glass deposit and their use. Most likely there was a hidden volcano, perhaps an underground one that has remained inert. My lord. Anya called out to him, emerging from the section of the godswood dedicated to the unicorns. Anya was not alone. She was followed by her fellow sisters of the Valkyrie. Kyla and Adela were carrying 2 small clay pots in their hands. We have completed the task, my lord. Harry nodded, accepting the 2 pots into his hands. Inside the clay pots lay small pieces of unicorn horns his Valkyrie managed to procure. Did the unicorns give you any trouble? He asked, securing the horns into a bottomless pouch. No, my lord. We were careful to not inconvenience them in any way. And Adela was quite proficient with her songs, which made them more docile, as you predicted, said Anya. Good. Now come. We have work to do. The cure for spring sickness needs those immersing runes to increase the vitality of the potion, said Harry, leading his students to his new rudimentary potion lab. There was not much in his potion lab. Just a few pots that were simmering under magical fire with some of the magical leaves he found from Skane. One particular potion was for keeping healthy teeth. The red mint leaves he found in Skane were quite suited for the potion. Theoretically, a paste made of red mint leaves blended with ashwood dust and powdered dragon bones should be ideal for mending injuries as severe as fractured bones in a few hours. There was only a limited supply of dragon bones in his possession, which made the paste quite valuable in his eyes. So, he was planning to produce a limited quantity of the paste and the tooth-restoring potion until more dragon bone was available for him. Harry focused on the task of crafting the runestones after he secured the potion under preservation charms in a bronze vessel. The need for more glass utensils and vessels was becoming more and more apparent. After all, potions tend to lose their magical luster if they are not kept in inert containers. The metal vessels won't damage the potion, but over time the quality of the potion diminishes. Glass, on the other hand, appears to behave neutrally to magical potions more so than the clay pots that are commonly used to make them in the first place. While he was working on the runestones, he charged his 3 students to focus on their runic studies. Nothing too complicated. He was teaching them a chain script used for detection wards. A knock on the door made Harry look up from his work. His students made to stand, but he waved them away. With a sharp tug of his hand, the door swung open thanks to the power ring. On the other side, there was Rob, John, and surprisingly enough Theon Greyjoy. He had seen the Greyjoy heir in the castle and the training yard, but he had never got the chance to interact properly. He pitied the Greyjoy heir. To be a hostage in enemy territory far away from home was not something he'd wish on any kid. If memory serves him right, the kid lost 2 elder brothers in the failed Ironborn rebellion. However, what took his attention was the happy faces John and Rob were sporting. "You two seem to be happy. What happened?" Harry asked. "We just heard Maester Luwin talk to Father about the auction in Bravus. The Lannisters won the bid," said Rob, his blue eyes lighting up. "Harry, you won't believe the sum of gold they are going to cough up. It's more than 4 million gold dragons," John said excitedly. "Oh. That's good to know." Harry shrugged before going back to the work he was doing with runes. 4 million is a big number, isn't it?" Rob quietly asked John and Theon. "It should be," John whispered back. "Then why isn't your brother excited?" Theon whispered back at the two. "I don't know," John and Rob chorused. Harry was keeping tabs on the exchange between the 3 kids with some amusement. Spell-forged steel and its sale was not exactly a huge topic of concern in his mind. While he was happy his craft was valued at such a huge price, he was nonetheless not so surprised. The moment his father had appraised him about the auction that was being held by the Iron Bank, he had expected something of this sort. Instead of concerning himself with such trivial matters, he was completely engaged in more important matters like the defense against the others and their master. Spell-forged weapons were merely a means to an end. It was good for amassing wealth, but that was not his only medium of gathering wealth. His plans would see to it the North become a vital exporter of finished goods. A little more work needs to be done to improve things on the ground. And from that prosperity, he'd build an entirely new culture in the North, one that'd facilitate a thriving magical society. Perhaps in time, he could spread that influence to other parts of the 7 kingdoms. There were bound to be more people with magical potential just waiting to be discovered. This was just the start. Chapter 40, The Magical Magnifier. Chapter text. The magical fire burned brightly, boosting the intensity of heat, reflecting his will. Harry stood over the melting pot where his refining charms were doing their work by removing all impurities from the molten glass. It took him only some 10 minutes to finally pull off what he was hoping to build. Harry carefully lowered the glass piece into the equipment and sealed it under several layers of protective charms. After making sure all the charms were binding properly, he activated the runes he had painstakingly carved all over the equipment. Fine squiggly lines lit up with a green hue as the runes were charged with his magic. Harry smiled and took a moment to pat himself on his back for a job well done. Sitting before him on his work desk was the most advanced magical magnifier this world has ever known. The Department of Mysteries used to study magical maladies like dragonpox and other diseases unique to wizardkind using this device. The Unspeakables adapted it by reversing the spell chains used in magical telescopes. Speaking of telescopes, he was planning to create one to make accurate star charts and planetary alignments as soon as possible. Now that he has access to dragon bones and unicorn horns, there were some mild rituals that he could design and use in the near future. Some selective wards and spells also depend on the alignments of celestial bodies. For example, the Port-K charm was heavily dependent on the position of the Moon, Sun, and Mercury. It was from this system the Muggle Romans adopted Mercury as their god of travelers. Rituals, ward schemes, potions and some select spells require the cooperation of planetary bodies and stars. Without knowing the orbits of neighboring planets, moons, the Sun and the stars which influence this planet, much of Harry's knowledge would be useless. This lack of information was also one of the major reasons why he was not comfortable experimenting with apparition. All of that could be taken care of in time. It was only a matter of time for Harry to set up a proper telescope and trace out the system of planets, moons and other celestial bodies closer to the Sun. He double-checked the magnifier one last time before he brought up Aemon Targaryen's blood sample. Placing a drop of blood on a glass slide, he used the magical magnifier on the blood. Looking through the charmed glass of the magnifier, Harry was able to take a good look at the famed dragon blood of Valeria. The 2 glass pieces on both ends of the scope of the magnifier worked in tandem to decipher the secrets behind the specimen. At first, Harry saw nothing out of the ordinary in the blood. He could see the red and white blood cells. On magnifying further, he could get a more clear picture of many disc-shaped platelets. Nothing was amiss. Harry twisted the small knob on the magnifier's side, which activated a cluster of runes that activated what the Department of Mysteries called the Mage Sight. Once the Mage Sight was activated, the image shifted in the magnifier. The red and white blood cells were no longer in their normal color scheme. The red blood cells were now as black as night and the white blood cells took on an amethyst hue. Definitely the telltale signs of an inherited blood ritual. Harry thought, completely fascinated by this latest find. He was suitably impressed by whatever blood-binding ritual the Valyrians used. After all, Valyria has been dead for almost 400 years. So, it was a surprise to find the effects of the blood ritual remained visible after so long. Unless of course the Targaryens were somehow secretly doing complementary rituals and refining the blood magic embedded in their bloodline after Enar's exile from Valyria. Whatever the case, Harry was sure the Targaryens lost their magical knowledge after the dance robbed them of their dragons. In any case, he was quite impressed to see the remnants of the blood-binding ritual last for this long. The blood magic lay dormant in Aemon Targaryen's blood, which made Harry curious about Jon. Jon was the first Valyrian with Stark blood in his veins. Well, first that he knows for sure. Perhaps, I should take a sample from Jon and do a comparative study, he thought, before going back to studying the blood sample of Maester Aemon. The Valyrians believed their bloodline became strong through incestuous couples. The fact that the Valyrian houses have lasted as long as they did without any deformities did make Harry sit up and take interest in their blood. The pure blood families of the wizarding world had many magical traits inherited from their ancestors. Those gifts eroded over time because of inbreeding. The fact that the Valyrians managed to hold on to their gifts even after inbreeding to the extent that they did was truly fascinating to Harry. Interestingly enough, the Targaryens seem to have lost their ability to hatch dragons after they married outside their family. Either the Targaryens lost the knowledge or they lost their magic. Harry was interested to find out more details from the blood sample. However, his inquiry into the blood sample was put on hold as there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he said, looking up from the magnifier as the door to his lab swung open. His eyes lit up in interest as Mance Rayder stepped into his lab. "Sorry for the tardiness, lad. I was busy securing the provisions for our journey," said Mance, carefully walking between two large tables filled to the brim with steaming pots and kettles. At one point, Mance would have marveled at the fact that he was seeing fires burning brightly atop a wooden table without damaging the wood. But after everything he saw and heard in his latest journey to Skane with the young Stark, he knew anything was possible when it comes to magic. "So, you are leaving then?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Oh, trust me, I'd prefer to stay. But, the Lord Commander sees no reason to extend our stay now that the matters pertaining to the gift are resolved to his satisfaction," said Mance, taking a whiff out of an aromatic leaf he found on one of the tables. "I heard Lord Commander Mormont managed to keep the dominion of Brandon's gift for the Night's Watch," Harry commented, putting the blood samples under preservation charms and walking around his workstation. "Not all of it. There are castles left unattended by the Night's Watch. The status of these castles and the lands attached to them remains unresolved." Harry shrugged disinterestedly while eyeing Mance Rayder closely. "I heard from a black brother that you were born on the other side of the wall. 'Tis no secret." Mance shrugged. However, Harry noticed the subtle shift in Mance Rayder's demeanor. The man suddenly became on guard and his eyes crinkled along the edges. "Do you keep contact with the wildlings?" Harry asked, tilting his head to the side. "Oh, yes. Unfortunately, those who come in contact with me rarely live to tell the tale," said Mance, his sharp brown eyes trained steadily on Harry's grey eyes. Harry broke off the eye contact and sighed. "Well, that's a shame. Should you somehow come to establish better contact with the wildlings in the future," Harry fished out a small wooden box from his pocket and gave it to Mance Rayder. "This will serve you well." Mance caught the wooden box in his palm. To his surprise, it was the magic box that confined the north. "You saw what we found in Skane. Something far worse is stirring beyond the wall," Harry said grimly. "When the time comes I hope it'll serve you well." Mance looked at the compass and the lad who gave him the magic box. "What exactly are you asking me to do, lad?" Mance asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry smiled. "The dead are gathering beyond the wall. The living is their enemy, all the living." Mance eyed the young Stark boy, trying hard to understand what made the lad so different. "You are one strange child," Mance settled on saying, abandoning his attempts to wrap his head around the strangeness hanging around the young Stark. "I'll take that as a compliment." XXXX. Harry noted the sadness in Jon's eyes, who was watching Uncle Benyon disappear down the King's Road further north. "'Tis not fair Uncle Benyon has to go away," Jon mumbled sadly. Harry patted Jon on his back. "He'll be fine. He is a Stark. He doesn't belong there with those people," said Jon, a sniffle escaping his mouth. One of the useful consequences of their journey to the wall was that Jon no longer held the Night's Watch in high regard. In the past, Jon always wanted to follow their uncle in becoming a ranger of the Night's Watch. But, having seen the true state of the Night's Watch, it was safe to say all the appeal Jon had built around the ancient order guarding the wall has dipped several notches. "If you are planning to stand there and brood all day, I'll have your hair turn pink again," Harry threatened. Jon was jolted out of the stupor and proceeded to follow Harry to the training yard. In the training yard, Harry was expecting the usual. With Sir Roderick returning from the south, Harry was expecting more grueling training sessions, but strangely enough, there was no one in the yard except for Theon Greyjoy and a few guards. Hey! Where did everyone go? John asked. I don't know. Let's ask him. Harry said, moving towards Theon, who was practicing in the archery range. Theon! Harry called, approaching the Greyjoy heir. Harry got the feeling that Theon Greyjoy was not particularly fond of being stuck in Winterfell. It was quite understandable considering the Greyjoy heir was more of a hostage than a ward. The reputation of the Ironborn among the Northerners was also a hurdle for Theon. The people of Winterfell were wary of Theon and saw him as an ill omen. This left the Greyjoy heir in a peculiar position. At least, Robb seems to have taken a genuine liking to Theon and has tried to make the kid feel more welcome in the castle. Harry and John. Theon nodded at them briefly before going back to knocking another arrow and taking aim. Where is everyone? I thought Sir Roderick was supposed to be training us today. Harry asked. You haven't heard? House Lannister has arrived. Robb said something about giving them a magic sword. Theon said, shrugging his shoulders before releasing the arrow. The arrow thudded against the practice dummy far closer to the target mark. That's impressive. Harry praised. We should go. Lord and Lady Stark should be looking for you. John urged. However, before they could go, Theon spoke up. In the Iron Islands, magic is seen as evil. The punishment for magic is death by drowning, said Theon. Harry paused in his tracks as his mind conjured up horrific images of his lost homeland. The suffering and sacrifices his people endured because of muggles and their undying greed. Harry turned to look at Theon, who slowly began to lose his smile and fear began to set in his eyes. Harry. John shook him lightly. It was only then he came to realize his magic was raging out of control. The old battle instincts he had long suppressed came out, breaking the floodgates. The air around him was dead and becoming increasingly arduous to breathe. Harry, he was just joking. John tried to console him. No. Greyjoy might have cushioned it as a joke, but it is the truth. Harry thought. A few minutes later, Harry was toiling away in the forge, taking in the full heat of the magical fire that was melting the metal ingots in the pot. His mood was not by any means in the positive range, and his magic was reflective of that mood. The usual red and yellow flame he conjured with his wand was now bright blue with a white hue in between. The heat inside the forge was such that it became extremely difficult to breathe properly. And yet, Kevin Lannister was braving the hostile atmosphere inside the forge, and so was Domeric Bolton. The Bolton heir has been hanging around Winterfell like a niffler looking for a treasure. He found it somewhat amusing that the strangely silent Lord of Dreadfort would have a talkative son like Domeric. In the short time he came to know about Domeric Bolton, Harry heard the long tale of how the kid was sent away from Dreadfort to stay as a cupbearer for Barbary Dustin. Then there was the long story that led to squiring for Lord Horton Redfort. Harry was really annoyed and not in the mood to entertain the kid, but Kevin Lannister for some reason was interested in the kid. Or maybe, this Kevin Lannister was just humoring the kid. Either way, it was getting annoying. Lord Kevin. Do you have any color preferences? Harry asked, as he saw the molten metal was ready for spell forging techniques. You can add color to the sword. Kevin asked, intrigued. Yes. If you want, I can imbue House Lannister's colors into the sword. Harry offered. That'd be most welcome. Kevin replied, after thinking it through in his mind. Harry nodded before starting the chain of spells as the molten metal was poured into the open mold. As the metal refined under his spells and runes, he made some slight adjustments for the Lannister colors of red and gold to reflect on the blade. When the forge finally became cold, the sword was ready. The two faces of the blade dominated in golden color with fine red lines running along its periphery. The classic ripple patterns were visible for those blessed with the eye for detail, but the golden color undoubtedly dominated the blade. What do you think? Harry asked, picking up the blade after forcibly cooling it down to room temperature. After a last-minute scrutiny, he handed over the blade to Sir Kevin. The Lannister knight was left speechless and simply admired the sword presented to him for a period. It's simply marvelous. Kevin whispered, running his hands over the smooth periphery of the sword. Do you have a name for it? Domeric Bolton asked, marveling at the beauty of the blade. Not yet. The honor of naming it goes to my brother, said Sir Kevin. Harry shrugged. His job ended with forging the sword. What happens from then on was not his concern. While the Lannisters were celebrating and his father was busy procuring accommodations for their new guests, Harry was making plans of his own. He could not afford to let the castle's construction lag behind. The need for consolidating Sea Dragon Point was absolutely vital, and a fleet capable of not just protecting the shores but also in offensive capabilities was warranted. He has an idea on speeding up the construction of the castle, but that'd have to wait. He was not ready to use that trick up his sleeve without testing it on the ground. Harry turned his eyes to the burned tower where crows have made a stable home for their kind. I suppose I can modify some of those dwarven magic to restore the tower. That should be a good start. Harry muttered to himself, before going back to focusing on making more potions. Chapter 41, The Mysteries of Astronomy Tower. Chapter text. Have you taken leave of your senses, uncle? Mace asked incredulously. Oh, I'm quite sure my mind is as sharp as ever, nephew. Maester Gorman replied. For once, Olina was on her son's side. It was ridiculous to take Maester Gorman seriously when he comes with tales of flying ships and far eyes that can see worlds far away in the sky. Surely, the aging uncle of her son has gone senile for believing the fanciful tales spun by Winterfell's maester. There was no other reasonable explanation that could make sense to her ears. It's not as if I'm the only one taking these tales seriously. The Archmaesters of the Citadel have verified the veracity of Maester Luwin's claims through Maester Rodri of Castle Sirwin. As we speak, the Citadel is gathering a delegation to go north and study more on these claims, said Maester Gorman. This is preposterous. Are the Archmaesters claiming magic is real? Mace asked incredulously. Olina watched silently as Maester Gorman sputtered indignantly, his cheeks flushed in embarrassment. The fact that Gorman Tyrell didn't deny the existence of magic made all she wanted to know on the matter. So, even the wise Archmaesters are taking these claims seriously. And they have been saying magic is dead to all who would hear them for centuries. Olina thought. She was still skeptical of these outlandish claims that the Starks managed to build a flying boat. Even the Valyrians at the height of their power never claimed such a feat. And those incest-ridden fools were the foremost experts when it comes to weaponizing magic. Then again, those silver-haired idiots may not have thought to use their magic for making boats fly. They had dragons for that. Are you planning to visit Winterfell, Gorman? Olina asked, leaning forward in her seat and cutting through her son's vehement denials about the existence of magic. Well, I'm not a young man, as you well know. A journey to Winterfell is not exactly conducive to my health. Besides, I'm sure there are far younger Archmaesters, experts in their disciplines, better suited for the task, said Gorman, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. A simple no would have sufficed. It's a shame you are not part of this delegation. It'd have served House Tyrell better if we had a pair of eyes that we can implicitly trust at Winterfell, said Olina, making her son and Gorman frown. Mother, surely you can't be trusting these tales of flying boats and magic far eyes. Surely, there must be a reason why the High Septon has declared Haryon Stark as a dangerous heretic. Olina couldn't help herself but roll her eyes at how naive her son was when it comes to looking beyond his nose. Sometimes, she wondered how someone like Mace could have been born from her womb. Oh, she knew her son has his strengths in pampering their enemies with honeyed words and gifts. But, she wished he could think for himself and not take everything at face value. Granted, even she was quite surprised when the High Septon's proclamation about the heretic nature of Haryon Stark and warning the faithful to exercise caution to the gifts of the Stark boy. It was so unlike the faith to get involved in the business of the great houses of Westeros. The faith has always understood to work alongside the great houses was to its advantage. The same was true for the great houses as well. The two were not to battle it out in the open. Any disputes or differences in opinion were to be resolved peacefully in the shadows with none the wiser. So, she was quite stumped why the High Septon would openly declare against a son of a lord's paramount so brazenly. When her spies came back with the reason behind this unexpected move from the High Septon, she only got more confused. Even now, she could not fathom why in the Seven Hells Cersei Lannister wishes to discredit one of her husband's staunchest allies. I don't know why the High Septon would have a change of heart when all this time many Septons throughout the Seven Kingdoms were content to credit the gifts of Haryon Stark as a blessing from the Seven. Olina said, eyeing her son. Are you willing to abandon your hopes of fetching a Valyrian steel sword for House Tyrell? Of course not, mother. Next time I'll surely outbid everyone. Mace said indignantly, still smarting over his defeat from Kevan Lannister. Good. The High Septon has nothing to lose by alienating the Starks. House Tyrell on the other hand only stands to gain should we make our moves carefully, said Olina, thinking of the many advantages the current developments would undoubtedly present themselves. If Cersei Lannister was intent on weakening her husband's hold on the Iron Throne, Olina was only too happy to take advantage of the woman's mistakes. Mace, you mentioned finding a good knight for Garland to squire. I think Winterfell might just be a good place for Garland to grow into a fine knight. Surely you jest, mother. Mace waved off Olina's proposal. I think your mother has a point, nephew, said Gorman, exchanging a nod of understanding with Olina. Mace looked struck by how easily his uncle also agreed with his mother's suggestion. Mother. You can't expect me to send Garland to that frozen wasteland amongst those tree worshippers. Mace protested but folded up with one sharp look from her. Internally, Olina lamented that her son was still afraid of her at the slightest perceived hostility from her. She wondered when her son would grow a spine and properly stand up to her on issues like these. The only saving grace was that Willis was shaping up to have a strong character despite his unfortunate accident. Lady Olina's suggestion is not without merit, nephew. There are knights in Winterfell anointed in the name of the Seven and by the king no less. Maester Gorman explained. Besides, think of how Garland could be friends with the heir of Winterfell and the heir of Pike. That's two future lords paramount. The Starks are also related to Orrans and Tullis. If Garland inherited your charms, then I'm sure he'd be in a good position to build bridges to 4 great houses in little to no time. Olena covertly shook her head at the spark of pride mixed with acceptance shining in Mace's eyes. She lamented the fact that her son was so easily taken by even a small bit of praise. Thankfully, her son's weakness mostly surfaces when it comes to family. Now that her son was in agreement, it required the Starks to accept Garland as a ward. XXXXXXXX. No force in the world could have stopped Harry from witnessing this monumental task. He eagerly looked on with Sansa by his side, silently urging the third occupant. When Arya finally managed to crawl all the way across the room into his arms, Harry picked up his younger sister and made a spin on his heels. Excited giggling escaped little Arya's baby mouth while Sansa clapped along happily. My turn. Sansa insisted, tugging at his hands while looking eagerly at Arya. All right. Be careful, he cautioned before handing over little Arya to Sansa's hands. Arya pouted at being denied access to continue pinching his cheeks. But, her disappointment was quickly drained away when she found herself getting access to Sansa's fiery red mane. Harry watched amusedly as Sansa carried away Arya on her shoulders with Jane Poole trailing behind. Keep an eye on them. Sansa and Jane can get overzealous when it comes to their tea parties, said Harry, charging Adela to look after his sisters before taking his leave. Coming out of their impromptu playroom of sorts, Harry stretched his limbs. His advanced capabilities in picking up his letters and numbers excused him from further daily lessons by Maester Luwin. Harry was quite thrilled when the Maester suggested this to his father and mother. What he didn't expect was to assume the responsibility of looking after Arya. He had hoped to utilize the free time to do more magical research. But, his mother was under the impression that he was already spending too much time in his lab and he could use some normal time. That's how he wound up in charge of looking after Arya while John, Rob, and Theon attended lessons with Maester Luwin. He would have vehemently complained if it was not for the results of this normal time that ended up increasing his productivity. Harry trained his eyes on the former burned tower, often referred to as the Broken Tower. But, no longer did the people of Winterfell call it the Broken Tower because it was no longer broken. In the place of a large pile of loose stones, fallen levels, and damaged beams, there stood a tall aesthetic structure made of gleaming white marble towering over everything Winterfell had to offer. The sunlight gleamed reflecting out of the smooth surface of the tower, which Harry dubbed the Astronomy Tower. The name was yet to get popular, but he was sure once his astronomical discoveries get more recognition, the name will get more traction. Right now, only Maester Luwin and Maester Rodri were interested in the particulars behind the tower and the study of stars. Not even his father was all that interested in the findings when it comes to astronomy, which was quite understandable. The Lord of Winterfell has other duties rather than focusing on the discoveries related to the sky. Now, Harry on the other hand was very much invested in tracing out the nearby planets and stars. The work was not complete, but he managed to discover 10 planets orbiting the sun, which has thrown a wrench into some of his plans. Most of his rituals would have to be recalibrated, as was the case for some of the spells and runes. While this latest bit of discovery was troublesome news, there were also ample reasons to celebrate as well. Harry managed to successfully combine a little bit of alchemy and dwarvish construction methods to build the Astronomy Tower. Harry was quite satisfied with the overall architecture of the tower. There was more room for improvement for sure, but it was a masterpiece. The tower ended up far more narrow than he intended, and the stairs were not up to his expected aesthetic standards. Other than those two issues, his work with the tower was quite exemplary for a first attempt. Once the surveyors find a suitable hilltop, Harry was ready to construct his new castle at Sea Dragon Point by using magic, and that was why he was in the process of scanning the structure of Winterfell. The innate magic of the castle and some of the age-old partially functioning runes were proving to be a hurdle. Despite centuries of magical neglect, the ancient runes carved into the foundation stones of Winterfell seemed to work somewhat. Harry was quite surprised when he discerned the intent behind those runes. The first men runes inside Winterfell did not prevent anyone hostile from attacking Winterfell or its inhabitants. But, the runes would recognize the identity of the enemies and impart a curse of misfortune. When Harry found the intent of these old runes, he was careful to not trigger its wrath on him or his trusted Valkyrie, who was charged with positioning his ward stones. In the end, Harry came up with a simple solution. He recalibrated his ward stones and created a blanket ward encompassing the entirety of the castle. The new ward scheme was not unduly complicated. It was an intent-based ward that was set to deliver a wave of nausea to anyone holding ill intent towards House Stark. This way he could translate the intent behind the ward to the pre-existing rune-based curse as the first strike of sorts against a hostile enemy. It was only by enshrining his new ward as a defense mechanism could he gain access to the age-old protections of Winterfell. It was no easy task. It had taken him many sleepless nights and sacrificing hours of leisure time to properly divine the intent of the old protections. I still don't understand why you didn't just remove the old runes, my lord. It'd have been far safer to exert your will on the protections of Winterfell. Anya commented, climbing their way towards the top level of the Astronomy Tower under the cover of the night. I could do that, but magic is not a tool that can be easily discarded. There is intent imbued in every spell, whether it is cast through a wand or impressed on stone in the form of runes. These intents and emotions behind the spell cannot be dismissed, especially when the magic behind it has endured for thousands of years. The safe way forward is to incorporate the magic that has worked so far into the new ward scheme, said Harry, tapping a patch of wall with his wand after finally reaching the topmost level. A small fire burned nearby, giving them the necessary light to see in the dark. Before their eyes, the white marble collapsed backwards, granting them entry to a set of secret stairs. The stairs led to a secret chamber where the wardstone monitored the protections around Winterfell as well as gathered the structural design of the castle. Harry placed his power ring on an altar inside the chamber. A section of the floor folded up, showing the wardstone with glowing red runes. Harry and Anya knelt on the floor near the wardstone. Harry reached out and plucked the wardstone out of the floor, and he could feel the wards collapse around Winterfell. Did it capture the structure? Anya asked. Harry sharpened his mind and allowed his magic to coalesce over the wardstone. His mind was easily pulled into the magic gathered inside the pulsating runes, and he could see the superstructure of Winterfell within his mind. The foundations of the first keep remained ever elusive even from the scanning of the wardstone. He was now totally convinced there was a structure or a chamber beneath the first keep submerged under the hot spring. For some reason, it refused to interact and refused to be found in any manner. His magical scans have all failed to garner any sort of reaction or information from the structure. It was as if the structure was sealed off by an obscure ward. Even after gaining access to the old ruins of the castle, he was not allowed entry or knowledge about the secret chamber, which was a shame. Harry blinked as he came out of the trance. The wardstone remained pulsing with runes on his palm. Harry reached out with his free hand towards Anya. His faithful student fished out one of the ice dragon crystals from a sealed box. The crystal was configured into the shape of an egg with finely crafted runes carved over its smooth surface. The runes glowed bright white as the crystal was placed in his hands. Harry placed the crystal in place of the wardstone. His mind jerked as the wards kicked in with full force. Other than the induced nausea for anyone looking to harm House Stark, the new crystal wardstone was primed to strengthen the castle and its gates against any foe in case of an attack. There were other defenses in play, like barriers and jinxes that were designed to keep the enemy down. Harry watched as the floor closed up over the crystal, hiding it from his sight after he retried the power ring from the altar. "Are you going to inform Lord Stark of the wards?" Anya asked, once Harry secured the wardstone he retrieved from the chamber into a box. Not yet. I want to make sure the wards are working properly before I bring up the matter with Father." Harry paused halfway to the stairs, turning to look at Anya. "Keep an eye on the castle's inhabitants. If anyone suddenly falls ill or finds themselves tripping repeatedly while walking, note them and report to me once I return from White Harbor." XXXX. "Are you going to agree, my lord?" asked Maester Luwin. Eddard was not sure what to make of the request from the Tyrells. To send Mace Tyrell's second son to foster under his roof was not something he expected from the Tyrells. The Reach has always been Targaryen loyalists, and they proved their loyalty during the rebellion. He had cut down many fine knights of the Reach at the Trident and at the Stony September. Even though he never saw any major Reach lords at either location, there were many soldiers and knights representing the Reach fighting beside Rhaegar and Jon Connington. On the other hand, Mace Tyrell did surrender and bend the knee without further bloodshed and has been loyal to Robert ever since Aerys was dethroned. The Redwyne fleet played a crucial role in beating back the Iron Fleet, and the Tyrells did send some troops when Robert called the banners. The Tyrells are bound by blood to the Hightowers and the Redwynes. They also wield considerable influence in the Citadel. Maester Luwin said. Eddard looked at the Maester for a time before sighing. Maester Luwin is right. The Tyrells are well connected. Eddard thought. There was also the simple fact that the Tyrells, despite their former allegiance to the Targaryens, retained the title of Warden of the South. So, denying an honest request from a Lord Paramount would be unreasonable on his part. House Tyrell fought for the Mad King. If I can help it, I'd prevent them from supporting Viserys Targaryen against King Robert's heirs. Perhaps, fostering Garland Tyrell is a way to build better relations with the Reach. Eddard mused aloud. A wise decision, my lord. Shall I send the Raven then? He just nodded. Eddard leaned back in his seat after dismissing the Maester. Harrion and Robb were on their way to White Harbor as part of House Stark's commitment to helping them increase the yields of their farmlands. In return, the Manderleys would send their best builders for constructing a port at Sea Dragon Point and in time a sizable fleet. With his son's ability to build structures from stone and sand, the plans for Sea Dragon Point could be accelerated. He had already given permission for Harrion to raise a castle once the surveyors return. The boy had clearly worked wonders with the burned tower. At this point, he doubted there was anything his son could not do with his magic. That old pile of rocks was now the most beautiful place in Winterfell other than the God's Wood. At least, he could stop worrying about the developments of Sea Dragon Point. Harrion seems to have a good handle on the matter and seems to have some interest in seeing it done. This left Eddard to worry about matters closer to home, namely the arrival and lodging of some 10 maesters or so. Those far eyes Harrion made were far more trouble than he had initially imagined. He just hoped the bunch of old men would not stick around for too long. Winterfell is not a place for maesters and their inane curiosities. Eddard thought gruffly. Chapter 42, The Undying Star. Chapter Text. White Harbor was the sole city in the north which also made it the largest settlement in the north. It was also home to the largest fleet in the north. The shores of White Harbor were the domain of seagulls. They outnumbered the ships and boats of the city 3-1. He breathed in the salty scent of the beach as well as the steady hum of crashing waves. Harry planted his feet firmly on the sand as a wave of seawater soaked his feet. When the seawater receded, the sand was filled with clams which he was all too happy to collect. Sansa would love a necklace made of clams, he thought. The Manderleys were accommodating to their presence and sometimes they went overboard to please both Rob and Harry during their stay. The day of their arrival was quite a festive affair with a lavish feast thrown in their honor with too many servings that he lost count. At least, Lord Manderley and his family seemed to have enjoyed the feast more than Harry or Rob ever did. Not that there was anything to complain about the fine spread the Manderleys prepared for their sakes. Rob has always preferred beef and chicken when it comes to meat. So, his twins' appetite took a dive when they were presented with marine delicacies. Rob, being the heir to Winterfell, didn't want to cause any offense to Lord Manderley. Keeping this in mind, Rob tried his luck with the seafood on the table. There were all kinds of sea dishes on the table and Rob, being the courteous kid, he tasted everything. So, Harry was not surprised to see Rob bedridden the next morning with a stomach ache. The Maester of White Harbor was currently looking after Rob, which left Harry alone to face the difficult task ahead. Before their journey even began, the two of them were given strict instructions by their father. Harry would say most of his father's instructions were for his benefit rather than for Rob. Anyway, he was not offended nor did he protest against these instructions because there was ample reason for his father to do so. Apparently, his exploits with magic and his unique runic crafts have garnered some scrutiny from the High Septon. The High Septon. Harry scoffed in derision. The name itself reeks of how much of a pretentious peacocks the Targaryen kings were, especially that buffoon Aegon Targaryen. The post of High Septon in King's Landing was a political position created by the Targaryen king to consolidate the political will and power of the faith in the south. In the old days before the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, the High Septon was merely the High Septon of Old Town. The position of course wielded some influence among those who followed the Seven, but it was expressly confined to the Reach. Harry would wager the position was not that powerful even inside the borders of the Reach, as he doubted the Gardener kings would hardly tolerate a rival power to flourish in the city of their vassal. Anyway, the High Septon of King's Landing was Aegon's blunder, a mistake born out of ignorance. Perhaps, Aegon Targaryen thought to consolidate his hold over the Andal-dominated lands by consolidating more political and religious influence on his budding capital of King's Landing. As time would prove, this decision ended up causing more harm than good to the Targaryens until Jaehaerys the Conciliator ascended the Iron Throne. Some of the old records Harry had unearthed from the Library of Winterfell suggested that the Starks during Jaehaerys' reign rightly feared the Targaryen king and his queen were intentionally trying to provoke the North into a rebellion. The presence of a Septon being hand of the king only increased the fears of Alaric Stark, which had caused the man to not protest while giving away the new gift despite the land being controlled by many northern lords. Since the Conciliator's time, the High Septon has enjoyed some political power over the Iron Throne. Just as the Targaryens used the Faith also used the Targaryens to do their bidding. The Faith's increased enthusiasm in sending their Septons and Septas to the Iron Islands, the North, and even the Three Sisters was because of the backing of dragons. That was one of the reasons why the Greens lost support in these areas and later became some of the strongest black supporters while dragons danced in the skies of Westeros. The dance was more than a century ago and things have changed. The Faith however wields enormous influence on the Iron Throne, especially now. King Robert's reign, while off to a splendid start, was still filled with uncertainties. The new Baratheon dynasty could not afford to alienate the Faith, and that means the High Septon has certain leeway in acting out his position. And that was exactly what happened in the capital. I cannot fathom why the High Septon would call me a heretic. Is the old man under the assumption that I'm a follower of the Faith? Or maybe, the man is an illiterate buffoon who doesn't understand the meaning of the word. Harry thought. Despite the poor vocabulary, the High Septon has made his stand known to his faithful followers that intended to target Harry and his use of magic. And therefore, his father insisted on certain ground rules before he set forth on this journey. Harry was not allowed his usual fiery attitude when it comes to the Faith, and he was supposed to stay far away from any religious matter in White Harbor. That way there would be no further controversy. At least, that was the advice he got. So, it came as a surprise when both Rob and Harry were invited to attend the Mother's Day celebrations in the September of White Harbor. He had planned to stay far away from the September, but with Rob bedridden, he'd be forced to go so as not to cause offense to the Septons and Septas. The September of the Snows was the largest September in the lands belonging to the House Manderley. As he understands it, there were many scattered seps along the coastal regions, but they were not as grand as the one inside the city. His ears picked up the distant sound of thundering hooves from the south. He looked back at the airship where some of the Stark guards were standing guard near the airship. He had been allowed to travel using the airship under strict conditions that he'd be discreet about using it. As a result, he had to land the airship on a deserted coastline away from any curious eyes. He had returned to the airship so that he may prepare a gift for the September of Snows. If he was to walk into the September without Rob, he'd try to be courteous to the sentiments of the faithful and avoid any unnecessary friction. The last thing he wanted was for any religious tension to arise in White Harbor which could prove to be detrimental to the new Baratheon dynasty and his family. The new king seems like a swell man and he didn't want his father's best friend to get into a heap of trouble on his behalf. As Harry walked back to the airship, Sir Marlon Manderley and a few guards finally caught up with him on their horses. Lord Harrion. Lord Wyman awaits you at the Merman's court. Harry just nodded at the Manderley knight. It was time to get this over with and then he could focus on the real reason he came here. XXXX. Harry was sort of impressed with the festival despite his misgivings about the faith of the Seven. Perhaps, the northern followers of the faith were not as conservative as he had imagined. A large wooden effigy of the mother was being dragged through the streets of the city atop a substantially large wooden wheel cart. The procession was accompanied by a slew of drums encouraging the men to push harder to keep the cart moving. The women of the city threw flowers on the streets welcoming the effigy of the mother. Similar smaller effigies were accompanying the larger one but they were less aesthetically pleasing to his eyes. We scarcity get to celebrate Mother's Day. The snow would usually threaten the harvests but this time I suppose we don't have to worry about that, Lord Wyman said, clapping Harry on his shoulders while the Manderley Lord's gigantic belly rippled mirroring his laughter. This is certainly an enjoyable event, Lord Manderley. It does the people certain good to be in a festive spirit at least once a year, said Harry, noting the festive spirit of the small folk regardless of their religious background. He assumed people who follow the old gods were also involved in the festive. While the Manderleys may follow the Seven, this was not the case for most of the small folk. When the effigy finally reached the doors of the September, the drums died down. For a moment, everything became silent and then the September began to ring its 7 bells. The doors of the September swung open with many septons stopping out of their sacred September with liturgical tools in their hands. Harry felt an all too familiar give when he saw the strangely dressed septons with their tools engaged in their work. Come along, lad. We should greet the septons. Lord Manderley said, conveniently shoving Harry towards his 2 granddaughters Wynafred and Willa. Harry found himself standing awkwardly in between Wynafred and Willa as the septons proceeded to bless them with religious chants and whatnot. Letting out a sigh, he resigned himself to a long drawn-out affair. XXXXXX. I'm surprised you didn't magic the septons to have bull heads or something, said Rob. Trust me, I was tempted. They were taking forever with those stupid prayers. Harry complained. They were once again inside the airship with White Harbor behind them. Thankfully, Harry was a good guest to the Manderleys and their visit was bereft of any controversies. The septons and septas were rather accommodating and they treated him well. In fact, they thanked him for sending the cure for spring sickness which ended up saving a lot of people in the port city. What he didn't like was what came after. The septons, unbothered by the High Septon's decree, chose to hold a sermon for Harry and his gifts from the Seven. Clearly, Harry had misjudged the unity or the hierarchy in the Andal religion. Whatever the case, he was not at all amused to prostrate himself before a bunch of giant statues and old men in funny robes for nearly an hour. But, for the sake of his house, he did what was expected of him in place of Rob. Lord Manderley was quite impressed with your gift to the September. He was boasting about the undying star that sits atop the September of snows, said Rob, a teasing smirk on his face which made Harry poke him in the eye. Ow! Rob cried, rubbing his eyes. Please don't remind me. Harry warned his elder twin. He had thought to impress the septons with his gift from the Seven. He had even enjoyed placing the 7-pointed star atop the dome sitting atop the September. While he was against any type of organized religion, he has always appreciated the architecture involved. So, it was quite an experience to get access to the famed domed roof where all the statues of the Seven were mounted. Harry had placed the undying star, as the septons and the small folk of White Harbor call it, atop the dome at the very center of the 7 statues. Of course, Harry had an ulterior motive in gifting this undying star to the September. He placed a sliver of cheering charm into the glass and powered it by using an ice dragon crystal. He also used a slew of monitoring charms which he had connected to his power ring using a modified protean charm. So, Harry would be getting warnings should any significant attitude shifts occur inside the September. He also left some provisions for altering the nature of the wards remotely should he find some use for it in the future. Meanwhile, the small folk and the septons thought his gift was some spark of divine light from the Seven. In reality, all he had to do was entrap a portion of the patroness charm inside the glass and power it using the crystal. The undying star of the September of snows should also function as a lighthouse. The Manderleys, the small folk, and the faith were definitely happy. So, all in all, Harry thought this trip was quite a success. You know, Rob, I think Wynafred Manderley was quite taken with you. Lord Manderley was certainly angling towards that idea. Harry said silkily, freezing Rob who looked like he saw a ghost. Maybe father would be open to an early betrothal. Don't be like that, Harry. I swear I won't bring up your troubles in the September ever again. Rob offered. I knew you'd see reason, brother. Harry patted Rob's head. We should have stayed for a few more days. I really wanted to see Wolf's Denmark, said Rob. Harry also wanted to visit the ancient fortress which the Manderleys have turned into a prison of sorts for some odd reason. But, there was a reason he insisted on cutting their stay short. Harry fished out a gold dragon from his pocket. On the coin, there was a very short message written on the yellow surface of the metal. Survey, place found. This message was more than enough for Harry to insist on leaving without even staying to see the results of his work on the farmlands of House Manderley. He was sure the runestones he planted would do their work and triple the yields and increase the fertility of the lands for the years ahead. Pocketing the coin charmed with the protean charm, Harry thought of the long journey ahead and what awaited him at the other end. There was a new castle to build if the spot was to his liking. Chapter 43, Avalon. Chapter text. Tywin sat at the high table observing the celebrations going on inside the golden halls of his ancestors. His family was celebrating the arrival of a Valyrian steel sword in the family. As this was indeed a celebration confined strictly within the family, their greatest treasure was in full display at the very center of the feast hall. A golden statue of Lon the Clever stood at the center of the hall with rubies for eyes. The exact origin of the statue was unknown as records of the statue's commissioning are non-existent. Either way, the statue does have some value besides the expensive metal used in its creation. Tywin found the statue valuable because of the message it conveyed. Lon the Clever was not depicted as a powerful warrior or as a benevolent ruler in the statue. No, Lon was depicted as a wise figure with a scroll in his hand instead of a weapon or a crown. The statue was a reminder that the greatest feat of their ancestor did not come from bravery or physical prowess but through utilizing his sharp intellect. If the legends are to be trusted, Lon the Clever tricked the Casterleys out of their castle and claimed it as his own. He doubted that was exactly how the events unfolded. More than likely the Casterleys lost favor with their bannermen and Lon took advantage of this weakness to claim the castle and the kingship of these lands in the following years. Anyway, Lon's story and accomplishments remained important because they served as a valuable lesson for House Lannister. These tales and icons of ages past were a reminder that true power did not come from physical strength alone. There are times when one has to retreat and regroup to gather strength to their side. When an enemy was powerful and had fielded a larger army, the smart thing to do was to not tackle the enemy head-on. Instead, you take the enemy apart one piece at a time, and if even that does not work, gather strong allies and take their strength for your own to destroy the enemy. This was one of the reasons why he did not declare Westerlands independent after the fall of House Targaryen. Many in the family had wanted to declare independence from the Iron Throne and place a crown of gold atop his brow. While his family saw the prestige and glory in reclaiming the kingdom of Westerlands, he saw only war and ruin with that path. So, he let go of the need for a crown in favor of having his daughter crowned. The resulting marriage formed a powerful alliance between the two great houses of Westeros that also gained them a loose alliance of sorts with houses Arryn, Stark, and Tully. In time, his grandchildren shall also be crowned, but that crown will not be so easy to maintain if his daughter was acting like a fool and trying hard to undo the alliance that has put a crown on her head. His foolish daughter's hand in turning the High Septon against the Starks has not gone unnoticed by their enemies and their allies. At least, Jon Arryn had the integrity to reach out to him with the issue, but that gesture was for naught. The damage was already done and the Tyrells have capitalized on the brief fissure in relations caused by his daughter. The first installment of gold is ready to be shipped, brother. Kevin reported. Good. I want you to deliver the gold to the Bravacy at King's Landing. By the time you reach the city, I shall inform you of the name of the Bravacy captain and his ship, said Tywin. What about Cersei? Kevin asked. Tywin looked at the hall where the House of Lannister has gathered for celebrating their new family sword. His eyes found the dwarf that caused his wife's death, Merry, and with his belly full of wine. Despite bringing shame to him and his house, he had not acted against Tyrion. He let the dwarf live a life of luxury because Tyrion was a Lannister. Similarly, he'd not act against Cersei, at least, not directly. A man's worth is measured by the legacy he leaves after his death. Family is responsible to carry and preserve that legacy. Tywin thought. Against Cersei? No. We cannot show disunity to others. Instead, you shall seek an audience with the High Septon. Tell him to rescind this stupid charge against the Stark boy. And should the High Septon decline? Kevin asked. Make sure he doesn't by any means necessary. It should be made clear that in no uncertain terms that he shall ever again bother our allies. Tywin ordered. I shall handle the matter discreetly. Kevin nodded, thinking of bribing the High Septon. It shall certainly dent their funds, but they could part with a little gold to maintain their good relations with the Starks. Tywin leaned back in his seat looking at the sword lying before him on an ornate stand. The golden lion pummel he added to the sword gleamed under the light, as did the rest of the sword. He had thought of naming the sword Bright Roar after the lost family sword of House Lannister. Jerian had called him unimaginative and suggested a new name, Lion's Claw. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he liked Jerian's suggestion, which was why he agreed to let the sword have the name. Besides, the sword does look like a claw fit for a lion. The Stark boy was a fine craftsman, worth every gold dragon he spent, as the Stark boy delivered a sword of exquisite quality. And now, the boy only proved to be more valuable by creating a boat that can fly. He'd have found the claim to be absurd, but Kevin has seen the boat with his own eyes. If he could not trust the word of his little brother, then there'd be no one in the world he could trust. That was why he was leaving the issue with the faith in his brother's capable hands. Once this bad business with the High Septon was settled, he ought to pay a visit to his daughter. House Lannister could not afford to let the North return to isolation when House Stark was just starting to gain more power. It was imperative to tie the Starks close to the dynasty one way or the other. XXXXXXXX. The old gods were the favored religion in the North. Harry did not think most people in the North were highly religious. Most people only follow the old gods because the old gods were too ingrained in the culture. It was quite understandable, as there were no scriptures and central authority when it comes to the old gods. There was just a bunch of old trees where faces are carved into the bark of the tree. A religious person would use those trees to officiate weddings and perhaps an occasional prayer as well, which was rare. In the old days, the gods' woods were also used for trials and executions. Compared to other religions, Harry found the old gods quite attractive. Their laws were few, most of which dealt with slavery, guest rights, and incest. However, Harry found one more unspoken rule when it comes to the old gods at Sea Dragon Point. People believed that it would invite bad fortune should someone cut down a weirwood tree. It wouldn't have mattered to Harry what people believed in until these beliefs became an inconvenience for him. And that's exactly what has happened at Sea Dragon Point. The survey team sent from Winterfell found 2 good locations for a castle. One of the locations was farther away from the shore, nestled comfortably in between 2 suitably large hills. Harry found the location to be defensible, but he did not need any natural defenses to secure his castle. There were wards and barriers that could function as better replacements for natural defenses. Therefore, he took a shine to the second location, which gave him a good view of the ocean from above a large rocky hill. As a bonus, the site was near the shore where a moderate fishing harbor could be built without much natural impediment. Perhaps, if he were to pitch in with some magic, the harbor could be stretched for a few miles and a proper port could be constructed as well. However, all those plans were for naught if the men were not prepared to cut down the gigantic weirwood tree that sits atop the hill. Maybe there is a better spot further west from this place, Sir Jory suggested. My lord. The shores here are too thin for a harbor, and the old gods would look upon us in favor if we were to leave their abode untouched, one of the surveyors said. But Harry was not at all interested in looking for another spot when this one just felt right for a variety of reasons. The rocky terrain of the hill worked in his favor, as he could employ dwarven construction methods to carve out a monolithic structure quite effortlessly. Another reason was that he could feel a magical resonance of sorts with the area. It was just a gut instinct, and he was almost sure that there was a dormant ley line slumbering deep beneath the land, just waiting for the right nudge to emerge. He could also reroute the magic drain in the land much better because of the presence of a ley line. No. This place should do, Harry muttered, looking absently at the small hilly terrain and the lush forest that was no doubt going to be a boon for a budding fleet. The men won't cut down a heart tree, my lords. That's quite fine. I can cut the tree if the men refuse, said Harry. How about we build the castle but also preserve the weirwood tree? There are very few heart trees in Westeros. Let's conserve those that are left, Robb suggested, looking imploringly at Harry. Harry let out a sigh and nodded. I could do that. When night fell around their camp, Harry was sitting in the open with a small fire burning nearby. Only the crackling of the fire was heard as he slowly and carefully carved the runes on a small stone. Dwarven runes were quite different from those used by wizards. The great dwarves of the Alps had a unique language of their own, which he was fortunate to have learned from one of the dwarves. Dwarves, unlike goblins, were not able to use bodily magic. Sure, they can use their magic to augment their physical prowess, but they were unable to bind spells like wizards, elves, or even goblins. However, they have a unique skill set when it comes to crafting runes. Their innate ability to communicate with the planetary forces allows them a deeper insight into crafting runes. Under normal circumstances, a dwarf would die rather than share their precious wealth of knowledge. The circumstances under which he came to learn their knowledge were anything but normal. While stubborn as mules, dwarves were also preservers of knowledge. They were not as petty and vain as the goblins. You should go to bed, Harry, said Jory. Aren't you going to get some sleep? Harry asked, feeling the telltale signs of fatigue. After all, he has been working without rest on the runic matrix that should aid him in fusing the rocks of the hill into a single large boulder. I have the first watch. I'll get some sleep when my shift ends, said Jory. In that case, I want you to bury these 2 stones near that heart tree, said Harry, handing over 2 rune stones to Jory. What'll they do? Jory asked, looking a tad hesitant to follow through with the task. You don't have to worry. Nothing will happen to the heart tree, Harry assured the knight. When the first light fell on the hills and field of trees at the Sea Dragon Point, the surveyors found a gigantic castle made of smooth black stone standing proudly where the hill was supposed to be. 2 large curtain walls surrounded the castle, guarding several dome-shaped keeps, while giant square-shaped towers reached out proudly into the sky. Hearing the commotion outside, Jory Castle was the first to come out of the tent, followed by Robb. Both of them were left gaping at the gigantic castle that was towering over them, blocking the eastern sun from their view. The castle looked similar to Winterfell but with more of a refined look. "Are you two going to remain gaping like a fish, or are you coming to take a look inside?" Harry asked, startling Jory and Rob as he sneaked behind them while they were busy staring at the newly cropped up towering structure. "Wah! How? How can this happen?" Jory sputtered, overwhelmed by the fact there was now a huge castle before him where there was supposed to be a hill. "You shouldn't be this surprised. I managed to restore the burned tower overnight, remember?" Harry reminded the young knight. "But that was..." Jory trailed off before sitting down on the ground as his legs felt weak. "Are you all right, Jory?" Rob asked in concern. "I'll be fine. I just need a moment to..." "I'll be fine," Jory muttered, waving off Rob's concern. Harry snickered as he walked forward and admired the castle that was going to be his new home and seat of power. "Welcome to Avalon. XXXXXXXXX. Old Town was slumbering under the peaceful veil of the night. But not all of Old Town was sleeping. The harbors remained active through the late-night activities of sailors from distant lands. Ships came and went regardless of night or day, especially with the iron-borne ships being gutted from the Sunset Sea. One such ship came from the Far East transporting rare SSC wares to be traded at the oldest city of Westeros. A hooded figure threw one last look at the vessel that has facilitated his travel from Essos before walking away into the darker corners of the sprawling city ruled by the high towers. The beacon atop High Tower burned as it always has guided ships to the port. The hooded man walked the cobbled streets of the city, which was quite slippery at the night. Many alleys and bridges passed by as the hooded man finally reached his destination. The large gates of the citadel were flanked by tall statues of two green sphinxes. The city watch stood guard over the many steps leading to the giant door of the citadel. "Wait! Who goes there?" One of the guards brandished his spear in the hooded man's direction as he was about to climb the steps. The guard lowered the spear when the mystery man threw back his hood. "Ah, Archmaester Marwyn. Back from your long voyage, I see." Marwyn smiled. "Yes, indeed. It seems some interesting events have happened in my long absence." "Of course, Archmaester. Welcome back to the citadel." The guard opened the gates for him, allowing him passage. Marwyn didn't bother to greet any of his colleagues who might have been up at this late hour. Instead, he went straight towards his study where he guarded one of his most precious treasures. Inside a cellar lay the Valyrian glass candles unlit since the last dragon succumbed to its death. He had been regaled with fanciful tales about the gifted Black Wolf. The length and scope of the tales became too much for him to bear. He was forced to cut short his travels in Essos to see for himself if there was a grain of truth to the rumors. And what better way was there to see whether the rumors of a resurgence in magic were true or not than by using the glass candles of Valyria? The dragon glass stand gleamed under the small lamp he set on a nearby table. Taking a deep breath, he placed both of his hands over the glass candle and willed it to light up. Marwyn let out a disappointed sigh as the glass candles remained unlit. He was just about to pull back his arms when the glass candle lit up with a small spark. Eyes widening in amazement, Marwyn tried harder to light the lamp and one of the candles lit up. For a moment, he stared in wonder at the candle before his vision suddenly changed. The stone walls of the vault disappeared altogether from his perception and instead, he found himself inside a giant castle. There was a massive heart tree towering over even many of the keeps. Suddenly, he felt like something shifted beneath his feet. Marwyn flinched as he got the sensation that he was trapped inside a cage. Very interesting. Astral projection? Now that's a trick I have not seen in a while. Marwyn tried to turn towards the sound but found himself unable to so much as move an inch. He needn't have as the owner of the sound came before his eyes not a moment later. He blinked a few times just to make sure he was seeing a child carrying a peculiar-looking stick twirling between the child's small fingers. "Who are you, old man?" asked the child, pointing the wooden stick in Marwyn's direction with the tip glowing with magical power. Chapter 44, Grey Rats. Chapter text. The fresh morning air in Avalon was quite enjoyable, all things considered. The castle had only sprung up a few minutes ago, so everyone including Harry was still exploring the castle. If people were looking at him as the second coming of Brandon the Builder before, now they were looking at him as if he was a god in human flesh. That was sort of what happened at the fishing village near Eastwatch, but the circumstances that led to the opening of that particular can of worms were quite different. At Eastwatch, he alleviated the small folks' hunger when they could not sustain their livelihoods because of the storm and flooding. That was not the case at Avalon. Building up a gigantic castle from a pile of rocks overnight was certainly an extraordinary feat, especially considering the importance of castles in the local culture. To the small folk, a castle was a symbol of power and protection. It stands as a vanguard against an invading army and a place that upholds the security and law of the land. It was akin to his world's combined form of modern-day courts and army barracks. It was also interesting to note that castles often housed a god's wood, which was a sacred place for those who were religious. Even if the lords don't generally allow the small folk year-round access to their god's wood, the place retains much religious and cultural significance. But all of that took a back seat for Harry as he walked around his newly constructed home taking stock of what was lacking and where it needed some improvements. The castle lacked doors, furniture, windows, or even some decorative elements like sculptures, gardens, pools, bathhouses and fountains. There would be ample work needed to be done in the castle before it can become livable. The work needed for the castle, harbor, and roads should attract more small folk to settle near the castle. Harry quietly slipped away from the notice of his twin and Jory castle to access the secret cellar beneath the rune tower. The rune tower was supposed to house the ward schemes and runes that controlled the magical protections surrounding the castle. Inside the cellar, Harry found a pillar that moved aside as he tapped his wand against its stone surface. As the pillar moved a few inches, there was a small cavity on the floor the size of a small ball. Harry placed a runestone inside the cavity and let a few drops of his blood from his thumb fall on the runestone. The runes carved along the surface of the runestone lit up and Harry could feel the wards spring up encompassing every nook and cranny of the castle. The wards were for the time being directly connected to his source of magic using his blood as the medium. He'd have preferred to tie the ward to his power ring, but the presence of ley lines demanded a cruder approach at least until he could revive the slumbering arteries of magic in the land. Tying the wards of Avalon to his blood should also allow him to properly ingrain himself with the ancient magic slumbering in the ley lines. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Harry sank into a meditative state. Regulating his breathing, he slowly brought his heartbeats under control and focused his mind on the energy flowing within him. Gradually he could see the thread of magic that was connecting him to the wards through his mind's eye. Harry focused on the freshly forming thread and poured his magical power into it so that the connection was strengthened. He felt as if he was in a vortex for a moment as the wards settled in and established a connection to his blood. When Harry came out of his meditative state, he was fully aware of the status of the wards. If he concentrated enough, he could even see the fine lines that connected him to the wards around the castle. Climbing back to his feet, Harry tapped his wand against the pillar, which moved back into its previous position, consequently concealing the ward stone. Episki. Harry pressed the tip of the Elder Wand against the small incision on his thumb, which sealed itself shut under the healing spell. The awakening of the ley lines would come after he had properly adjusted to controlling the wards. The standard waiting time for syncing properly with a ward stone was 6 days. So, he thought it'd be better to give it a week before he attempted to reignite the ley lines. As he was about to climb out of the secret cellar, Harry felt a tremor go through the wards. It was as if something needled through the back of his head into his brain. Focusing on the intruder, he directed the wards to reel in the intruder. He also got the feeling that the intruder was a spirit entity. Interesting. Harry muttered, as the ward that was used to warn him of intrusion from spirits getting triggered was something that he never expected. Mostly because he had not encountered any ghosts so far in this world. It seems I'm in for a meeting with a ghost. Harry thought. XXXXXXXX. Harry was disappointed and intrigued at the same time. The intruder turned out not to be a ghost as he had imagined, but a maester capable of astral projection. He had come across ancient Sanskrit scrolls describing an ability to project their soul out of their body to distant places. He had not found the ability particularly attractive because of one glaring weakness. If a soul leaves the body, that body becomes vulnerable to many threats, both magical and physical. Yet he found the ability intriguing and a magical marvel. The difficulties involved in learning this form of metempsychosis are significant. So, Harry was quite intrigued by how an archmaester of the Citadel managed to master the art. "Who are you, old man?" Harry asked as he erected some privacy wards around the area. "Why is an archmaester of the Citadel spying on me using astral projection?" "How do you know I'm an archmaester?" Marwyn asked, a little bit surprised. Harry snorted. "Your robes and the number of links in your chain make you a maester. Going by your age and this ability to project your soul, I guessed you were not merely a maester but an archmaester." "Hey!" Marwyn blinked in surprise and looked down at himself. Sure enough, he was dressed in grey robes and carrying the chain that could identify him as a maester. "Very interesting. Not only is my mind being projected from the Citadel, but a model of my body is also being projected." Marwyn muttered to himself. "You seem surprised." Harry noted the telltale signs that this was a new experience for the archmaester. "Is this your first time engaging in astral projection?" "Oh, yes. I had only read the accounts in the Citadel of sorcerers of old using the Valyrian glass candles," Marwyn said, looking at his projected body with great curiosity. Marwyn let out a sigh of relief as he felt the bindings on his projected body coming undone. He experimentally moved his limbs, which were now free to do as he pleased. It was quite surreal to move around as he see fit while knowing that his real body was in the Citadel thousands of leagues away. "Forgive me, lad, for not introducing myself. My name is Marwyn. As you have rightly guessed, I'm an archmaester of the Citadel." Marwyn introduced himself, dipping his head as a show of respect. "You see, I was traveling the wide expanse of Essos learning of strange arts and charting maps of strange new lands when I began hearing rumors of a wee lad back home capable of magical feats lost to the world for centuries and perhaps millenniums. You are Harry Stark, are you not?" "I am. If you were so eager to meet me, why did you not join the delegation from the Citadel?" Why did you resort to using astral projection? Harry asked, tilting his head to the side with a frown on his brow. Astral projection? Is that what you call, wait? Marwyn suddenly paused halfway to look seriously at Harry. You're telling me there is a delegation of maesters coming to Winterfell? Yes. Did you not know that? Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. I'll answer that shortly. Have they arrived at Winterfell? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not currently in Winterfell. Harry shrugged. Good. Then I'm fortunate to have met you before those grey rats sank their claws into you, lad. No matter what you do not trust the maesters of Citadel. They will suck you dry of anything valuable and use your knowledge to destroy you. They hate to see magic flourish in Westeros, and they'll go to any lengths to see it destroyed root and stem. Marwyn warned. Harry eyed the Archmaester suspiciously. As far as he was aware, the Citadel was a center for learning that even delves into a wide variety of subjects, including the mystical aspects of nature. He knew that because Maester Luwin has a Valyrian steel link in his chain that denotes his study of higher mysteries. While the subject of higher mysteries in the Citadel was a far cry from proper magic, it still delves into the realm of prophecies and mysticism. So, he was reluctant to trust the word of a stranger even though the man appears to possess some magical power. That seems a little far-fetched. Do you have any evidence to back up your claims? Evidence? Who do you think worked in the shadows to destroy the dragons? Marwyn asked desperately. The Targaryens. Harry scrunched up his nose at those incestuous family of fools. No, lad. I'm talking about the real dragons. Marwyn shouted, shaking his head. Why am I even talking to a child? Where is your father, lad? I need to warn him before those grey rats poison you and kill off the last spark of magic in Westeros. Harry stared at the wild eyes of the Archmaester for a moment. My father is not with me. Even if he were here, he wouldn't be able to see you. Only people with substantial magical power can perceive your present state, said Harry. Marwyn let out a frustrated groan and began muttering to himself. Tell me what you know, Archmaester Marwyn. I'll hear you out and verify these claims myself, said Harry, not at all bothered in the least even if these visiting maesters were holding hostile intentions. If anything, Harry was hoping these maesters were hostile. It'd be nice to see if the wards of Winterfell recognize these maesters' hostility and take action. XXXXXXXX. Luwin was most eager to see the Archmaesters from the Citadel. The Outriders Lord Stark have sent out claimed his fellow maesters were only a few hours away from Wintertown. He hoped the preparations he made in advance were enough for the Archmaesters during their stay. Maester Rodri had assisted him in preparing a concise bundle of information they had gathered so far from Harrian's telescopes. Try as they might, they could not come to terms with exactly how the telescopes function as they do other than magic. There was no logical explanation they could come up with so far, and Harrian has always maintained his answer to any with his favorite one-word answer, magic. Luwin and Rodri had focused on the shape of the glass pieces that are fitted inside the telescope, but they could only make conjectures without conducting certain experiments on the device. And this was all the trouble they were facing when it comes to analyzing the normal telescope made by Harrian. There was one more telescope made by Harrian which made logic and reasoning completely void. The less normal telescope allowed any viewer to gaze upon the sun and the stars without going blind. Luwin called it the Sun Telescope because Harrian made it specifically to observe the sun and stars in outer space. One of the most fascinating discoveries of all has been the confirmation that planets and most other celestial bodies they have found so far within their star system were all in round shape. Even the stars were found to be a sphere, which was a major discovery. The Citadel had long ago deduced the shape of their planet was round, but there were serious challenges to those claims within the Citadel as well as from the outside world. Some argued the world was flat while others thought it was an endless expanse as envisioned by the Seven. Some others gave no thought to such questions and lived a life of mediocrity instead of pursuing knowledge and truth. The telescopes also gave another mode of proof that their planet was round. If he directed the telescope from the astronomy tower towards the north where the wall stands tall, he wouldn't be able to see the 700-foot-tall structure. Instead, all he could see was the dark expanse of space beyond the scope of mortal eyes. It was conclusive proof that their planet was a sphere like all the other planets in their star system. The best part was all these findings were done by Harrian before the young lad showed them to him. Never in his life had he stood witness to so many discoveries in such a short time. In a day, Harrian found all the 10 planets and assigned them certain orbits or tracks through which the planets revolve around the sun. Luwin was quite possibly stumped by this discovery, as the Citadel had assumed everything including the moon, sun, and stars all revolved around the earth. So, he had at first been skeptical, but Harrian provided proof of his claim within a few minutes by showing a moon of the largest planet in their star system revolving around the planet. It was proof that not all things in space revolved around their planet. Harrian called it a heliocentric star system and not a terracentric star system as envisioned by the maesters of the Citadel. It was this discovery that led him to write to the Archmaesters of the Citadel asking for their presence to verify the findings. Not to mention, Harrian's incredible feat of constituting a new language through which Harrian has been naming his discoveries. This new language Harrion introduced into the world called Latin was also a great feat. Latin was the second language to have taken birth in Westeros, and a child who'd only be celebrating his 8th namesday 3 days from now was the founder of the language. It was quite surreal for Luwin. When he was assigned as the Maester of Winterfell, he never expected he'd stand witness to the birth and growth of the most intelligent man the world has ever seen. Maester Luwin, look! Tyrell banners are approaching. Maester Rodri said excitedly, watching the approaching banners through the window of the astronomy tower. 'Tis a shame Harrion is away from Winterfell. I suspect the Archimaesters are quite eager to interact with Harrion, said Luwin. I don't think they'll be disappointed, said Maester Rodri, looking to the sky. As Luwin followed Maester Rodri's line of sight, he saw a boat among the clouds. It still took his breath away to watch a wooden boat fly as if it belonged in the sky instead of lakes or rivers. He doubted it'll ever cease to amaze him. Lady Stark would also be happy to have Robb and Harrion for their namesday, unlike last year. I'll go inform her and Lord Stark. XXXXXXXX. Garland was the least bit happy to have been sent off from Highgarden to the frozen wastelands of the north. When his father had first informed him of his fostering, he had vehemently opposed the idea, but his father didn't budge. He had gone to his grandmother in the hopes of reversing his father's decision, but it turns out she was the one who suggested the whole idea in the first place. With even his grandmother turning against him, he had no further hope except to bow his head and obey his father's wishes. Willis had jokingly suggested that he could arrange a ship to secretly spirit him to Essos. Marjorie and Loras had even offered to help with distracting the guards. It was an incredibly nice gesture from his siblings, but he knew he had no other choice but to obey his father's orders. It was his fervent hope that he'd finish his fostering as fast as possible by earning knighthood. If he was knighted, he'd no longer need to stay at Winterfell. So, starting from day one, he planned to train until he could no longer move. All these vows and dreams, however, came crashing down as he entered proper north. He feared for his life in this cold, ungodly place. Even after traveling all the way through the neck to Winterfell, he still could not stop shivering at this ungodly cold hanging in the air. Everything around him was unamusing, and he was already starting to hate this place. The worst part of all of this was he was not allowed to ride ahead and find shelter in the walls of Winterfell. Instead, he was required to trot on his horse while these insufferable carriages carrying the maesters of the citadel moved along the King's Road at a snail's pace. The disrepair and frankly appalling state of the King's Road was another matter which he just wanted to forget at this point. The amount of trouble they went through to traverse the treacherous parts of the King's Road at the neck was quite testing for Garland. Many times in this journey he had seriously thought of breaking ranks and just riding off. Only the thought of bringing shame to his house kept him sane throughout this journey. So, relief flooded his veins when he saw the giant dome-like structures becoming visible in the distance. There was also a small town up ahead through which the King's Road passes. Garland pulled his horse back slightly so that he was level with his kin's carriage. Maester Gorman. We are approaching Winterfell. Garland only heard a grunt from the carriage which made him shrug. He had done his duty, so he urged his horse forward. A strange buzzing sound reached his ears, which also seemed to have spooked his horse. He saw the people of the town pointing excitedly at the sky, which made him look up as well. He gaped openly as he saw a wooden boat float towards Winterfell, seemingly gliding through the clouds. Boat. That was a boat. Garland pointed at the boat while looking to the Tyrell men at arms, hoping they'd disagree. From the look in their eyes, he saw they were also seeing what he was seeing. Why are we stopping? Have we reached the castle yet? Maester Gorman asked, poking his bald head out of his carriage. No, but, Garland stuttered, but he was not afforded the luxury to finish his thought. Then move along. I've got important matters to attend to, lad. Garland blinked several times before looking back at the imposing structure of Winterfell. He got the feeling he should have paid more attention to what his grandmother was saying before she had seen him off from Highgarden. What exactly am I walking into? Chapter 45, Maesters and Snakes P1. Chapter text. How can you know they are spies? Eddard asked incredulously. Harry was not surprised to see his father's disbelief. Even he was quite stunned to learn 2 cleaning ladies were spies. The real shocker was 3 tongueless children in an orphanage running thanks to his mother's patronage. The orphanage was even a recent setup spurred on by her guilt over executing Septim Mordain, which he thought was totally unnecessary. The zealot truly deserved the rope. I have erected wards covering the whole of Winterfell. Anyone entering the castle with less than savory intentions against House Stark will find themselves falling ill. Of course, they'll recover shortly, but should their dark intentions persist, they shall fall ill again and again. Before my departure, I had charged the Valkyrie to observe Winterfell's inhabitants and visitors, and this is the list they've compiled, said Harry, looking pointedly at the piece of parchment that was now in his father's hands. Your magic is becoming more and more incomprehensible for me, son. But I digress. Who'd send spies to Winterfell? Sometimes, Harry found a sort of nostalgia when he observed his father. The man was as simple as someone could hope to be. Harry was reminded of himself after he had walked away from his political career in the ministry. Just like him, Lord Eddard wanted to be left alone and live merrily with his family. As time has proven, those in positions of power often are not given this boon. I do not know who sent them, but I've got a method for finding it out without harming these spies. Harry offered, thinking now might be a good time to try his hand at making the truth serum, or at least a variant of the potion, as the ingredients he had amassed from Skane are not compatible with the truth serum he knew in the wizarding world. Without harming them? These are spies sent by unknown enemies. Their life is forfeited the moment they stepped into my domain with ill intentions against my family. And this was where the wolf in his father reared up like a fierce beast. A perceived threat against the pack was not something his father could tolerate. Wouldn't it be better to use these spies and let their masters get false information? No, Eddard disagreed firmly. I'd like you to keep these wards, is it? Powered around the castle. I'll have Jory sweep the castle for more of these spies or enemies and interrogate them properly before they're executed or sent to the wall. As you wish, father. Harry agreed reluctantly while privately thinking of running a parallel investigation into these spies. Winterfell was not his castle to rule anyway. It was under his father's command, and in the future, it was going to be Rob's seat. It'd be improper for him to dictate how they should rule from the castle, especially when his concerns and suggestions were heard. Lord Manderley seems to be very happy with your visit. He is all praises for you and Rob. Lord Manderley was also a good host. Tell me, what is this undying star Lord Wyman is talking about? Just a small gift I gave to the September. They were quite happy to receive it. Harry shrugged, playing it down as he was explicitly ordered not to interfere with the faith of the Seven. Eddard scrutinized his son for a moment before letting the matter drop. The Manderleys seem happy, and it also looks like his son has worked his magic in their fields as well, which was the whole point of the visit. He was content to let things be so long as no offense was given to the faith. Jon Arryn would not have written to him if things were not dire in King's Landing. While Lord Arryn left out the reason behind the High Septon's sudden hostility, he assumed it has to do with Catelyn ordering the execution of the Septa. The discovery of these spies in his castle only reinforced his assumption. Looking to change the subject, he latched on to the visit to Deepwood Motte. For some reason, Lord Glover did not write to me. How did your visit go with House Glover? Ah, we did not visit Deepwood Motte, said Harry. You did not visit, Eddard spluttered. You were gone for nearly a month. Where were you if you were not visiting Deepwood Motte? We were at Sea Dragon Point. Doing what? Eddard asked incredulously. Building my castle. Harry said nonchalantly. Eddard stared at his son unseeingly for a few minutes before he shook himself out of the stupor. Building a castle? What do you mean? Eddard asked slowly, feeling like the ground beneath him was starting to disappear. You saw how I built the astronomy tower. Similarly, I built a castle at Sea Dragon Point close to the shore. The shore will need some work done to turn it into a proper harbor, but that's quite easily manageable. Eddard stared at his son incomprehensibly for some time before letting out a sigh of defeat. Every time you perform a miracle with your magic, I think to myself, nothing can surprise me from now on. And yet I'm left completely overwhelmed by the next feat of magic that you bring into the world. Eddard whispered, looking into the young face of his son. Eddard walked around his table and hugged his son close to his chest, earning an indignant squawk of protest from Harry. The more power you amass and showcase to the world, you're painting a larger target on your back. Not everyone will be as understanding as your family. When others look at you, they'll see either a threat or an opportunity to increase their strength. Eddard warned, concern bleeding into his words. Hiding my true self will be like denying a part of me. I'm not asking you to deny the gifts the old gods in their greater wisdom have bestowed on you, son. I'm telling you the nature of the people that are around you. You are my son and you'll always be loved no matter what you do. But the world won't treat you that way. The more power you exhibit, you'll end up attracting more untoward attention. Eddard sighed and pressed a kiss on his son's brow before looking seriously into the grey eyes of his son. You'll need more protection. Eddard whispered. You need a devoted guard detail. I have the Valkyrie protecting me. Harry argued. Eddard smiled indulgently at his son. Aside from the fact that his son has a gift for coming up with strange names, he thought nothing more of those silly girls. Their only advantage seems to be that they can use magic bows Harry made for them, which has remained a secret on his order. He had prohibited those bows from being shown around either. The last thing he needed was for rumors to start flying around about the fact that his son can build weapons that can decimate armies in the blink of an eye. That'd undoubtedly attract assassins from almost all corners of Westeros and Essos. At the same time, those magic bows were the reason that he even allowed those 3 girls to stay by his son's side. Sending them back into the northern mountains would be detrimental to the secrecy surrounding those bows. It also helped that those 3 girls managed to make his son engage in archery and other martial weapons, as did his brother. I'm sure they are good with those bows, but that's not enough. You'll need strong warriors who have a good sense of honor and duty. Now run along and join Maester Luwin. He has been asking for you. Father. Harry bowed before taking his leave. Eddard watched his son leave before taking the list of spies into his hands. The presence of these spies warranted a thorough revamping of the security of the castle. These spies must be discreetly captured and questioned before he sends his men out to check for more spies. Perhaps, I need to make hunting for spies a routine affair from now on. Eddard mused. XXXXXXXXX. Harry was hastily introduced to 5 archmaesters in quick order before he was cajoled into the observatory of the astronomy tower. He was expecting these archmaesters would find themselves suffering from nausea induced by the wards surrounding Winterfell. The fact that they were all in sound health meant that the wards did not sense any hostile intent from these maesters. At least, not yet. Harry thought, eyeing the grey-robed maesters of the Citadel. These charts are quite phenomenal. They are well detailed and carefully measured using new measuring scales that are beyond my wildest imagination. However did you manage to accomplish this task, young Stark? Asked Archmaester Hammer, looking at Harry with large brown eyes alight with wonder and reverence. Archmaester Hammer is one of the foremost experts in the study of stars and using them for naval exploration of our world. Maester Rodri explained. No man is an expert in any field of study, Maester Rodri. We are all merely scratching at the surface of a vast ocean of knowledge. When we find a small piece of the puzzle in this exploration, some think that is the precipice of discovery when in fact a long arduous journey lies ahead, said Archmaester Hammer. Harry eyed the bald maester with some interest. He could not discern whether the man was talking about what he believed or was merely putting on a show to impress everyone with his faux modesty. The temptation to use legilimency on the old man and his colleagues was quite tempting. But he pushed that urge down with some effort. While he could invade another mind, he was putting off that particular branch of magic until this body hit 11. It was a small security measure he was taking, as mind magic was something not easily trifled without some blowback, especially at a young age. The Archmaester looked at him expecting an answer to the earlier query. Well, the simplest answer would be magic, but that'd be disingenuous. I created a device called a telescope. It is a device capable of observing celestial bodies by using the varying magnifying powers of the lenses housed inside them, said Harry, leading the bunch of old men towards the 2 telescopes he had painstakingly constructed. And how exactly did you make this device? Asked Archmaester Hammer, looking curiously at the 2 devices while his colleagues began surrounding the 2 devices and observing them in earnest. Well, that's most definitely made by a combination of magic and arithmancy, said Harry, making the maesters titter amongst themselves. But Archmaester Hammer was not at all put off. What is arithmancy? Well, arithmancy is a branch of magic that utilizes numbers, certain numerical codex and keys to formulate, design and forge spells and other magical devices. Of course, Harry didn't say a word about rituals and other finer aspects of magic. He just used a broad brush and paint them all as spells or a derivative of magical constructs. He was quite happy to leave the explanation at that. From the looks on the faces of these archmaesters, he knew they were staunch deniers of magic, which was quite understandable. If the Citadel has insisted that magic has died for years, then he could see why these archmaesters have a difficult time accepting that magic was the prime mover in his works. Tell me then, young lad. What is magic? Where does it come from? Where in the body does it reside? Asked another maester who had grey hair and a pudgy nose. This is Archmaester Gorman, an expert in medicine and the human body. Maester Lewin said, providing the introduction. Frankly, I do not know, said Harry. The disappointment in the eyes of the archmaesters was palpable. In truth, he does know the answers to the queries they raised. But sharing those answers with these people was a very bad idea. Even if these archmaesters were not hostile, there was no way to guarantee the knowledge that he provides will not be used by someone in the Citadel for nefarious purposes. Then how do you use this magic? Asked Archmaester Hammer. Through runes and rune-enforced objects, he answered, following up by showing them the runes and the extremely complicated art of runes to the maesters. Now, he could easily explain runes to these maesters without much concern. After all, the first men runes have been around for thousands of years and the maesters were no short of using them in some way. Without the ability to channel magic into the runes, the ancient language was just a bunch of ineligible scribbles. From there on out, Harry had to explain the use of Latin and Anglo-Saxon runes he regularly used to the maesters. He left out the use of runes in creating wards and other spells, but merely in the use of low-tier spells like creating a bit of light, healing small wounds and making potions, etc. It took the archmaesters nearly a week to properly trace out the star system he had charted out using the telescopes. When they finally did, they accepted the model he proposed and confirmed using their limited authority that their system was not terracentric but heliocentric. He was also quite satisfied that the archmaesters were agreeable with the idea of using his terminology when it comes to the planets and the moons he found. Therefore, all 10 planets in their star system were named after the ancient Roman deities. The planets were thus named Mercury, Venus, Terra, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. The Sun was named Helios, which naturally became the name for their star system as well, the Helios system. The sole moon orbiting Terra was named after the moon deity of Rome, Diana. The twin moons of Venus were named Vulcan and Juno. The largest moon in the system was orbiting Jupiter, which he named Minerva. There were even more moons and other celestial bodies, but he left them alone for the time being. The moons were not that important except for the moon of this planet. The only other celestial bodies that interested him were the stars. But the most important star that was quite close to this planet was already named. In Westeros, the star was called the Even Star for its bright light could be seen in the evening sky even before the sun could set. After a week-long grueling work, he was allowed some breathing room as the Archmaesters retired into a meeting of sorts for cataloguing and studying the information they gathered in the week. This left Harry comparatively free, and that's how he ended up in the training yard. "So, Archmaester Gorman is your father's uncle?" Harry asked while defending himself with a wooden shield from Garland Tyrell's sword. "Oh, yes. He is my grandsire's fourth sibling," said Garland, taking an experimental jab towards Harry's right ribs. Harry sprang further left while keeping a steady cover with his shield. He was only allowed to defend and do nothing else while Garland was on the offensive. He liked this kid better than Theon Greyjoy, whose greatest ambition is to become a reaver. He was not exactly up to date on the politics of the southern kingdoms, but he assumed the Tyrells were cozying up to his family because of the recent fortunes of House Stark. Although, he did wonder what their endgame was by sending the second son of Lord Mace Tyrell to foster in his home. There certainly seems to be no untoward intention, seeing as the wards did not act against Garland, which was also the same for Theon Greyjoy. "I didn't realize members of great houses joined the Citadel. I'd have assumed most would rather settle with some lands and a knighthood," said Harry, ducking under another swipe while using his footwork to constantly keep a distance from the older boy. "Not everyone follows that path. Some choose to serve the gods by joining a September. Some find their calling in academics, so they seek their place in the Citadel. Some people study at the Citadel but don't join the Order of Maesters." Harry noted an air of seriousness enter the brown eyes of the Tyrell boy, and he braced himself. His nimble body allowed him to dodge quickly, but all those pads tightly fastened on his body were a drag on his speed. The next couple of minutes were quite difficult for Harry. He dodged and defended with his shield as Garland rained blow after blow in quick succession. "Enough!" Sir Roderick called out to them after a while. By that time, Harry was on his last legs, so to speak. He took a few hits on his forearm, but the pads kept him safe. Even so, he could feel the stinging pain in his arms from Garland's practice sword. "Very well done, Garland. Your footwork is quite good. You need more speed on your swings and to anticipate your opponent's reaction." Sir Roderick gave the verdict, which made Garland preen. "I'll keep that in mind, Sir." Garland happily agreed. Sir Roderick then turned his judging eyes on Harry. "As for you, Harryan, you need to build more upper body strength. Your footwork was the only thing that gave you an advantage. You need to work on deflecting the sword with your shield until you develop more upper body strength." Harry just nodded, accepting the advice. It was no easy task to move inside the guard of an opponent and try to deflect attacks when his fighting style has always revolved around creating breathing room for using spells. Those were old instincts that cannot easily be overcome. "Take a break for a few minutes. After that, you switch roles. Garland will be defending and Harryan will be on the offensive." Harry and Garland took a spot near a shaded area of the yard to relax their bodies. Harry took the magical flask that supplied him with a constant stream of clean water from his bag. "I still can't fathom how that flask can hold so much water," said Garland, looking at the flask in Harry's hand with wonder shining in his brown eyes. "That's quite simple to explain, magic." Harry smiled at the cross look that graced Garland's face. "Yes, I get that. But where does the water come from, and how can a small bottle never go dry?" Garland asked, squinting his eyes at the flask like it was the greatest mystery that has to be solved. "Some mysteries are better left unexplained." Harry laughed at the frustrated groan that greeted his answer. "Harry!" John shouted as he ran towards him. "What happened?" Harry asked as Rob and John were supposed to be visiting Wintertown with Maester Luwin. "The guard's father sent to the town found some foreigners. You wouldn't believe who they are." John gasped out. "Why wouldn't I believe?" Harry trailed off as the training yard began to buzz as the guards of Winterfell came about escorting a group of foreigners with darker skin into the castle. "Look at the tall man in the front. Look at the sigil embroidered on his sleeve," said John. Sure enough, Harry could make out a sigil on the tunic of this foreigner. "Martell!" Garland hissed, his anger palpable. "It's Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne." Chapter 46, Maesters and Snakes P2. Chapter text. "I find myself quite surprised to see you this far north, Prince Oberyn. I believe this is the first time a Prince of Dorne has ever visited Winterfell," said Eddard, looking down from his seat at the high table at the small Dornish party assembled inside his hall. "It seems a lot of interesting happenings are now inside the north. So, I said to my dear daughter here, that we should visit the north and see for ourselves," said Oberyn, nudging his daughter forward, who executed a perfect curtsy. Eddard frowned thoughtfully as he looked at the daughter of the Red Viper. The girl, unlike her father and other Dornish people, has pale white skin rather than olive skin. But her other traits were similar to the rest of the Dornish party, like black hair and dark eyes. "My daughter Nymeria Sand and my paramour Elaria Sand," Oberyn introduced. Now, he has heard of rumors about the famed paramour of the Red Viper. Some rumors he has heard from the south paint her as some sort of foreign witch who has ensnared the Red Viper. But he could not see how this woman was foreign when she looks so much alike to the rest of the Dornish. If there was anyone with foreign looks among the Dornish, then it'd be the Red Viper's daughter, Nymeria Sand. Nonetheless, he acknowledged them both with a respectful nod as they graced him with a curtsy. "I'd know your intentions in traveling through the north unannounced, Prince Oberyn. I was not aware the Seven Kingdoms have a law that prohibits me travel unannounced, Lord Stark." Oberyn challenged. "You speak true, but it is considered polite to do so. We could have prepared to receive you properly," Eddard said through gritted teeth. "I think if one wants to truly know a place, it's better to travel unannounced," said Oberyn, a cheeky smile adorning his face. Eddard felt a headache coming. Although the spies he had found so far seemed to have no connection to Dorne, he could not help but worry. The Dornish people were not exactly trustworthy, especially those who lived further south. Treachery and subterfuge were in the blood of a Dornishman, especially someone like Oberyn Martell. He could see that in the man's dark eyes. There are also ample reasons for House Martell to hold a grudge against his family. Even if he had nothing to do with it, he was still accountable for the deaths of Elia Martell and her children. To this day, their butchered bodies haunted him, and he blamed himself for not taking the heads of those monsters with ice, no matter the consequences. Many moons of planning between Jon, Hoster, and himself had gone down the drain that day, all because of that monster, Tywin. It was their fervent wish to capture the Mad King alive and put the monster on trial with the whole Seven Kingdoms watching. They could have shown once and for all the sheer madness and raving lunatic that hid behind the skin of the last Targaryen monarch. They could have taken Princess Elia and her children as prisoners and forced an oath of abdication. They could have even repeated the feat with Queen Rilla, paving the way for a legitimate ascension for Robert. Instead, they were left with the threat of another war in the future when Viserys Targaryen sails across the narrow sea to stake his claim on the Iron Throne. It'll be like the Blackfire rebellions all over again, leaving a festering wound that'd bleed Westeros from time to time. No doubt, when Viserys Targaryen gets ready for an invasion, there will be lords from the Crownlands, Reach and Dorne to support his claim. "Give Prince Oberyn and his company bread and salt," Eddard ordered. He watched the Prince of Dorne accept the guest rites gracefully, followed by others in the prince's company, but he won't be leaving them out of his sight. His eyes strayed to Jory and discreetly signaled for the young knight to come closer. "My lord. Keep watch on Prince Oberyn and his companions. Wherever they go, one of our men must follow. I want to know whom they talk to, and if possible, what they are talking about under my roof," he ordered inconspicuously. "As you will, my lord." Jory nodded. "Prince Oberyn, the servants will lead you and your companions to the guest quarters. We'll try to make your stay in Winterfell as comfortable as possible given the circumstances," said Eddard. "Thank you, Lord Stark. Your north is far colder than I imagined, but Winterfell is as warm as a new lover. I look forward to meeting you and the rest of your family after a warm bath," said Oberyn before being led away by the servants of Winterfell. "Call for Maester Luwin. I'm in need of his advice," Eddard ordered, sinking back in his seat as he pondered the reasons for the Red Viper's visit. XXXXXXXX. Oberyn stared at the tall monolithic structure in awe. The Astronomy Tower, the servants of Winterfell called it. He was quite sure Lord Stark had warned his people against him, but as always they all underestimated the power of a woman like Ellaria. An offer of some wine and a few sensual looks and touches was all it took for Ellaria to ensnare the servants and guards of Winterfell for their loose tongue. It was safe to say, Ellaria's efforts were not in vain. He came to know that there were a bunch of archmaesters holed up in this astronomy tower discussing, studying, and verifying some of Harry Stark's inventions and findings. The exact nature of those inventions or findings remained a mystery. That's why he was going to find out what those grey-robed old cunts were up to in this magnificent tower. "There is not even a slight blemish in the structure, father. I have only seen this level of smoothness in one place," Nymeria trailed off, running her fingers over the smooth surface of the tower. The famed Valyrian architecture method of fusing stone and mortar into one, leaving one smooth surface. "It seems the free cities of Essos and the castle of Dragonstone are not the only places in the world that can boast such architecture." Oberyn mused out loud. "Maybe we should step inside the tower and find out." "I don't think I can take this cold for too long, my love," said Ellaria, shivering like a leaf in the wind despite being wrapped by a thick woolen cloak. Oberyn was also of the same opinion. The castle and the rooms it offered were warmed, warding off the biting cold of the north. But they were no longer inside the warmed halls of the castle. They were standing at the base of the astronomy tower that was supposedly constructed by Harry Stark overnight with the might of his magic. It sounded like a tale straight out of the Age of Heroes, and Oberyn was quite interested to learn the truth of the matter. He was not the only one. His daughter Nymeria was also interested in learning more about the magic of Harry Stark that rivals even the feats of Dragonlords of old Valyria. Her interest in this Harry Stark was quite understandable. After all, Valyria and its legacies run strong in her blood from her mother's side. The guards standing guard over the tower did not object to their entry as Oberyn had thought. Either Eddard Stark is more of an open person with none of the prejudices against Dorne, or the man is a careless fool. Oberyn thought as he climbed a flight of stairs that led to the many levels of the tower. There was a total of 5 levels to the tower. On each level, they'd search for the maesters and Harry and Stark, but they found those levels deserted. It was only on the fifth and final level they found their targets. The fifth level was one wide expanse with a lot of open spaces shielded from the outside by large colorful glass panes and curtains. In this large expanse, Oberyn found a small section where the maesters of the citadel were gathered around a small child. As he crept closer toward the maesters, he could hear snippets of the conversation that was going on. "You mean to tell us that you managed to measure the size of our world with magic?" Oberyn heard one of the maesters ask the Stark boy. His eyes widened when the boy answered with an emphatic yes. "How?" Oberyn asked at the same time as the maester did, earning several curious looks from the maesters and a simple raised eyebrow from the Stark boy. "I didn't know you were an academically inclined man, Prince Oberyn," said Harry, eyeing the Prince of Dorne curiously. If he wasn't so taken with his less than savory activities, he'd have made a good maester. Prince Oberyn was a student in the Citadel, a good one as well, said Archmaester Gorman. "I see. Well, I considered the planet as a perfect circle, which it is not. Then I had the length of a sail on a ship at White Harbor measured. When the ship sailed away from the port, I used my magic to measure the distance between my position and the topmost point of the sail as it disappeared on the horizon. Once I had that distance, I merely used simple geometry to construct a right-angled triangle and find the radius of the planet using the sides and the hypotenuse." Oberyn just stared dumbly at Harry and Stark before he looked at the maesters to see whether they understood all that, but he found them similarly lost. "I'll just show you," said Harry and Stark, a little bit flustered before drawing a circle on the floor. Oberyn's eyes widened as he watched the Stark boy draw a perfect red circle using a piece of wood while standing. He gaped openly as the Harry and Stark drew a right-angled triangle by extruding a line from one arbitrary point from the circle. One corner of the triangle was at the center of the circle connected to the arbitrary point in a straight line. The third corner was where the height of the sail was measured. All of these details were written down on the floor, and Oberyn noticed the maesters were taking careful notes. He was not exactly a scholar when it comes to the measures of shapes. He was aware the Citadel taught the subject, but his interests lay in the body of men and the substances that kills them and saves them. But, going by the look on the faces of the maesters, whatever the Stark boy was showing looked to be authentic. However, one detail did bother him. "How did you measure the distance from your position to the ship?" asked Oberyn, as measuring that distance seemed to be an impossible task. After all, how can someone measure the distance from land to a ship sailing away in the sea? "Oh, that's quite easy," said Harry and Stark, pointing the stick toward Oberyn. Oberyn blinked, and in the next moment, there was a long green line stretching from the tip of the stick to his heart. There was even a numerical figure written on the far end of the green line denoting the distance. "It is beautiful," Nymeria whispered, reaching out with her hand to touch the green line. Her hand just passed through the green thread as if it was never there. For once, the rumors were true after all. "You are the Stark whose magic has taken Essos and Westeros by storm. Well met, young Stark." Oberyn offered his hand to the young lad, who shook it with a grin. "I'm Oberyn Martell," he introduced himself before pointing to his daughter and paramour, "my daughter Nymeria Sand and my paramour Elaria Sand." "Well met. I'm Harry Stark." "How old are you?" asked Nymeria, her dark eyes glimmering in a way that Oberyn was quite familiar with. "Rob and I just celebrated our 9th namesday a few days back," said Harry, holding a steady gaze with Nymeria. "You don't sound like or behave like a 9 namesdays old child," said Nymeria, a more sensual aura manifesting around her. "I've been told that many times by most people." Harry shrugged. "Really? How about we?" Nymeria. Oberyn warned. "What?" His daughter pouted for interrupting her fun. "You are not in Dorne or one of the free cities. Keep that in mind." Oberyn warned. "You are no fun," Nymeria said to her father before turning her dark eyes on Harry. "Maybe when you gain a few more namesdays you can seek me out in Dorne." Oberyn's eyebrows rose in surprise as Harry Stark shook with laughter while his daughter was blushing up a storm. He looked between the two and wondered to himself, who's the more mature one between the two? XXXXXXXXX. The day was pleasant and warm. The usual frigid air of the north was pulling back a little bit, or maybe he was also taken in by the weather-changing charms of Winterfell's Godswood. The unicorns of Skane preferred a warm climate, and he provided them with the comfort they needed in return for their cooperation. But now it was time to relocate them from the confines of the Godswood. Winterfell's Godswood has always been a temporary arrangement anyway. The plan has always been for the unicorns to have a safe haven in Sea Dragon Point where he can easily allot them a larger grazing area without much trouble. Since the area has also not seen large human settlements, allotting and warding off a separate plot of land for the unicorns would be an easy affair. "These unicorns, why don't they like men?" asked Oberyn. Harry eyed the Prince of Dorne out of the corner of his eyes as they watched the unicorns being led into the airship by the Valkyrie. "It's not that they dislike men, they just prefer the companionship of females. They feel more comfortable in the presence of women," Harry answered. "Which means they dislike men. Why?" Oberyn pressed on as if the notion that the unicorns preferred female company somehow offended the man. "Men are disagreeable creatures while women are more agreeable, speaking in a broad sense. These unicorns are needy babies who want to be pampered and serve their every whim, said Harry, earning some disgruntled sounds from the passing unicorns. So, they prefer the company of women. Harry eyed the Red Viper and the maesters who were busy looking and prodding at the airship. Then he looked at the guards discreetly spying on the activities of these people. His father has ample reasons to distrust these people, but the wards have so far not acted against any of them. The maesters have been suitably impressed by the limited amount of magic he has shown them so far and the various discoveries he had made to this day. But those discoveries paled in comparison to his airship. At least, that was the position the maesters of the Citadel were taking. They were adamant to study the airship, and that's why he agreed to let them board the airship. He didn't even mind their insistence on studying the runes he used on the airship. It's not like all the runes he used were visible to the maesters' eyes. The maesters and their interests were understandable, but he was far more cautious when it comes to the Red Viper. According to Garland Tyrell, Prince Oberyn is a dangerous fellow who has crippled Willis Tyrell in a tourney. That particular story was not exactly proof of any hostile intentions from Prince Oberyn, as Harry thought tourneys were generally a risky sport. "Why are you here?" Harry asked, staring hard at the Red Viper, cutting straight to the chase instead of dancing around. "What do you mean? Do not play dumb with me, Prince Oberyn. You might think of me as an impressionable child, but I'm not naive. There is a reason why you are here in Winterfell, and I'd like to know that reason," Harry said, his eyes gaining a sharpness that took Oberyn back. "Is that how you treat someone who helped you gain an additional 1 million gold dragons from the Lannisters?" Oberyn asked silkily. "Your story of swindling the Lannisters, while impressive, holds not much value to me. Now, tell me the real reason behind your visit, else I'll have to bar you from visiting Avalon in my airship," Harry threatened. "I seriously doubt that. I took permission from your father for this little trip. My father is a good man, but a flawed man nonetheless. He tries to see the best in other people, which blinds him from the true nature of most men." "Oh. Then tell me, Harryan Stark, what virtue is there in choosing the side that has killed an unarmed woman and her 2 children in cold blood?" Oberyn hissed. "None," Harry agreed, but he was not easily bowing out when he was getting under the Red Viper's skin. "But I'm sure you'll agree there was also no virtue in fighting for the side of a murderous mad lunatic and a rapist who kept my aunt prisoner in Dorne of all places." "Agreed. It was not our best moment, and we did refuse to send troops to aid the Mad King Enriger until we were threatened with Elia and her children." "Granted. So, now that it is out of the way, tell me the true reason for your visit, Prince Oberyn," Harry implored. "Your magic and your wealth can sustain the Lannisters and their hold on the Iron Throne. House Martell cannot let something like that happen. So, I'm here assessing you and your magic to see whether it pose a threat." Harry became thoughtful for a moment. Here was an opportunity that conveniently fell into his lap. He had plans, grand plans that require friendly ports in the south. Not to mention his half-brother was sort of a backup plan if things go sour in King's Landing. For now, the Baratheon dynasty that sits on the Iron Throne was to his advantage. But as the issue with the High Septon has proven that goodwill can come crashing down. Should the secrets behind Jon's parentage be somehow revealed, he thought having a friendly ear in Dorne could be advantageous. "Say that I'm sympathetic to your righteous cause of seeking justice for your sister and her children. What do you expect from me?" Harry knew his question sort of took the Red Viper by surprise. Even he was a little hesitant to step into this path that'd inevitably lead him to the great game, as Maester Luwin refers to court politics. Besides, it was only a matter of time before the game sought him out at some point. "It is better this way. I'll be seeking out the great game and I'll be deciding whom I'm playing against, not the other way around." XXXXXXXX. Stannis stared into the fire that was burning in the fireplace with his steely blue eyes. His daughter barely survived the grayscale, but she was not untouched. The deadly disease has scarred his daughter's cheek with its scales. For now, his daughter survives, but all the maesters he had summoned from the Citadel predict that his daughter may not live long enough to enjoy life to the fullest. He cursed the gods for saddling him with tragedy and insults one after the other. Have I not been a dutiful brother, always obeying his elder without complaint? Have I not served my king loyally despite the insults he heaps on me? Have I not served the gods and the 7 kingdoms dutifully by upholding the laws of gods and men? Have I not always acted selflessly and without discrimination? Then why is my daughter suffering? These were the questions that were haunting him day and night. He was a hard man and an unamusing man if he took Robert's description. Hard or unamusing he might be, but he has always treated others the same way he treated himself. He had done so because he knew the perversions of power and the sin that it incurs on the soul. He had seen how cruel the world can be, and he thought it was his solemn duty to be someone who stands for justice above everything else. The gods safeguard those who hold justice and duty above all in their hearts. Those were the final words of his father before that ill-begotten journey to Essos. Since that day, he had lived by those words. And yet, here he was helplessly watching his poor daughter fight for her life with the most dangerous disease known to man. He had fallen in love with his child the moment his daughter opened her small blue eyes to look at him. It was a long time since he had felt warmth in his heart, and it was because of his daughter. To learn that the cause of that warmth can be snuffed away was unbearable for him. my lord. Pardon me if this sounds silly. If the maesters are saying their medicine is not strong enough, why not use other methods? Stannis pulled his eyes away from the fireplace to stare at his trusted onion knight. Other methods? He asked with a frown. My lord. The Stark boy of Winterfell cured the spring sickness of White Harbor and Bravesea coastlands with his magical medicine. Sailors of Narrow Sea speaks of an undying star that sits atop the September of snows in White Harbor. Supposedly, it is a gift from Lord Stark's eldest son. The Stark boy is the talk among Bravesea merchants, and I'm sure you have heard the rumors in King's Landing as well. The second coming of Brandon the Builder, they say. Some say the boy is Garth Greenhand reborn. You'd ask me to act on tales of drunken sailors and rumors coming from small folk? Stannis thundered. My lord, you saw the magic of King Robert's God's grief. Surely, there is no harm in trying. 'Tis for the good of your daughter, is it not? Shouldn't we try all that we can to keep her safe? Asked Sir Davos. Stannis let out a sigh and tiredly leaned back in his seat. Nonetheless, he took Davos' suggestion to heart. After all, what was the harm in trying?